Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 240 SEBASDIAN, LEGUIN, 2, Red-Handed Gab was a pirate. He had more than 10 years of experience. The fact that he had been in the pirate industry for 10 years, which was a place a sloppy man wouldn't be able to survive in, suggested that he had considerable skills, luck, and even perceptiveness. Of particular importance was his perceptiveness. Most pirates were vicious criminals, and so was Gab. He committed rape, murder, and arson more than 10 times each, so if he got caught, he would definitely be sentenced to the gallows. Therefore, Gab was good at knowing when to leave. Knowing when to take the lead in a winnable fight or when to retreat in a losing battle were the most important factors that helped him survive in this industry for 10 years. I have to leave. Gab had a hunch, but he was unable to escape from the island. So instead of running away, Gab chose to hide. It was normally a good choice. Gab's quick judgment as a veteran was admirable, but that only applied if the situation was normal. Sniff, sniff, that's weird. There's definitely a smell here. There's definitely one here. Someone's here. My senses can feel it. Gab hid in a storage cellar made by digging the floor and tried not to make any noise by closing his mouth with his hand. Smell senses. Is that something a real human should be saying? Ah, foo. I can't smell it because of the smell of urine and sweat. That's your smell. I feel so icky. I want to take it off. See crazy BTCH. FCK. Why are you suddenly taking it off? Then what should I do? It smells. And you're good at cursing, huh? How cute. What in the world is the connection between being good at cursing and being cute? But Gab just shut his mouth and prayed again and again. He remembered how he found a woman hiding in a storage place not long ago and laughing at her for being stupid as he asked if she thought that she could hide in a place like this before he dragged her out and raped her. But Gab shook his head now. This place was different from where the woman hid. It was a storage cellar made to hide alcohol, so it was hard to find. Ah, FCK, quickly put on something before Jude sees it. Why? Why can't Jude see it? Why, you can't. No, their topic went from catching pirates to something else different. Therefore, Gab waited as he suppressed his breathing, which was becoming rough. Please leave, just leave already. Okay. I'll wear something. But what are you going to wear? I can take what the pirates are wearing and wear it. If they don't have anything new, I'll just take it off from someone we knocked out and wear it. Y'all wear what the pirates are wearing. Wouldn't it be dirtier than your peed-on clothes? Well, maybe. But this isn't my pee. I am not someone who would wet their pants. What are you saying? Does that mean the pirates peed on you? It's not that. Then what? Anyway, it's not my pee. I didn't wet my pants. Bullshit. Leave, please leave, just leave. Anyway, just put on something. Okay. The pants of the guy whom I hit earlier seem to be a bit clean. I'll go put it on. All right, as long as you wear something. Look at this gal talking. Anyway, just hurry up. Okay, let's go. Oh, you're finally leaving? Are you really leaving now? Thank you, dear Lord Ressus, for protecting us pirates and robbers. Thank you very much. Gab prayed first before completely focusing on his hearing. He then heard footsteps. Tack, tack, tack. They're going, they're really leaving. Gab breathed in relief but remained alert. It was dangerous to continue staying in the cellar. There was a secret passage in the room next door, so he had to quickly go. Tack, tack, tack. The footsteps went away. Gab patiently waited and counted to 10 before slowly opening the door of the cellar. And 2 people greeted Gab. Having created the illusion of footsteps going away by controlling the pace of her steps, Cordelia said with a dark smile, "See, I told you that I sensed something, right? I said that I smelled it too, okay." Kadza snorted as her nose twitched once and then clenched her fist. She swung her fist towards Gab, who pounced on her in his desperation. It didn't take that much time for Cordelia and Kadza to turn the entire pirate island upside down. In the first place, it wasn't a big island, and half of the pirates had already been defeated by Jude and Cordelia. So after an hour or so, Cordelia and Kadza piled up on the beach the pirates who seemed to be unconscious but still alive and shouted together in front of Jude. "I am hungry, that's right, I am hungry, give me food, give me food, give me food." The two standing side by side and shouting were like 7-year-olds who had just returned after playing in the alley. So Jude shared his honest thoughts. Yurei completely like kids. Cordelia would have normally been embarrassed and blush at Jude's words, but not now, because Katsa was right next to her. I am a kid? Well, I am not an adult yet. I only have 1 month left though. Still, I am 19 years old, okay? That's right, that's right. I only have more than 2 years left before I become an adult. As Cordelia excitedly replied in agreement, Katsa was surprised. Wait. What the Yurei younger than me? Yes, Unnai. When Cordelia respectfully spoke to her without realizing it, Katsa grinned and patted Cordelia's back. Hey, there's no older and younger sisters between friends. We're friends. Yes, friend. Oh my, how cute. Cordelia shouted excitedly again, and Katsa giggled before ruffling Cordelia's hair and kissing her forehead and cheek. Hey, Yurei like an old man. Cordelia didn't like it and pushed away Katsa, who kept sticking to her. She then ran away and hid behind Jude's back. But that wasn't a very good choice either, because Jude grabbed Cordelia's wrist and did the same thing as Katsa. However, Cordelia's response was different, because unlike earlier, which she hated, she was now smiling as her cheeks reddened in joy and embarrassment. Wow, the rumors were true. The always kissing part. Katsa giggled again, and Cordelia was embarrassed while Jude lightly pinched Cordelia's cheek. And in the midst of all this, a man coughed. A cough loud enough that anyone who had ears could hear, but no one looked back, so the man cleared his throat again. Ahem, 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 ahem. But Katsa was still busy laughing, and Cordelia was still embarrassed while Jude continued to look at Cordelia and admiring her cuteness. Katsa, UFC King BTCH, I am asking you to introduce me too. Is this neglect play? The man Bentham, who was a dwarf, shouted loudly, and Katsa finally stopped laughing. I forgot. What? Anyway, I can introduce you now, right? I'll introduce you. This is Bentham. As you can see, he's a dwarf. That's enough, right? You BTCH? Not like that. Bentham sighed once and took a step before introducing himself. I am Bentham. I am an artisan from the Iron Pledge Guild. It's not much different from when I introduced you. What do you mean it's not different? There is a difference. Being an artisan from the Iron Pledge Guild and not just anyone else is important. I am not your ordinary dwarf. Okay, I got it. Anyway, you do know that I am your benefactor, right? I am the one who saved you, right? Bentham jumped back at Katsa's threatening look, and as cold sweat ran down his back, he said after coughing again. Thank you very much for saving me. I'll definitely return the favor when I return to the guild. So don't harm me if you want to be rewarded, please. At Bentham's desperate voice, Katsa giggled and nodded her head. Okay. Bentham, I am sure you know best how much your life will cost since you're a skilled artisan of the Iron Pledge Guild and not just anyone else, right? Katsa was usually like an animal, but she wasn't stupid. Rather, she had a clever side. I understand. Please look forward to it. Yes, I'll look forward to it. Bentham groaned and replied, feeling like he got caught in his own trap. Katsa then turned to Jude and Cordelia, smiling brightly. Anyway, I am hungry. Give me food. I think I need a little more explanation. What had happened was that Cordelia and Katsa saved Bentham, who had been captured by the pirates. That's how it happened. Cordelia told Jude about this and that, as if she was a kid who had been playing all day and was now reporting what she did outside, and Jude nodded as he grilled skewers over the bonfire. It's what I had expected. Cordelia and Katsa rescued Bentham, who was held in a prison. Given that the pirates captured him, it seemed like he was quite an important figure in the guild, which was something Bentham was proud of. I definitely don't know much about the South. After all, Katsa often wandered in the sea, and there were a lot of forced events in the southern region, so it was a place where one was practically limited in freely moving and searching around. The first half was all about escaping. Malekith's attack seriously devastated the South, making it impossible to obtain additional information. Now then, what matters at this moment is Sebastian. There were a lot of things they needed to find out, such as if Cecilia was really involved in this, what was she planning when she dragged Sebastian into this, why she joined hands with the pirates, and so on. But we accomplished our first goal. Jude raised his head and saw Cordelia and Katsa squabbling as they ate the grilled skewers. They had met for the first time today, but seeing at how they were acting, It seemed like they had been friends for more than 10 years. We got Kadsa now. Not only did they save her life, but they even became close to her, so he was sure that they would receive a lot of help from her for their future activities in the south. I think Bentham is a pretty good extra income, because they had to unite the entire south in order to fight Malekith. Bentham would be helpful in getting the help of the dwarves and gnomes. Everything's going well. Jude smiled and cooked new skewers for Cordelia and Kadsa, who were asking for more, and around 30 minutes later, Cordelia asked as she pulled Jude's sleeve. Jude. Yes, Cordelia, are we really taking them? One of the pirate ships anchored on the island. Kadsa tied up the pirates who she had knocked unconscious again and piled them in the cabin one by one, because she needs to set an example. Pirates had become quite beautified in modern times through movies, cartoons, and novels. But in reality, pirates were vicious criminals who were far from their romanticized versions. Because they're all involved in murder, rape, and arson. Therefore, pirates were practically destined to be hanged the moment they were captured. And because Kadsa needs it too. What? The pirates? Yes, because Kadsa was captured by the pirates. If it was just a story of her being rescued by us and returning, her reputation as a pirate hunter that she had built up so far would be greatly reduced, right? So that's why it's necessary. She has to let them know that she's alive and well. That's right. I was caught, but I kicked their asses and escaped. This is what happens to those who mess with me. Something like that? Indeed, that's a good example. Cordelia nodded her head in understanding, and then looked back at Kadsa. Kadsa was tall, had a big chest, and huge hands and feet. As a playable character and beautiful woman, she reminded Cordelia of a Black Panther in many ways, but she certainly felt wilder and more feral when compared to Scarlet or Princess Daphne, because she also served as a sailor in a private fleet. Kadsa had taken part in several naval battles against ships from the Argon Empire and the Far East. She wasn't even 20 years old, but she was a veteran among veterans in terms of the number of life-and-death situations she had experienced so far. What about Sebastian? I applied a splint to the injured area and tied him up tightly. It would be hard for him to run wild now. It's a big problem if Cecilia is the one who really did that. We don't know if she has the necessary resources to continue doing that or not, but anyway, it means that even someone on the level of a 10 great swordmaster can be charmed. Well, she won't be able to do it easily. It was like that in the game. I really hope so. It wasn't only Jude who naturally realized it. Cordelia did too. The fact that many things had already changed because of their actions. Furthermore, there were many things that Jude himself and Cordelia did not know. Because in the end, it was a game. The Legend of Heroes series had a huge amount of information, but in the end, it was still just a game. It didn't contain everything about Pleiades, their world now. The flow of history began to change due to the inevitable absence of information and the butterfly effect. The frequency of encountering unexpected events would increase more and more in the future, though there would be not so many extreme cases like the appearance of traitors among the 10 great swordmasters. But well. We've done a great job today, right? Jude smiled when Cordelia tightly held his hand and spoke as if encouraging him. He nodded after kissing Cordelia's forehead. That's right. Well. Yes. Cordelia happily laughed before she looked around and then stood on her tiptoes. She then lightly kissed Jude's cheek. She had felt like doing it because they were facing each other. Numerous stars filled the sky as the waves gently rolled. Two people stood together on a pirate ship. It was a romantic enough scene, but nothing happened afterwards, because Kadsa shouted in anger. Seriously, you two are doing it again? Hey, help me, don't just rub salt into my wounds, okay. Well, we're going. Cordelia immediately replied and shyly smiled before pulling Jude's hand, and Jude happily smiled as they walked together. He and Cordelia headed to Kadsa. It was deep at night, perhaps around midnight. Normally, it was time for them to be sleeping, but they couldn't today, because the pirate ship that Kadsa was steering was now sailing in the sea. The wind is nice. It was a big ship that could carry dozens of people, but if it was to make it simply move forward through the wind and currents, it didn't require that many people to maneuver it. So instead of staying overnight on the pirate island, Kadsa suggested that they should leave immediately. Arrive in a few hours at most. Katja argued that there was no reason to stay overnight on the pirate island because they could reach the port by dawn, and Jude and Cordelia also agreed. In fact, it's a little uncomfortable to stay there for one more night. The relationship between Sebastian and Cecilia had yet to be proven, but conversely, there was no evidence that the two were not related. If Cecilia was really involved in this matter, then staying on the island could be dangerous. Considering Cecilia's personality, she would have laid some measures. She wouldn't have just left alone someone from the 10 great swordmasters whom she had captured. Perhaps she had noticed by now that Sebastian had been subdued. We need to go back to the mainland instead of staying on the island. The island had very limited space. It was a perfect place to surround and attack, so it would be best for them to leave when they had the chance to do so. The stars are beautiful. Jude turned his head to the side upon hearing the voice. Cordelia was leaning against the railing and looking up at the night sky. I agree. They were in Pleiades that didn't have much light pollution. Anyone who looked up at the night sky would always be able to appreciate the sea of countless stars. Would you like to lie down as you watch it? It'll hurt your neck if you look up like that for a long time. At Jude's words, Cordelia blinked her eyes before she lied down. Jude then lied down next to her and stretched his arm to the side. Here, arm pillow. So that your head won't hurt. Cordelia blinked again at Jude's words, and she soon giggled and drew her body close to Jude. She obliged and rested her head on his arm pillow. It's hard. My arm? Yes, and that's why it's perfect. Cordelia casually spoke and leaned a little more towards Jude as she looked up at the night sky. It felt like the stars in the night sky would come raining down when one lied down. My goodness, the two are at it again. Katja's murmurs could be heard in the distance, but Cordelia chose to ignore it and slowly closed her eyes. For a moment, with only her senses of smell and touch, she felt the night sea, or rather, she felt Jude. Strangely enough, she felt very cozy. Despite the fact that they were lying down on a ship without any blanket covering them from the night breeze, the smell of Jude. Cordelia's nose twitched once before she opened her eyes to look at Jude. She looked at the face of Jude, whose eyes were closed as he quietly breathed. Jude's fair face. Katja, who kept grumbling from afar, the sea of stars that looked like it would come falling down. Cordelia thought that it would be nice if time would stop at that moment, but she widely opened her eyes at some point, because she heard an unusual sound coming from far away. Did you hear that too? Jude opened his eyes at Cordelia's question and nodded his head before the two immediately stood up. They turned their eyes to the sound that came from far away. Serpent? A giant sea snake. As Jude had said, it was indeed a serpent with blue scales that was swimming along the waves. It moved quite fast, and if they left it as is, it would soon collide with the pirate ship. Katja, crazy. At first glance, the serpent looked to be 20 meters long. Katja hastily turned the steering wheel to change the ship's course, and Jude concentrated the energy of the black dragon in his right hand to attack the serpent. But it was at that moment. Cordelia, who had been focusing her consciousness on the serpent instead of chanting a spell, then noticed one thing. She unknowingly opened her mouth and said, "It's not charging at us. It's running away." The serpent wasn't rushing towards them. It was running away right now. "It's coming," Cordelia said again. Jude reflexively hugged Cordelia's waist and turned to the front again before activating his ability to see through things. The moment he saw through the dark sea, he couldn't hide his surprise. What Cordelia sensed. What made the serpent run away? Kayak? The surface of the sea split along with the serpent's scream. At the same time, huge tentacles soared up and bound the serpent. Tentacles. No, legs, Kraken, the demon of the sea, a giant monster. The moment Katja said that, the surface of the sea was split again. Huge legs that seemed to be dozens of meters long soared up and headed towards the pirate ship. Chapter 241, The Demon of the Sea. Jude and Cordelia had experienced all kinds of things in less than a year after they remembered the memories of their previous lives. They met face to face with a sealed demon prince, fought against several demonic humans, and starting with the bicorn, they confronted numerous monsters and low-ranking demons. When they closed their eyes, they could still vividly remember even until now the figures of the demons that poured out of the Hell Gate. But they were fine with it. Until recently, they had not met any new monsters or demons that had made them stiffen with fear. But it was different this time. They were petrified for a moment. The sight of giant octopus legs, which were several meters in diameter, soaring up as it broke the water surface and then fell down towards the pirate ship, was enough to cause an instinctive fear. Kaya, the serpent that had a giant octopus leg wrapped around it, then screamed as it was dragged below the water surface. At the same time, the octopus legs struck the pirate ship. Avoid it, baba-baba-bang. Kajsa's cry was overshadowed by the series of roaring sounds. The sails and the deck were destroyed. It wasn't destroyed in one blow, but that was irrelevant. The Kraken's legs wrapped around the pirate ship just like how it did with the serpent. Kwashiik, the deck and the walls of the ship were crushed at the same time. Standing by the helm, Kajsa raised her head and saw Jude and Cordelia. Cordelia was hanging by Jude's side as he rode on a phantom steed. To be exact, Jude was holding Cordelia by the waist. "Get on, what?" The moment she asked out loud, the air seemed to twist. Green smoke burst and another phantom steed appeared. "Niig, save us." Bentham's voice was heard at the same time the phantom steed neighed. Kajsa reflexively looked back and swallowed her breath for a moment, because she saw Sebastian being carried by Bentham on his back as his limbs drooped. Kajsa. She didn't have the time. Kajsa jumped high at once and hugged the phantom steed's neck, rotating her body as she climbed onto the back of the ghost horse. Me too. Catch." Kajsa immediately responded to Bentham's scream. She quickly untied the rope at her waist and threw it at Bentham and Sebastian. Kwashiang. Actually, it was a huge and heavy chain. Such an object carried Kajsa's powerful strength, so it became an attack that could break someone's body if they were hit or caught it wrongly. But beggars couldn't be choosers. Bentham evaded the swinging chain by almost lying on his stomach. He followed the chain with his eyes before a miracle happened at that moment. Clang! The chain that swung with a force that could crush a body, then shook at some point and moved like a living snake, wrapping around Bentham and Sebastian's waist at once. It was Cordelia's telekinetic power. "Pull it." Kajsa automatically reacted to Cordelia's shout. Pulling the chain as strong as she could, Bentham's rock-like body was pulled up at once. "Ah!" Bentham screamed as the chains tightened around his waist, but what mattered the most now was him staying alive. He tried to open his eyes despite the pain that seemed to break his back, so he was able to see the pirate ship being broken into 3. Crewush. The pirate ship being squeezed by the Kraken's legs was completely crushed. Jude immediately seated Cordelia in front of him and drove the phantom steed into the sky, while Kajsa also spurred the horse towards a higher place instead of putting Bentham behind her. But it was at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the water broke again, and several legs of the Kraken soared. The white legs of the Kraken were like pillars supporting the sky amidst the dark sky and sea. Boom! As the Kraken's legs struck the water surface, thunder boomed. Bentham was frightened to death, tightly grasping the chain as he screamed, while Kajsa let out a curse, because the Kraken's legs were falling down over their heads. Shit, nie. The phantom steed was surprised upon seeing the shadows covering its head and hurriedly tried to fly. But the Kraken's legs were unusually fast and huge. It was accurately following Kajsa as if it had eyes at the ends of its legs. Jude, by the time Cordelia shouted, Jude was already moving his hands. He used his sword-like hand to fire a black sword made from his energy. Shaak, the sword cut the Kraken's leg. It wasn't a completely straight cut, but it cut more than half and succeeded in twisting the trajectory of the leg. Splah! The half-cut leg fell into the water. Kajsa managed to evade the attack because of the twisted trajectory, so she rolled up the chain and hugged the phantom steed's neck at the same time. And Cordelia sensed it. The flow in the air was changing. A tremendous roar was then heard under the sea. Roar, real thunder struck along with the harsh winds. At the same instant, dark clouds covered the sea of stars, and the sky and sea began to fluctuate. It was a storm. The demon of the sea had called forth a storm. Kwashiaik. The sky flashed white with lightning. As the rain poured down, the demon of the sea finally appeared. Boom, an immensely huge monster. The Kraken's head that was half revealed above the water was incomparable to a pirate ship. Jude and Cordelia's breathing naturally became rough at the sight that was something like an island rising from the sea. Boom. The sky and the sea lit up as lightning struck again. 3 eyes glistened between the head of the giant octopus, the kraken, that seemed to be dozens of meters wide. Its huge yellow eyes and black slit pupils were fear itself. It seemed like it would crush the fragile human mind at once just by facing it. The rain and wind grew stronger. Unlike an ordinary octopus, dozens of tentacles wriggled over the mouth of the kraken, and the torn body of the serpent and the fragments of the broken ship swayed in between. Kajsa's mind went blank. Bentham fainted after wetting his pants, and the 2 phantom steeds couldn't overcome their fears and began to run frantically. Sha'ah, dozens of kraken's legs shot up the water. In an instant, it felt like they were blocked by huge white walls on all sides. Nye, the phantom steeds neighed in fear and headed to the sky in order to somehow escape. "It's coming," Jude reflexively said, and the sky seemed to fall down. The kraken's legs swiftly fell over their heads, and the world appeared to be collapsing. Kajsa closed her eyes in that overwhelming and despairing situation, but Jude and Cordelia kept their eyes open. The 2 then simultaneously shouted, "Shield!" Cordelia turned to Kajsa. She widened the translucent shield and then reduced it not only include Kajsa and the phantom steed, but also Bentham and Sebastian. Jude invoked the ring's magic. Count Chase's shield magic in the ring covered and protected Jude and Cordelia. Jude then hugged Cordelia. Boom! The world shook. Heaven and earth turned upside down. They were unable to distinguish the directions, nor were they even able to see what was in front of them. Cordelia clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. She came to her senses at one point and found herself under the sea. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't even open her eyes. The sea was so cold that she had become numb and unable to feel anything. "Hang in there," Cordelia opened her eyes. A black sky, erratic sea waves, the pouring rain, nothing changed. She still couldn't breathe properly, but Cordelia did not panic because Jude was here, because she felt Jude's arm holding her waist tightly. "Kayak!" Cordelia vomited water. She tried to figure out the situation as she deeply breathed. Their heads were barely out of the water. It seemed like they somehow survived because of the shield magic, but that was it. The kraken was still alive, and she could feel its gaze. She couldn't see the phantom steed. Nor did she know on what happened to Kajsa, Bentham, and Sebastian. The storm did not stop. The waves continued to sweep the water surface, hitting their heads and making it hard to breathe. Her body temperature dropped. Her body felt cold. Her white skin was now like a blank sheet of white paper. Jude tightly hugged her and looked straight ahead. He did not avoid the kraken's yellow eyes. Why? The kraken is the lord of the deep sea. Why is this monster here? Is it a coincidence, or something inevitable? Is it aiming for us in the first place and not chasing after the serpent? If so, why? Why is the kraken aiming for us? I doubt that the demon followers incited it. Is that even possible? If it is, how do they know that we're out in the sea? Countless thoughts came to his mind at the same time. Normally, Jude would have stopped his thoughts at once, but he couldn't. Their situation was so dire that he had to continue thinking of a way out. What should we do? How will we get out? The kraken can see us. It seems unwilling to give up. Is it angry because I cut off its leg? Or perhaps someone incited it? Is it the destructive instinct of a demon? The monster was really huge. Jude couldn't inflict much damage to such a huge opponent because his own skills were based on interpersonal warfare. Moreover, the fact that they were in the sea was a problem. If they were on ground, he could somehow fight it, but they were in the sea where mobility was extremely limited because he had no place to step on. Jude continued to think. What should we do? How can we get out of here? What must I do to protect Cordelia? What the hell should I do to at least save Cordelia? Jude? Cordelia spoke. She interrupted Jude's thoughts. She turned her head and looked at Jude. Just like always, she came up with an answer. Instead of making some mental calculations, she instinctively arrived at an answer the moment she was faced with a problem. She looked at him without explaining and said with a beautiful smile, "Let's merge." How many people can smile in a situation like ours now? A smile spread across Jude's stiff face. He kissed Cordelia's forehead and then moved her body. As she hugged his neck, he grasped Cordelia's thighs as she clung on his back. We have one chance. There wasn't a second time. So Jude concentrated. Amidst the downpour of rain, he used the energy of the black dragon to soar into the sky. Quazik, lightning struck. The kraken moved at the same time. Its legs rose again, and dozens of tentacles stretched out towards Jude. Yuwu. Jude ran up the air. He let out the energy of the black dragon from his feet and cut through the air just like Landius. Boom! They had to make a breakthrough at one point. Cordelia was doing some preparations. Jude then flew straight to the kraken, and at the moment when he was about to crash into its tentacles, he released the power of the black sun at once. Sky-shattering black dragon, it pushed away the tentacles. Its purpose was to create a space by pushing away the tentacles. And so it happened. The tentacles that were blocking the space between Jude and the kraken were pushed away in an instant, creating an empty space. Jude released his hands from Cordelia's thighs. He rotated his body so that she would fall on his head, and Cordelia used his head to launch herself. She rushed towards the kraken through the gap created by the sky-shattering black dragon. It was reckless. Her rushing at the dozens of meters kraken was like flying towards a tall building. Moreover, the demon's magic resistance was really powerful. In particular, it had eyes that had a paralyzing ability that was powerful enough to destroy any magic spell with just its look. All three of the kraken's eyes stared at Cordelia. It then attempted to tear apart Cordelia's body with its magic power. Cordelia unleashed her witch's power. She resisted the paralyzing ability. She spread out her angel wings and clenched her fist. The solution Cordelia found. Her secret plan to utilize the Spirit King, who she couldn't summon even if she exhausted all her mana. It's not magic. Spirit arts was not magic. But it wasn't a superpower like telekinesis. It would have been more of a summoning skill if one had to argue, so there was a way to do it. She was able to gain momentum because of the storm. Cordelia put her strength on her fist and cried out the name of the spirit. Onyx, the Spirit King of storms and lightning, he responded. He lent his power to his contractor, so Cordelia smiled. She shouted her thanks in her mind and struck out her fist. Spirit King Punch, it fully consumed her mana at once, and at that moment, lightning struck. The huge and enormous fist of the Spirit King appeared as it broke the space. It made its way through the storm and headed to the kraken's eyes. It smashed everything in its way. Boo-woo-um, kaya-ya-ya, the kraken shrieked. Its yellow eye in the center was injured. Green blood that was poisonous in itself then gushed out like crazy. The kraken was greatly pushed back by the devastating blow of the Spirit King and struggled as it flailed around the water with its dozens of legs. Because it was the first time for the demon. It was the first time that it had suffered such an injury because it had always reigned as a superior being. The unimaginable pain soon gave rise to fear, and it did not stay any longer. The wounded demon chose to flee instead of fighting back like it always did. Boom! It was the last lightning bolt. The storm weakened at once, and the rain clouds scattered. And in the meantime, Cordelia fell to the water surface. She had lost her consciousness right after the Spirit King's blow because she had used up all her magic at once. Cordelia, Jude desperately flew towards Cordelia. If she couldn't summon the Spirit King, she would then summon only its right arm. At this truly Cordelia-like idea, she had managed to repel the kraken. Jude then snatched her from the air and carried her in his arms. He protected her from falling on her back. The unconscious Cordelia didn't budge. Jude hugged her small body and continued to move his feet. He looked around as he stuck out his head over the calm water. They defeated the kraken, but the situation was still dire. The coldness of winter could be prevented by the great protection of the four seasons. But if she continued to stay in the cold sea despite the protection, she would eventually lose her body temperature and die. What Cordelia needed now was a place to rest her body. If there was even a piece of board, it would have worked out somehow. But unfortunately, even the fragments of the pirate ship were not visible. The whereabouts of Kadsa, Bentham, and Sebastian were also unknown. Jude took a deep breath. He tried hard to maintain his composure. Their worst crisis was over. Cordelia found an answer, so it was his turn this time. He had to somehow figure out a way to get out of this situation. Kraken. It was a monster that did not originally live in the sea. It didn't just appear out of nowhere. In the first place, it would have been a big problem for those who lived in the sea. Kraken, those who originally lived in the sea. Serpent, the kraken's escape. Sudden storm. Jude raised his head, because his numerous thoughts were then connected into one. Cordelia. Saying it like a spell, Jude kissed Cordelia's forehead, which had turned cold. He hugged her again and sang in a trembling voice, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, shining beautifully." He wasn't calling the fairies. They did not live in the sea. In the eastern sky, in the western sky, twinkle, twinkle, little star, shining beautifully. His voice grew louder. He sang with all his might so that everyone in the surrounding area could hear it. The race that lives in the sea. They respond to songs as much as the fairies. They must have been watching the Kraken's movements. They should have also been surprised by the sudden storm, so they should be nearby. They definitely should. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you look good." An answer came back. Jude roughly breathed and turned to the direction where he heard the voice. Siren, the elves of the sea. Women poked their heads out of the water and came singing towards Jude and Cordelia. Chapter 242, Divine Spirits Whistle. 1. The figures of sirens based on Greek and Roman mythology were largely divided into two types. Their first and original image was that they were half human and half bird. The other image they had that was created by later generations was that they were half human and half fish. In short, they were like mermaids. In any case, both of these figures depicted them as beautiful women who were called the songstresses of the sea. But in fact, there were differences between the two that most people saw them as different races. The sirens in Legend of Heroes 2 adopted the latter image, the half-human and half-fish. These sea elves roamed the ocean. Their whole race was made up of only women, so they were more like dryads than elves. And in Pleiades, which was the setting of the Legend of Heroes series, the dryad was also classified as a type of elf. Jude tightly hugged Cordelia and swallowed hard. Sirens. He could see 7 of them right now. According to Jude's knowledge and common sense, they were all beautiful women who had the elves' unique long ears that stood out from their colorful hair. As expected, they were still alive. There were 2 kinds of sirens that one could meet in Legend of Heroes 2. One were the sirens living in the sea on the side of the Argon Empire, and the other were the sirens in the sea on the side of the Slen Kingdom, who were enslaved by Malekith. The latter were virtually monsters. The sirens, who had their minds eroded by Malekith and turned into monsters, were cannibal monsters that ate humans who were enchanted from their songs, just like the sirens in Greek and Roman mythology. But they were not monsters yet. Currently, Malekith had not yet resurrected and took control of the southern region, so the sirens on the kingdom's side were beautiful and rational sea elves, just like the sirens on the Empire's side. In the eastern sky, in the western sky, twinkle, twinkle, little star, shining beautifully. The sirens began to sing the song that Jude was singing. As songstresses of the sea, they were able to sing it perfectly and in harmony despite it being their first time in hearing that song. "Stay calm, Jude. Stay calm." When Jude thought of Cordelia, who was growing cold in his arms, he wanted to threaten the sirens so that they would move them to another place, but he had to endure it. He used his reason to suppress his emotions. I need to ask them for help. He was not in a situation to threaten them. He should not forget that Cordelia's safety was his top priority. Beautiful and strong human. As the sirens sang, the siren in the lead spoke and approached Jude. She was a beautiful woman with black hair and blue eyes. "I saw you fight off the demon of the sea." Jude observed the woman. Unlike the other sirens, she seemed to be of a high status, given the gold ornaments on her ears and neck. I don't remember her. The number of named sirens that one encountered in the game was 7. None of them had black hair and blue eyes like the woman in front of him. Is this similar to Princess Leika's case? In fact, he wanted it to be similar. In order to save Cordelia from this vast sea, the most obvious way was to be invited to the underwater realm of the sirens. The higher the status of the siren in front of him, the easier it would be for his goal to be achieved. "I am Jude August Bayer. We've been attacked by the Kraken just now, so I want to ask for your assistance." Jude spoke quickly, but instead of replying immediately, the siren turned to Cordelia, who was in Jude's arms. A pale white face and purple lips. She was obviously in a dangerous state, but the siren was not in a hurry. She narrowed her eyes as if to observe Jude, who was struggling to suppress his impatience and anger, and then spoke again. "I am Chloe Gallas, the legitimate successor of Electra Gallas, head of the Gallas family, and one of the 72 spears that protect the monarchy. She wasn't royalty, but seemed to be an heiress of an influential noble family and a knight of the monarchy. "Dame Chloe, please. My fiancée, Cordelia, is in a very critical condition." Jude pleaded once more and looked into Chloe's eyes. He was appealing for her sympathy right now, but he was willing to threaten the other sirens by overpowering them depending on her answer. After all, helping Cordelia recover was his top priority. Chloe did not immediately answer this time, regardless of whether she understood Jude's thoughts or not. She remained silent for a while and only opened her mouth just before Jude's patience reached its limit. "Jude August Bayer, a strong and good-looking human, I will accept your request. I, Chloe Gallas, invite you as one of the 72 spears." Her words made him breathe in relief, but Chloe's words were not yet over. She continued to talk as she still kept an eye on Jude. "By the way, strong and good-looking human. Those invited to the monarchy of us sirens have to obey the rules. Do you know that? I know." The sirens in the Empire's side, whom one might encounter in Legend of Heroes 2, also had similar rules. When Jude promptly replied, Chloe faintly smiled and nodded her head. "Then it's all right. From this moment onwards, you are a guest of the Gallas family. Please keep that in mind." "I understand." Jude was in a hurry. Chloe smiled again and approached Jude, while the sirens who were singing "Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star" among themselves then also flocked to Jude and Chloe. They brightly smiled and began to sing a new song. Cordelia was in a dark place. She was cold, sleepy, and hungry. She burst out crying amidst the sudden sadness she felt. She stopped crying after doing it for a long time, because she was hungry from crying. Sob, Cordelia tried to hold back her tears and looked around. She unconsciously searched for Jude, but she couldn't see him. There was only darkness all around her. "Jude, where are you, Jude?" "Jude." Cordelia spoke like a child and got up from her seat. She had suddenly become a real child. She was over 10 years old. Cordelia wiped away her tears with the sleeves of her white dress and began trudging. "Jude, Unnai, Dad." "Opa." It was dark all around her, so she called them out in a low voice because she was scared to call them out loudly. As she kept walking while calling for them in a small voice, she saw a wall. The white wall was full of pictures, so it seemed like she was in an art museum. Pretty. The young Cordelia had suddenly become smaller. She was now around 5 years old and wearing red shoes. She then stood on the tips of her toes in order to look up at the picture. The picture in the black frame showed a girl with a familiar face. Hong Yoo Hee, her past life self. She was around 150 cm tall and looked pretty, but had a sharp impression at the same time. A girl with a cat-like face who always liked to curse. She looks like a doll. Cordelia evaluated her past life self through the eyes of a child before she blinked her eyes. Because the picture moved. The computer in my room. Hong Yoo Hee was sitting in front of her desk. Her left hand was supporting her chin while her right hand was clicking the mouse. Cordelia was on the screen monitor. A lovely girl who was kind, pretty, and innocent, and seemed to be someone that came out of a painting. The Cordelia in Legend of Heroes 2 was indeed like that. Even when her life was in danger, she was like a saint as she sacrificed herself in order to save the children from the other 12 northern families. Hong Yoo Hee liked Cordelia. Cordelia then turned her gaze. There were several pictures on the wall, and one of them caught Cordelia's attention again. Cordelia? It was Cordelia. There was a standing Cordelia in the picture with a big black frame. She had definitely seen it before, but it felt strange. Black hair and red eyes. Her face was similar to the Cordelia that Hong Yoo Hee was looking at the monitor, but the atmosphere was completely different. It wasn't just because she was almost half naked and had a bewitching smile. In essence, she was a different person from the Cordelia she knew. The me who became a demonic human Cordelia hated it so much that she only played it once. The Cordelia who became a demonic human could only be seen when one played as Lucas. She was laughing hollowly as she raised her blood-stained hands. No, she was crying sadly. Cordelia took a step back. She sank to her knees and tightly shut her eyes. "Why? I've only played it once, but why is it so clear? Why do I remember it as clearly as Hong Yoo Hee's memory?" "Jude." She called out Jude's name again. She wanted to see Jude. So Cordelia opened her eyes. The pictures in front of her suddenly changed. 2 large pictures hang side by side on a white wall. Both depicted Jude, but Cordelia knew the two were different. The Jude on the left was from Legend of Heroes 2. He was attacking Cordelia as he had a very tired and painful expression like that of Camille. He was having a desperate struggle against the Cordelia who became a demonic human. It was a painful sight to see. Was there such a scene in the game? There must have been one, right? So that's why I am seeing a scene like that now, right? Cordelia was about to cry, so she forcibly turned her gaze. She looked at the picture on the right and widely smiled without realizing it. Jude, the real Jude. The picture on the left was also Jude, but for Cordelia, the Jude on the right was the real one. Unlike the one on the left, he was smiling. He had a really sly smile in the picture, but for Cordelia, who was already blinded by love, it seemed to be a very handsome smile. Hee. There were many different images of Jude in the pictures. When she closed and opened her eyes, the wall was full of Jude's pictures. From the time they remembered the memories of their past lives to the memories of their present lives. Jude gradually changed in the pictures that continued like a panorama. There were times like that. Cordelia laughed as she viewed the pictures, and tears came out again. She wanted to see the real Jude and not the Jude in the pictures. Jude, where are you? As she muttered, the wall in front of her disappeared. Her memories of Hong Yoo Hee, Cordelia, and Jude disappeared again under the surface of her consciousness. Hong Yoo Hee, the Cordelia who became a demonic human. The Jude who was attacking Cordelia. The present Cordelia, the present Jude. Cordelia. Cordelia raised her head. She turned to the voice she very much welcomed and burst into tears as she ran towards that voice. She loudly called out the name of the voice's owner. Jude! She opened her eyes. The half-asleep Cordelia was in a fluster for a while. Her lips were then suddenly wiped with a sleeve without her knowledge. After the drool along her chin was wiped away, her tears were then wiped off. Was I dreaming? She couldn't remember the contents of her dream when she woke up, just like most dreams. As if someone hid her memories the moment she opened her eyes. Like the memories of demonic human Cordelia and the Jude who lost everything. What was I thinking just now? Cordelia unconsciously tilted her head and then shook her head to get rid of her distracting thoughts. She couldn't remember the events in her dream, but only one emotion came to her mind clearly. I want to see Jude. I want to see Jude. As her heart desperately whispered it, Cordelia realized. The fact that his arms was holding her waist tightly. The fact that she was already in Jude's arms. Jude. Cordelia moved her body and called out Jude's name. She wanted to see Jude's face, but she couldn't because he was hugging her from behind. Jude! It was when she called him again. She suddenly felt Jude's arms tightening his hug around her waist. Cordelia? She didn't have the time to respond to his words, because Jude had embraced Cordelia to the point that she felt like she was being crushed. It hurts. Hey, it felt both nice and painful, so she was flustered again. Jude then slightly loosened his tight embrace on her, just a little bit. It's a relief. I was worried because you didn't wake up. Jude kept saying that as he tightly hugged Cordelia in his arms. She was hugged from behind until just now, but they were now suddenly facing each other. It's like I'm a doll. Cordelia unconsciously thought that and grinned before she raised her head while still in Jude's arms. She saw Jude's face that she had wanted to see so much. Yes, this is my Jude. The real Jude. The Jude that Cordelia knew, and not the Jude of Legend of Heroes 2, who became a monster, who only cared about revenge after losing everyone. He cherished and loved such as his father, brother, and Maja, whom he treated like a real sister. Cordelia? Jude tightly hugged Cordelia again before kissing her forehead and head. Me too. I want to do it too. Cordelia raised her head as she tried to kiss Jude's cheek, but sadly that didn't happen. Because she suddenly remembered something. Wait a second. Come to think of it, where in the world are we? What happened to Kajsa and the others? When Cordelia hurriedly asked, Jude tightly hugged her again and answered. They're all right. This is the country of the Sirens, a monarchy that has not yet been destroyed by Malekith, nor made its appearance in Legend of Heroes 2. Siren? Yes, Siren. Kajsa, Bentham, and Sebastian were also saved by the Sirens. Jude slowly recounted on what had happened during the time Cordelia was unconscious. His meeting with Chloe, a knight of the Sirens' monarchy, and her invitation. The facts that they were currently in a mansion of the Gallows family, that Cordelia had woken up after a full day, and so on. I see that's a relief. They saved not only Kajsa and Bentham, but even Sebastian. How did you come up with that idea anyway? I can't believe you sang Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star in order to call the sirens. Should I say as expected of Jude? At Cordelia's look full of admiration, Jude smiled and said, I was lucky. There was a high possibility that the sirens were present at that time, but it was only a possibility. I am glad that they responded to my song. Yes, sirens are sensitive to song's weight, W weight. Cordelia? No, wait a minute. Siren, the sea elves, you mean the elves of the sea? This crazy. It's been only a few days since we've ran away from the Irafu of the Forest of Eternity, and now you're saying that there are also Irafu here. In addition, it's a more serious problem if they're sirens. It's a women-only race. The elves in the Forest of Eternity had male elves, but they still drooled when they saw Jude, so wouldn't it be more extreme for the sirens who only had women in their race? Jude is in danger. He's seriously in danger. I have to leave a love letter quickly and escape from here. Yes, we must do that. Cordelia looked around in a hurry. It was to find something that she could use as a stationery. But there was no furniture in the white and circular room except for the bed. Furthermore, Jude read Cordelia's innermost thoughts and said something that she did not expect. Cordelia? Yes, why? We're running away quickly. No, that's not it. Well, I think we should stay here for a while. The reason is you know about that, right? Because of the sirens, thousands of hungry Irafu are aiming for you. Are they holding on to you and not letting you go? Is that it? When Cordelia asked with a face full of panic, Jude shook his head. He didn't know about the thoughts of Cordelia back then in the Forest of Eternity. No, not that. It's because the Kraken woke up. Although Jude and Cordelia defeated the Kraken, they had just literally drove it out. It was still alive, but it was at that moment. Before Jude could even continue his explanation, Cordelia realized one strange thing. It woke up and was not from the deep sea. It was in a deep sleep, the one in the seal. At her RPG-like questions, Jude nodded his head. He told her of another thing he learned from Chloe. What are you doing? Marking my territory. Chapter 243 Divine Spirits Whistle 2. What are you doing? Marking my territory. Kajsa nodded and clapped her hands in response to Cordelia's answer, because she finally understood Cordelia's strange behavior. I see. Cordelia was now clinging to Jude and rubbing her cheeks on his back. Or rather, she was rubbing her head all over Jude's body to be exact. His neck, his back, and his head too. But why are you suddenly doing that? Basically, the 5 senses of elves are more sensitive than humans, so if they smell me, their conscience will tell them to withdraw. Bentham was slightly impressed by her logical argument that she said with an indifferent expression. As expected of a wizard. Even if they were both beasts, she was a little different from Kajsa. They had only spent a short time together, but he could already tell that Cordelia was of the same kind as Kajsa. But unlike Bentham's impressed look, the real beast, Kajsa, gave a different opinion. I don't think that's going to work. Why? Are you saying that sirens don't have a conscience? No, not in that way. Rather, they'll like it if it smells like you, I think. Because it means that they took someone else's. Since sirens only have women in their race, they view men as a kind of resource. They need a lot of children to build up their family's power, but they need a man to do that. So they share the man within their family, but never with other families. Rather, if they take a man from another family, it will be for the joy and pleasure of conquering someone. At Kajsa's explanation, Cordelia was frightened by the Irafu that were beyond her imagination, while Bentham was somehow impressed that Kajsa could give such a long explanation. So the sirens go together as a family when hunting for men, unless they want to go on a really large-scale man hunting. Cordelia was once again scared at Kajsa's words. She couldn't help it since she heard a strange word. Man hunting? Yes, that's what sirens call it when they seduce and capture male sailors with their songs. And well, the Dryads living in the Empire also do something similar. Dryads were also a race made up of only women. They were famous for luring men into the woods and sucking the men's energy. Those Irafu. What kind of monsters are they really? Are they succubi? Well, they're similar, I think. As Kajsa shrugged her shoulders and spoke, Cordelia hugged Jude a little tighter as if she felt a sense of crisis. And at that frightened rabbit-like appearance, Kajsa shared more scary stories. Jude must be popular because he is handsome, young, and has a good body. Perhaps families will wage wars against each other. They'll try to capture him. Or perhaps hell be shared by the entire kingdom and not just the families. At this point, it was already close to a horror story, but for Cordelia, it was a really intimidating story. She put more strength in her arms holding Jude. Yim going to protect Jude. In fact, Cordelia had been in a state of panic since earlier. The cause was the strong emotions that she felt in her dream that she couldn't properly remember. Her fear of demonic human Cordelia. Her sadness for the Jude who lost everything and became obsessed with revenge. Her attachment to Jude, who was the only person that remembered her past life as Yellow Storm and shared secrets that she couldn't even tell her current family. As all of these emotions were mixed into one, her affection for Jude grew stronger, as if she had become the child in her dream who was wandering around in search of Jude. And Jude responded to Cordelia's actions like always. In other words, he was smiling in delight. Ha, that's an annoying expression. Kadsa frowned and criticized him, but Jude didn't care. He wasn't even listening to her in the first place. By the way, Kadsa, does that mean that Sebastian and Bentham are in danger too? Kadsa smiled at the question of Cordelia, who seemed to have become like a child. It's all right because I am guarding Mr. Sebastian well. As for Bentham, sirens also have a taste. They do not like all men. I see that's a relief, Mr. Bentham. When Cordelia spoke with a convinced expression, Bentham said with a troubled expression like a mature dwarf instead of raising his fist. No, it's not. I am also popular, okay? The sirens like me too, okay? Bald dwarves are especially popular among sirens, okay? I understand. There are times when one needs to rationalize to mentally cope with reality. Kadsa smiled benevolently as if she understood everything, while Cordelia gazed at Bentham with sadness and then said, "Cheer up, Bentham, cheer up." There was a strong feeling of compassion at the appearance of her cheering him up as she lightly pumped her fist. Therefore, Bentham became angry again and lightly pounded on his chest in his frustration, while Kadsa held her sides in her laughter. Moving on the story is as follows. It was Jude's job to organize the situation like always. Kadsa and Bentham focused on Jude like Cordelia did because they had not yet heard of the post-battle situation. First of all, the sirens rescued and brought us to their realm. As you can see now, Kadsa and Bentham are fine and without any injuries, while Lord Sebastian has a few additional injuries. He's unconscious because of the aftermath of the brainwashing, but he'll wake up sooner or later. The sirens are singing healing songs for him. Hopefully, they can successfully get rid of his bewitched state. Cordelia nodded, and Kadsa and Bentham turned to each other at the explanation Jude gave. They weren't as good as Jude and Cordelia at having a conversation with their eyes, but they were able to understand what the other was thinking perhaps, because a consensus was formed. Isn't he just talking to Cordelia? We're just extras here. Or rather, they didn't even seem to be extras from the way Jude talked. In any case, Jude's explanation continued. The kraken we encountered this time isn't the one from the deep sea. It's the one who was sealed in the sea here and had woken up. Krakens being called the demons of the sea was not a metaphor. Krakens were actually a kind of demon. When one of the overlords of hell, the violent behemoth, descended on earth, the Krakens came together with him and accomplished the feat of virtually destroying Perigeo, one of the ancient elves' kingdoms. The Krakens back then numbered 7. 4 were killed by the elves of Perigeo, but not the other 3. The other 3 suffered serious blows from the elves of Perigeo, but they were not killed. 2 of the 3 ran into the deep sea, and the other seemed to have been sealed deep in the sea by the sirens of that time. They didn't kill it. I don't think they could afford it. The enemies of Perigeo were not just the 7 Krakens, because there were many demons and monsters that attacked Perigeo on the land side. Therefore, Perigeo was eventually destroyed. Anyway, what mattered was the fact that a Kraken was sealed in the southern sea of the Slen Kingdom. Are you saying that the seal was broken this time? Jude nodded at Kadsa's question. Yes, the seal was released. Chloe said that Perigeo's crystal ball that was keeping the seal had disappeared. Perigeo's crystal ball. It's a legacy of the ancient elven kingdom. Think of it as a mana generator. Kadsa furrowed her brows in her uncertainty, while Bentham's eyes were sparkling, because he found a mana generator left by an ancient elven kingdom to be interesting. And aside from these two, Cordelia's lips twitched as she lightly pulled Jude's sleeve. Jude, that Perigio's crystal ball is? Yes, perhaps Cecilia took it. In the second half of Legend of Heroes 2, Kadsa attacked Malekith with several heroes in order to recapture her hometown, and one of the magic tools that Cecilia brought out at that time was Perigio's crystal ball. But I think the timing has come a bit earlier. The Kraken never appeared when we went to the south in the game. Is it because of us? Maybe. They weren't exactly sure if that was the case, but it was highly likely that Jude and Cordelia were the biggest reason why Cecilia was more active than in the game. Moving on, the seal is broken, so the Kraken is moving again. I am sure you know from our first-hand experience, but the Kraken's a terrifying opponent. A big opponent that was too big. One leg alone was tens of meters long, and it had dozens of those legs. Kadsa frowned as she scratched her head and said after her shoulders drooped, "Frankly, I don't think it's possible to defeat it while riding a boat in the sea." She was right. If it swung its legs a few times, the fleet and everything would be destroyed. Moreover, it could summon a storm. Fighting on a boat was more like a suicide attempt. I didn't expect the ancient elves to be that amazing. They killed 4 such monsters in the sea. As Bentham stroked his beard and said, Kadsa nodded in agreement and looked at Jude again. It seems like the sirens have no other better solutions, right? Until now, that's the situation. They're worried that the Kraken would attack their realm. The sirens could freely swim and breathe in the sea, but even for these women, the monster Kraken was a very difficult opponent. In the first place, the Kraken is also a sea creature. It was much stronger if it fought in the sea. This is troubling, Kadsa said as she crossed her arms and frowned again. If such a monster wandered around the southern sea, the southern region of the kingdom, which heavily relied on its various marine industries, would have no choice but to suffer huge economic losses. But Jude, didn't you just say until now? Jude nodded at Bentham's question, because as Bentham had heard, Jude had indeed said until now. Did you come up with a solution? When Kadsa hurriedly asked, Jude nodded once and said as he turned to Cordelia who was holding his sleeve. Because of Cordelia, things have changed. Because of me? Yes, it's because of my angel. Kadsa and Bentham's expressions turned cold when they heard the word angel that Jude naturally spoke. Cordelia, who was standing in front of the two, then blushed, while Jude remained calm. Being embarrassed was always Cordelia's job. No, wait, why is it always me? Cordelia came to her senses and asked with her eyes, but by that time, Jude had already turned his gaze to Kadsa and Bentham. Jude briefly explained on what Cordelia did, and was deeply satisfied when the two looked at Cordelia with a surprised face. As for Cordelia, instead of clearing her throat and bragging about it like always, she was lightly scratching her cheek in her embarrassment, because she only boasted like a child when in front of Jude. Anyway, the important thing was the fact that the Kraken suffered a serious blow. Even if it haven't suffered a serious blow, it's been sealed for many years and has weakened from the injuries caused by the elves of Perigeo. What do you think will happen if it suffered a serious blow? At Jude's question, Kadsa smiled as if it wasn't something to think deeply about. It must have run back home. When a person or animal suffered from a serious injury, they would hide in their homes. They needed time to heal their wounds. It thinks of the seal as its own house, perhaps because it's been sealed there for a long time. In the first place, there are very few places where a monster as big as a Kraken can hide its body. Anyway, it crawled back into the seal on its own. As Bentham said as he chuckled, Kadsa also said with shining eyes. It pushed itself into a place where its movements are restricted. No way are you saying that the sirens are thinking of using this opportunity to finally kill it instead of sealing it again. Just like Cordelia, Kadsa's intuition was also good. Moreover, the accuracy was bound to be higher this time because it had a fairly reasonable logic. Yes, the sirens are asking us, or more specifically, Cordelia, since we have done a huge blow to the Kraken. So let's defeat the Kraken together. Kadsa very much welcomed the decision as she raised both her hands. So did Bentham since he lived in the south. And Jude looked back at Cordelia and tried to suppress his laughter. He couldn't help it because Cordelia was reacting exactly as he expected. Her blue eyes began to sparkle, her cheeks were glowing, and her lips slightly opened in her excitement. In addition to that, even her heart began to pound loudly. Kraken, Raid boss, raid rewards. Cordelia's gamer brain began to work, and she expressed her excitement through her trembling hands as she sent a message magic to Jude. Jude, the sirens are also thinking of something, right? They must have prepared something like a trigger to weaken the Kraken, or something that could deal a decisive blow to it, right? Yes, it seems like they're preparing something. And, I have one in mind. Wow, is this a new special move? Cordelia asked in excitement, and Jude replied as he lightly pinched her cheek. It's still a secret. HMPH, that's unfair. But contrary to what she said, she had a smile on her face, even though he was pinching her cheek. Because I can't just leave it to Cordelia. Summoning the Spirit King's right arm was certainly a powerful technique, but it was also a reckless technique that used up all of Cordelia's mana at once. The burden on Cordelia was enormous, so he couldn't let her abuse it. In that case, it would be better for him to do it himself since he could handle the burden much more. I want to try it. I want to see if it's possible. I want to know if I can handle that much power. Jude made a firm resolution as he pinched Cordelia's cheeks with both hands. And Cordelia, who had been smiling earlier now, looked at him coldly and raised her hands. She wanted to pinch Jude's cheeks in the same way, but fortunately for Kajsa and Bentham, that didn't happen, because someone came to see the group at that right moment. Jude, this is Chloe. May I come in? At that very gentle and beautiful voice, Cordelia hurriedly hugged Jude's arm and raised her vigilance like a cat with its fur raised. And Jude tried to hold back his laughter before shouting to the door. You may come in. Chloe Gallas, a knight of the Siren monarchy who saved their party. She's certainly our benefactor, but apart from that, I have to be alert since she's an Arafu of the sea. Cordelia swallowed hard and tightened her arms around Jude's arm. She focused her gaze on the appearance of Chloe, which began to appear through the crack of the door. Chapter 244 Divine Spirits Whistle 3. Chloe Galla's appearance was as beautiful as her voice. She had long and ebony black hair, and white skin to contrast it. She also had blue eyes that were as mysterious as the sea, that it seemed like she could charm sailors without having to sing. As a result, Cordelia became more alert and hugged Jude's arm a little tighter as she observed Chloe once more. Chloe was wearing tight-fitting white clothes that were like fish scales and had a thin sword on her waist. She has legs. The sirens were able to freely switch between a mermaid form, wherein their lower bodies were like that of a fish, and an elf form, wherein their entire body had a humanoid form. The room itself had air flowing inside in the first place, so if she had been in her mermaid form, she wouldn't have been able to come this far. In any case, the unbelievably beautiful Chloe had a shy expression. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she was smiling brightly. As I thought, she's aiming for Jude. That's why she's making that face. In the eyes of Cordelia, who had not yet escaped from the aftermath of her dream, she could only see that Chloe had fallen for Jude. Look at that smile in her eyes. It wasn't an illusion. Chloe was indeed looking their way with a shy smile. Even someone from the same sex would find her expressions cute. Why this way, though? Cordelia was sticking close to Jude now, but she had always been as sensitive as a wild animal. Chloe was looking at Cordelia and not at Jude, and the smile in her eyes was also directed at Cordelia and not Jude. Me? Why, not Jude? When Cordelia was feeling confused, Chloe lightly walked to Jude, or to be exact, to Cordelia, and greeted her very politely. My humblest greetings to thee. I am called Chloe Gallas from the noble family of Gallas. Then she gently held Cordelia's hand, lowered her posture, and kissed the back of Cordelia's hand. W8. Why are her cheeks blushing? Why are you being so shy? Aren't you the Araphis of the sea? The embarrassed Cordelia unconsciously turned to Jude, and she realized that Jude was also surprised by Chloe's attitude. What's wrong with her? Cordelia, wait, just wait. Jude, come to think of it, did Chloe speak to me that politely back then? She didn't. She was evaluating me right after we were rescued, and even when we talked about the Kraken. So why is she suddenly being polite? And seeing the current situation, she's only that polite to Cordelia. Jude. Cordelia, why is she not letting go of Cordelia's hand? Why does she keep touching it? And why is she breathing roughly now? She's panting. In short, a fangasm. Jude then turned to the door. The two sirens who came together with Chloe also had flushed faces as they looked at Cordelia. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy, joy, envy, and so on. What's going on? Of course, it's true that Cordelia is the most beautiful and cutest girl in the world. Jude lightly thought of that, though Kajsa would have coldly stared at him if she had heard it. But he soon figured out the reason why. Ah, is it that? What is the that you're talking about? Chloe had begun to rub her cheek against the back of Cordelia's hand, so Cordelia flinched and quickly asked Jude with a glance, and he replied with a bitter smile. The Spirit King. The Spirit King. Yes, the Spirit King. Onyx, the Spirit King of storms and lightning. Ah, I understand now. I think I somehow understand now. Because Chloe and the sirens by the door have the smell of spirits on them. Smell? Is it a real smell? Jude, no, it's not a real smell but a feeling. Like the feeling of mana. Cordelia, the elves of the forest of eternity smelled of spirits, but there were differences in their sense. However, the sirens in front of them now had a similar smell to the Spirit King of storms and lightning, because Onyx is also the Spirit King of the sea. The sea was basically the realm of the Spirit King of storms and lightning, though the Spirit King of water dispute that claim. Thus, many sirens established contracts with storm and lightning spirits. And among those spirits, the Gala's family all had contracts with storm spirits. And this is happening because Cordelia is the contractor of Onyx, the Spirit King. Making a contract with a Spirit King was more difficult than one would think. Just like the elves in the Forest of Eternity, there was no one among the sirens who managed to establish a contract with the Spirit King in the past. But Cordelia appeared. A contractor who established a contract with the Spirit King of storms and lightning, and not just anyone else. Is that why she's panting like this? Ooh, sort of. This analogy might be a bit vague, but the situation's something like a pope appearing in front of a devout believer, I think. No, perhaps it's more than that. For the sirens who had deep bonds with the spirits more than the elves of the Forest of Eternity, the Spirit King was pretty much no different from a god. A being had managed to communicate with such a god, so from the perspective of the sirens, Cordelia was considered an agent of God on earth or an existence close to a demigod. Aren't you the same too? You also have the smell of that spirit. You're right, but you're the one who summoned that Spirit King's right arm a while ago, right? The sirens probably wouldn't have responded this much if things were normal, but it was a little different now. Because the scent of Onyx, the Spirit King, was so strong from Cordelia that getting closer to her was enough to drive them into ecstasy. Your Excellency, Cordelia Chloe gasped as she gazed at Cordelia in tears, and Cordelia groaned as she was at a loss on what to do. She found it hard to coldly shake off her hand because Chloe was too pretty. Yuyuo, this isn't right. It's nice that Jude isn't in danger, but I don't think this is right either. When Cordelia continued to groan, Jude immediately stretched out his hand and interfered. Chloe, Cordelia is uncomfortable with that. Jude spoke in a firm tone, and Chloe finally came to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head. Ah, my deepest apologies. I humbly ask for thy forgiveness. It's fine. I understand. Please get up. Cordelia quickly helped her up because it seemed like Chloe would put her head on the ground if she left the ladder alone, but at the touch of Cordelia, Chloe had an excited expression again. As she helped me herself, Chloe blushed and made an ecstatic expression, so Cordelia ended up groaning again. Even Jude was feeling uncomfortable. For a person to change like this back then, she clearly had a calm expression when she had just saved us, no, even when I was talking to her. I don't think she knew about it. Then was she feeling confused when she was talking to me at that time? The fact that Cordelia was the contractor of Onyx. And it was as Jude had thought. When Chloe first saved Jude and Cordelia, she did not know that Cordelia was the contractor of Onyx. Because the aftermath of the storm caused by the Kraken was so strong, and Cordelia was on the verge of death after exhausting all her mana, so Chloe wasn't able to sense the scent of the Spirit King properly. But it was different now. The Spirit King's scent was so strong that she was already in a daze just from facing Cordelia. And Kajsa, who was watching everything from behind, was silently laughing. Because it was very fun to see the embarrassed Cordelia and the jealous Jude who looked uncomfortable. Now then, let's proceed with our conversation. They couldn't stay like this forever. Jude broke the silence, and Chloe came to her senses again before turning to Cordelia. Contractor of the Spirit King, O most venerable one. The head of the gala's family has instructed me to bring thee. Head. Yes, this humble one is to accompany thee to the conference room where we'll discuss about the kraken. At Chloe's reply, Cordelia turned to Jude, who nodded his head. Considering the situation, they were likely heading to a place where the Queen of the Sirens had gathered the heads of each family in order to discuss on how to deal with the incident, to be exact, on how they should kill the kraken. Let's go first. Let's continue our conversation after the meeting. Okay. Cordelia nodded her head and said as she looked back at Chloe, I understand. Please guide us. Yes, this humble one is greatly honored to serve you. Chloe had an ecstatic smile again before she stretched out her hand to escort Cordelia, but Cordelia's hand was already held tight by Jude. Please guide us. I understand. Chloe glared at Jude for a moment before she turned around and began to guide them, while Cordelia finally decided to accept the situation. In any case, Jude seemed to be safe from the orifice of the sea. Well, this is okay. What's good is good. It seems like the opposite has happened though, but anyway. Cordelia made up her mind and smiled in satisfaction as she glanced at Jude, who was the one now alert of his surroundings, just like how Cordelia did 5 minutes ago. The two then slowly walked. Electra Gallas, the head of the Gallas family, almost looked like Chloe since she was Chloe's mother. They're more like sisters though, and not like mother and daughter. In the eyes of humans, they were really like elves. Electra, who seemed to be in her late 20s, was standing next to Chloe, who appeared to be in her early 20s, and the two seemed to be sisters. They're also acting the same. Your Excellency, this way please. Yes. As the head of the Gallas family, Electra was contracted to high-ranking spirit from the storm and lightning spirits, and she seemed to be more mesmerized with Cordelia than Chloe. Please wear this necklace and get in the carriage behind thee. Chloe gave her a gold necklace with a white gem on the pendant, which had a magic spell that allowed anyone to breathe underwater. Cordelia quickly put on the necklace and was in awe at the carriage that she saw in front of her. Wow, Jude, look at that. It's certainly amazing. The carriage itself was not much different from the carriages above ground, but the animal pulling the carriage was different. There were large seahorses instead of horses. Let's go. Yes. Cordelia climbed into the carriage with Jude, and Kadsa and Bentham saw the two off with sour expressions. Unlike Jude and Cordelia, Kadsa and Bentham were not allowed to participate in the meeting. I am from the 7 southern families. She was the daughter of a prominent family in the south. But Bentham was the only one who responded to Kadsa's grumbling, and after 20 minutes or so, after Jude and Cordelia had an awkward and uncomfortable time facing Chloe and Electra, who was both panting with ecstatic expressions, they finally arrived at the conference hall of the Sirens. The Sirens' royal palace was located deep in the sea and had a hemispherical shape. There were colorful corals around the white and pretty dome, and many sea creatures were swimming around the palace, so it felt like they were at an aquarium. No, it wasn't this much back then. Cordelia recalled the aquarium she had went on a field trip when she was an elementary school student, and after shaking her head, she tightly held Jude's hand, because she suddenly remembered her teacher's words that they should tightly hold their partner's hand. This way, please. Electra and Chloe led them as they passed through a long corridor lined with armed soldiers, and a very large and round door appeared. Please wait for a moment. As they stood in front of the door and waited, they soon heard a loud voice from beyond the door. The head of the Gallas family, Electra Gallas, and the contractor of Onyx are entering, and the door opened. Cordelia unconsciously swallowed hard and looked beyond the door with slightly stiff shoulders before she was left in awe. Wow, the form of the place was not much different from the National Assembly Hall that she saw in the news. The room had a very high ceiling, and the seats were arranged in the shape of a fan, and in the center was a platform. But its splendor was different. The floor was made of white marble, and the seats as well as the colorful jewels everywhere were beautiful, but the real highlight was the ceiling. Pretty, she could view the sea beyond the transparent ceiling. In addition, some kind of magic made it look like light was shining down from the ceiling, as if there was a sun shining directly on it, even though they were deep in the sea. Cordelia, let's go. Yes. Cordelia passed through the red carpeted path with Jude and sat down in a long seat that Electra and Chloe had guided them to. Are we the last to come? It seems so. All the other seats were full. And as expected, Everyone was looking at Cordelia. Among them were those who were gasping like the mother and daughter, Electra and Chloe, but there were others who only showed little interest to them, like some of the elves in the Forest of Eternity. Perhaps the varying degrees of their reactions depended on the spirit they were contracted to. Well, that's good. It's not bad. Cordelia nodded with a satisfied expression. She had been worried about the Araphis, but she also liked the way Jude was restless and alert of their surroundings. He's cute. He's completely different from my dream, the Jude in my dream. He had lost everything and just fought against the demons in his obsession with revenge. The man who shed tears of blood as he helplessly killed with his own hands his former fiancée, Cordelia, who was the only survivor among the people he loved. A pitiful person. She had smiled as she looked at Jude, who didn't feel any sense of accomplishment despite defeating a powerful demonic human. She had faced her end with a wicked smile that hid all of her emotions. Cordelia. She was kidnapped by the devil's hands and eventually became a demonic human. In Cordelia's last moments, she regained her past self, but did not reveal it to Jude, because she knew how much it would be harder for Jude. Cordelia, when she came to her senses, she turned her head and saw Jude's face. Not the Jude who had become vengeful like Camille, but the Jude of the present Cordelia. Are you all right? Are you feeling sick? And no. I'm all right, it's just her cheeks were damp. It seemed like she had cried without realizing it. What's going on? What did I just see? What was I thinking? She didn't remember it well. It was like she had a dream with her eyes open. Would you like to go back and rest? No, it's fine. Yes, really. Cordelia nodded again and widely smiled after wiping her face with the handkerchief that Jude gave her. Jude furrowed his brows and appeared to be worried, but was soon convinced. Okay, let me know right away if you're feeling sick. Yes, I will. Cordelia obediently replied and deliberately made a livelier expression, and the surprised Electra and Chloe began to pant at Cordelia again. And a few minutes later, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived, the court attendant loudly cried, and the door at the center of the podium then opened. The Queen of the Sirens appeared from it. The Queen is the same as the Queen of the Sirens who had appeared as Malekith's subordinate in the latter half of Legend of Heroes 2. Her atmosphere was different from when she became a slave after death, but her appearance was almost the same. She had white hair that was close to gray, and blue eyes full of wisdom. Unlike Princess Daphne and Princess Leica, who had delicate impressions, her impression was strong as she led a country with dignity and elegance. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Jude and Cordelia followed the sirens in the conference hall, who bowed and greeted the Queen in respect, and the two swallowed hard. Because the Queen seated on the throne was looking their way with a face that seemed to be interested in them. Ileana Kalakanis, the Queen of the Sirens. In Legend of Heroes 2, she appeared as Malekith's loyal slave and evil witch. Begin the meeting. The Sirens responded to Ileana's declaration. The meeting began after they gave a bow again. For now, the flow itself is as expected. As what Chloe had already told them, the Sirens' plan itself was simple. After completely confining the Kraken in the seal, they would launch attacks towards the trapped monster in order to kill it. There were two things that mattered then: their method to confine the Kraken in the seal, and their method of attack that would deal the final blow to the monster. Fortunately, they seemed to have made preparations for those two. Ileana's gaze at them had been unusual since the meeting began, though. She seemed to be wishing for something. As expected, it's about the Spirit King. It was clear on what the Sirens wanted from Jude and Cordelia, or to be exact, from Cordelia alone. They wanted her to summon the Spirit King and deal the final blow to it. In fact, it was a reasonable request. The reason why they saved Jude and Cordelia in the first place was because they wanted the two to help in the fight against the Kraken, rather than just wanting to save their lives. They were also using it as a justification that the two should return the favor of having their lives saved. Moreover, it's highly likely that they're not the only ones in a bad position. The Sirens weren't the only ones who would suffer damage from the Kraken if it wreaked havoc in the Southern Sea. And as expected, such stories emerged. The family heads who were drawn to Cordelia declined to comment, but those who were less affected by Onyx, the family heads who had contracts with other kinds of spirits, were explicitly demanding that she summon the Spirit King. What should we do? Cordelia asked with her eyes. She couldn't say that she couldn't summon the spirit king himself, but something else was on her mind. Because there's no way that hell just let it go. In a situation where the other side desperately wanted something, it was impossible for Jude to not attempt to get anything from the royalty and the nobles who had been making unreasonable demands to them. But what and how can we get anything from this situation? If I summon the spirit king and ask them to pay a price, our relationship with the sirens will become uncomfortable. We owe them for saving our lives. But he was Jude. He must have thought of another way. The blackened Cordelia looked at Jude in anticipation, and Jude made a wicked smile that Cordelia had become fond of these days. He stood up and responded to Cordelia's expectations. Do you really need all these things to summon the Spirit King? Yes, it's absolutely necessary. It's a must. Chapter 245 Divine Spirits Whistle 4. Do you really need all these things to summon the Spirit King? Yes, it's absolutely necessary. It's a must. Malthia's Baranto from the Baranto family had no choice but to furrow her brows when Jude answered her question with a steady gaze and confident voice. Some of it makes sense. The items Jude had requested. Most of the items were related to magic, such as items that amplified or restored mana, or items that granted attributes and so on. But still, isn't this a little too much? Do you really need a trident that releases lightning magic or a magic tool that reads the flow of the atmosphere in order to summon the Spirit King? I mean, Onyx is definitely the Spirit King of storms and lightning, so those items are somewhat related to him, and it was at that moment. Jude said with a very serious expression. This may be a rude question, but has Lady Malthias ever summoned a Spirit King? No, but it's just Malthias, whose words trailed off in the end, eventually had no choice but to groan and step back. Jude didn't say it out loud, but Malthias could understand what Jude wanted to say by just looking at Jude's eyes. Oh, are you really saying that? Our side has summoned him. We need these things to summon the Spirit King. Ah, of course you might not know about that since you've never summoned him. I understand. Yes, I understand. You've never summoned him before, so what can I do? It was Jude's unique way of saying, so how can you verify it? He managed to push ahead by using his advantage of having complete information. But in fact, it was also because of the peculiarity of the situation that this coercion worked. Because they have to defeat the Kraken. Moreover, it was also true that Cordelia was the contractor of the Spirit King. What could she do if the Spirit King's contractor actually needed those to summon the Spirit King? And their fight against an enemy called the Kraken was just around the corner. For Malthias, there was nothing she could do but believe in them. And at this scene that took place after the meeting was over, Cordelia pulled Kadsa's sleeve, who was standing next to her as they watched Jude's discussion with Malthias Baranto at the Gala's mansion. Kadsa, why? When Cordelia called her in a low voice, Kadsa unconsciously tilted her head and answered in a small voice. Cordelia then said with a smile, My Jude is amazing, right? Isn't he? Kadsa blankly stared at Cordelia, who was eager to show off, and she pinched Cordelia's cheek before turning to Jude and Malthias. Cordelia pulled her sleeve again, but Kadsa ignored it as she thought. I should be careful too when I go home. She was sure that Jude and Cordelia would try to rip her off of this, and that in return for saving her. Furthermore, her wild instincts were telling her. These two are genuine, they're a genuine scammer couple. Kadsa trembled when she thought of those words that perfectly described the two. After his negotiation with Malthias, Jude winked at Cordelia, who gave him a thumbs up and praised him excessively. Their busy schedules continued after their meeting with Malthias, because they wanted to completely defeat the Kraken while it was still staying inside the seal. Ileana Kalakanis, the Queen of the Sirens, was a powerful and mighty ruler who led with absolute power and authority, unlike her delicate appearance. When she decided to fight against the Kraken, the entire country prepared for war without any objections. The basis of this battle is the human wave attack. The operation set up by Sarandi's Vassallo from the Vassallo family was simple and effective. 100 spirit warriors from each family will block the Kraken's movement, and the rest of the armed forces will concentrate their firepower to completely kill the monster. In Legend of Heroes 2, Sarandi's appeared as one of the 7 sirens serving Malekith, just like Siren Queen Ileana, and was like a completely different person then, though her appearance was the same. In the game, she was a witch overflowing with sexiness, but the current Sirandis was a spirit knight who had the solemnity peculiar to warriors. Please look here. When Sirandis moved her finger, a hemispherical structure appeared in the air. It was an image of the seal that was used by Perigio's elves to seal the kraken. The width of the seal's inside is just good enough for a kraken to lie down. In short, if we keep it inside the seal and attack it through a hole in the upper right corner, the kraken will not be able to avoid the attacks. It will have no choice but to receive the attacks. The sirens nodded as she pointed to a large hole that the kraken was believed to have used to exit the seal, because it seemed to them that it was actually possible to defeat the kraken as long as it all went according to plan. It's quite attractive that the operation itself is simple, because the longer and more complex an operation would be, the higher the chance of failure. In that sense, the simple plan of holding down the kraken, which was already in the seal, and defeating it with concentrated attacks seemed to guarantee the success of the operation. Lady Cordelia, we would like thee to lend thy strength to increase our firepower. Sarandi's words drew the attention of the family heads, and Cordelia nodded her head while slightly nervous. Yes, I understand. She had to be in the attacking group if she wanted to deal the last hit, though it was questionable if she could deal the last hit in such a large-scale operation. In any case, once the details of the plan were decided, Siren Queen Ileana, who had been watching quietly, then opened her mouth again. All right, there's no point in delaying it any longer. Let's begin our final preparations. We'll head out in 2 hours. To begin with, doing something like a practice run for this operation was impossible. Moreover, they did not know when the kraken will come out of the seal, so they had to move as quickly as they could. We receive thy commands. The family heads led by Sarandis then bowed down and received her orders, and Jude and Cordelia also showed their respect to the queen in accordance with the etiquette of the Slen Kingdom. And 2 hours later, the sirens' operation to defeat the kraken finally began. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the drums caused great ripples as it surprisingly spread well despite being underwater. Together with the sirens from the Gala's family, Jude and Cordelia stood on a battle chariot pulled by 4 seahorses, and they unconsciously let out voices of admiration because of the sight that unfolded in front of their eyes. Wow, there were sirens everywhere. Hundreds of sirens in their mermaid forms were gathered together with their families as they lined up in an orderly manner, and 100 cavalry rode on top of various huge animals, such as seahorses and domesticated sharks, as they showed off their splendor on the left and right. The infantry in the center, the cavalry on the left and right, and spirit warriors who rode on battle chariots while on the second row. And finally, a very huge sea turtle tank was at the end with Siren Queen Ileana on board. It's completely like a tank. No, it's not a tank, but what should I call that? A mobile fortress? Jude nodded as Cordelia pointed to it. Since the giant sea turtle had a shell of around 30 meters in diameter, it was different from a normal tank. The walls resembled fortress walls, and various siege weapons were also mounted on the shell. And in the center of such a shell, Queen Ileana sat on an ornate seat that was like a throne, and when she tilted her beautiful, huge staff forward, whistles sounded from all directions, and the flag-bearers of each family raised their flags high. Begin the march. At Ileana's command, the drums boomed again, and the infantry in the front row began to move forward. It was quite a spectacular sight as mermaids with colorful scales marched under the light spurts they had summoned in order to illuminate the dark sea. Let's go. Chloe drove forward the battle chariot. Kadsa joined the cavalry by riding on a seahorse, and she shouted out loud too as she lifted a trident high. Bentham remained since he had to protect Sebastian, and he saw off the group by waving his hand, though no one looked back at him. The total number of troops that Ileana mobilized this time was over 200. If one compared them to the 10 jackdaws that were stationed in the northern border, it was not a very large number, but it was good to remember that they were all sirens. Just like the elves of the Forest of Eternity, the sirens were also very good at fighting because they were a race that lived long. Did they actually mobilize the whole army? It had only been 2 days since they arrived in the sirens' country, but Jude already had a rough idea of their country's size. Except for the minimum number of troops to protect their country, the entire army was mobilized. And around 30 minutes later, the movement of the siren troops who had been moving forward then slowed down, because they had almost reached the seal. Let's not delay it any longer. Let's move according to plan. At the command of Ileana, the flag-bearers raised their flags again to convey her will. They refrained from blowing a whistle or beating a drum in order to not provoke the Kraken. March, march. It was a simple order. But because they had already been informed of the plan, the heads of each family moved forward to the sides as if to surround the seal, instead of rushing forward. The middle naturally became empty then, and the gap was filled with the spirit warriors who rode on battle chariots and the sea turtle carrying Ileana. Begin. Sirens were basically spirit warriors who had contracts with one or more spirits, though there were differences in skill. When Ileana stood up from her throne and lifted her staff, the water spirits responded, and the 100 spirit warriors also summoned their own spirits and conveyed their commands. Block it. Tie up it movement using the water currents. Lock up the Kraken in the seal. The spirits responded. A water current was formed to suppress the seal, and a huge magic circle was drawn by the light spirits as they spread around the seal. The current was just a barrier for a what-if scenario, but the magic circle was actually the one that would be used to confine the Kraken. Unite everyone's power. As Ileana wrapped her hands around her staff and exuded her power, the 100 spirit warriors also closed their eyes and began to focus. They spread out their power to the magic circle, and it was at that very moment. The Kraken's silent roar shook the surroundings, but at the same time, an intense light came from the magic circle, and a huge sword made of light was formed. Before the Kraken could even go out of the seal's hole, the huge sword penetrated the seal and pierced the monster. The Kraken screamed again. They couldn't see it because of the seal, but it was clear that the sword of light had pierced the Kraken and prevented it from moving. Attack team forward. Sarandis commanded the rest of the troops because Ileana was concentration on the magic circle. The melee cavalry waited from behind as their role was to respond to emergency situations. The hundreds of infantry units then gathered in front of the large hole in the seal. The battle chariot carrying Jude and Cordelia were also placed behind such cavalry, and light shined towards the hole. As it drove away the darkness in the seal, they saw the Kraken struggling from the sword of light. Its middle eye was crushed by Cordelia, but it still had its left and right eyes. The Kraken glared at them with its yellow eyes, and its eyes alone seemed to destroy the minds of the sirens by just its look. Attack! Thus, Sarandis hastened the attack. All possible long-range attacks poured down towards the Kraken, starting with weapons like bows and crossbows to attacks using spirits and magic. It worked. The Kraken was trapped in the narrow seal and was helplessly beaten up by the attacks, unable to avoid or block any of the attacks. A smile spread across Sarandis face. She and the other sirens became confident of their victory and raised the momentum of their attacks. Your Excellency. Chloe turned to Cordelia with eager eyes. She was telling her to summon the Spirit King and deal the final blow. But instead of summoning the Spirit King, Cordelia prepared another magic with the help of the magic tools all over her body. Because in the current situation, there were several more attack magic spells that were effective than summoning the Spirit King's right arm to throw a punch. Cordelia transformed into a witch. Chloe was surprised when she first saw the witch transformation, but Cordelia continued to chant the spell. By using Archemon's treasure to amplify her mana, she prepared a Spear of Calamity. I have to wait first. She had to throw the Spear of Calamity right after the sirens launched their ultimate attack, the Sea God's Trident, because she wanted to get the last hit, and that this was more effective too. The true Spear of Calamity contains a witch's curse. It guaranteed death to those who were already dying. In game terms, the lower the monster's HP, the higher its damage would be. So the Spear of Calamity was truly an attack that dealt a decisive blow. Therefore, it was a more efficient choice to throw the Spear of Calamity right after the Kraken was hit by the Sea God's Trident. A huge black Spear of Calamity formed above Cordelia's head as it glowed green. Jude turned to Sarandis, who was holding the Sea God's Trident. She was also reciting a spell while in a position to throw the Sea God's Trident. This was to bring out the true power of the Sea God's Trident, which was a treasure of the sirens. The attack continued. Sarandi's spell reached its peak, and Cordelia's spear of calamity began to emit a tremendous magic power. And Kadsa raised her head. Unlike Cordelia, who was focusing on her magic and couldn't focus on anything else, Kadsa was her usual self. She suddenly sensed it. Her instincts sent out a signal that a fierce threat was coming. Storm. Her word was like a prophecy. It was a small wave like a ripple at first, but soon became huge. The huge underwater waves from afar came with a momentum to devour the siren forces. Chapter 246 Divine Spirits Whistle, 5 Block It. The moment Kadsa shouted out loudly, the sirens turned towards the waves. Some summoned spirits, and some used magic in order to block the waves. Swish! With a dull sound, the waves broke as it got blocked, but its aftermath shook the sirens. Moreover, that was not the end. New waves appeared again. The Kraken, Jude had figured out on what had happened. The Kraken trapped in the seal was trying to destroy the battle formation by creating underwater waves from afar. It was an application of its abilities to summon a storm. Swoosh! The second group of waves broke. The spirit warriors manipulated the sea current surrounding the seal, which they had prepared earlier for a what-if scenario, in order to stop the underwater waves, and Sarandis opened her eyes and tightened her grip on the trident after finishing the spell. And at that moment, the Kraken's second counterattack began. PSSSH, black ink gushed out from the seal's hole. Because the current surrounding the seal was gone, the black ink flowed out straight. It turned the surrounding area black and also engulfed the sirens in the front lines. Ah! The black water caused the sirens to scream and twist in pain because the ink had a strong poison in it. Sarandis, Jude cried out. But even before his cry reached her, Sarandis had already realized on what she needed to do. So instead of hesitating from her confusion, she threw the sea god's trident with all her might. Ha! Bang! A thunderous sound was heard even though they were underwater. The sea god's trident covered in golden lightning penetrated the space at once, and its shockwaves broke through the black water, scattering the Kraken's ink at once. And that was why Jude was able to see it. Sarandis, who was in front, must have also seen it. Bong, the seal's ceiling collapsed, because the Kraken broke the ceiling and tried to swim up. Boom! The sea god's trident struck the ground, and the Kraken that was still pierced by the sealing sword of light then struggled as it flailed around its dozens of legs simultaneously. As it continued to be pulled back to the ground by the power of the sealing sword of light, the Kraken let out its powerful mana. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Kraken's legs couldn't reach the sirens. Its legs were tens of meters long, but the distance between the sirens and the Kraken was quite far. But the Kraken's struggles didn't simply end at just that. The shockwaves generated by its flailing legs struck the sirens. The mana it emitted penetrated the minds of the sirens who were using magic. Ah! The sirens who were using magic screamed and collapsed. Those who were hit by the shockwaves had their bodies be flipped and smashed. The attacks on the Kraken were naturally reduced, and at that moment, Jude figured out the Kraken's goal, because he saw its two yellow eyes looking at the magic circle spread over its head. Attack! Sarandis ordered just then. The cavalry who were waiting on the left and right charged towards the Kraken, and Kadsa, who was with them, gripped her trident. Malthias, who was standing beside Ileana, was still focusing on maintaining the sealing sword of light, but she delivered a new command to the spirit warriors. Use the currents to push it down. What she meant was that they had to push down the Kraken so that it couldn't touch the magic circle. But that wasn't easy, because the Kraken was causing a storm even in the midst of this. As new groups of waves came rushing towards them, the sirens who were maintaining the sealing sword of light and those manipulating the current were both swept away by the shockwaves. The cavalry and the Kraken began to clash at that moment. The Kraken writhed and swung its dozens of legs at the same time, and the cavalry dug in between and struck their weapons into its body. But the Kraken was huge. Even though the tridents were huge for the sirens, it was only a small thorn for the Kraken, so they could only stab the surface but not properly wound it. Your Excellency, Chloe turned to Cordelia, and so did Sarandis. Cordelia was the only one who could deal a fatal blow to the Kraken, and Cordelia acted instinctively. She threw the spear of calamity to the Kraken. Shwa. The Kraken struggled even harder when it saw the spear of calamity flying with a terrifying power. but it couldn't properly evade because of the sealing sword of light. The spear of calamity pierced the Kraken's torso, and it struggled even harder as it loudly screamed. It worked, but Cordelia did not create a second spear of calamity. Instead of summoning the spirit king, she turned to Jude. Cordelia's senses were telling her something like always, that they couldn't defeat the Kraken with their current method. In fact, the sealing sword of light was getting weaker. Jude also saw Cordelia, and he nodded his head. They then launched Plan B, which they had planned in advance. When Cordelia threw the spear of calamity, she then conveyed what she had observed and thought via message magic. Boom! The underwater waves caused by the Kraken became even stronger. It spewed ink again, and the cavalry in the vicinity hurriedly retreated. But Kadsa didn't do that. She spitted out a curse and deeply pushed the trident that had already been stabbed into the Kraken's head. Even if it was a small thorn, the situation was bound to change if that thorn stuck deeper inside. The Kraken screamed and flailed, spewing ink that almost covered its body. And Jude and Cordelia did not miss that gap. "Your Excellency?" Instead of responding to Chloe's call, Cordelia spread her wings of light. She flew down straight to the seabed, while Jude released his energy and used Landius' signature flying technique. He rushed towards the Kraken. Die! Kadsa pushed down another nearby trident in the Kraken's head. She ignored the poisonous ink as her body could handle it. The Kraken roared. It smacked itself with its leg in order to attack Kadsa, but she hurriedly swam away to evade the monster's leg. And suddenly, Jude's firm arm wrapped around Kadsa's waist. The surprised Kadsa looked back at Jude, but he did not even look at her. He simply released his energy again to soar at a high speed as he evaded the Kraken's legs and headed to the magic circle above them. The sealing sword of light became weaker. The Kraken glared at Jude and Kadsa with its yellow eyes and let out its immense magic power again. It prevented the sirens from daring to charge towards it. And Jude glared at such a Kraken. After roughly throwing Kadsa, he chanted the mnemonic chant of the 9th heaven's 9 doors. At the same time he opened the 6th door, he activated the power of the Black Sun. Boo-woom. Everyone on the battlefield turned to Jude when he let out such an immense power. Even Kadsa, who was cursing after being roughly thrown, could only admire Jude at the tremendous force he released. So the Kraken focused its attention on Jude again. It was just as Jude had wished. The Kraken no longer caused underwater waves. Instead of struggling to remove the sealing sword of light, the demon of the sea scattered around a curse. The sirens screamed as they grabbed their heads. Kadsa also struggled as she groaned in pain. It was the result of the Kraken further strengthening its unique mental attack that caused fear and terror to its targets. But Jude ignored it. One of the abilities he got from opening the 6th door of the 9th heaven's 9 doors was an ability to protect the mind. So instead of feeling fear and terror, he treated the Kraken with anger and hostility. The Kraken stretched out its legs towards Jude. Dozens of tentacles on its mouth quickly extended and tried to capture Jude. Jude calmly used Valentia's swordsmanship. He let out black energy to his legs as he cut off the monster's tentacles to protect himself. He remained in his current position. If the Kraken had rushed and attacked, he wouldn't be able to perform such acrobatic moves even if he was Jude. But the Kraken was now held down by the sealing sword of light. It couldn't do anything else to Jude, as it could only stretch out its legs to him. The sirens barely came to their senses at Jude's amazing moves and were impressed, but Sarandis gritted her teeth. Jude's power was obviously great, but she realized that they couldn't beat the Kraken in this way. She had to focus her power again. The sealing sword of light wouldn't be able to last long, so they had to deal a fatal blow to it in that time. The sea god's trident, she had to recover it. The trident didn't hit the Kraken, so it still had the power she had gathered. Sarandis searched the seabed in a hurry, but she widely opened her eyes then, because the sea god's trident had disappeared, and it was at that moment. "Jude," Cordelia shouted. Plan B to not kill the Kraken, but to seal it again. Cordelia grasped the sea god's trident and inserted it into the sealing place where Perigio's crystal ball was originally located inside the seal. But this action alone wouldn't reactivate the seal, so Cordelia took an additional step. Using the power of the trident as a resource, she poured mana into the sealing place and brought moonlight to the place at the same time. Melissa. You only look for me when you need me." Melissa let out her resentment, but she still responded to Cordelia's wish, as she was a kind and gentle artificial spirit. Perigio's elves shared the same roots with Magellan's elves, so Melissa could utilize the ancient system that the sirens gave up on because they couldn't handle it. Ooh, ooh. The sea god's trident replaced Perigio's crystal ball, and Cordelia herself replenished the lack of magic power. All of the various magic recovery and amplification tools she received from the sirens were now utilized. Under Melissa's command, the seal system was restarted, and the powerful force of the seal overwhelmed the sealing sword of light in its power as it began to pull the Kraken. The Kraken struggled and resisted, but the sealing power was different from that of the sealing sword of light. It wasn't long before it realized the situation that it was bound to be sealed again. Therefore, the Kraken prepared for a powerful curse. Even if it was impossible for the human in front of it, it prepared a curse that would bring death to the sirens. But Jude didn't let it continue. The moment it gathered magic for the curse, he ran towards the opposite direction. As the monster tried to cast a curse as its final move, he headed to the Kraken's head to be exact, the eyeball that Cordelia had destroyed. He landed on it, and at the same time, he struck out his sharp, sword-like hand. But for the Kraken, it was still only a small thorn. So instead of screaming, the Kraken continued to prepare its curse without worrying about Jude. But Jude moved a little faster this time. Having seen Cordelia use up all her mana at once to summon the Spirit King's right arm, he put into practice what he had thought: the Black Sun. Until now, Jude had only used the power of the Black Sun to generate powerful energy or to strengthen the energy of the Black Dragon. But it was different this time. He released the energy in his entire body at once, just like what Cordelia did. Instead of using a skill or creating a wave of energy, he concentrated the pure power of the sun. Yang energy in contrast to yin energy. Although its color was black, it was definitely the power of the sun. At that moment, he activated the Supreme Sun divine art. He maximized the yang energy of the Black Sun, light and heat. The true power of the sun was released through Jude's fingertips. The Kraken screamed. It cried out. It was on the verge of losing its mind at the tremendous pain it had experienced for the first time. Its head was burning. The immense heat of the sun messed up its head. The Kraken was unable to resist anymore. It could no longer cast the curse as it just screamed. "Jude!" Jude responded to Cordelia's call. He removed his sword-like hand from the Kraken and kicked its head at the same time. Katja grabbed Jude, who was unable to move because he had exhausted all of his energy. Melissa. When Cordelia saw the scene, she urged Melissa to activate the final stage of the sealing system. The Kraken temporarily became unconscious as a subspace door opened and dragged the monster inside it. Boom! The Kraken's body touched the bottom of the seal, causing a vibration, but that was it. The subspace door swallowed up the Kraken once again, just like how it did a long time ago. The seal was completed. Ha! Cordelia panted as she leaned against the sea god's trident that had completely become part of the seal now. She slowly raised her head and smiled when she saw the unconscious Jude being supported by Katja. Several rings of white light surrounded Jude's body, though it was unknown if it was rewarded from repelling an enemy or from successfully sealing it. And right after that, at the moment when Cordelia began counting the number of rings that surrounded her own body, "You-woo-woo-woo, we won, we defeated the Kraken," the sirens shouted and cheered. They also shouted the names of Jude and Cordelia as they rejoiced. She couldn't hear it much because they were underwater, but Cordelia also smiled. She sat on the floor, picking up the fallen moonlight and saying, "We won. Congratulations," Melissa plainly said, and Cordelia smiled again. In the midst of their victory, she kissed the moonlight's golden jewel as if to soothe Melissa, who was sulking a bit. Chapter 247 Divine Spirit's Whistle 6. The battle with the Kraken was literally short and massive. The actual fight itself only took around 20 minutes. But during that short period of time, the damage suffered by the sirens was massive. Nearly half of the troops were injured due to the various wide-area attacks of the Kraken. It's fortunate that the death toll is small. More than 30 sirens were killed out of the hundreds who were injured. And the group that received the most damage was the cavalry, who was in direct contact with the Kraken. Some were directly hit by the kraken's legs or tentacles, while others were strongly affected by the kraken's mental attacks because of their close distance to it. We've been too complacent. Ileana, the queen of the sirens, felt responsible. Stop the kraken's movements and then concentrate their attacks to kill it. The operation itself was simple and seemed possible to do, but the reality was completely different. They did stop it, but could not completely confine it to the seal, and the firepower the sirens prepared was not enough to kill it. Is this the reason why they had no choice, but to seal it the reason why the elves of the ancient kingdom of Perigeo only sealed the kraken? It was impossible to kill it with just a fair amount of firepower. Perhaps it's impossible to completely defeat it even if we use the sea god's trident, because it was so powerful. If it weren't for Jude and Cordelia, the kraken might not have been sealed again. Many sirens would have been killed by the kraken, who would have eventually destroyed the sealing sword of light and begin to move freely. It's not your majesty's fault. There was no way for the sirens to fully know the kraken's power. They didn't know how powerful the kraken was until they fought it themselves. We were able to seal it again because it was crouching inside the seal. If we had neglected it, our country would have been devastated without us being able to do anything against it. Malthias spoke as if to comfort her, but Ileana shook her head. Indeed, that would have been the result. Still, as the leader of a country, I should have investigated the kraken a little more and prepared even a little more firepower. That was the responsibility of a leader. At Ileana's words, Malthias felt both frustration and joy. Her frustration came from the fact that despite their victory, Ileana was distressed because of her strong sense of responsibility. Her joy was due to the feeling of serving an intelligent and benevolent monarch. My queen, we still won, right? The injured will also recover in no time. If we guard the seal well, the kraken will no longer be a problem. Malthias said with a smile, and Ileana also smiled a little. She did it for Malthias' sake. Yes, we'll have to thoroughly guard the seal this time to prevent something like this from happening again. In fact, the sirens had barely paid attention to the kraken's seal until now. For hundreds of years, no one had thought that someone would break the kraken's seal. We also need to find the culprit who broke the seal. As Malthias had said, guarding the seal was necessary, but finding the culprit who broke the seal in the first place had to be prioritized. Ileana made up her mind on what to do in the future and shifted the topic to a more pleasant one rather than troubling Malthias with depressing stories. So Malthias, where are our heroes now? It was obvious that she was referring to Jude and Cordelia, who made the biggest contribution in sealing the kraken, so Malthias replied with a broad smile. They're resting in the house of the Gala's family. Both of them are tired, but they're not injured, so they'll be attending the victory celebration tonight. That's good then. We're indebted to the two, so we'll have to properly compensate them. But Your Majesty, I think they've already taken a lot, because the two had already taken a lot of things in the name of summoning the Spirit King. Wait, now that I think of it, they didn't even summon the Spirit King in the end. Were we deceived? Did they not plan on summoning the Spirit King in the first place? If Cordelia had heard Malthias' thoughts, her conscience would have been pricked, and she would be at a loss on what to do. But if it was Jude, he would have calmly said, "No, you're wrong. We tried to summon it, okay? But the situation was just different from what we expected, okay?" But it was at that moment when Malthias recalled his shamelessness. "We can't do that, Malthias. And most of the items they took were used to activate the seal, right?" They did, but there were many items that they took but didn't use, like the lightning trident. But even Malthias had a conscience, so she decided to not question such things like that. She was a bit upset since she was in charge of the country's financial affairs, but it was true that Jude and Cordelia helped them overcome a huge crisis. But you have a point. It's also true that we've already given a lot, so we don't have enough to compensate them now. The battle was short, but the expenditure was big. A huge amount of money would also be spent on the recovery and rehabilitation of the injured. But we can't just thank them in words. So I think Ileana stopped speaking for a moment, but smiled and spoke of the item that she had thought of as a reward for Jude and Cordelia, and Malthia's expression turned strange. They would be able to save on their immediate expenses if Ileana handed over what she thought to Jude and Cordelia, but in the long run, something much bigger might happen. Malthias, I've already made a decision. Please follow it. I understand. Because the queen was quite stubborn in this regard, and it's true that we're indebted to them. Their country would have been devastated if not for the two. Malthias thought of them nicely as she turned her gaze towards the direction of the Gala's mansion. At the same time, in the Gala's mansion, Jude and Cordelia, the key players in today's victory, was sitting down together and busy giving compliments. We would have been in big trouble if it wasn't for Melissa. Melissa is the best. As expected of a genius, an expert of the ancient elven kingdoms, an amazing being who could understand and use the sealing system that the sirens instantly gave up on. That's right, that's right. You're a pretty, nice, cool, and reliable. Jude's praises were specific, and Cordelia's compliments were simple but sincere. And Melissa responded to their barrage of compliments with a standard response. HMPH, I am not a child. I am not so simple as to fall for those words. But despite saying that, her voice sounded strangely excited. The gem part of Moonlight seemed to be glowing red, perhaps because of her mood. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances and began to fuss about it. No, what are you saying? We're not flattering you. We're just listing the facts. Right, Cordelia? He's right, it's all true. Our Melissa is good, pretty, nice, and reliable errant, all those facts. Without Melissa, we wouldn't have been able to implement Plan B, that's right, too. Melissa completely saved us. We wouldn't have lived without Melissa. It worked. If she was a person, she wouldn't have been able to stop her chest from puffing up and her smile from appearing. Melissa, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Not only the two of us, but also the entire country of the Sirens are indebted to you. A bit more. Melissa eventually revealed her true feelings after continuously being baptized with praise. She had always been hungry for interest and affection, perhaps because she had lived alone waiting for her masters that never returned for more than 1,000 years, or perhaps it was her natural personality. Jude and Cordelia nodded and continued to praise her again. Melissa is good, Melissa is pretty, Melissa is reliable, Melissa is smart. Ahem. At the sound of Melissa trying to suppress her cough, Cordelia giggled and looked at Jude. Good, she heard you too. Melissa is feeling really good now. With this, she'll be relieved for a while. Huh, what do you mean by for a while? Want Lady Cordelia from the Chase family forget her again? No, I won't. I'm going to talk to her really often, okay? We're going to chat every day, okay? We'll be having girls talk, okay? Okay, if you insist, then so be it. Arg, seriously. Anyway, Jude and Cordelia succeeded in placating Melissa, and the two smiled again afterwards. The fact that they were able to argue with each other like this was also because of the victory in this battle. It was tough. Cordelia mumbled and hugged Moonlight as she sneakily leaned on Jude's arms as if she had collapsed, and Jude hugged her shoulders, touching his lips on her head. I'll sleep for a bit. Sleep soundly. I'll wake you up later. Okay. She was exhausted from pouring her mana into the seal. Unlike Jude, whose stamina was constantly being replenished because of the sphere of life, Cordelia needed to rest in order to regain the mana she discharged. Sleep well? Yes, Melissa too. Cordelia closed her eyes, and Jude adjusted his posture so that Cordelia could sleep comfortably. He closed his eyes and tried to restore the power of the black sun that he had used up in the battle. The scale of the Sirens' victory banquet in the central square was truly huge. Except for those who were injured to the extent that they couldn't attend the banquet, almost everyone attended, as even the men of each family who did not appear in meetings or battles also appeared. Most of them had been captured, but surprisingly, everyone had a good expression, whether they liked the life here or perhaps the Sirens only brought out those who had adapted well. Isn't the cost of this banquet more than the cost of the entire battle? But it was also necessary, because man was not a machine. People expressed their emotions by crying when they were sad or smiling when they were happy. As Jude walked through the banquet hall thinking that way, Cordelia was thinking of something completely different. Yes, good. My Jude is the coolest. The men of each family were all dressed up, but none of them could compare to Jude. Cordelia was in a good mood and hugged Jude's arm a little tighter as she raised her chin, and Katja, who was watching them from behind, then clicked her tongue. Because she could tell what Cordelia was thinking inside. They're seriously made for each other. I am sure they'll love each other like that even when they grow old. They clearly must have been flirting ever since they were born. In the first place, they were engaged ever since they were in their mother's wombs. They must have been flirting even in their past lives. That's possible. Kajsa unexpectedly agreed with Bentham, who didn't see through the true nature of the two before she turned to the men of each family. She was wondering if there was a face she might know. And half an hour passed like that. After the banquet passed by to some extent, Ileana climbed onto a high platform in the center of the square and called Jude and Cordelia. Her move was aimed at celebrating the achievements of the two in front of everyone and giving them their reward. It somehow reminds me of the king, because the situation now is similar to that time. Cordelia smiled as she recalled the time when they were bestowed the count rank and a new fief in front of countless people after stopping the tragedy in the royal capital. Jude looked away a little as he turned to Ileana. Unlike Cordelia, who was pleased with the event itself, Jude's attention was more focused on the reward prepared by Ileana. What will they give us? As Malthias had already grumbled to Ileana, the two had already received almost everything they deserved. Surely it's not more money. Although money was good, and that the more money, the merrier, Jude and Cordelia were already financially well off. Because we don't even have time to spend our money. When he looked back, they were always busy wandering around to prevent the destruction in the future ever since they recalled their past life memories. He couldn't even remember buying luxurious things except for the time when he bought things for the ball in the royal capital. This way, please. When Jude and Cordelia climbed onto the platform, Ileana informed everyone of their contributions and added words of praise, just like what King Henry II of the Slen Kingdom did in the royal capital. Cordelia truly enjoyed this moment, because when they received recognition, she felt that they were doing the right thing, even when they were in the wild lands or the royal capital. We did well. We did a good job. We just have to continue doing this from now on. In fact, for Cordelia, everything that had happened since she recalled her past life had been very difficult, because she had to fight with her life on the line over and over again. She had suffered many injuries in the process, and there were times she suffered extreme pain, whether physically or mentally. The destruction that awaited them in the future. Just knowing it made her heart feel heavy. If Jude wasn't here, if she was alone, then she would have to endure alone everything she had been through so far. Cordelia was scared from just imagining it and quickly shook her head. And a question arose in her mind at the same time. What about Jude? Will it be difficult for Jude if he was alone too? Is Jude also mentally dependent on me, just like me to him? I hope he is. Cordelia looked up at Jude, and at that moment, she was brought back to reality upon hearing the enthusiastic applause that rang out and looked straight ahead. We are grateful for your hard work and contribution and present you this. Ileana presented a flute a whistle that was made from a horn. What is this? She had never seen something like this in Legend of Heroes 2. And it was true. In the world of Legend of Heroes 2, where the Siren monarchy was destroyed by Malekith, the whistle in front of them did not mean much. But it was different now that the Siren monarchy was still intact. As Jude accepted the flute that was as white as a conch or seashell, Queen Ileana said in a low voice, "It's the divine spirit's whistle. No matter where you are, blow it 3 times and we'll be able to hear it. Then our entire country will rise and help you." At Ileana's explanation, Jude's eyes widened in surprise while Cordelia blinked her eyes, because something else came to her mind. Buster Call. Obviously, it was quite different from the one in the manga, but it was also similar. Anyway, what the queen meant was that if they blew the whistle 3 times, the Siren army would appear to help them. Thank you very much. You are the benefactors of this country, so it is right for the entire country to return the favor. But you too, don't use it too hastily. You should use our whistle when you really need the power of us sirens. Do you understand? We understand. Jude answered Ileana, but he was feeling a bit strange, because we have to blow it sooner or later. The ancient dragon Malekith. By itself, he was already powerful enough to fight a demon prince, but he also had dragonflights under his command. To fight such a Malekith, the two also needed a powerful force. Anyway, this is good. This is much better than receiving any other items. Jude felt better and took the whistle, once again smiling as if he was having his picture taken, and Ileana, or to be exact, Malthias, who was standing behind the queen, shuddered in nervousness for some unknown reason. Now let's cheer for our two heroes again. Yoo Hee. The sirens reacted to Ileana's words, and Jude and Cordelia smiled at the applause that began again. And that night, Jude and Cordelia wrote a love letter to quickly escape like always. Because there was Ileana, and the people of the gala's family such as Electra and Chloe, who seemed to be unwilling to let go of Jude and Cordelia yet. With my beloved Lord Jude, Cordelia was writing down what Jude was saying and blushed as she glared at Jude. Hey, isn't this a little expressive? And now that I think of it, why am I the one writing it? But Jude slyly smiled, shrugging his shoulders as he said, Would you like me to write it down then? That would be fine with me. I'll beautify the contents of the letter. And no, I'll just write it down. Yes, it's better for me to write it myself. She was scared on what nonsense he would write if she passed it to him. As Cordelia turned to the stationery again, Jude had a faint smile as he eagerly thought of sentences that would embarrass Cordelia. And they continued to write the letter in that way. The red-faced Cordelia, who was writing the letter in a neat and beautiful handwriting, suddenly raised her head. Cordelia? Huh. Oh well, I suddenly thought of something. I can't say what it is, but I think I'm forgetting something. Melissa spoke with good timing, but it was not her this time. No, not you. Something else than Melissa. No, someone else. Who is it? Who am I forgetting? Well, it must not be that important, right? So you forgot about it. You're right. Cordelia nodded as always to Jude's reasonable words and erased that forgotten person in her mind. She then continued to write the love letter as she struggled in her embarrassment. And at the same time, in a completely different place. The person who had been completely forgotten by Cordelia, was sitting on the roof of a famous noble family's mansion as she pouted her cheeks. Ah, seriously, when are those two coming? You said we'd meet in the south? You said we'd compete in the south? It was Scarlet, a descendant of the Rogue Master and Pink Bomb's rival. The red-haired woman looked towards the north with resentful eyes. Chapter 248 7 Southern Families, one around dawn in the morning. Jude said as he looked at the sleeping Kajsa curled up next to Sebastian. You look alike. What are you talking about? It's fine if you don't know. He had thought that Cordelia and Kajsa were similar since they liked to sleep in a curled-up position, just like how animals sleep. But Jude did not dare to say that aloud, so Cordelia tilted her head and said as she looked at Kajsa, I feel guilty waking her up when she's sleeping so soundly. Kajsa was sleeping so well that the phrase a good night's sleep perfectly described it, but Jude did not care about that as he shook Kajsa's shoulder. Hey, Kajsa, wake up. She indeed had a beast as an ancestor. Unlike Cordelia, who was almost defenseless when sleeping, Kajsa opened her eyes as soon as he touched her. Jude gave some cold water to the half-asleep Kajsa before carrying the sleeping Sebastian on his back and leaving the room. Mr. W8, where are you taking him? We're going home. Let's go to your house. At Jude's words, Kajsa instantly flinched, because she thought that it was finally her turn. I have to stay alert, because these two will rob me if I let my guard down. Anyway, apart from her, Cordelia woke up Bentham, who was lying down with his stomach on the floor, and they hurriedly prepared to leave. We'll have to leave the sirens secretly, because we don't know when we'll be able to leave if it keeps going like this. You're right. I don't think Electra and Chloe will let us go easily. Cordelia had a bitter smile at Kajsa's words, and Jude also smiled. Anyway, let's go now. Okay. Kajsa immediately answered as if she wanted to step on land again like the two. If one thought about it, Kajsa's family, the Offans, thought that Kajsa had been captured by the pirates, so it was proper to go back as soon as possible, because it's been around 3 days since we left the pirate island. The Offend family would have been anxious about Kajsa, whom they had lost contact with, because she had been kidnapped by the pirates for the past 3 days. Perhaps they've already taken over the empty pirate island. They might be looking for Kajsa, who was nowhere to be seen. Calyx Offend, who fought against Gal in the fighting competition, was a person who dearly cherished Kajsa. Even in the game, the relationship between the two was so close that in fanfiction, the most frequent pairing with Kajsa was neither Sebastian nor Wolf, but Calyx. TN. WTF incest root. Or are Kajsa and Calyx not blood-related siblings? Among the 3 men, Calyx was the only who didn't die in the beginning as he even appeared later. In any case, Kajsa and Calyx had a close relationship, so they would be able to get support as well as rewards if they return her to the Offhand family. Support in helping them rob the other 7 southern families. They'll probably help after knowing the entire situation, because it was about the family heirloom of the other 6 families. Perhaps they would help the 2 more than they could imagine. Anyway, let's hurry. Jude urged the group again and they hurried out of the mansion. Everyone was drunk because of the banquet, so they didn't encounter anyone while they were moving. Okay, let's go. Yes. Jude and Cordelia rode together on a seahorse as the group left the Gala's family's mansion and the country of the sirens. Phew-ah, F-woo, I can breathe air now. At the seashore. Kajsa deeply breathed the fresh air she had not breathed in a few days, while Bentham continued to pant next to her. And Jude turned to Cordelia instead of the 2 as he asked, "Are you feeling cold?" "Yes, but it's fine." Their hair and clothes were soaked since they were in the water, but unlike the last time they fell into the water, she didn't have a pale face or lips. Because they had received from the sirens a magic tool that maintained one's body temperature in the water. But let's get out of the water so that we can dry up quickly. We might catch a cold. Okay. The 2 were very sweetly looking at each other. Therefore, Kajsa instinctively wanted to interrupt them, and she quickly stepped in between the 2 and said, "This is the coast of Pyres, right? Then Argon is just nearby." When Kajsa shouted loudly at the sight of such a large city, Bentham also smiled happily. "Oh, Argon, I am glad since this is where the guild headquarters is." "Wait, did you purposely bring us here in the first place?" At Bentham's question, Kajsa also looked at Jude in curiosity, and Jude slowly nodded. "Because this is where the 7 southern families are gathered. Argon Port. It was the largest city in the south that was under the royal family's jurisdiction. The city was like an island on land because it was situated between the territories of the 7 southern families. For this reason, Argon Port served as a neutral zone for the 7 southern families who had been fighting for a long time. That's why it became the biggest port here. However, the 7 southern families would fight whenever they met, but they did not get into physical fights on Argon Port, which was under the direct control of the royal family. Instead, the 7 southern families used Argon Port as the stage for their fierce battles of power, which eventually led to the growth of Argon Port into the best city in the south. So the city was overflowing with money and people. Daram is nice, but I think it's better to go straight to the marquee. You're right. That's a good idea. As it was an important land, the 7 southern families built their own mansions in Argon Port and assigned their families influential talents there. There were also many cases where the head of the family lived there. That is the case for Marquis Offend and Count Kagehama. In other words, it was highly likely that Carlo's tokens, the heirlooms of Marquis Offend and Count Kagehama, were in Argon Port. Okay, I'll take the lead from here. Follow me. The excited Kajsa lifted Sebastian, who was twice as tall as her, and began to take the lead. Jude deliberately let Bentham walk ahead before he whispered to Cordelia, "Let's join up with Scarlet once we arrive at Argon Port." They had told Scarlet that they would be robbing the 7 southern families, so she was probably staying near Argon Port too, because we told her that we'd compete in 2 months. Preliminary investigation was necessary for thefts. More than a month had already passed, so if she wasn't at Argon Port, it was highly possible that she was traveling around the south to investigate the 7 families. But Cordelia's reaction was a bit odd. She blinked her eyes with a slightly dumbfounded expression, and Jude knew very well what that expression meant. "What did you forget, Scarlet? Was Scarlet the one that you forgot last time?" Jude asked in surprise, and Cordelia flinched and shifted her gaze. And no, it was clear to him that she was avoiding his eyes. It seemed like she had indeed forgotten Scarlet. "Wow, you're amazing. Isn't this too much? You're the one who wanted to compete with her in the first place." It slipped my mind for a bit, just a bit. I didn't completely forget about it. It was at the moment when Cordelia wiggled her fingers and made excuses. Forgetting someone, it happens often. I think it's quite possible. A cold-sounding voice came out of moonlight, and the really guilty Cordelia shrank even more. "Ooh, I am sorry. Are you really sorry?" "Yes, I am sorry. I won't do it again." Scarlet is the one who got forgotten, so why is she asking Melissa for forgiveness? In any case, Cordelia's shrinking appearance as she asked for forgiveness was cute, so Jude decided to not say anything. He continued their conversation after taking a few pictures with a magic tool. Moving on, let's begin the match right away after meeting up with Scarlet. We're stealing the 7 Southern families' heirlooms, right? The tokens of Carlos. Cordelia immediately replied as she was eager to change the topic, so Jude pinched her cheek and said, "That's right. The side with the most heirlooms of the 7 families wins, or the side who steals a family heirloom first wins. It would be easier for us if we attach conditions like the loser helps the winner afterwards." Jude said that in a straightforward manner like always, but Cordelia lightly pursed her lips instead of agreeing immediately. She pulled Jude's sleeve as she asked, "But Jude, what made you so confident? This wasn't just a fight since this was a stealing match." Unlike Jude, who was new to stealing, Scarlet was born into a thief family and was a stealing professional who had sharpened and polished her thieving skills up to the present, so it was not a situation where he could confidently win. But he had said that with a confident expression. "I am confident because I can do it. Have you ever seen me lose in a fight? No, but why are so cheeky? Whoa, calm down. Anyway, even if it's a stealing match, there's a high chance that we will win, so don't worry about it too much." He seemed to be really confident given the way he talked. Why? How come? Where does his confidence come from? Cordelia tilted her head, and at some point her eyes widened in surprise, because something flashed into her mind. "Ah, you were a thief, huh? A professional thief and not a scammer, right?" She thought that it was reasonable when she said that. It wasn't just scammers who were good at disguising or forging. Rather, it was one of a thief's specialties. It's possible. When Cordelia said that with sparkling eyes, Jude flicked her round and white forehead. "Ouch. I told you before that I am not a criminal, okay? Rather, I was a model citizen who faithfully fulfilled his duty to pay taxes, okay? Arg. Then what in the world were you? Figure that out on your own. Anyway, there's a reason why I am confident that we'll win this match. What is it? Can you teach me about that?" As Cordelia touched her forehead, Jude pinched her cheek and spoke while drawing his face closer to her ear. "We're going to rob Kajsa's house. We're going to hold the match in Kajsa's house." Cordelia looked surprised at Jude's words. She couldn't help it. Kajsa's house? Yes, of course. Well, ask Kajsa for her cooperation. Don't you think that we're definitely way ahead of Scarlet then, who has to do a preliminary investigation first? Kajsa could just hand it over to them. It was a match that they had no way of losing. So, what do you think? Jude was expecting her to say, "Yes, I love it," and smile brightly, but he was soon confused. Instead of smiling brightly, Cordelia glared at him with a disagreeing expression. "That's unfair." "Huh? That's unfair. Really, really unfair. You're not even a human. You're a beast, a demon, a scammer, an evil guy. See, Cordelia? How can you do that to Scarlet? She's a friend. No, she's my friend, but you're going to cheat her. Huh." Cordelia's sound argument made Jude flinch, and he realized it again. The fact that Cordelia is a real angel, but it was at that moment. And it's not very efficient. Efficiency. It's Kajsa anyway, so we can get it if we just ask her. Wouldn't it be a waste of resources than if we have to compete? It's better if we compete for something else. It was a sound argument again, but it was a bit different from the previous one. "Cordelia, you've become black too. No, I am cleaner than anyone else. I am like a white tissue. And whose fault was it that I've become black in the first place?" As Cordelia looked up at him cutely, Jude eventually laughed out loud and then said, "Okay, I am a bad guy." "Yes, that's right. You're a bad guy." When Cordelia called him a bad guy as she widely smiled, the mental damage he received was unexpectedly huge. Therefore, Jude unknowingly groaned and quickly changed the topic. "Moving on, what if we lose against Scarlet?" "Then we lose. Scarlet will become the new rogue master after Pink Bomb, right? Is that fine with you?" "Yes, because my goal is not to become a rogue master. And if it's Scarlet, she'll help us even if she wins the match. She's kind after all." She's kind. He wondered if she was kind to everyone, but he was sure that she was kind to Cordelia. "Okay, Scarlet is indeed kind." "Yes, she is, so let's not cheat her. I want to properly fight Scarlet too." "Okay, let's do that." Cordelia smiled again when Jude agreed. "Yes, that's good. My Jude is good. You said that I was a bad guy earlier." "Yes, that's right. You're also a bad guy. Anyway, you're saying that I am good, right? I don't know about that." Cordelia replied with a giggle and moved behind his back as if she was hiding before she climbed on his back so naturally. Jude naturally adjusted Cordelia's position and said, "Let's go." Kajsa's staring at us with an irritated expression. Yeah, Bentham too. If Sebastian was conscious, would he have a similar expression? Jude had a small smile as he thought that, and he adjusted Cordelia's position again before he stepped forward. A few hours later, the Offend family was in an uproar in a good sense, because Kajsa, whom they had not heard of after being captured by the pirates, had returned safely without any injuries. Moreover, she didn't just return. She completely destroyed the pirate island and also rescued Bentham, a dwarf artisan who had been previously kidnapped. And there were two more things. Sebastian, one of the 10 great swordmasters from the south, and the fantasy couple who were the rising stars of the royal capital. At this point, it had gone beyond an uproar as the rumors spread throughout Argon Port. The Sea Wolf was back. Sebastian returned. The fantasy couple who had run away for the 7th time had appeared at Argon Port this time, and so on. Cordelia was at a loss when she heard the words runaway and elopement, but Jude was very happy. Because he liked Cordelia's cute appearance when she heard those rumors, and also because it saved him some effort. You two are always impressive. Scarlet? At the very night they arrived at Marquis Offen's mansion. Cordelia had a wide smile at Scarlet appearing from the open window in the room where Jude and Cordelia were staying, and Jude had a sly smile. You look good. Ha. Scarlet sarcastically replied to Jude's greeting before she hugged Cordelia, who had rushed to her. Anyway, did you know, Pink Bomb? About what? What are you suddenly talking about? Cordelia blinked her eyes as if she didn't really know, so Scarlet frowned and looked at Jude. Black Cloak, you don't know? Shouldn't you say what it is first? I want know what you're talking about if you don't say it. It seems like you really don't know. Scarlet furrowed her brows as she looked troubled and sighed before she pinched Cordelia's cheek and said, "We have a big problem." A big problem. Cordelia seemed to have gotten used to having her cheeks pinched these days, and she opened her eyes wide as she asked Scarlet, who nodded and spoke while stroking the cheek she had just pinched. There's someone who's robbing the 7 southern families. What? There's someone who's robbing the 7 southern families of their heirlooms. Of course it's not me, and now that I see you, it's not you either, so it's a third party. The heirlooms of the 7 southern families. Carlo's tokens. It was something that Jude and Cordelia must get, but someone was already collecting it. At Scarlet's words, Jude and Cordelia turned to each other. Chapter 249 7 Southern Families, 2. Tell us a bit more in detail. Scarlet looked a bit displeased at Jude's words, but she sat in a chair near the window and answered. Someone is literally robbing the 7 southern families. The families are keeping this information under wraps, but I am sure of it. 4 out of the 7 families have already been robbed. Do you know what they robbed? When Cordelia approached her and asked, Scarlet provocatively smiled instead of answering right away. Guess it. It must be Carlo's tokens. The tokens Carlos gave to each family. Jude immediately answered, and Scarlet pouted at him before she raised her chin and asked, "Why do you think that?" There are 2 possible reasons why the occurrence of a robbery is being kept secret. One is that it is something you possess that you do not want others to know. An example is having drugs or stolen goods at home. The other is that it is something that will cause a big problem if it is known to be stolen. Naturally, this alone did not prove that it was Carlo's tokens. He couldn't just say my intuition told me, just like how Cordelia did. There are 2 more clues. One is that the 7 southern families are being robbed in a row. Of course, the thief in question may be doing something symbolic by robbing the 7 southern families alone, or perhaps they're just doing plain thievery. As for the second clue, it's you, Scarlet, me. Yes, when you said that it was a big problem, that was a clue in itself. Cordelia tilted her head at Jude's words, but soon nodded and pretended to understand after Jude and Scarlet looked at her. Therefore, Jude almost couldn't suppress his laughter that was about to come out, but he calmed down and continued his explanation. Because we decided the match to be held at the South, you must have considered the 7 southern families as your targets, right? And to win the match for the rogue master position, stealing a symbolic object is better than a sellable item. Like Carlo's token. But there was someone who was 1 step ahead of them. Moreover, the thief had already stolen 4 out of 7. It was a really big problem for Scarlett, as this had more significance to her than Cordelia. Gathering all the clues that have appeared so far, I can conclude that there is someone robbing Carlo's tokens that the 7 Southern families have highly treasured. The clues were not convincing when considered separately, but combining them made his assumption quite plausible. And above all, it's Scarlett. If he considered Scarlett's personality and behavior, there was no other answer except Carlo's tokens. Am I right? At Jude's question, Cordelia excitedly turned to Scarlett, who replied with a frown on her face. Damn it, you're right. As expected of my Jude. Isn't my Jude amazing? As Cordelia brightly smiled and said that, Scarlett's expression turned worse and she pinched Cordelia's cheek. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts. I can't help it when your cheeks are so soft. Having said those words, Scarlett released her hand before Cordelia could counterattack, and she looked back at Jude and said, Black Cloak is right. Some unknown person is collecting Carlo's tokens, without even a notice. It's strange to send a notice in the first place. She would clearly be angry if he said that out loud, so Jude held it in and only touched his chin as he asked. Any clues about the culprit? None at all so far. But their method is quite rough. They infiltrate in secret, but once they're inside the mansion, they become violent. In addition, they do not hesitate to kill people. They're not a righteous thief. Righteous thief. When Cordelia asked, Scarlett frowned before she pinched Cordelia's cheek again and said, Great thieves only steal objects and not people's lives. Those are the words of the rogue master. The first one. Yes, though it would have been better if it was Pink Bomb who knew that, and not you. Scarlett sighed again at Jude's answer, and she spoke to the groaning Cordelia, who was covering her red cheek that had been pinched earlier. Anyway, the situation is like this, so it's a bit awkward to have a match here. It was fine if they were going to steal something other than Carlo's tokens, but the situation was already chaotic, so it wouldn't look good for them. Because everyone's attention was already focused on an unidentified thief. Do the ordinary people still not know about it? They still don't know about it, but rumors will soon spread. 4 families have already been robbed in succession, and as I've said before, the thief does not hesitate in killing people. So there are a lot of victims every time the thief steals from someone. There was a huge difference between injuries and deaths, so it would be strange if a rumor did not come out at this point. Jude, what should we do? The match against Scarlett was important, but stopping Malekith was much more important. First of all, who's the culprit? In Legend of Heroes 2, there was no one who collected the tokens of the 7 Southern families. There were no quests related to it. There are too many candidates. It was Carlo's tokens, and not just some simple object. Perhaps one of the 7 Southern families was behind this. Scarlett, has Marquis Offhand been robbed yet? Not yet. The other 2 families are Count Kagehama's family and Count Luculia's family. Jude nodded again at Scarlett's answer and sent a message magic to Cordelia. Cordelia, choose between the 2. If we're going to rob Kagehama or Luculia, we need to choose between securing the 3 remaining tokens or defending Kajsa's token when the thief comes to attack, because they'll definitely attack her family. Come to think of it, isn't the answer to that natural? After all, Cordelia is a beast girl who likes to bomb things. Okay, then let's rob the 2 remaining families first. Yes, that would be nice. Just like Dragon Ball, it will only be useful if we collect all 7 tokens. Even if we only secure 1 or 2 tokens, it would be enough for the culprit to try attacking us. Because if the culprit's true goal was Carlo's legacy that could lead the 7 Southern families, it was possible that they would try to confront Jude and Cordelia in order to collect all 7 tokens. But it was at that moment. Hey, why don't you 2 stop talking secretly and let me in your conversation too? She didn't know how they did it, but it was clear to her that they were talking secretly. Scarlett spoke in dissatisfaction, and Cordelia turned to Jude, who nodded and said to Scarlett, Before that, there's someone we have to bring here first. Having been suddenly called in the middle of the night, Kajsa looked down at Cordelia as she narrowed her brows. And Cordelia, whose face, ears, and neck were red, said with some hesitation, Why, you see. Yes, what is it? I am Pink Bomb. She said it. She finally said it. Cordelia's already red face turned even redder. It was so difficult and embarrassing to introduce herself as Pink Bomb without wearing a mask. But it wasn't over yet. What bomb? No, what kind of bomb is it? Pink Bomb. Pink what? Pink bomb, P-bomb, pink bomb, hey. Are you doing this on purpose? Yes, it's on purpose. Hey, the tearful Cordelia lunged at Kajsa, who hugged her to stop her from moving. Whoa, calm down. Calm down. I just didn't expect that y'all say that. But it's not as bad as you think, okay? The giggling Kajsa said as she put her chin on the head of Cordelia, whom she was tightly hugging. Anyway, so the pink bomb in the rumors was Cordelia. Then naturally, Jude is that's right, I am Black Cloak. For your reference, it was Cordelia who came up with that name and not me. I see. It's indeed a name that Pink Bomb would have thought of. As Kajsa nodded as if she was convinced, Cordelia struggled in Kajsa's arms and protested. I am not the one who came up with Pie Pink Bomb, it was Jude who did it. Jude's the one who started it first, okay. But it was useless. Because Kajsa enjoyed teasing Cordelia, whose reactions were very cute, more than teasing the shameless Jude. Therefore, Kajsa said with a grin, then, you're the one who came up with Black Cloak? Aren't you the one who came up with that? That's right. I am, but Cordelia struggled to come up with an excuse, but she gave up in the end. Because the more that she spoke, the more that she felt like she was digging her own grave. You're seriously cute. I really want to bite you. No, you can't. 5 seconds have already passed. Jude said something incomprehensible and pulled Cordelia away from Kajsa. Kajsa wasn't the only one who had superhuman strength after all. It was stolen. I didn't steal it. I just took it back. Jude shamelessly spoke as he tightly hugged Cordelia, whose face turned redder at his words. She was somehow panting as she buried her face on Jude's chest as if she was a mouse hiding in a hole. And Scarlet, who was watching the entire scene, spoke with a miserable expression. What a mess. What the heck are you all doing? This is the moment when the Rogue Master's identity is revealed. But why is this kind of scene unfolding in front of me? Scarlet swallowed her bitter tears as a descendant of the Rogue Master, and she glared at Jude, who was the culprit of everything. Jude then said with a brazen face like always, and this person is I am Scarlet, descendant of the Rogue Master. No one knew who the first Rogue Master was, so when Scarlet revealed herself, Kajsa looked at her in admiration before greeting her in the same manner. I am Kajsa Offhand, descendant of the divine creature, Fenrir. Both were beautiful women, but one was like a seductive fox and the other was like a fierce black panther. What an interesting combination. Is this a dream collaboration that one couldn't see in the game? Jude's gamer brain thought of that for a moment before he patted Cordelia's back and told Scarlet and Kajsa. Moving on, Cordelia and I have one more identity besides the Rogue Master. What is it? Is it that you're a scammer couple? When Kajsa tilted her head and asked them, Scarlet burst into laughter. Wow, that's perfect. That's perfect. Scammer couple. It is, right? It's really perfect, right? As Kajsa giggled with excitement, Jude spoke with a bitter expression. I am glad that the two of you are getting along well, because I like pretty people. What's your other identity anyway? Kajsa shrugged and asked him, while Scarlet smiled when she heard the words pretty people before she also turned to Jude. Scarlet already knows about it. The other identity of Jude and Cordelia. Cordelia and I are both nobles of the Slen Kingdom, and also the Rogue Master, but we're also members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. And in my case, I am also Master Landius' disciple. Wait, Iron Man Landius? The red-haired warrior. Kajsa asked in her surprise. She was not surprised that they were members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Even in the South, there were some people from the noble families who had joined the Guardians of the Holy Cross. But he's Landius' disciple. That Iron Man Landius and not just anyone else? Yes, that Iron Man Landius. Wow, oh my gosh. Seriously, OMG. Wow, no wonder you're so strong. Wow, you're a Landius disciple, that Iron Man Landius. Kajsa was so thrilled that she even jumped from her spot. She couldn't help it because she was a big fan of Landius. Is Landius really that big? Are his muscles firm? No, it must be firm. That's right, it's firm. It must be big and beautiful. Kajsa fell into her own world halfway when she was asking questions. If it was the usual Jude, he would have just observed her. But this time, he immediately brought her back to reality because they didn't have the time for this. Anyway, the story that I want to tell is not about my master. It's just to increase the credibility of the story we're about to tell you. Having said that, Jude took a deep breath and lightly patted Cordelia's back. It was his signal to her to join the conversation again, because the words he was about to tell them was important for both Jude and Cordelia. Black Dragon Malekith. He's aiming for the south. Jude slowly talked about what had happened so far. Their encounter with Gamor Khan, the boss of the Black Hand mercenaries. The fact that they learned from him. The resurrection of Malekith is near. The Guardians of the Holy Cross have already asked my master and the other Paragon heroes for help in fighting Malekith. Ghostblade Camille and Holy Angel Lena. At Jude's words, Scarlet crossed her arms. I see. So you're trying to collect Carlo's tokens, right? In order to unite the 7 southern families who are busy fighting each other. Yes, Malekith is a strong enemy that cannot be stopped even if the entire South unites against him. And in order to face him, a new Carlos must be born to lead the 7 southern families together. A new ruler of the South who would succeed Carlos. All right, I somehow understand it. Kadsa nodded her head and crossed her arms like Scarlet as she said confidently. From what you have said so far, you're asking us to fully cooperate in protecting the South, right? Okay, I will cooperate. I'll lend you all the powers of the Offend family, whether it's my older brother or father. But on one condition, to hand over Carlo's legacy, because our side should also receive something. I won't ask for it right now. If we try to command the families by using it, some of them might rebel. So Carlo's legacy will be given to my Offend family only after the fight is over. Because Carlo's legacy belongs to us in the South. To summarize, she wanted the two to help them become the rulers of the southern region after the fight against Malekith. As expected of the Sea Wolf. Someone who took advantage of an opportunity whenever there was an opportunity. Her fierce smile and look were like that of a wolf. Okay, Cordelia and I are nobles from the north anyway. Our fief is also in the center. It would be much better for us to do business with the Offend family when they become the ruler of the South. Even if they had all of Carlo's possessions, it was impossible to become the ruler of the South during peacetime unless there was an emergency. Jude readily accepted her condition, and Kadsa grinned again while Scarlet frowned. I am saying this again because both of you seem to have forgotten it, but there's someone who's robbing the 7 southern families, right? They've already collected 4 tokens. In other words, it was not the time to think of giving Carlo's legacy to someone when they had yet to obtain it. That's right, so Kadsa, what do you think? Out of the 3 remaining no, there are 2 if you exclude my family. So you're asking on who will pick first? Choosing attack over defense was something common for beast-like girls. Kadsa snickered as if she was amused the moment she made her decision. Then it's definitely Count Kagehama. Let's start from there. Those beastards have the worst luck, especially the second son. It was very much like Kadsa to give an emotional and personal reason rather than a tactical reason. Therefore, Scarlet felt pity for that family while Jude briefly had an internal conflict. Should I agree to her decision or not? But it was then, Jude, let's do what Kadsa says. Somehow, I want to hit Count Kagehama first. She didn't have a proper reason for it. It was just her intuition. Her intuition was somehow telling her to attack them first. But because this was Cordelia's intuition and not anyone else, Jude nodded immediately. Okay, then let's rob Count Kagehama first. Yash, all right, let's go. As Kadsa jumped in excitement, Scarlet looked at Jude with a disagreeing expression. Are we really going to do that? Yes, because Cordelia also wants to hit Count Kagehama first. And the reason? Scarlet was already looking at Cordelia and not at Jude. So Cordelia replied with some hesitation. Jay, just because I just felt it. My intuition told me. Scarlet sighed at Cordelia's reply, and Kadsa laughed even louder. Kekek, as I thought, were alike. My friend is like me, huh? Should I be happy or sad about that? Cordelia awkwardly laughed at her beast friend's declaration, and Jude turned to Scarlet. Hey, Scarlet. What? Black Cloak. Have you made preparations? A preliminary investigation on Count Kagehama. The layout of the mansion, their security system, and so on. You want me to give it to you when I am the one who worked hard for this, because it's for world peace. Scarlet frowned at Jude's shameless answer as she really hated it, but it was only for a moment. Her shoulders soon drooped and she nodded her head. And that night, at a time close to midnight, the night at Argonne Port, which lasted longer than usual, finally began. Chapter 250 Count Kaghama 1. It was a chaotic night. Because Kajsa, the beheading witch of the Offend family who was believed to have died, and Sebastian Legwin, the sword of swiftness who had gone missing, had both returned alive, though the latter was unconscious. There's also us, the young heroes who saved the royal capital, the couple of the century who were well known in the entire kingdom. The two people, who in the royal capital had created the trend of running away because of love, were now in the south, and they had also saved Kajsa's life, so from the gossiper's point of view, it was a complete feast of topics. But isn't it strange? Sea Wolf Kajsa was captured by the pirates. Why is Sebastian Legwin unconscious in the first place? Moreover, he's with Kajsa. Could it be that Sebastian is her kidnapper? No, he's involved in her kidnapping case. It's also strange that the fantasy couple saved Kajsa. Maybe they're also involved with it. The 12 northern families and the 7 southern families? That's impossible. Anyway, I caught a glimpse of Lady Cordelia from afar, and she was indeed as beautiful as an angel, just like the rumors. Wasn't there a rumor that she's actually a real angel? Have you lost your mind? You believe in that rumor? Except for Lena, there's no other angel in the world. She's the only angel left in this world. It can only be Holy Angel Lena. Is that so? Why are the fantasy couple here in the south anyway? Is something going to happen in the south? Because when they thought about it, huge events always happened wherever the fantasy couple passed by. It happened in the north, in the wild lands beyond the borders, and even in the royal capital recently. If the gossipers had also known about the incidents in the Forest of Eternity and the Kraken in the sea, they would have been convinced that Jude and Cordelia were like a plague. But fortunately, they didn't know about that. In any case, as the rumor-mongers gathered and tattled, the bards also began to sing eagerly everywhere. Some made new songs by combining the rumors on how Kajsa was saved, while others sang songs from the royal capital that told about Jude and Cordelia's past activities because they were still uncertain about the recent events. Jude, did you hear that? Our names are being sung in the song. It was also a very dirty love song. The embarrassed Cordelia pulled Jude's sleeve, and he whispered in a low voice, "There's also a play." A play. Yes, a play in which you and I are the main characters. And it's not just one, as there are several of it too. What's the play about? When Cordelia asked in embarrassment, anticipation, and anxiousness, Jude whispered small again. Like how we fought the Lord Protector, how you and I that person is talking about us. It's a one-person play. She must be a storyteller. As he pointed to a corner instead of passing through the night market, they saw a female storyteller and several people sitting in groups and listening to the story. Thus from my lips, by thine, my sin is purged. Then have my lips the sin that my Lord has took, or has my Lord took the sin from my lips? Oh, trespass sweetly urged. Lady Cordelia, give me my sin again. You kiss by the book. The lines are taken from Act 1, Scene 5, with some minor differences and additions. Obviously, there are no my Lord and Lady Cordelia in the original lines, and the sentence, or has my Lord took the sin from my lips, is added by the author and not part of the original lines. Cordelia was in a daze as she listened and blushed when the storyteller glanced into the air alone. What's that? No, what's that about? Is that about a kiss? WL saying those cheesy lines? W8, we haven't kissed yet. Not on the lips. We've never kissed on the lips, so why is she talking about that? What's with your reaction? Don't tell me you haven't kissed that lewdly like those rumors. Cordelia groaned at Kajsa's question before she pursed her lips, and Kajsa giggled as she spoke again. Hey, you're already like that when it's just that much? There are a lot more erotic versions. There's more? Yes, errant love scenes essential in love stories. Cordelia blinked her eyes and swallowed hard before she clung to Scarlet as if she was running away. The South is weird. The South likes erotic stuff. Scarlet had a bitter smile at Cordelia's words. These stories were only exported to the South as they were originally from the North and the royal capital. But Jude was looking at the storyteller in curiosity aside from what she was talking about. Isn't that Shakespeare? To be exact, it was Romeo and Juliet. It was a scene where a pilgrim encourages a saint to kiss him by saying that she should replace her hands with her lips. Well, it's just a coincidence. People lived in Pleiades and the world they lived in their past lives. There could have been someone who had a similar idea to Shakespeare. Anyway, let's hurry. Count Kage-hama is this way. Kajsa spoke as she pulled down the hood that hid her face, and the group nodded as they moved forward. Argon Port had a night market that was open regularly, so it became quite noisy when Marquis Offend held a small festival celebration too for Kajsa's return. Right there, Count Kage-hama's mansion. Unlike the center of the port that had bright lights even in the middle of the night, the outskirts were quiet and even calm. Having climbed on top of a low wooden building, Kajsa looked at a distance, and Jude and Cordelia also turned to the same place. I think it's similar to the houses that we robbed in the royal capital, because it's a house of one of the 7 southern families. It's a mansion where the family head lives. Although the 7 southern families had their own territories, most of them lived in Argon Port, which was under the direct jurisdiction of the royal family. Scarlet, are you sure about this? That the token was in this place and not in their fief? I am certain. Right now, it isn't just Count Kage-hama, as most of the 7 southern families keep their tokens in Argon Port. That's why they've been robbed in succession. Kajsa nodded at the explanation of Scarlet that she said in a low voice. Given Kajsa's facial expression, the token of Marquis Offend seemed to be in Argon Port too. Rather than that, Black Cloak, are we really not going to send a notice card? Scarlet was highly dissatisfied about that more than the others. I know it's urgent, but I can't believe we're not sending a notice that the Rogue Master is going to appear. It's hard to accept that. Sending a notice will provoke that thief. So how about we send it now? No, not this time. Isn't it a bit offensive to send a notice just before you steal it in the first place? We can't give them time to respond. If you care about the Rogue Master's reputation, it's better if we don't send it. That's true, but can't you just send a notice now and come tomorrow? Jude shook his head again at Scarlet's gaze. We're in a situation where we don't know how that thief will act. So let's secure Count Kage-hama's token first and send a notice before we rob Count Laculia's token. Then we can catch that thief. Jude and Cordelia's goal was to collect the tokens. It was not to stop that unidentified thief. At this point, Scarlet had no choice but to back down. After all, she was quite rational. Then, are we really going to wear this when we steal? Why are you wearing a rabbit headband in the first place? Though it's cute, of course. Cordelia, who was wearing a rabbit ears headband and a butterfly-shaped mask out of habit, responded in a flustered manner at the words of Kajsa. Well, this is the tradition of the Rogue Master, hey? There's no such tradition, okay? Stop making up stuff. As Scarlet growled, Cordelia made an yoo-yoo sound. If I say that it's Jude's taste, they'll think of him as a pervert. He is a pervert, but I hate it if others call him a pervert. If Jude had read her thoughts, he would have strongly denied that he was a pervert, but the two had not made eye contact, so it was impossible for him to know that. Anyway, it's fine because it's cute. And Pink Bomb is known for her butterfly mask and rabbit ears headband, so it's like my official uniform. Wait, why are you wearing a rabbit ears headband in the first place? How did the Rogue Master's clothes end up like this after listening to Kajsa's question and Scarlet's laments? Jude changed the subject like always. Anyway, let's finish this chat and check our plans for the last time. The thorough Scarlet had conducted an investigation in advance. Written meticulously on the map were the places where the tokens that Carlos handed to the 7 Southern family were. It also included the hiding place of the token, which was a fist-sized emblem that had the family's crest in it, as well as the structure of the mansion's interior and the movement and composition of the guards. As expected of the Rogue Master's descendant, you're amazing. Wow, it's indeed amazing to see this. Have you investigated my house like this too? Do you have one for my house? Cordelia and Kajsa's admiration made Scarlet chuckle and raise her chin up, but Jude drew everyone's attention again. Hey, we're going to steal something from now on, right? We're not going on a picnic, okay? Yeah, I know. I'll follow you, but we just have to wear a mask, attack them, get rid of everything in our way, and come out with the token. Easy, right? Scarlet immediately frowned at Kajsa's words, but Cordelia unconsciously nodded her head. Come to think of it, most of our thefts in the royal capital was closer to an armed invasion rather than an elegant infiltration. It's been a long time since I used the detonating cord. Cordelia smiled again as she stroked the new detonating cord that Jude made, because she felt good from just touching it. And when Cordelia entered her own world, Jude made a similar headache-stricken expression like Scarlet before he spoke. Let's at least create a diversion. We'll turn Count Kagehama's attention while you get the token. Are we going to lure his troops by pretending to steal something else? Yes, that's the plan. That's not stealing, that's an armed intrusion. Scarlet let out a long sigh as Kajsa chuckled again. Anyway, I don't like the plan, but I understand since we don't have much time. Black Cloak, if you and that beast girl are going head-on, I'll sneak in and take the green god's tears that Count Kagehama treasured. Then they'll think that you guys are a diversion and focus their attention on me afterwards. Then we'll leave after that, right? We'll even say that the diversion is actually a trap. Is that right? Yes, you're right. You have the most important role, Pink Bomb. Cordelia giggled and looked proud at the words of Scarlet, who frowned again before speaking. It's because you have the moon crystal. It's the best means of escape. The moon crystal was the rogue master's treasure that enabled short-distance space leaps. Yes, it's simple but effective. Anyway, let's go and move now. Everyone nodded at Jude's words, but suddenly boom. The sudden explosion sound turned everyone's attention. It was from Count Kagehama's mansion. No way did someone get ahead of them in stealing. Boom, bang, bang, bang. Roars broke out in succession and flames arose. A group of men dressed in black from head to toe were then seen crossing Count Kagehama's walls. At first glance, they seemed to number 20 and were crossing the wall opposite the place where Jude and his group were. That was why they didn't notice it until the men attacked. Wait, wasn't it only a thief? Isn't that an army? Scarlet could not answer Kajsa's question right away, because she was confused too, as something changed. The thief didn't act like that when they previously robbed the 4 families. No, maybe they were planning to attack from the very start. Or is it possible that other forces intervened in this battle for the tokens? Stop them. Protect the Count. Clang, 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 clang. Loud bell sounds rang from inside the mansion alongside the shouts. It was to call the royal knights who were in charge of the port's security. What now? Are we just going to watch? I don't think these people are normal. Even though they were hiding on the other side, Kajsa and Cordelia could tell that the intruders were not ordinary people. Moreover, the movement of the people beyond the wall was unusual. It was clear that they were a proper army and not a gathering of curious onlookers. In response to Kajsa's question, Jude made a quick decision. We can't retreat now. They just couldn't ignore these intruders even if they were not ordinary people. They needed Carlo's tokens in order to effectively stop Malekith. We attack them. Their black-masked group would squeeze into the chaos in Count Kagehama's mansion and take the token. And subdue them. Their target was that person whom they had referred to until now as that thief. An unidentified thief who robbed the 7 southern families. Even if it wasn't that thief, it would be fine. They just had to subdue those attackers and gather more information. Scarlet, you move separately and secure the token. What about you? At Scarlet's question, Jude put on a black butterfly-shaped mask and took a deep breath. He looked back at Cordelia, who blinked her eyes. But in Jude's vision, her blue eyes were brightly sparkling. As if answering Jude's gaze, she grabbed the detonating cord on her waist while a dark smile spread across her face. FCK Bang. Chapter 251 Count Kagehama. 2. The 7 southern families were families of 7 knights who assisted Dragon Slayer Carlos. Carlos did not care about a person's sex, race, age, or place of origin, and perhaps because of this, his 7 knights were composed of diverse people as if this was on purpose. Fighting Fang Queen, Jennifer Offend, was reborn as a powerful fighter when she awakened both the blood of the divine creature Fenrir and a divine animal. Chris Kaelan was an elven knight born and raised in the Forest of Eternity. Shuryu Kagehama was a mysterious samurai who came from the Far East, and several others. These various knights lost their lives in the bloody battle against Black Dragon Malekith, and their families were granted control of the southern region by the founder king, Lion D. Slen, leading to the creation of the 7 southern families. What the hell is going on? Count Kagehama's second son, Bardo Kagehama, quickly covered with a white cloth the picture he was eagerly drawing and then raised his voice, because he suddenly heard a loud explosion. It's a raid. It's an attack. Young master, please run. Startled by the servants' voices, Bardo reflexively looked out the window, but it was midnight and his room was on the 3rd floor. As long as people didn't stick closely to each other, nothing could be seen except for the moonlight. Stop them. They must be stopped. Count, fire, screams and shouts were heard from all over the place. In the past, Shuryu Kagehama was a samurai excellent enough to cut 100 orcs with a single slash of his sword. But Bardo was not like his ancestor. It had already been more than 300 years, so there wasn't even any trace of his Eastern origins on his face. He had dark blonde hair, clear-cut features, and a fair complexion. Instead of grabbing his weapon, he hastily opened the door, and it was at that moment. "Father, go in, hurry," it was Count Kagehama. Although he was close to 50, he inherited the swordsmanship of Shuryu Kagehama and had a much stronger body than Bardo, who was a young man in his 20s. Count Kagehama pushed back into the room the profusely sweating Bardo, who was about to leave the room, and quickly closed the door as he said, "It's a raid, we have to escape. We've strengthened our defense force, but it's not enough." The 7 southern families knew each other well despite being on bad terms with each other. As Scarlett had said, some of the 7 southern families had kept under wraps the fact that they had been attacked, but the others already knew the situation to some extent. So Count Kagehama had stationed a much larger number of troops in his mansion than usual. But this raid was too much. It wasn't because a small number of troops had sneaked in, but because dozens of them had openly crossed the wall. Moreover, their fighting skills were unusual. "Hurry, but where? This way, there's a secret passage over here. In my room, it's a passage that only the family heads and heirs know. Hurry up and follow me." All the family heads of the 7 southern families who had been attacked so far were unharmed. Because the attackers' targets were not the family heads but their treasures, which was tokens of Carlos. But that had been the case so far. It was possible that their purpose had changed because they had now attacked differently from before. "Father, what's that?" "It's the family's token." "Anyway, now is not the time to talk." Count Kagehama stuffed the fist-sized token that had the crest of Carlos and Shuryu Kagehama into a pouch on his waist and knocked on the wall according to a set order. "Wow, for real? I didn't know that there was something like this in my room." It was when Bardo's eyes sparkled at seeing the secret door that appeared between the walls. Bang! The door shattered with a roar, and 5 men in black masks entered the room in succession. Yep! Bloodstains were clearly visible on the swords held by the masked men. It was obvious that they had killed several people on their way here. As Bardo shuddered and stepped back, Count Kagehama spit out a curse and drew his sword. "Damn it, what do you want?" But instead of responding, the masked men focused their attention on the Count's waist pouch. Apparently, they were aiming for Carlo's token. "Attack! Take the token!" When the unidentified man standing at the back shouted, the 4 masked men in front simultaneously kicked the ground. Count Kagehama cursed again and tightly gripped his sword. But it was at that very moment. FCK bang! A huge roar engulfed the clear and fine voice. The wall on the other side of Count Kagehama and Bardo exploded, creating a large hole, and the masked men fell down and screamed as they got covered by debris and hit by the shockwaves from the explosion. What the? Count Kagehama looked at the new intruders in confusion. There were 2 women, one dressed like a magician with a black butterfly-shaped mask and large rabbit ears headband, and the other was wearing a white mask that covered their entire face. Who are they? The masked men were bizarre, but the women in front of them were equally suspicious, because these women showed up by destroying the walls in the first place. But it was then. The trembling Bardo's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Kadsa, is that you, Kadsa? You've come to rescue us." Count Kagehama's eyes widened when Bardo shouted in delight, because the woman did indeed look like Kadsa when he heard his son's words. "Protect the Count? It's an explosion. They're on the 3rd floor." Amidst the loud noises echoing outside, Bardo opened his arms in joy, and Count Kagehama was surprised once again in a different sense. Could it be that my son and Kadsa offhand are in a romantic relationship? "Hey, Bardo, didn't I say that it'll kill you if you draw something like this again?" But it wasn't. Count Kagehama was surprised again at her angry shouts, and turned to the direction that the white-masked woman, Kadsa, was pointing before he swallowed hard. Because what was lying on the floor of the room was an obscene drawing with Kadsa's face on it. though it was still unfinished since it had only been drawn a few minutes ago. "No, this is you perverted beastard. I am killing you today, you hear me?" As Kajsa drew closer with a smirk, Bardo stepped back and ran way through the secret door, and Count Kage-hama raised his voice again out of urgency. "Kajsa, I don't know what's going on with you two, but we're in an emergency. Let's get out of here." Their families knew each other well despite being on bad terms. Having inherited the blood of beasts, the Offhand family were simple and ignorant. They wouldn't send out masked assailants like this, as they were the kind to attack from the front and declare war as they raise their flags high. So at least, the Offhand family wasn't behind this. Thus, it was fine if they ran away together, though it was strange that she suddenly appeared through a hole in the wall. If need be, I'll use her to buy time. Count Kage-hama opened the secret door again and motioned for Kajsa to come. But instead of Kajsa, the woman with a butterfly mask next to her was the one who spoke up. "Count, that's not it. You must go this way. We're here to save you, your lordship." It was a voice that was clear and beautiful like an angel's voice. Count Kage-hama was unknowingly moved at her sincere appeal and headed towards the woman. "Then we're going through that hole?" "Yes, please come this way. Hurry, 3rd floor. Go to the 3rd floor, my lord." It was noisy outside the room, loud enough to overpower the woman's voice. It seemed that nearly all the defense forces outside were defeated. "I'll trust you." Count Kage-hama approached the woman with the butterfly mask, Cordelia, who reached for the Count's waist pouch. As expected, it's here. Carlo's token. Scarlet had come up with 2 hypotheses. One was that Carlo's token was kept in the treasury as per her preliminary investigation, and the other was that Count Kage-hama took with him Carlo's token. Because a lot of families have become victims, and now they've been attacked too. Since 4 out of 7 families had already been attacked, he must have been more worried than usual. And in the meantime, he was attacked too. So if the token was within his reach, he was likely to run away with it. Thus, let's split up. Scarlet would go to the treasury. Cordelia and Kajsa would head towards the secret passage Count Kage-hama was likely to use. And the result was now. Count Kage-hama, who had been stolen from, looked at Cordelia with a bewildered face, and Kajsa immediately swung her fist. Ack! He was struck in his stomach after completely letting down his guard, and her punch was really powerful. Even if Count Kage-hama was a swordmaster, he was unable to endure it. Cordelia looked down at the fallen Count Kage-hama, who groaned before fainting. She said to Kajsa as she slightly narrowed her brows, "Wasn't that too much? Wasn't using your angelic voice to deceive him too much? This way." The shouts and footsteps of the assailants drew closer. Cordelia quickly threw herself into the hole instead of questioning the other further, and Kajsa did the same after carrying Count Kage-hama like a bag. "Jude, we got it?" Having thrown herself into the air, Cordelia sent a message magic to Jude, who was waiting on the roof. Kajsa then grabbed Cordelia's waist with one hand. Yosha, one person on her side and another on her shoulder. Although Kajsa was carrying 2 people, her landing was very stable, and she looked up the night sky. Perhaps because of the bright moon, she was much stronger than usual. Cordelia, "I'll tell Scarlet then." First, evade. It was the moment when Jude, who was relaying a message to Scarlet and Cordelia on the roof, suddenly jumped from his spot and shouted, "Shwa!" A bright red and gigantic sword rushed toward Cordelia and Kajsa. It was so fast that it seemed impossible to properly dodge it. "Hua!" Kajsa instinctively moved. She carried Cordelia in her arms, whom she had been holding with one arm, and jumped high with Count Kage-hama on her shoulder. But the sword was faster. A bright red sword came rushing in like a wave as it swallowed Kajsa's waist. Walk. Kajsa briefly closed her eyes, but nothing happened. She landed on the ground again. "Huh, how?" Cordelia knew the answer. Because she had used fairy steps just before the sword reached them. "FCK, don't tell me it's one of the 10 great swordmasters again. It's a huge bright red sword." At the time when Cordelia let out a curse, the huge sword moved vertically instead of horizontally this time. It was big at first glance, as it seemed to be more than 5 meters long. Yuo, but Kajsa was able to react this time. She quickly flew to the right to dodge the sword, and faced the unusually huge sword that came swinging down on her from the front. Yeah, a black dragon powerfully rushed in just before the sharp blade cut her head. Lightning struck in succession, and Kajsa hurriedly threw Count Kagehama away as she rolled on the ground. Ah! Cordelia, who was in Kajsa's arms, screamed in pain, but now was not the time to complain about it. She quickly opened her eyes and saw the place where Kajsa had been standing on earlier. She saw Jude fighting a very large man. Jude? Ha! Jude instantly narrowed the distance with hyper-fast thunderbolt and exploded the energy of the black dragon again instead of using his sword-like hand to attack. It was to buy time for Cordelia to join him in attacking. Solar flare, white light burst out. Having anticipated an attack, the huge enemy, a giant, groaned and stepped backwards, while Kajsa, whose eyes had been open then, closed her eyes as she screamed. And Cordelia got out of Kajsa's arms and stood up. She knew Jude better than everyone, so she had closed her eyes before he used solar flare. Madher. He wasn't one of the 10 great swordmasters. She was sure that the man was the corrupt dwarf Madher, one of Malekith's subordinates. Because there's no other guy like that? The giant in front of them was unusual. It was obviously a giant, but it was a bit far from the giants one would normally think of. He was 5 heads tall. He had the body type of a typical male dwarf. A taller person had an advantage in swordsmanship over a shorter person, just like most martial arts. That was why dwarven warriors tried to overcome their reach disadvantage by using long weapons such as halberds. But Madher had a different idea. If he was small, he should just make himself bigger. Madher studied magic that turned one into a giant and eventually succeeded in growing his own body several times. It was the birth of a giant dwarf with a big head, large body, and huge hands. Fools who resort to petty tricks. With a white beard and gray skin, Madher scoffed at them as his red eyes glowed. He looked like a giant dwarf golem because of the black armor he wore over his entire body and the unusually huge sword he held. Steel Castle, typical tank warrior. Powerful physical attacks that come from his huge weapon and inexhaustible strength. Has excellent physical and magic resistance. Basically has a dark attribute and weak against holy attributes, but not to the point of it being a critical weakness. Can be dealt with by just attacking him continuously. The two exchanged game information after a long time of not doing so. Kajsa stood up and was shocked at the words of the two. Madher? That Steel Castle Madher. A legend? No, a historical figure. Marquis Offend's library had a record of the battle between Jennifer Offend and Madher. This is crazy, like for real. Kajsa had already heard from Jude and Cordelia about Malekith's resurrection, but it was a fact that she didn't fully comprehend. A legendary evil dragon was about to be resurrected. She somehow believed it because she already had experienced a kraken, but there was still a part of her that doubted it. Nevertheless, the reason why she was so active now in helping Jude and Cordelia was because of her sense of duty in repaying her debt to them, as well as the practical reason of messing with Count Kagehama. But it was real. Madher, one of Malekith's 3 knights, had appeared. Kekek, you're not running away even after recognizing me? I admire your courage. Madher let out a dreary laugh and lowered his sword. And at the same time, light began to shine from the pouch on Madher's waist and the pouch Cordelia stole from Count Kagehama. The tokens of Carlos were resonating with each other. 4 out of 7 families. And 5th is the Kagehamas. The way they attacked this family now is different. They have been doing everything in secret before. But when it came to the 5th time, they're now openly doing it. Why? For what reason? Jude raised his head at that moment. Because a hypothesis was formed in his head. No way. The reason he appeared in the 5th. The reason he appeared with all the tokens he had already collected. Ho, did you notice? Madher proudly shrugged his shoulders and said. Kajsa didn't understand what he meant, so she turned to Jude, while Cordelia looked at Madher and the scene behind him instead of doing the same as Kajsa. Count Kagehama's mansion was collapsing. The garden was on fire, and the masked men from the mansion began to encircle the walls as if they were forming a siege. So Cordelia took a deep breath. Instead of thinking, she felt and naturally understood what she had to do. Let's beat Madher. Let's take this opportunity to defeat him and take Carlos' tokens. Jude nodded at Cordelia's words. After all, if they defeated Madher here and got the stolen tokens of Carlos, the situation would become favorable for them. Wait a second. He's Madher. That man's Madher. He's not an ordinary opponent. He's not even weakened like Sebastian. Kajsa said in a panic, but Jude and Cordelia just stared at Madher, who burst into laughter as if he was full of energy. That's not courage, that's arrogance and madness. If you want to defeat me, you should bring at least one of the 10 great swordmasters. Yeah, those 10 great swordmasters, he was correct. Madher's condition was not perfect since Malekith had yet to be resurrected, but given his stats in the game, at least someone on the level of a 10 great swordmaster was needed in order to defeat him. 10 great swordmasters. Someone who belonged to the 10 great swordmasters. Hey Kajsa, huh? Look carefully. Angelic wings of light spread behind Cordelia's back. At the same time, a white ring formed over her head, and she unleashed her strong angelic powers. But that wasn't all. Madher winced when lightning suddenly burst. As a black gale filled with lightning was formed, Jude rushed towards Madher. He sped up and rapidly opened the 6th door as he awakened the power of sword origin. What would happen if Jude could go back to the past month and have a rematch with the Lord Protector? Would he still throw up blood and struggle like he used to? Against the Lord Protector, the weakest among the 10 great swordmasters? Boom! Thunder boomed again, and Kajsa was able to see Jude's answer. The swordsmanship of those who had reached the level of a great swordmaster, the FCK. Madher was taken aback. He instantly boosted his strength to avoid the Jude's attack that was faster and more powerful than he could imagine. He backed away urgently and solidified his defense. He couldn't understand it. It was something impossible. But the reality was clear. Jude's energy literally amplified like an explosion as his fist struck Madher's shield. And that was why Madher couldn't look away from Jude. Madher's subordinates who were surrounding the walls were also surprised by the sudden burst of power, and all looked at Jude. So did Kajsa. Therefore, Cordelia sent a message magic to Kajsa so that the latter could see her soaring into the air. Kajsa stared at Cordelia with a dumbfounded expression. Cordelia had a dark smile as she held high a sword that was shining in a very white color. The best way to deal with an opponent is to strike as soon as it starts, before the opponent could even properly respond. At a blind spot they couldn't completely defend. Day of Judgment. The true power of heavenly judgment that only angels could use. White blades rained down from high up the sky. Chapter 252 Count Kaghama 3 Pada 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 Pada. The blades of light pouring down like a rain shower was enough to cause fear in itself. Heavenly Judgment. One of the 100 swords that Oriel, one of the 4 archangels of heaven, had forged for her warriors. Since Cordelia's angel ranking was still low, it wasn't as powerful as when Lena used it in the wild lands in the past, but even the weakened version had an earth-shattering power. Oh my God, when Kajsa spoke with a voice mixed with fear and wonder, the first blade of light reached the ground. Hundreds of blades rained down on the outskirts of Count Kagehama's mansion, or to be exact, on the walls of the property as it destroyed everything it came across. Pada 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 pada, it was like heavy rain that struck the ground. Madher's subordinates were struck by the endless firing of light blades. As the rain of light literally swept them away, their true forms were revealed. These men had hidden their appearances by wearing masks and robes, but they were actually demons and synthetic demonic humans who were made from combining demons and humans. Ruambly, the walls of Count Kagehama's property collapsed. The demons and demonic humans were overwhelmed by the divine power, and they were unable to avoid the rain of light blades as it turned them into ashes. Kajsa looked up the sky in awe again. The figure of Cordelia, as she held a divine sword that was shining white in the night sky, was like a goddess rather than an angel. Kajsa put her hands together in prayer out of reverence. If she had been left alone, she might have even knelt down on her knees and worshipped Cordelia. If she had been left alone, that is. Bang. A new roar filled the place where the blades of light had disappeared. It was from Jude and Madher's clash. Crazy, Madher was blocking Jude's onslaught with his shield, but couldn't help looking around, because it was impossible for him to not look away when blades of light had just rained down from the sky. Angel, and what in the world is this guy's power? The forces besieging Count Kagehama's mansion were literally annihilated in just a few seconds. They were swept away without a single trace left. It was totally unexpected. Not only Madher himself, but even Sicily wouldn't have been able to foresee such a situation. Where did these two suddenly come from? Cicely had worked hard in gathering information of the current era after she woke up earlier than Malekith. So Madher knew quite a bit about the powerful people of the present time. He even tried to face 2 of the 10 great swordmasters himself. The 10 great swordmasters and the 7 knights of Carlos are equal. At least, that was the case with the 2 whom he faced. Although the 2 weren't as good as Jennifer Offend, who was the strongest among the 7 knights of Carlos, or Chris Kaelan, who was an elven knight, the 2 were skilled enough to be just below Jennifer and Chris. Rare. Something that's supposed to be uncommon. Such a strong man was usually rare, especially among humans. Unlike elves and dwarves who were guaranteed a long youth and a life spanning hundreds of years, the lifespan of a human was only 100 years at the longest, and most of them were in the prime of their lives at ages 20 to 30. In other words, humans had an extremely short time to train themselves, so it was difficult for their race to become stronger than elves or dwarves. But the reason why strong people like the 10 great swordmasters exist was because humans were so numerous that they were incomparable to elves or dwarves. True geniuses. People with monstrous talents were born not in 1 out of hundreds or thousands, but at least in 1 out of 100. So people like them weren't that many. Once they were born, they were bound to stand out and make a name for themselves, whether they liked it or not. But what was this guy in front of him? Where did this guy suddenly come from? Kyuuwo. Madher loudly roared and wildly swung his shield. He blocked Jude's attack and swung down his lightning-fast, huge sword at the same time. A vertical strike. An attack that would be impossible for ordinary people to follow with their eyes, but not for Jude. Madher, who had launched the attack, also knew it would miss. That guy would dodge his attack, and it actually happened. Jude dodged Madher's sword attack that came down towards his head by moving to the side, just as Madher expected. Tahoya. Madher's sword that struck down at a fast speed then defied gravity in an instant. After stopping the downward force of the sword attack, he changed its direction at once as he swung it up diagonally. A V-shaped attack. It was an illogical move for Madher to suddenly change the course of his sword, but it was good for an unexpected attack. So far, Jennifer Offend was the only one who had avoided this attack. That was why he was sure. It would definitely hit. It would cut his opponent's body. But the moment he changed the course of his sword, Jude did not falter. Rather, he changed his direction as if he had expected it and looked at the rising sword. Because he knew. Because he already knew so well that Madher could pull off this kind of technique. Boom! A roar burst into the air which had unbelievably come from a sword attack. But Madher knew. He didn't feel it. His sword did not cut Jude. He clearly succeeded with his attack, but his opponent was unharmed. Madher hastily raised his head. Jude had jumped up the sky. That guy did not just avoid his sword attack, but even climbed on his own sword. He rode on the upward cut's force in order to soar up. From Madher's perspective, this was so astonishing and absurd. He didn't expect anyone else to do this besides Jennifer Offend. But he was still Madher. Though he was flustered, his body was already preparing for the next attack. He pulled back the red sword that he swung in order to attack Jude in the sky, and it was at that moment. Whoosh! Something wrapped around Madher's arm that was holding the sword. Madher quickly turned his gaze and saw a thin cord wrapped around his right arm and an angel holding the end of the cord. For Madher, it was something that he would just sneer at. Are you trying to stop me with those slender arms of yours? Do you think that's possible? Madher immediately pulled his right arm. He tried to tell the angel, who had fearlessly tied him up, that they had a huge difference in strength. But it was the time when he pulled his arm. The angel let go of the cord without any regrets, as if she had no intention of competing for strength in the first place. Why? Don't tell me she just wanted to divert my attention. It wasn't. The bright smile of the angel denied his assumption. It was something else. Her purpose was not to delay. FCK bang, boom, his right arm exploded. The wire-shaped detonating cord exploded, and the startled Madher almost let go of his sword. His arm felt like it was going to break, because a part of the detonating cord had injured his joint that was not protected by the armor. Madher wrapped his arms with his red aura. He boosted his physical abilities and stopped the bleeding at the same time before he tried to swing his sword towards the angel. But someone got in his way at that time. It was Jude who was in the sky. Black Dragon's Ascent? Burst. Having soared up the sky, Jude fired the energy of the Black Dragon towards the ground. When a dozen Black Dragons came rushing at once, Matter was forced to give up his attack. He hurriedly raised his shield and blocked the energy of the Black Dragon. Babba-babba-babba-babbing, the energy of the Black Dragon mercilessly pounded on the shield. The power of each shot wasn't that strong, but the problem was the numbers. Is this guy some kind of wizard? What kind of warrior in the world would fire his fist energy as if they were magic missiles? No, is he a fist fighter in the first place? The guy was obviously barehanded, but it felt like he was fighting a swordsman. Yu-Wuo, Matter shouted again and infused his red aura into the shield. He did not stop at simply blocking the energy of the Black Dragon as he roughly swung his shield wide while turning his red sword towards the sky. Just like what Jude had wanted. Swoosh, for Matter to swing his shield and sword, for Matter to spread out his arms naturally. Cordelia did not miss that opportunity. With her telekinetic power, she simultaneously controlled 4 detonating cords to fly in the air and wrap around Matter's limbs. She recited the spell while Matter was startled. FCK bang, bang. The detonating cords exploded all at once. Matter hastily protected his body with his red aura, but his timing was a little late. Red blood burst out of Matter's limbs. Quack! For Matter, this was driving him crazy. He had never experienced or even imagined someone to attack like this. It exploded the moment it wrapped around his limbs, so he had not time to tear it away. If only Malekith had been resurrected. The current Matter was unable to use his full power. He couldn't use his steel body that he obtained from signing a soul contract with Malekith. If Malekith had been resurrected and he was able to use his steel body, he could have just ignored all these explosions. Black Dragon's Ascent? Having evaded Matter's sword attack by turning his body, Jude then kicked into the air. Just like Landius, he gained momentum by releasing energy from his souls, and used Black Dragon's Ascent while in that state. It was truly a fiendish double attack. If Matter blocked Jude's attack, Cordelia would attack. If Matter tried to hit Cordelia, Jude would attack. In the end, Matter was beaten up by the two in turns. Matter moved his injured arm to block Jude's attack. The energy of the Black Dragon exploded on his shield, and at that moment, the detonating cord wrapped around his right arm again. It exploded once more before he could even say something. Kayak, his arm did not break this time either, but as injury was added to injury, his arm lost its strength. His right arm drooped, and Jude did not miss that gap. Bang! Hyper-fast thunderbolt. Jude instantly disappeared from Matter's sight, but Matter predicted which way Jude would move to the right, so he quickly defended his right side. It was as he expected. Matter evaded Jude's sword-like hand by turning swiftly. He did not stop there, as he strengthened his left foot to become an axis while forcibly swinging his right arm. He tried to crush Jude with his huge fist, a counterattack following a picturesque evasion. He was indeed one of Malekith's 3 knights, but unfortunately, it wasn't Jude who was only present in this place. The moment Matter gave strength to his left foot, a fiendish voice was heard from his back. Grease! He slipped. His balance was shaken because of the floor that had quickly become slippery. Therefore, Matter's punch became a miss, and Jude dug into that gap. The energy of the sun struck Matter's side. Kayak! Power of the sun. The shock that was transmitted through the armor pushed Matter back as he vomited blood. He staggered as if he was about to fall, but managed to adjust his posture. But it was not over, because Cordelia's last detonating cord wrapped around his waist this time. The FCK. Following his sudden curse, an explosion occurred again this time. But unlike before, there was no blood, because Matter had dispelled the magic that turned him into a giant, returning to a dwarf's original size. Clack-la-clang. Matter's sword and shield fell to the ground. The leg part of the armor also collapsed, but the body part remained. Rather, the parts covering the arms and legs then combined with the body part to form a solid barrier. It was the absolute defense posture that Matter used before moving on to Phase 2. He hides himself in his armor like a turtle as he recovers his strength. Without his giant transformation magic, Matter was a small person even among the dwarves. Therefore, it was possible for him to hide in the body part of his armor as much as possible. In the game, we had no choice except to wait, but this was reality now. Madher's armor boasted of an absolute defense, but the law of destruction still applied to it. Jude looked at Cordelia, who immediately nodded, because she instinctively had a similar thought. Art is an explosion. With a smile, Cordelia took out from her waist a bundle of dynamite that Jude had made and lit the fuse. She pushed her hand inside Madher's armor and shoved it in. Fairy steps. Being able to pass through all attacks meant it could also pass through anything. Cordelia released the dynamite in her hand and promptly pulled it out. She had used up all of the fairy steps today, but it was not a complete waste. Madher was an enemy worthy of this much trouble. Boom! An explosion burst inside the armor. The parts of the armor that was building some kind of shelter fell down one after another, because the explosion inside caused the union of the parts to be broken. Kayak Madher was covered in blood as his armor broke, and he threw up black blood. His eyes were filled with anger and chagrin. Why, you demons, Madher had never experienced a battle like this. Jude and Cordelia did what they had to do instead of being embarrassed with Madher's compliment. No, it was not a compliment. In the midst of the explosion, Cordelia picked up the pouch that had fallen off Madher's waist. There are 5 tokens. There were 5 tokens of Carlos inside the pouch, but Madher had only attacked 4 families. What in the world is going on? Did Scarlet get it wrong? Did she mistake it for 4 families when 5 families were actually attacked? But it wasn't. Scarlet wasn't wrong, because 1 family betrayed us. One of the 7 southern families joined hands with Malekith, or rather Sicily. So it was 5, not 4. That was why Madher attacked Count Kagehama so openly. Yurei also attacking Kadsh's house now, right? Madher was startled at Jude's words, because it was as Jude had said. You've already collected 5 out of 7, and all that's left are the tokens of Count Kagehama and Marquis Offhand. That's why Yurei attacking so openly. If only Count Kagehama had been attacked, Madher's subordinates wouldn't have created such chaos. If Count Kagehama fell first, the Offends would make preparations to stop an army and not just a thief. But if you attack at the same time from the very beginning, you won't have to worry about such things. Isn't that right? At Jude's words, Kadsa, who had been watching from afar, then exclaimed in admiration, while Cordelia shrugged her shoulders, feeling proud as if she had said it herself. And Madher laughed. Although he was dying, he burst out laughing. Kahaha, ahahaha, yes, you are right, everything is as you said. He also sent troops to Marquis Offhand. The number of troops there were almost 3 times more than the one mobilized for Count Kagehama. Marquis Offhand will perish today. Well, take the tokens, and you'll never be able to collect all 7 tokens. Carlo's tokens were nothing more than family crests if they didn't collect all 7. So Madher smiled brightly. He let out malicious words without holding back. But it was strange, because Jude and Cordelia were not disturbed at all. They even laughed out loud. Why are you laughing now? Jude and Cordelia turned to Kadsa instead of answering, and Kadsa grinned as she teasingly said, No, the tokens here. We've already collected all 7. What? She wasn't bluffing. Kadsa took out the real token of Marquis Offhand from her waist pocket. I just had a bad feeling about it. Cordelia smiled at the reason of the original beast girl, Kadsa, but not for Madher, because it reminded him of his lifelong nemesis, Jennifer Offhand. Why, you Offhand family beastards? You just had a bad feeling, so you took the token with you? And perhaps my house will be fine too, even if Madher wasn't there. Even if only demons and low-ranking demonic humans were sent there, because Mr. is there. Sebastian Legwin, the Sword of Swiftness. He woke up late in the afternoon and had lost all his memories of the past month, but he was now completely free of Cecilia's brainwashing. Because my father and older brothers are there too. The Offends and Kagehamas were different. It would be no exaggeration to say that the Offends were the most powerful of the 7 southern families when it simply came to military force. Moreover, the entire family had gathered due to Kadsa's sudden return. The current Marquis Offhand, who was normally away from home, and even her first and second older brothers, had all returned home, so one could say that her family was in a perfect condition to fight. From Madher's perspective, this was a truly crazy situation. What had happened to him also drove him nuts, but he was also surprised that Sebastian Legwin, whom Cecilia had tried to get on their side, was now protecting Marquis Offhand. Cecilia and Madher knew that Sebastian was at the Offhands, but did not expect that Sebastian would wake up already. And in fact, Sebastian would not have woken up if the sirens hadn't treated him. Damn you, Madher let out a curse before he slumped. It was a natural result since he was holding out as he cursed while being fatally wounded. Oh, level up. Cordelia smiled as she was surrounded by rings of white, and so did Jude. Although Madher was in a weakened state, the amount of experience they gained was significant since he was one of Malekith's 3 knights. Wow, we got 4. Because of the level up, Jude and Cordelia were almost level 90 now. Cordelia jumped in happiness, while Jude looked back at Kajsa. Kajsa. Yes, I know, they still had something to do before heading to Marquis Offhand. Here. When Cordelia brightly smiled and gave her the 5 tokens Madher had collected plus Count Kage-hama's token, Kajsa laughed out loud at that moment. Why, no, it's just when she thought about it again, the 2 in front of her were the ones who defeated a Kraken, so it was not surprising that they defeated Madher. Kajsa had a big smile again as she took the tokens from Cordelia, who tilted her head, wondering why Kajsa was laughing. Kajsa then took a deep breath. She turned to Jude and said, "Shall I put it together?" "Yes, put it together." To connect the tokens, Carlos gave to his 7 knights one by one. Kajsa began to join the tokens one by one, and the tokens interlocked with each other as it became one. And the last one, the token of Marquis Offhand. Kajsa moved her hand while Cordelia swallowed hard. The final piece was put together to complete Carlos' tokens. Chapter 253 Hype. The following episodes after this are quite long, so expect some delays in their releases. Anyway, some of you wanted a picture of the kitten, but getting a kitten to stop moving when taking a picture wasn't easy. Hahaha, it still has no name since my family originally thought it was a girl and named it Candy. But I only found out today that it was a boy, so we're trying to come up with a new name. Terms used in this episode. Magic words, also known as katadama. It refers to the Japanese belief that mystical powers dwell in words and names. In Japanese fiction, it's mostly a special ability to influence someone or something through the power of words. Characters that have a similar ability to this are Toge Inumaki from Jujutsu Kaisen and Kyudo Asuka from Mondeji. Ancient dragons were special beings. Even if one looked at the entire history of Pleiades, the number of ancient dragons could be counted on one's fingers. What was the reason for that? Why were the number of dragons who reached the level of an ancient dragon so small? It was strange if one thought about it a bit deeply. No one could deny that dragons were the strongest race when viewed as a single entity. They had no such thing as a natural enemy, and were a long-lived race that lived longer than dwarves and elves. The mortality rate of adults was also low because they became stronger as they grew older. In other words, they were a race that had little chance of dying once they became an adult as long as they did not go crazy. But despite this, the number of ancient dragons was small. They were such a rare existence that it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was only one in several generations, because it wasn't just about getting older. An ancient dragon was not just an old dragon. A dragon couldn't reach the level of an ancient dragon by just getting old. In terms of human beings, they were like the 10 great swordmasters know. They were like the sword saints who had reached a level that transcended the limits of their race. Most dragons stopped growing at the level of a common old dragon, an adult dragon, when they got older. But few of them could be more than that. Ancient dragons were chosen beings even among dragons. They were monsters that transcended the limits of the dragon race and reached the realm of a god. That was the ancient dragon. Kajsa gulped as she stared at the tokens of Carlos that had been gathered into one. Dragon Slayer Carlos, the great hero of the South who defeated Black Dragon Malekith, but he was a different being from other dragon slayers. Most dragon slayers who left their names in history had only slayed adult dragons. However, Carlos was different. What he killed was an ancient dragon, an existence that was like a god among dragons, a true great hero. The only person acknowledged as his lifelong rival was Lion D. Slen, who founded the Slen Kingdom and subdued countless monsters. Kajsa could not calm her pounding heart. How in the world could she not get excited and nervous now? Carlos' legacy, It was the first time in nearly 300 years since Carlos passed away that the tokens he left behind were gathered in one place. Katja moved her hands while listening to the beating of her pounding heart and combined the 7 tokens into one without difficulty. It became a sculpture that had some angles in it, but was overall round and had a diameter of around 15 cm. Having completed the token, Katja unknowingly released mana from her fingertips. Somehow she felt like she had to do that, and it was at that moment. It's shining. Carlos' tokens began to shine. The emblems of each family began to shine until the entire token intensely shone. Pink bomb. Scarlett's voice was heard from the far side of the mansion. But Cordelia did not look back. Because she instinctively turned her gaze to a distant place the moment a strong light arose from the token in Katja's hand. Quagang. A roar was heard from the distance. But it wasn't the sound of an explosion. The light from the token weakened, so Jude and Cordelia were able to see more clearly. At a distance, something split the night sky. A pillar of light soared high and pierced the sky, giving off a subtle glow. The port. Broadly speaking, Count Kagehama's mansion was also located at Argonne Port. But if one had to pinpoint the exact location, it would be misleading to say that it was in the port. Because it was located outside the city of Argonne. It's on the port side. If it's that far central square, Jude added after Katja. In the realm of calculation, Jude was unparalleled. The moment he saw the pillar of light, he unfolded the map of Argonne Port in his mind and calculated the exact location. That's where the dwarves' workshop is. To be exact, it was next to it, at the place where a giant statue of Carlos was erected. Then let's go. Jude nodded as Cordelia jumped and spoke. He naturally offered his back, and she jumped again as she got on his back. Pink bomb, black cloak. Scarlett came running just then and called the two. She did not know of the current situation because she was looking for the token in the mansion. But she was quick-witted like a rogue master. As soon as she saw the token in Katja's hand and the pillar of light soaring from afar, she roughly understood the situation. Have you sensed it? Then let's go. When Cordelia urged them again, Katja grinned and turned around, but not Scarlett. Unlike the two beast girls, she spoke like a rational person. W8, what about Count Kagehama? Is he dead already? Scarlett pointed to Count Kagehama, who was lying on the floor with his tongue sticking out. He seemed to have fainted when Katja threw him in the midst of the fight. He's not dead, so let's hurry up. Katja beckoned and urged her to hurry as if he was insignificant, and Scarlett unconsciously narrowed her brows and sighed. Because the current situation was unlike a rogue master's work, a garden that had become a sea of fire and a destroyed mansion. Even the owner of the mansion had fainted with his tongue sticking out. Is this even a robbery? No, this isn't even a robbery. It's more appropriate to call it terrorism. Anyway, let's go. Scarlett nodded as Cordelia urged her while on Jude's back. After all, a huge pillar of light suddenly appearing was bound to attract attention. Okay, let's go. Scarlett replied with a displeased expression, while Cordelia tightly hugged the neck of Jude, who kicked the ground. He raced towards the pillar of light. Scarlett wasn't wrong. The pillar of light that rose up with a roaring sound had attracted a lot of people's attention. And among them was Cecilia, who was watching the situation from afar. Dark elf Cecilia, the descendant of the high elf royal family who lived in the Forest of Eternity, then furrowed her brows. Madher. She somehow knew on what happened to him because she was also one of the 3 knights of Malekith. Madher had failed. He not only lost all of Carlos' tokens, but also lost his own life. That stupid beastard. She didn't cry, but her heart ached, because they had been working together for a long time. But now was not the time to indulge in her thoughts. Cecilia gritted her teeth and thought, our plan has failed. Their plan to collect all 7 tokens by attacking Count Kagehama and Marquis Offend at the same time had failed. Madher, who attacked Count Kagehama's mansion, had died, and the battle at Marquis Offend's mansion had lost its significance. All 7 tokens had already been gathered. Is it time to make a decision? After all, the 7 tokens had all been gathered, and the location of Carlos' legacy in the south had been revealed. The reason they attacked the 7 southern families in the first place was to secure his legacy, so it was only natural for her to make a move now. But she needed to make a decision, because most of the available troops she had were gone or busy. Gamor Khan strangely disappeared somewhere, while Madhur died in his mission. The troops attacking Marquis Offen's mansion were being used to bind the Marquis feet. So in the end, she had to release all the troops she had saved so far in order to take Carlo's legacy. Someone who's strong enough to defeat Madhur, she made up her mind. She would only fail again if she held back their forces. Cecilia took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and gave a command. Go and take Carlo's legacy. The necromancer's command soon became magic words and crossed the sea. Those who were hiding in the darkness of the night began to move at once. FCK, they race so fast, Katja swore as they raced under the moonlit night. Because she couldn't keep up with Jude even with her speed that was the fastest among the offhans. She could only strive hard to chase after him. Moreover, Jude was carrying Cordelia. No matter how light Cordelia was or how strong Jude was, there should have been a significant difference between running alone and running while carrying someone. But I still can't catch up, huh? The unyielding Katja mustered all her strength to increase her speed, so Scarlet, who was running behind a little further, ended up swearing. Hey, you beast Btiches, wait for me. She knew that they were in a hurry, but was still confused with the situation. And frankly, her pride was hurt. She was the rogue master's descendant, yet she was the one lagging behind the most. It didn't make any sense to her. Ha! Scarlet shouted out in her mind before adding one more haste spell on herself. She clenched her teeth at the pain that inflicted her entire body as she sped up, and it was at that moment. Stop! When Cordelia yelled in a hurry, Katja stretched out her hand and grabbed the waist of Scarlet, who couldn't stop on time, forcing her to stop. And Jude moved his hand. Instead of evading, he opted for a head-on fight to protect Katja and Scarlet. Bang! The energy of the black dragon burst and shook the atmosphere, and the sharp sword flying towards them was pulverized and scattered. To their side. Above the roof, Jude and Cordelia stopped on the roof of a residential house close to the port and simultaneously looked at the same place. And Cordelia cursed from the bottom of her heart. FCK. As I thought, it's one of the 10 great swordmasters. I knew it. I knew there was a traitor among the 10 great swordmasters. Standing on the roof was a tall man with a fine beard. Matteo Lucullia, the head of the Lucullia family and one of the 2 members of the 10 great swordmasters who lived in the south. In fact, this had already been foreseen. There were only 3 families that had not been attacked before today, and after excluding the Cagehamas and the Offens, only the Lucullias remained. Matteo frowned at Cordelia's explicit swearing, but he did not refute it at all. It was true that he, who was called the Sword of Heavy Pressure, had betrayed the other southern families and joined hands with Malekith. Katja Offend, surrender quietly. I don't want to be rough on you. As soon as Matteo's words were over, unidentified men appeared on the roof. They seemed to be in the dozens at first glance, but that wasn't all. Because swordsmen belonging to Count Lucullia showed up everywhere too. You really betrayed us. Matteo's betrayal was already confirmed when he appeared here, but Katja couldn't help but say it. The fact that Count Lucullia's swordsmen were here meant that Matteo had indeed completely betrayed them. What is it? What on earth was promised that he, one of the family heads of the 7 southern families, joined hands with Malekith, who had tried to destroy the south in the past? Katja didn't think much about it any longer. He was a traitor anyway, so finding out why he did so didn't matter to her. I've never liked him even in the past. Furthermore, based on what he said, he wasn't being brainwashed like Sebastian. If so, she just had to knock him down. As Katja clenched her fists and growled, Matteo sighed, shaking his head as he drew his sword. Then it can't be helped. I'll have to subdue you by force. Matteo Lucullia, the Sword of Heavy Pressure. He was not weak. He was considered to be stronger than Sebastian, the Sword of Swiftness. Therefore, Katja broke into a cold sweat as she instinctively felt the difference in power. But not for Scarlet. Her body was sweating, but this was because of her exhaustion from chasing after Jude and Cordelia, and not because she was afraid of Matteo. There was a reason why she was not afraid. It wasn't because she believed in the strength of Jude and Cordelia. She had never seen Jude and Cordelia fight with their full power in the first place. There was a reason why she believed in them. A reason why she did not lose her composure even when one of the 10 great swordmasters became an enemy. Aren't you going to use it? At Scarlet's question, Cordelia nodded and pulled out an item from the space expansion pocket at her waist. Kadsa, huh? Jude grabbed the wrist of Kadsa, who reflexively turned her head, while Scarlet placed her hand on Cordelia's shoulder. Mateo felt that something was wrong and hurriedly sprinted forward, but what Cordelia held in her hand and raised was the moon crystal, one of the rogue master's treasures. FCK bang. As she said that with a wink, moonlight poured down from the sky. Instead of an explosion, a faint light covered the surrounding area. No way. Mateo understood what was happening and hurriedly shot his sword forward. But Jude had no intention of blocking or avoiding it this time. He and Cordelia just smiled. Slash! Mateo's sword pierced the air. It was after Jude, Cordelia, Kadsa, and Scarlet had leapt through space with the moonlight and disappeared. Damn it, they leapt across space. Mateo quickly closed his eyes and spread out his senses, because he thought that they couldn't have gone far since there were many people who leapt through space, and not just one. But it wasn't. He couldn't find any traces of them, as they had gone a distance far from what he thought. Master Mateo? The swordsmen of Count Luculia approached with bewildered faces, and Mateo raised his head at that moment. He shouted as he pointed to the pillar of light still soaring high in the distance. Let's move. If they had taken a long-distance space leap from here, they could only go to one place. Mateo sprinted on the roof again, but it was then. Something moved past Mateo's head. It seemed to blend into the night sky because of its dark blue scales, but Mateo and everyone present could clearly discern the being crossing above their heads. Black dragon. Dragons belonging to Malekith's dragonflights? There were only two, but their greatness was beyond imagination. Gigantic beings whose body length reached up to 30 meters were flying through the sky, making the sight quite unrealistic. Ruwar, one of the dragons, roared, and the demons Cecilia gave to Mateo also howled together and revealed their true forms. They followed the dragons and rushed towards the pillar of light. The group who appeared with the moonlight then raised their heads as soon as they landed, because the roars of the dragons and demons shook the entire port. Crazy. At the sight of dragons flying towards them, Katja cursed while Scarlet swallowed her breath. She had already heard the situation from Jude and Cordelia, so she believed them to some extent. But after seeing the dragons, she realized that Malekith truly existed. Hurry up. The dragons were flying straight towards them, so they couldn't just watch. When Cordelia shouted, Kadsa and Scarlet came to their senses and quickly ran towards the stone statue located in the center of the pillar of light, while Jude hurriedly narrowed the distance from the statue by using hyper-fast thunderbolt. Kadsa, as Cordelia jumped off Jude's back and shouted, Kadsa threw the token of Carlos in her hand. Cordelia caught the token with her telekinetic power instead of using her own hands and looked back at the statue. The moment she faced the huge statue of Carlos that was around 5 meters tall, she instinctively knew where the token should be placed. There, the sword worn on Carlos' waist. The token flew towards a hollow spot on the end of the sword handle, and the stone statue reacted. As if it was attracted by a magnet, the token settled on the end of the handle. Ruwar, the roars of the dragons grew closer. Kadsa and Scarlet shrank back at the dragon fear that put the beings around them in a panicked state. And among those present here, Scarlet was the only one ordinary human, so she trembled involuntarily. Kadsa hugged Scarlet's shoulder. She glared at the dragons, growling as if the blood of the divine creature made her do so. And the pillar of light disappeared. The magic circle that glowed under the statue disappeared, and a line was drawn in the middle of the statue. It split open, revealing what was hidden inside, and Jude clenched his fist. Bingo! Carlos' legacy. A symbol of domination that allowed all the 7 southern families to be under one's rule. It was an item that did not even appear in the game since it was only a background setting. But on the way here, Jude had already guessed on what Carlos' legacy might be. What they were trying to stop was not the forces of the 7 southern families becoming into one. It definitely wasn't because they didn't care about it that much. They did care about it to some extent, but that wasn't the true reason. It's too rough. Even though 2 of the 7 families remained, their means of attacking from the front was too rough. If the tokens were truly their goal, it would have been better if they dealt with it secretly like they had previously done. If they had handed over Carlos' tokens to Count Luculia, who was on their side, they would have been able to prevent the union of the 7 southern families, and also prevented it from being used. But the situation changed when they openly attacked with demons and demonic humans now. Even if Count Luculia presented the completed Carlos tokens, it was obvious that he had colluded with the demons to collect it, so the 6 southern families would not have followed his words. After all, their purpose was not the 7 southern families. Their purpose was the legacy itself that could be found through Carlos tokens, and if it was something they covet, especially if it was something Sicilia might be aiming for. Rue war. The black dragons roared again. Katja yelled at them while Scarlet clenched her teeth to overcome the dragon fear, and Cordelia glanced at Jude. Instead of getting it for herself, she gave way to Jude. To begin with, it was something that suited the swordsman Jude more than her, who was a wizard. Qo. The 2 black dragons swallowed their breaths at the same time. They opened their mouth to fire their dragon breaths, but at that moment, Jude reached inside the statue and grabbed Carlo's legacy. Fuea, they fired their dragon breaths. Dark blue beams shot down with a momentum that could swallow the entire central square. But it did not serve its purpose. The dragon breaths that they had shot into one were split into 2, crushing only the left and right sides of the statue. Katja, who was hugging Scarlet tightly, then opened her eyes. Scarlet panted since her face was buried in Katja's chest, and she looked up at Jude, who was standing in front of them. And they both remembered at the same time. The legend of the South, the story of the great hero Carlos. Escalon, Ultimate 3. The dragon sword that fatally wounded Black Dragon Malekith and sent him into a deep sleep. Jude gripped Escalon. He glared at the black dragons with a bitter smile as he heard Valencia complaining from the depths of his mind. Chapter 254, Night At Argon Port 2. One day, a dwarf artisan from Swordseeker thought, what is the ultimate sword? What is the strongest sword? Is the ultimate sword simply a sword with a strong attack power? It isn't. I don't think it is. Because you can't properly prove it if it's the sharpest or the toughest sword in the world. Then what is the strongest? How can one prove that a sword is the strongest? The strongest sword is one that can defeat the strongest being. That is the ultimate level we must seek. It was a story that began to get a little weird as it proceeded. But the ancient dwarves were a race that only ran forward once they were fixated on something. The dwarf who originally came up with that idea then gathered dwarves with similar thoughts as him, and these dwarves became one of Swordseeker's 7 guilds. The sword that cuts the strongest being. What we need for that is an existence that everyone recognizes as the strongest. The gods of heaven had left the earth. The demons of hell were banished from the earth. Who was the strongest remaining being on the earth then? Dragon, the strongest race. Those who were born as rulers of winged creatures and wild animals. Descendants of the first monarch who inherited the ley lines of fantasy. The ultimate will be realized when we beat the strongest. Thus, the Dragon Bane Guild was created. A group of dwarves who sought to kill dragons. As a matter of fact, it had a somewhat practical purpose. To begin with, the dragons and ancient dwarves were often at odds with each other over the ownership of a mountain range. In fact, many of the dwarves in the Dragon Bane Guild had lost their relatives in the fight against the dragons. Revenge. A word that described a characteristic trait of the ancient dwarves. Their tenacity to never forget what they had suffered and to enact vengeance. Of course, most of the dragons who confronted the dwarves were the common adult dragons. It was too much for the ancient dwarves to face an ancient dragon, one that had gone beyond the limits of a dragon. So we must go beyond it. A sword that can kill an adult dragon is not enough. Their goal was the strongest being. An ultimate sword that could even kill an ancient dragon. The founder of the Dragon Bane Guild was Valoran, a dwarf who was born and grew up in Swordseeker, but it was actually Dragon Hunter Condimic who led the Dragon Bane Guild. He was someone who not only lost all his loved ones to an ancient dragon who invaded the mountain range, but also lost one of his eyes to it. So he poured out his everything in making a sword that could even kill an ancient dragon. But it was an ancient dragon. They were the strongest among the dragons who had transcended their limits, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they were like gods who descended on Earth. Condimic and the dwarves of the Dragon Bane Guild created the Dragon Slayer series, which became the subject of fear, resentment, and hatred for many dragons. But none of these could reach an ancient dragon. The ancient dragons were too powerful that not a single sword could reach them. But Condimic and the dwarves did not easily give up. Their tenacity, another word that symbolized ancient dwarves, made them continue despite failing over and over again. And one day, after many failures, they were able to come up with one answer. Or rather, the answer came to them as if responding to their tenacity. Power, do you want it? Facing the old and weary Condimic was an ancient dragon who was about to die. An ancient dragon who hated ancient dragons. To an ancient dragon like herself, she lost everything she loved as well as her life. Revenge, do you want it? The ancient dragon smiled at Condimic's question. To him who answered her question with another question, she nodded her head to the man who had suffered the same fate as her. She gave him everything she had. Ultimate 3. The third of the 7 ultimate swords produced by Sword Seeker. A dragon-slaying sword made by forging the soul and body of an ancient dragon. It was the birth of Escalon. The dragon breath was split. That power, which symbolized a dragon's strength, destroyed the ground and shook the central square even though it had been split, so it caused an even bigger surprise to those present. Dragon Bane Escalon. Katja tightly hugged Scarlet as she said with a stunned expression. The sword of the great hero, Carlos. The legendary sword he used to defeat the ancient black dragon Malekith. Katja's heart began to pound like crazy. It was only natural because the legend she had longed for since childhood had become a reality and appeared before her eyes. Her body heated up. She couldn't contain her excitement. Despite the 2 black dragons in front of her, all her senses were focused on the Escalon that Jude was holding. Wait a second, wait. Scarlet said just then. She had also admired Jude's prowess when he split the dragon breath with Escalon, but her reaction was a little different from Katja. Because she was a rogue master. You need a dragon factor. In order to properly use Dragon Bane Escalon, having the dragon factor was necessary. In other words, it was a sword that ordinary humans couldn't use properly in the first place. Carlos himself had dragon blood, though he was a quarter dragon. But the moment Scarlet thought that and tried to say her knowledge out loud, she bit her lips again. As she held back her words, she exclaimed once more in admiration. Dragon factor? Scarlet had seen Escalon for the first time, but she could tell. Escalon was crying. Escalon was roaring in Jude's hand. Was he a dragon's descendant? He wasn't. He wasn't a dragon's descendant. Unlike Cordelia, Jude was a pure human being. But Jude had the dragon factor. And it wasn't just limited to Jude. Guardians of the Wild Lands, Cordelia said with a smile. The same pattern appeared on the back of her and Jude's hands. The emblem of the Golden Dragon King, the guardian symbol given to them by the Golden Dragon King, the god of the wild lands. In the game, there was no way to properly use Dragon Bane Escalon, because none of the playable characters inherited the blood of dragons. But now, Jude and Cordelia had the dragon factor now. Hee haha. Cordelia burst into giggles as her gamer brain began to work, while Jude responded to Escalon's roars. By activating the dragon factor contained in the Golden Dragon King's emblem, he accepted Escalon's power. And it was at that moment, my successor is shameless. Time had stopped. The scene in front of him had changed. A world where both the sky and the earth were black, and a voice full of complaints came from behind. Valentianim? Jude turned around in his surprise and broke out in a cold sweat without realizing it, because the pouting Valencia was glaring at him coldly. Two-timer. No, that is cheater. W8. Pervert. Wait, you said that you'll only use me for the rest of your life. I never said that. I never said that I want use another sword. Wait, this is making me sound like a scum. Jude shook his head as he came to his senses and said urgently, Valentianim, we're in an emergency now, playboy. Come to think of it, she's a woman who completely gave up the sword after getting sword origin, saying that it was like cheating. So from her point of view, my behavior is no different from cheating itself. Wait, it's not cheating. I am just using 2 swords. Jude tried to calm down and quickly said, Valentianim, I have to use 2 swords out of necessity. I hope you understand this because I have to fight against dragons. Are you going to cheat on me then? Is this a harem declaration? Why is this cheating anyway? Come to think of it, she didn't say anything about Cordelia, right? But that was natural, because Valencia herself asserted that she was a sword. My successor, it really can't be helped. Valentianim, ill specially permitted. As you say, it's an emergency. My successor is still not skilled enough. In other words, she was saying that she would allow the use of 2 swords because he was weak now. Thank you very much. I'll make sure that you don't regret it. You sound like a real playboy. Valencia said with narrowed eyes, sighing again before she shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, let's hurry. Time flies slowly because this is the world of your consciousness, but that doesn't mean it has completely stopped. We don't have much left to maintain this current flow of time. Her words were all correct. But why in the world are we hurrying? Because we're meeting her. Shouldn't we at least introduce ourselves since we're in the same situation from now on? She, a being who had a similar situation as her from now on. Jude turned around naturally. He looked beyond the darkness and discerned a huge presence. Ancient blue dragon Escalon, a dragon who hated dragons. A being who became a sword spirit after her body and soul was melted into Ultimate 3. A woman stood above the head of the blue dragon, who was lying down on the floor as if it was dead. She had long sky blue hair and a white fluttering dress that were like that of a goddess. With closed eyes and a gloomy expression, she raised her head. She spoke with her eyes still closed. Power, do you want it? She didn't even introduce herself. The space was twisted, and Jude was suddenly in front of the woman. Valencia stood next to Jude and stared at the woman warily, but the woman didn't stop. She continued to speak with her eyes still closed. All that mattered to her was the will and vengefulness of a dragon. If you want power, her words were a click, but it was fine. Jude took the woman's outstretched hand, and Valencia held Jude's other hand as if she didn't want to lose. Valencia's hand was warm while the woman's hand was cold. The woman slowly opened her eyes. She finished her words as she stared at Jude with her blue eyes. I'll give it to you, the power to bring about the destruction of dragons. A blue light rose, it swallowed everything around them. Jude, Cordelia shouted, and Jude blinked before opening his eyes. Once again, the 2 adult black dragons opened their mouths in front of them. A second shot of dragon breath. It was quite hard for them too, but the Escalon in Jude's hands forced them to do so, and Jude realized it. Escalon's true power had been drawn out, though it was only at the first stage. Kaya, Escalon roared. A cry that only dragons could hear then covered the entire port, and the dragons, who had just opened their mouths to fire their breaths, screamed and flapped their wings. They soared into the sky as if running away. A dragon fear that overwhelmed dragons themselves. Escalon's sword was white in color. It was a 2-handed sword that was close to a claymore than a normal longsword, and the blade and handle were connected as one without anything separating it. And a blue gem. The gem embedded in the part connecting the handle, and the blade was cold blue in color like Escalon's eyes. Escalon bestowed her power to Jude. The white sword was filled with the energy of the dragon and glowed blue. The black dragon's scales, skin, and so on were powerless against such a power. Kayak, kayak, the roars of the 2 black dragons shook the sky, and Cordelia smiled but flinched when she looked ahead. Mateo and his men were running towards them. Moreover, they weren't the only ones. Cordelia instinctively turned around and looked up the sky. Crazy. Creatures covered the dark night sky. Wyverns belonging to Malekith's black dragonflights. Cecilia no longer spared her troops. She revealed her card called Mateo and poured out all the troops under her command. Escalon, the dragon sword that defeated Malekith, they must take it. They had to steal it. Kua. Wyverns and drakes roared as they charged. And it wasn't just them. The ground is shaking. It was as Kadsa had said. The ground was shaking because of the group rushing from afar. The Vorgs from the Black Hand mercenaries. Having lost their boss, Gamor Khan, they were brought under Cecilia's command and headed to the battlefield, following her present commands. What a spectacular sight, Mateo said with a smile. Their numbers reached in the hundreds, with just the demons he was leading now. Count Laculia's 20 or more swordsmen were added to this, and with the dozens of wyverns in the sky and the 100 Vorgs in the ground, their power was truly astounding. Moreover, there were 2 adult black dragons in the sky. The 7 southern families cannot come forward. Argon Port was under the direct jurisdiction of the royal family. It was a kind of neutral ground for the 7 southern families, so the families only stationed a small number of troops in Argon Port, 10 to 20 at most. The southern families wouldn't send out their troops with just that number. They would be busy protecting or fleeing their homes. Even if the night order came forward, it would be useless. The Knights of the Sea Lion that were under the royal family's command were the ones in charge of the port's protection, but they numbered only around 20 at most. The number of guards were also around 30, so if they headed to this place, they would only be killed. It seems like victory is promised to our side. Mateo spoke softly as he drew out his sword, and so did his subordinates. Damn it. Katja had blushed when she felt the power of a scallon that she had admired as a child, but it was different now. Her body had stiffened at the ominous energy that surrounded them, and she hurriedly turned to Cordelia and said, "That thing, that moonlight, the moon crystal's space leap. But it was impossible right now. The moon crystal's space leap could only be used 3 times a day, and it required a little preparation time before each use. It's cooldown time. What the heck is that?" But she could tell from the atmosphere of Cordelia, who responded. It seemed like she couldn't use it right now. Damn it. Katja cursed it again before she took a deep breath and pulled out the axe on her back. Now that it had come to this, she had to crazily go wild. Katja Offend was a brave wolf and not a frightened puppy. A head-on confrontation is stupid. We have to find a way out. Scarlet quickly spoke and lowered her whip sword. Cordelia nodded and spread out her wings as her hair turned black. It was her fallen angel mode. And Jude looked up the sky. As if they were wary of a scallon, the black dragons were preparing magic from high above, and the wyverns were flying at some distance away. There were also the Black Hand mercenaries who shook the ground as they came rushing in. "My successor, don't be afraid. I will be with you," Sword Origin Valencia said. Jude smiled at her words. He was surrounded by numerous enemies and faced the worst crisis, but instead of trembling in fear, he turned his head in happiness. His eyes saw Cordelia's face. "Jude, you don't know yet. What are you talking about? What is it that I don't know?" So Cordelia looked into Jude's eyes and immediately understood. She realized that they had been distracted by Mateo and the forces surrounding them. That was why she brightly smiled like Jude. "What the have you two gone crazy?" Scarlet nodded her head at Katja's question, because it was a question that she had also wanted to ask. But it wasn't like that. The magic spell of the black dragons in the sky were completed, and the wyverns and vorgs roared as their distance to them had suddenly narrowed before they knew it, and Mateo, a member of the 10 great swordmasters, also drew closer. Jude gazed at the night sky, and as he expected, they came. He heard the cries of crows from afar. Ghostblade Camel, the main protagonist of the first episode of Legend of Heroes, one of the 4 great swordsmen in Pleiades. The leader of the vorgs, who was blindly rushing, then collapsed. A streak of blue light swept through them as red blood flowed. The bodies of several vorgs were cleanly cut into 2 and rolled on the white frosted floor. And the flock of crows scattered. A white-haired swordsman dressed in all black then appeared in between the crows. Katja's eyes widened. Scarlet looked up the sky and her eyes sparkled. Cordelia said with a bright smile, "Holy Angel Lena." White light rained down from the sky. Just like the Day of Judgment that Cordelia used, dozens of light blades struck the wyverns in the lead. Kuak, Kaak, Cock. Several wyverns and a couple of drakes in the front plummeted to the ground. The vigorously flying wyverns faltered and instinctively felt fear at the white angel in front of them. The members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Those members had arrived at Argonne Port a few days before Jude and Cordelia, and they had done their duties properly. They managed to call Ghostblade Camel and Holy Angel Lena to this place, and the appearance of those two could only mean one thing. Mateo shuddered at the eerie sensation he felt that seemed to stab his back. For the first time since he became one of the 10 great swordmasters, he looked back in fear. He wasn't the only one. The entire Force Sicilia mobilized also became aware of that presence. They couldn't help but notice it given its huge presence. A man who stood tall on the ground. A giant who stood in the middle of the main rode across the central square. "May the muscles always be with you," Cordelia shouted in joy. Katja was so surprised that she jumped up from her spot, while Scarlet swallowed hard at the appearance of a legend. And that person responded to everyone's gaze and attention. A mind of steel, an indomitable will, and an invincible body. 2 adult black dragons, dozens of wyverns and 100 vorgs. Mateo Laculia, the sword of heavy pressure, who was considered to be above average among the 10 great sword masters of the kingdom. The 20 elite swordsmen he raised, over 100 demons, and more than 10 low-ranking demonic humans. There were many of them, and powerful enough to destroy at least one city. But that person wasn't afraid at all. Rather, he said with a smile that was like the sun, "With my 6th door, I'll pound you into rice cakes." Iron Man Landius. The strongest force of humanity shook the entire Argon Port. Chapter 255 Night AT Argon Port 3, we finally named the kitten as Silver. Cecilia knew about the 5 heroes of Paragon. Hero. It referred to those who had gone beyond the limits of their race and performed miracles that couldn't be called a coincidence by anyone. The 5 heroes of Paragon were true heroes. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the legends of this era, as they had defeated a demon prince as well as his army with just their human bodies. They were the same. Those that Cecilia didn't know and those that she had experienced firsthand. Just like the 5 heroes of Paragon, there were also people she knew who caused miracles. Carlos, the great hero of the southern region, Dragon Slayer. Lion D. Slen, the founder of the Slen Kingdom, a person born with the power of gods through atavism, a demigod whose existence was already a miracle in itself. Carlos and Lion were heroes. They went beyond the limits of their race and created miracles that anyone couldn't call as coincidental. And they actually performed miracles. With their human bodies, they defeated ancient black dragon Malekith, Cecilia's master and lover. They were the only threat. Carlos and Lion were no longer here. There were people who were called the 10 great swordmasters, but their power couldn't reach that of Carlos and Lion. So Cecilia kept a close eye on the 5 heroes of Paragon, because she judged that there was no one else but them who could perform another miracle. The 5 heroes were scattered here and there and were not gathered in one place. Both Camille and Landius traveled across the continent, and Holy Angel Lena disappeared one day and went missing. Velkian went into seclusion, and his whereabouts were unknown, while it had almost been 10 years since everyone had contact with Archdruid Fran ever since he disappeared into nature. So it's fine. Because the 5 would never gather as one again. Because the 5 traversed the continent, but did not gather in the southern region. And even if all 5 of them were united again, it would be fine if Malekith was fully resurrected by then. Malekith would not allow the 5 heroes of Paragon to create a miracle again. Cecilia heavily breathed. She saw Argon Port through the eyes of her subordinate wyverns, so her hands trembled without her realizing it. "There you are. Watch clearly then," Landius said. He gazed straight at the wyvern as if he could see Cecilia standing beyond them. That was impossible, but it was already happening before her eyes. The first door, Landius regulated his breathing. He opened the doors of 9th Heaven's 9 doors one by one in turn. The entire port shook every time a door was opened. First door, second door, third door. Kaya, the wyverns lost their minds at the huge force that shook the port. The Vorgs were sweating profusely and took a step backwards, and the adult black dragons did not even dare to use the magic spell they had completed. Fourth door, fifth door, Cecilia wanted to look away, but she couldn't. The ability Landius learned by opening the 6th door of 9th Heaven's 9 doors did not allow her to look away. And the 6th door. When the 6th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors opened, bang, a roar shook the atmosphere. A golden aura arose over Landius' entire body, and a power that could only be described as outrageous rose from him, overwhelming everyone around him. Indeed, it was like the sun itself had descended on Earth. How Mateo couldn't speak properly, because he was one of the 10 great swordmasters. How is it possible? Mateo was one of the 10 great swordmasters. Therefore, unlike the others, it was possible for him to roughly estimate how great the power Landius was giving off now. And he could sense it at the same time. That's not all. It was not the end. Landius was hiding a greater power. That monstrous person could even get stronger. Ruor, a black dragon, roared. It was unknown if it went crazy because of fear or if it was trying to overcome its fear, but it rushed towards Landius. It opened its mouth wide and fired its breath as it shot the magic it had prepared at the same time. Fua! The dark blue dragon breath shot forward like a ray of light. The power of the curse magic spell as it narrowed the distance let out a strange, ghostly wail. Landius saw it. But instead of dodging or blocking, he clenched his fist and yelled. His fist, covered by a golden aura, then collided with the dragon breath. Bang! His fist crushed the dragon breath. The ray of light was destroyed. No, it didn't stop there, as the direction was reversed. Kaboom! The dark blue dragon breath was pushed back by the golden fist and headed towards the black dragons. The curse magic struck Landius, but a mere curse was no problem for Landius, who had a mind of steel and an invincible body. Kua, the black dragon, shrieked when it got hit by the fragments of the dragon breath that flowed back. But not yet. This was only the beginning. Boom! Landius kicked the ground. 36 world steps. No, it looked like 24 gale steps. Landius was surrounded by a golden whirlwind as he narrowed the distance between the black dragon and himself with just one leap. Blink spell? A short distance space leap magic spell. Scarlet unconsciously cried, but she was wrong. He had just moved so quickly after he kicked the ground, but the effect was like the blink spell. Landius appeared above the black dragon's head and struck his fist. Boom! The dragon's massive body that reached 30 meters in length plummeted down headfirst. It struck the ground so fast that one couldn't even call it a fall, but Landius narrowed the gap between him and the black dragon once more by kicking the air. He grabbed the tail of the dragon, who was trying to escape reflexively, and very naturally rotated the dragon's body around him. Ooh-oh! The dragon's giant body rose upwards as if it wasn't heavy, and began to be spun around wildly by Landius. It was an unrealistic scene, but it was definitely reality. Ha! Boom! The black dragon was thrown by Landius and smashed the ground as it rolled over. The dragon had already been silent since it was hit in the head, but seemed like it had lost its consciousness when it rolled over the floor before its body slumped and stopped moving. 3 moves only. The number of attacks that he needed to bring down an adult black dragon. No, it wasn't the number of attacks that mattered. Each part of the process mattered. Is this for real? Kajsa asked, and Scarlet forced herself to breathe. Because she had lost her senses in the midst of her common sense being destroyed in real time. And Cordelia had a bit of a silly smile. She pulled Jude's sleeve and made him look at her before she put her hand on her chest and spoke. It really makes my heart flutter. Yeah, Jude had a silly smile too, and at that moment, Landius kicked the ground again. The time at the port, which had stopped due to everyone's shock and horror, began to flow again. Kayak, kayak, the other black dragon that was in the sky flapped its wings in fright. It hurriedly flew up to somehow escape, but it was too late. Yoo-woo! Landius' fist struck it in the chest. The sight of a huge black dragon coughing blood in the air as it suffered was truly bizarre and unnatural. Kayak, cock. When Landius began to beat the black dragon, Jude and Cordelia looked at each other again. After exchanging glances once, the two of them began to move. Bang! Jude used his hyper-fast thunderbolt. He approached the black dragon that had been felled by Landius and activated Ultimate 3 Escalon. Escalon roared. Its hatred for dragons covered the white sword with coldness. Thank you for the food. The dragon was already on the verge of death, so he just needed to deal the last hit. Jude looked at the black dragon's chest with his ability to see through things and captured exactly where the dragon's heart was. After climbing on the upper body of the dragon, who was lying down on its back, he stabbed Escalon onto the heart's location. Escalon roared once more. It surrounded the heart of the black dragon with a terrifying chill and began to devour its soul as well as its strength and magical power. Dragon Bane, a bringer of death to the dragons. A portion of the dragon's power was absorbed by Escalon and then transmitted to Jude through the Golden Dragon King's emblem. It made the dragon power of Jude stronger. And while Jude was busy getting carried by Landius, while having done nothing to defeat the dragon, Cordelia spread her wings and flew away. She quickly headed to Lena and widely smiled as she offered the heavenly judgment. Let's do it together, something that they had already done once in the wild lands. Lena nodded her head. She likewise had a wide smile as she put one arm around Cordelia's waist and the other hand on the heavenly judgment. What are you doing? Fight! Get your act together. Cecilia hurriedly shouted to awaken the wyverns, but it was too late. When the wyverns hastily opened their mouths, Lena and Cordelia had already invoked Day of Judgment. Boda 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 boda, Blades of light fell like rain from the sky. The power of each blade was not ordinary, so the wyverns couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. Quack. Just then, a black dragon with a smashed head crashed towards the ground. At the sound of the fall, Kadsa and Scarlet turned quickly and witnessed the sight of Jude, who had suddenly ran towards the dragon to deal the last hit. And it was the same for the forces that had been attacking. The demons and Vorgs controlled by Cecilia screamed and rushed at the command that went against their instincts, and Count Luculia's swordsmen hurriedly turned to Matteo. What should we do? We should also charm Master Matteo. Count Luculia's swordsmen were bewildered, because they could not see the figure of Matteo Luculia, who had been beside them until now. And no way. One of the swordsmen shouted loudly and turned to a distant place, and he found out that his guess was right. Matteo had already begun his silent escape when the first black dragon was thrown down. Master Matteo, WE2. They were the swordsmen he carefully raised one by one, but Matteo did not look back, because he knew better than anyone that he would be unable to get out of this place if he delayed for a bit longer. The 5 heroes of Paragon. He already knew. Everyone knew that they were strong, but their strength was beyond one's imagination. He never imagined that they would be that strong. It's impossible for me alone. They were 3 and he was only 1. He couldn't count the demonic humans and demons. In a fight against people who had transcended the limits of their race, the number of those who had not transcended were meaningless. I should escape from here. He had to leave first. His priority was to meet Cecilia again and strengthen their forces. And this was something that Cecilia also agreed with. She had sent the Vorgs and demons all over the place to attack the civilians in the port and keep the heroes of Paragon, including Landius, busy. In fact, right after defeating the second dragon, Landius flew towards the Vorgs and not towards Matteo. Master Matteo? The voices of the swordsmen grew increasingly distant. It was natural. Only someone on the level of the 10 great swordmasters or more could catch someone from the 10 great swordmasters who was determined to flee. Damn it! Matteo cursed and quickly swung his sword. But Matteo's sword only cut the air. Dozens to hundreds of crows caught at the same time and passed by Matteo, flying and scattering in all directions as if thunder had struck. How foolish, Matteo Luculia. He appeared among the crows. Ghostblade Camel. The strongest in the guardians of the Holy Cross. He was different from Landius. He was a person who could afford to have victims for the sake of his purpose. No, there should not be any victims, because Landius was here. Because he would stop any innocent people from becoming victims. Camel's trust in Landius was absolute. That was why he could fully concentrate on Matteo. Screek! Cold air widely spread and the ground froze. Camel's cold-looking eyes in between his white hair then stared at Matteo. Did you think that you could run away? The person standing here was not a clone. It was the main body of Ghostblade Camel, who was said to be comparable to the sword god. Matteo Luculia, I shall detain you. Camel drew his sword. He unfolded the Sword of Moon, his power that was opposite Landius' sun. Chapter 256 Night, AT Argon Port 4. The battle at the port proceeded very quickly, because the difference in fighting power between the two sides was too great. No one could stop Landius on the battlefield where Matteo and the 2 adult black dragons had dropped out of. Or rather, even if the 3 were still present in the battlefield, it wouldn't have changed much. The power of the sun. When Landius raised his clenched fist, the power of the sun was focused on its end. The golden aura gave off a strong light and heat, making it seem like he was really holding a small sun in his hand. Ha! Landius jumped high and moved the sun to his palm that had been focused on his fist earlier, and then spread his hand wide. And in that manner, he threw the now huge sun into the middle of the demons. Kaya! The screams of the demons did not last long. As the sun exploded, immense light and heat were released, and the demons within a radius of about 10 meters were literally annihilated. It was a truly incredible power. But instead of being satisfied with that, Landius kicked off to the air again in order to prevent the movement of the demons. Help me! Landius jumped in between the demons and moved his hands and feet, killing 5 demons in an instant. The one who was struck on the head lost its head, and the one who was struck on the chest lost its chest. In the face of such destructive power that was beyond common sense, all things were equal. Therefore, Kadsa and Scarlet couldn't understand Landius' words quickly, because they saw the demons being defeated, with only the shock waves in between the moments Landius flew again. No, they had heard it clearly, but it was almost like their bodies were unable to react immediately. Help me, help who? Kadsa blinked again, but Scarlet came to her senses, because she understood what Landius meant by asking for help. We have to stop them. We must fight too. Civilian casualties. She no longer explained it further. Scarlet gripped her whip sword and rushed right away, and Kadsa blinked a few more times before coming to her senses like Scarlet did. Landius was strong. Even if the demons were 10 times more than now, that invincible Iron Man would eventually defeat them all, but it would clearly take him a long time to do that. But the civilians at the port were different. They were weak and needed protection. These trash, the demons scattered everywhere instead of fighting Landius, because Cecilia changed her command. By time, it was foolish to focus their forces on Landius. If she had done that, it would have shortened the time rather than extending it. So Cecilia dispersed her troops in all directions. The place they were fighting now was not an open field or an uninhabited ruin. It was a port city with a large number of residents, so she took advantage of that. Yoo-woo! Landius flew again and used his hands and feet to crush the demons. He couldn't blow them up with his energy or sweep them away like he did before, because it will harm the civilians. The situation was different from the central square where it was open on all sides. So if he used a powerful destructive technique, the buildings would instantly collapse, and the people inside it would be unable to escape death. Scarlet swung her whip sword and cut the throats of the demons who were about to jump inside a private residence. Kadsa beat up the Vorgs from the Black Hand mercenaries and took the weapons they were holding before she began to run wild. Lena! When Landius shouted again, Lena, who was defeating the wyverns in the sky, then nodded her head. Cordelia, go to the ground. Leave this place to me. Yes, Lenanim. Cordelia immediately answered and turned her body in the air as she scattered dozens of magic missiles. She swept away any nearby wyverns as if a claymore mine had exploded before she flew to the ground. Lena glared at the wyverns instead of following Cordelia. As expected, the wyverns in the back began to retreat rather than scattering around like the demons or attacking civilians. The wyverns must be rescued. Cecilia had decided that. With the forces she had now, she couldn't steal Carlo's legacy, ultimate 3-dragon sword Escalon. Or rather, they would only be annihilated if they tried to steal it. So she had to save what she could save and give up on what she could give up. Cecilia chose the wyverns and Mateo whom she could save, and gave up on the demons and Vorgs of the Black Hand mercenaries. Kaya, it's a demon. Help, help. Screams began to erupt everywhere. It was the screams of people who woke up to the sounds of fighting, opened their windows, or were attacked by the demons. Stay away. Cordelia landed on the ground and simultaneously summoned 5 black spears that pierced the heads of 5 monsters afterwards. Are you okay? Yim okay, the man, who seemed to be a store owner, replied with a teary face. He did not seem to be injured, so Cordelia quickly turned back and summoned more magic spears. Her senses were telling her something like always. We need more people. They needed a few more people to completely stop the enemies. The Black Hand mercenaries and the demons numbered over 200. Even if Landius and Cordelia were skilled, it was difficult to stop them if they were scattered like now. Pink bomb. Just then, Scarlet shouted loudly as she ran on the roof, and Cordelia turned to the direction she was pointing. She then shouted with a big smile. Carmen, a veteran saint, holy fighter of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. She wasn't alone. Members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, including Manuel, were running from roof to roof. Nice. The demons could be stopped. If it proceeded like this, they would be able to protect everyone. Cordelia spread her wings and flew up before flying towards the demons again. And at the same time, Jude cut the chest of the second dragon and extracted the dragon heart, thereby killing the dragon. One heart was absorbed by Escalon, but the other had to be taken and given to Cordelia. Whoa, calm down. But contrary to Jude's words, a biting cold rose from Escalon's white blade like a flame. As a dragon who hated dragons, Escalon wanted the dragon's soul and body. You can't, because I have to give it to Cordelia. Jude suppressed a scallon again before turning his gaze away from the dragon heart, a gem that was slightly larger than a fist, because the sound of a horn was heard amidst the noise of the battles everywhere. Are they finally here? The royal knights and guards in charge of the port's protection. The wyverns who had covered the skies then dispersed in all directions and fled. Instead of chasing after them, Lena headed to the ground to clear the demons and vorgs while treating the wounded civilians. Has the situation settled down? The members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross and the guards were now present, so Jude thought that there was no need for him to step forward. Therefore, Jude turned to the small presence he felt behind him. Ah, is this a dragon? Lord Jude? It was Bentham who had shouted in surprise. He was dressed in his pajamas as if he had just run out of his bed, but behind him were dwarves in similar outfits, though each of them were holding weapons such as hammers and axes. They had probably ran out after hearing the commotion. Lord Jude, what in the world is this? You can rest assured now, since the situation has been resolved. We'll give you a detailed explanation once it's completely over. Jude, who had opened the 6th door of the 9th heaven's 9 doors, was not an ordinary human being. He was a bit closer to a transcendental state, so his words had a supernatural persuasiveness to it. I understand. When Bentham agreed, the other dwarves nodded their heads too instead of saying anything else. Or rather, their interest seemed to have changed when they saw the dragon's corpse in the first place. If it weren't for Jude, they would have rushed in and began dismantling the corpse. So Jude wanted to warn them, but he stopped, because Landius, who had cleared up the place, soon ran towards them. The dragons? I've finished them. At Jude's answer, Landius nodded and turned around again. Without a moment's rest, he flew towards another direction again. It seemed like there was still a lot of work left for him to do. It's always amazing to see it. Iron Man Landius. The sight of him beating the black dragon's body and throwing it away had remained in Jude's mind. It was an unbelievable sight when one used their common sense, but it was not strange for Landius, as if it was as natural as water flowing from high to low places. Therefore, Jude felt a sense of incongruity in other areas. Why is he so strong? Landius was clearly a strong person. He was the main protagonist of the first episode of Legend of Heroes. Ancestral regression and 9th heaven's 9 doors were added to this, so it was natural for Landius to become stronger than the Landius in the first episode since he had trained for 10 years. But isn't he too powerful? Landius' power was so great to the point that he felt that something was strange. How did he die in the game? Landius was obviously not invincible. Even Malekith, the enemy they were going to face this time, was stronger than Landius. But it was also like saying that no one could kill Landius unless they were on the same level as Malekith. It's impossible for Duke. He couldn't imagine Duke killing Landius. There seemed to be some other reason for Landius' death. Maybe it has already changed due to the butterfly effect, Landius' survival, and even his increase in strength, because a lot of things have changed. Like the Escalon he was holding in his hand right now. In the game, Escalon was kept in the ruins that Gamor Khan had found. Of course, that's how it was mentioned in the game, but I never ever found it in those ruins. Perhaps it was a fake that was kept there. It was common to display a fake in order to hide the real treasure. Anyway, we did it. Jude let down his shoulders and restrained the power of Escalon that was still emitting a biting chill. After returning it back to its normal sword form and wearing it on his waist, he felt that Valentia was smiling in satisfaction in the depths of his mind. She seemed to be pleased that he returned to one sword and gave up on wielding 2 swords. But what if I learn dual wielding? Will she get mad at me from suddenly having 3 swords instead of 2? Jude was a little curious, but shook his head afterwards. Because Valentia was already complaining and staring at him coldly because of Escalon, so it would be far worse if he added another one. Just imagining it was already terrible. Anyway, the results are good. Not only did they acquire Carlo's token, but they also got Escalon, a weapon that could be considered as Malekith's natural enemy. The heroes of Paragon that were led by Landius had also joined in, so the forces that could face Malekith had instantly increased. We can't waste any more time. Waiting for Malekith to be resurrected before they attack was the worst idea. We should attack Malekith. Before Malekith was resurrected properly, they had to create a situation in which there was no other result but victory. Cecilia. The present attack had convinced Jude. It was Cecilia who was now leading Malekith's subordinates. Then what would she do from now on? What would she do next after losing Gamor Khan and Madher and failing to get a Scallon? There's only one answer. The thing she would do next and the consequences of that. And Jude would come up with countermeasures in anticipation for that. With a dark smile, Jude turned to the south. He looked over the horizon. Cecilia raised her head. As soon as she broke her mental connection with the wyverns, she leant back on her chair and roughly breathed. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, but she didn't even have the time to wipe it off. Cecilia stabilized her breathing before she got up from her seat and left the room. Gamor Khan had disappeared. Madher was killed, and a Scallon was taken by the enemy. Moreover, these were not the only losses. Sebastian, whom she had charmed, was already free from her spell. The Kraken, which had been released in the sea to cause chaos, was sealed again too. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase, two people that the demon followers had warned her about. In fact, Cecilia was not aware that everything she had planned had gone wrong because of Jude and Cordelia. The capture of Gamor Khan, the death of Madher, the sealing of the Kraken, and the stealing of a Scallon, and even Jabberwock in the Forest of Eternity. Nearly everything that Malekith had prepared to cause chaos to the south before his resurrection had been ruined by Jude and Cordelia. Matteo Laculia. Cecilia erased his name from her mind. He was a man whose life or death had yet to be confirmed, but she had a feeling that even if he was alive or dead, she would be unable to use his power again. We've already been revealed. In that case, I have no choice but to hit them harder. Cecilia stopped in her tracks for a moment as she adjusted her breathing again. She then straightened her clothes before looking at the large steel doors in front of her. The being who was beyond that door. One of the 3 Knights of Malekith, and a powerful being who was the actual leader of the Dragonflights. Orga, I am coming in. The steel doors opened to the sides with a dull sound as if responding to Cecilia's voice. Cecilia swallowed hard at the sight beyond the door that was completely black, as if it was the entrance to the abyss. She caught her breath once more and clenched her fists in determination before taking a step forward. She entered the residence of Dragon General Orga, Malekith's successor. Disciple, how many doors have you opened? 6 doors. FCK. Chapter 257 Surprise Attack. 1. It was well past midnight, but Argon Port was noisy as if it were daytime. This way, we need more lights. There, over there. The knights and guards roamed the streets to search for any remaining Black Hand mercenaries and demons. Don't go around thoughtlessly. Lock your doors and windows. Those whose walls have already fallen, gather in the square. That side is safe. Most of the fighting took place in the central square, but the Vorgs and demons scattered everywhere caused civilian damage. The fact that there were only injuries and no deaths when such a commotion had happened was truly surprising, though. Send someone to Count Kage-hama as well. 2 of the 7 southern families were attacked this night. Unlike the Offens who defended themselves well, the Kage-hamas suffered so much damage that not only the mansion burned down and all the walls collapsed, but many employees died too. How is Count Kage-hama? The adjutant narrowed his brows at the question of Sir Marcus, head of the Knights of the Sea Lion that were in charge of Argon Port's security, and answered. It's not life-threatening, but I think there's a problem with his head. The doctors say that it's short-term memory loss. Memory loss? Yes. He said that he completely forgot on what happened tonight. Seriously, any other complications? They say that there are no visible complications right now. I see. His mansion had been destroyed overnight, but apart from his injuries, he only received a mental shock. Commander, the guards have arrested 7 dwarven artisans in the central square. Dwarves? Why all of a sudden? Did they get into a fight with the people around them? Yes, they were caught trying to steal a part of the Black Dragon's corpse and got into an argument with the guardians of the Holy Cross. Sir Marcus frowned at the report of his subordinate knight. They really are dwarves. They were a race that he couldn't like even if he wanted to, because they were not only stubborn, but were also greedy and highly prideful. As the common prejudice on dwarves strengthened on Sir Marcus, the adjutant standing next to him added cautiously. For the dwarves, it's like a gold treasure, no? It's like having a sumptuous feast spread out in front of you, but you're forbidden from eating any of it. Really? So if you're forbidden from partaking in that sumptuous feast, you're going to steal it. Oh well, the adjutant who got admonished was crushed when his efforts to defend them ended up in vain and even backfired. And Sir Marcus clicked his tongue at the pitiful sight before asking the knight who reported the arrest. What about the key people in this incident? They said that they'll tell us about the circumstances once they've treated their injuries. Tusk. Upon hearing the knight's report, Sir Marcus clicked his tongue again, revealing his displeasure, because he was annoyed at the fact that they had yet to tell them of the full situation despite an incident that shook the security of the entire Argon port. I am thankful if they should be thanked, but FC King pissed if they're the ones who FC-ked things up. He was grateful that the incident, which could have turned into a huge disaster, was prevented, but the circumstances regarding the incident had yet to be clarified. Perhaps it was their fault that the port was put into danger in the first place. Of course, I don't think that's the case considering the circumstances. In any case, Sir Marcus wanted to hear about the incident's details by detaining the key people involved, but he couldn't actually do that, because his opponents were really big. It would have been better if it was from the 7 southern families, the heroes of Paragon. How in the world could he detain those people? Okay, just tell them that he'll meet them tomorrow morning. Morning. It's almost dawn anyway. It's better to let them rest properly than just taking a short break. I understand. When the knight withdrew, Sir Marcus looked back at the central square, thinking about the dozens of wyvern corpses lying there, as well as the dragon corpses that he had only seen in storybooks gave him the chills again. It's only for today. All these unbelievable things will only be for today. Sir Marcus slowly nodded as he tried to calm himself down, without knowing on what was going to happen in the future. Disciple, how many doors have you opened? 6 doors. FCK. Scarlet flinched when a curse word came out of Landius' mouth. She had heard that he was strong, but upon seeing for herself the power of Landius that was beyond the limits of a human, she was blown away and became somehow afraid. But unlike Scarlet, Kadsa was examining Landius' entire body with sparkling eyes. She had such a desirous gaze that it seemed like she wanted to stroke it affectionately. As for another person, sitting next to Lena, who had a gentle smile, Cordelia thought with a big smile. As I thought, FCK is an exclamation. She had always said that it was an exclamation. Moreover, Landius' reaction made Cordelia very happy. This is my Jude. He's amazing, right? He's cool, right? He managed to do 50 kills alone in the fighting competition in the royal capital, okay? Lena smiled again, while Scarlet coldly looked at the excited Cordelia, who had snorted in pride. As for the people being talked about, Landius and Jude were repeating their previous conversation. 6 doors? Are you really saying that you've opened 6 doors? Yes, 6 doors. You've seen it yourself. What an unfair world. He had worked so hard to open 6 doors. He obviously welcomed his disciples' quick achievements, though. The fact that Jude had opened the 6th door made him really happy. But still, it hadn't been that long since they separated at the temple, and his disciple was already in the 6th door. At this rate, he was worried that the next time he saw Jude, his disciple would have caught up to him. No, it's better that way. He wasn't just talking about his disciple's achievements, because Landius himself had been stuck in the 7th door and was unable to proceed to the 8th door for a long time. If Jude was able to open the 8th door with the help of his Chenmujich, Landius thought that he might get a clue on how to open the 8th door. 9th Heaven's 9 doors was suited for those with Chenmujich in the first place. Having cleared his thoughts by nodding his head once, Landius began to see Jude from a different perspective. By the way, Jude, yes, Master, you look quite good. It's all thanks to Master's teachings. When they had first met, Jude was skinny, frail, and small. But now, Jude had grown up to 186-190 centimeters, and even had quite a bit of muscles in his body. He was definitely still small and little when compared to Landius, though. Anyway, Landy, shouldn't we go back to our previous topic? Landius nodded at Lena's gentle voice, and Cordelia's eyes sparkled in a different sense. Landy. She said Landy, right? Not Landius, but Landy. It's a shortened version of his name, but is this his pet name too? Landius and Lananim. They're quite a good pair. In the first episode, these two also get along very well with each other. W8, for real, Landius is too big. Their difference in height alone is 60 cm. No, it's almost 70 cm, but there's something more important than the height. because Landius' forearm are thicker than Lena's waist. Too much. That's absolutely too much. Cordelia shook her head before looking at Jude again and thought as she put her hands together in front of her chest as if she was praying. Please don't get bigger. Your body's perfect right now, okay. However, even if Jude really grew as big as Landius, she wasn't likely to change her mind. Because her mind was rationalizing that being big was also a good thing. In any case, while Cordelia was lost in her thoughts, Landius continued his words. Let's get back to the topic. I've heard about the general situation from the members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. The group was currently on the rooftop of a building near Marquis Offand's mansion. Whether it was Marquis Offand or the Knights of the Sea Lion, they would definitely suffer from a barrage of questions once they were caught, so they chose this place to talk. Yes, everything we have told them is true. Today's fight is also proof of it. The threat of the ancient black dragon Malekith. Today's attack is just the beginning. The enemy's main forces, the dragonflights, have yet to properly appear. Malekith's dragonflights were not just a group of wyverns and the like. They were a real army of dragons that inherited Malekith's blood, so their fighting power was naturally incomparable to a group of wyverns and the like. Landius furrowed his brow at Jude's words and looked back towards the west. Seeing the crows that were flying towards them, it seemed like Camel's work had been completed. Why don't we talk in earnest after Camel is here? That would be great. Yes, Master. Then before that, may I ask a question about Master and his colleagues? A question? Yes, I want to know why Yuray in the south. Landius was not alone as Camel and Lena were also accompanying him, and the three were traveling together. As shown in today's battle, they could easily wipe out a city if they were united, so he couldn't help but wonder what in the world these powerful three were after for them to unite together. Because I need it for the future. Jude had not been able to get help from Landius in handling the situation in the north and the royal capital. But he had to change the future. As demonstrated in the South's current situation, they would be events in the future that Jude and Cordelia would not be able to handle alone. All right. Now may be a good time to talk about it. Other people might consider Jude's question to be rude, but Landius nodded his head a few times as if he didn't care, and he narrowed his brows before continuing to speak. Jude, you already know about this, right? The person responsible for the destruction of the Paragon Kingdom. People often cited the queen who formed a contract with the demon as the cause of the Paragon Kingdom's fall, but Landius disagreed with that. In the first place, the queen was just being taken advantage of. That person was the first to deceive the queen. That person not only informed her of the demon's existence, but also taught her how to form a contract, as well as using her son as a human sacrifice. Archbishop Manuela. Yeah, that beastard. I, Lena, and Camille have been tracking his whereabouts ever since the fall of the Paragon Kingdom. It wasn't just for revenge. They wanted to prevent Manuela from causing a bigger tragedy. Is Manuela here in the south? Yes, but unfortunately, we missed him. Jude already knew that Landius was traveling all over the continent in search of Manuela, but nevertheless, he asked again for confirmation, because many things have already changed from the game's storyline. In the game's storyline, there was no story of Landius and Malekith fighting each other. In other words, Landius shouldn't have been in the southern region at this time. Therefore, Jude was on alert for other possible reasons, even if it seemed to be unfounded worries. Archbishop Manuela is definitely not an unfounded worry, though. Archbishop Manuela was the actual final boss of Legend of Heroes 2, though it might somehow be different depending on the route one took. Because Archbishop Manuela was the one who caused the great summons and brought about the Armageddon of heaven and hell. As expected, he's on the level of a final boss, because he could get away from a group that had Landius, Camille, and Lena. He was an enemy, but he was quite admirable in terms of power. That beastard would suddenly appear and disappear, so I don't know where he would appear next. I should have caught him this time. Landius gritted his teeth in his anger, revealing a slightly murderous look. It was the first time that they had seen him doing that. Landius. His death was not known in the game. It was only inferred from the circumstances that he was killed by Duke, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Eye. Is it Manuela? If it's not Duke, is it perhaps him? But at this point in time, Manuela wasn't that strong. It was after the 7 major calamities happened that he acquired the strength befitting of a final boss enemy. Even so, it still won't be easy. Because Lena was with Landius. And on some occasions, he was with Camel too, and he's also strong. He's unusually strong. The two had both opened the 6th door, but there was a huge gap between the strengths of Jude and Landius. The increase of their strength was the same, but their basic capabilities were different. It was the same logic that if you multiply your strength 10 times, one who has the capability of 10 would become 100, while another who has the capability of 20 would become 200. Of course, it won't work out exactly as what I've calculated. In any case, it was true that Landius was incredibly powerful, to the point that it felt abnormal. Camel is coming. It seems like his job has been successfully completed. Jude nodded at Landius' words as he saw Mateo being carried by a murder of crows. Mateo, the sword of heavy pressure, was indeed above average among the 10 great swordmasters, but even so, he was a swordsman who was one step lower than Ghostblade Camel. I don't think it's going to be easy to interrogate him right now. Everyone agreed with Camel, who spoke as soon as he landed on the roof, because Mateo, who had collapsed on the floor, was on the verge of death. So let's proceed with our conversation separately from the interrogation. Camel strode forward and sat next to Landius before he took a deep breath and continued. I've already heard about it from the Guardians of the Holy Cross report. As today's battle proves, Malekith's threat is real, so we must come up with some countermeasures. Unlike Landius and Lena, who wandered around without being associated with any organization, Camel had spent nearly 10 years working for the Guardians of the Holy Cross. There was bound to be a difference between how Landius and him naturally viewed the situation. We first need to unite the forces of the South, apart from asking for help from the center. Judging by Mateo's defection, one of the 7 southern families, the Laculias, were already in the enemy's hands, so there were only 6 families remaining. But there is no way that the powers of the South would unite simply because of the appearance of an external enemy. Unifying together in order to confront a common enemy was something that only happened in storybooks. Humans were not that simple. They would pursue their own interests. They would not actively take action to avoid losses, and even if the 7 families eventually united, their actual strength would be less than 4 families combined, and their forces would be quite a mess since they would prefer to move separately. So we need a solution, a means to fully unite the forces of the southern families. When the conversation progressed to this point, Kadsa suddenly turned to Jude and smiled, while Scarlet also had a mischievous smile on her face. Cordelia had a wide smile too. But Camel continued to speak instead of being confused by the sudden reactions of the 3. We need the legacy of Carlos, the great hero, that has the ability to unite the 7 southern families into one. Yes, here it is. Yes, it is what? Here, this is Carlos' legacy. Jude pushed Escalon forward, and Camel blinked his eyes. He was speechless as he sat with a stunned expression that he had never showed in the game. Chapter 258 Surprise Attack 2. So, to summarize, this is Carlos' legacy and one of the Ultimate series, Ultimate 3 Dragon Sword Escalon? Yes, that is correct. Cordelia responded with a smile to Camel's question, because she somehow felt proud at the fact that Camel had looked so surprised now. Amazing, really amazing. Camel exclaimed in admiration again as he looked down at Escalon that his hands were holding. As soon as it left Jude's hand, Escalon had returned to its original form, which was its sealed form, so it could only be seen as a beautiful dress sword. But Camel was someone who was called the Ghostblade. He was able to sense the power hidden underneath Escalon's sealed form. Moreover, Camel was not the only one present here. Jude and Cordelia, may I take a look at Escalon too? Cordelia quickly nodded at Lena's question, and so did Jude. They had no reason to stop her. Of course. Lena approached Camel, who handed Escalon to her immediately. The Ultimate series, I've only heard of it, so this is actually the first time I've seen one. Lena said in a low voice and examined Escalon, and Landius drew closer as he looked at the sword too. It seems to me that it's been sealed. Do we need a ritual to use it properly? You're right, Landy. It cannot be used in this state. Lena sweetly smiled at Landius and looked at Escalon again, but she soon narrowed her brows. because she found a crucial difference between a normal sword from the Ultimate series and a scalon. Lena? I think this is going to be a little difficult, she muttered quietly instead of answering Landius' question, and when she raised her head, Camel asked her this time. Is there a problem? Is it something you can't unseal? Well, I think so. Lena timidly smiled and looked at everyone before speaking again. This sword has a bit of a special seal. If you don't have a dragon factor, you can't use it. Dragon factor. Are you referring to those who have the blood of dragons? Lena nodded when Camel asked again. Basically, yes. Because a normal human can't have the dragon factor. It seems like this sword is for draconians and the like in the first place. At Lena's words, Camel also furrowed his brows. Camel had been studying and researching ways to fight the demons for the past decade, so he knew about ancient relics more than a wizard. Therefore, he quickly understood Lena's words that they needed the dragon factor. Is it because a dragon's body and soul was used to make a scalon? A dragon who hated dragons. But in the end, it was a dragon. So the dragon factor was needed in order to reveal a scalon's true power. By the way, wasn't Carlos a quarter dragon? Yes, it was said that he was born with atavism, so his dragon blood was as thick as a half-blood. When Lena replied to Landius' question, Katja quickly nodded too. Because when the conversation mentioned Carlos, the great hero of the South, she unknowingly wanted to join in too. Unfortunately for Katja, though, the group was not in the mood to discuss about Carlos in length, because what mattered now was a scalon. It can't be helped. It's not like we can suddenly have dragon blood in us. Moreover, just having the blood of dragons was not enough. They had to be a person capable enough to fight and wield a scalon themselves. Then is it impossible to use it as a dragon-slaying sword. Of course, for the 7 southern families, the legacy is something valuable. Landius spoke with a face full of regret, and Lena lightly pursed her lips as she looked at a scalon and said, "It's not that there isn't a way." What do you mean? When Camel promptly asked, Landius also gazed at Lena with eyes full of anticipation. Lena continued with a smile that was unknown if it was because she found the gazes of the two to be a little burdensome, or she thought that Landius' expectant face was cute. You can use transformation magic. If you transform into a draconian, you'll have the dragon factor. Oh, she was correct when they thought of it. If they didn't have the dragon factor, they could just make it so that they could have it. However, we need a lot of ingredients in order to properly get the dragon factor. And Landy and Camel probably can't use transformation magic. You two know why, right? We know. Because Landius and Camel were already far from being pure human beings. Landius was born a human and could become a giant through ancestral regression, so it was only a transformation that changed his appearance. But transformation, magic changed one's nature itself, which could lead to various side effects later. In Camel's case, it was a little different. He had already strengthened both his body and soul beyond its limits through the various secret arts of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, so there was a risk that the balance of his body and soul would collapse if he used transformation magic that changed one's nature. But there is no need for me or Landius to use a scalon. Simply looking for someone capable enough to use a scalon is much easier than finding someone with the dragon factor. Or rather, they didn't even have to look in the first place. There was Jude, and there was also Sebastian Legwin, the other member of the 10 great swordmasters from the southern region who did not become a traitor. What ingredients do we need for the ritual? Basically, we need various dragon body parts, like their tooth or heart. And to add a few more as Lena enumerated the ingredients one by one, Camel nodded slowly. If it's dragon body parts, there are already 2 dragon corpses in the square, so we don't have a problem in that regard. And if I mobilize the Guardians of the Holy Cross, we can quickly get the other ingredients. As soon as Camel smiled a little, Landius burst out into laughter. And it was at that moment. "Excuse me, can I say something?" Jude slightly raised his hand and spoke, prompting Camel to flinch and look at Jude with anticipation before asking. "Don't tell me you already have all the ingredients mentioned." "Ho, my disciple. Is that true?" When Landius and even Lena's eyes lit up in anticipation, Jude had an awkward smile and waved his hand. "No, it's not that." "Then what is it?" In response to the question of Camel, who looked disappointed, Jude continued to speak while pretending to be composed. "Cordelia and I have the dragon factor." Yeah, the dragon what? We have the dragon factor. As Jude raised his right hand, Cordelia snorted and also raised her hand as the two showed everyone the back of their hands. The dragon emblems that were engraved by the golden dragon king himself were seen. Camel blinked as he looked dumbstruck, while Lena's eyes widened in surprise. And the only one left, Landius, widely opened his eyes with a stunned expression and soon laughed out loud. As expected of my disciple. You're quite prepared. Landius was greatly satisfied as he warmly smiled and patted Camel on the back. Camel reverted back to his usual calm face and then cleared his throat. Ahem, next time, please tell us that a little earlier. Yes, I understand. When Camel coughed again at Jude's answer, Cordelia sent Jude a message magic. Jude, look at Camel. It's the first time I've seen Camel's face turn that red. Me too. In the second episode, Landius and the others were all dead, so Camel was less talkative and expressive than in the first episode. But the Camel in front of them now was different, because he was blushing in embarrassment. He really looks handsome. No, he's beautiful. Camel usually had a neutral charm, but he looked more beautiful than a woman now when his embarrassment led to his cheeks and the tips of his ears to be slightly dyed red. Anyway, that matter is solved then. Because Jude can use Scalin, right? At Lena's question, Jude nodded his head and so did Landius. Because he knew that Jude had already reached the sixth door and could be relied on then. That's good. Now, we just have to think on how well use Scalin to unite the forces of the 7 southern families. However, I want to ask you something before that. Having barely erased his ashamed expression, Camel glanced at Jude and Cordelia before continuing his words. Why did you have Scalin in the first place? Having Scalin now saved them from the trouble of collecting the tokens and finding Scalin, but it was still a matter that needed to be addressed first. At Camel's question, Jude replied smoothly like he always did. Just like what Camelnim had thought, I also thought that it was necessary to gather the forces of the 7 southern families in the fight against Malekith. Jude recounted the events at Count Kagehama's place, one after another. Malekith's side were already collecting the tokens of the 7 southern families. Perhaps they were afraid of Scalin itself rather than the 7 southern families uniting into one. 300 years ago, ancient black dragon Malekith was fatally injured and fell into a deep sleep after his defeat from Carlos, the great hero, and Lion D. Slen, the founder king. Indeed, it seems like Scalin played a bigger role than we thought, given their reactions. Otherwise, they had no reason to put in so much effort just to acquire Scalin. Camel nodded in agreement, and Jude conveyed a few more points. And as you may have already heard from the Guardians of the Holy Cross, we learned a lot of information from Gamor Khan. Yes, I've heard of that too. What you did was really amazing. It's amazing that you got those information by defeating Gamor Khan. Jude and Cordelia had defeated Gamor Khan at the border between the southern and northern regions, and not at the southern region itself. And as soon as the two captured Gamor Khan's soul there, they immediately headed to the south without any delay. We were lucky. Luck is also a skill. It was when Camel revealed an unusually faint smile. Having been silently listening to their conversation, Lena raised her hand and spoke to them. I apologize since we're in the middle of a conversation, but why don't we postpone the rest of the story for now? I think those people are starting to get nervous. Turning their heads as they followed Lena's gaze, they saw a group of people nervously looking at them. Ah, my second older brother. There was a handsome young man at the forefront of the group, and as Katja had said, he was Ricardo Offend, the second son of Marquis Offend. They seemed to be from the Offends. Camel nodded quietly at Landius' words before asking Jude again. Jude Bayer, do you know what it means for us to contact the Offend family now? Yes, we've already made an agreement with Katja here. His words omitted the details, but both sides still understood what he was saying, because it was obvious on what he meant considering the current situation. Even if the forces of the 7 southern families are united, they will be divided into the leader and follower roles in the end. The power of the 7 southern families were essentially equal. But in the end, the family that had Carlo's legacy, the dragon-slaying Sword Scalin, would become the new leader of the South. Camel was asking if the Offends would take on that role, and Jude answered yes. As he himself had said, he had already made an agreement with Katja. Okay, I will trust your judgment. Well, join hands with Marquis Offend. Camel's remarks couldn't be taken lightly. Unlike Landius and Lena, who didn't have any official positions, Camel was a general of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and if one exclude that he was a general in that organization, he was also its second most powerful person. So it was strange for him to support Marquis Offend instead of advocating neutrality. Kadsa grasped the current situation with her wild senses and grinned as she turned to Jude, who likewise smiled before he looked at Cordelia. I did a good job, right? Yes, good job. Jude's question was a little childish, but Cordelia had a big smile and even gave a thumbs up, so he was deeply pleased. At dawn, although they had joined hands with the Offend family now, Jude and Cordelia did not make an appearance at that time, because Camel was with them. Therefore, Jude was able to rest in the guest room prepared by the Offends, because we'll be busy again starting tomorrow. The Offends and Cage Hamas were attacked, and hundreds of enemies stormed the port. In addition, the Laculias led by Count Matteo Laculia had committed a betrayal, so the southern families had to gather in one place even if the dragon sword was not involved. They need to punish Count Laculia and ask the royal family for help. Perhaps they would argue about Ascalon's authenticity. There would be a heated debate on who would use Ascalon. No one could use Ascalon unless they had the dragon factor like Jude. So it was clear that the southern families would argue on who would formally own it rather than who could actually use it. Now that Carlo's legacy had reappeared, the southern families who had stood shoulder to shoulder until yesterday would have to bow their heads to one family that would soon become their leader. Well, Camel will take care of it. Even until now, Camel was talking with Marquis Offend. The commoner Landius and the wise and powerful wizard Lena had never been engaged in political activities since they were born. But unlike them, Camel was originally royalty. Although he was an illegitimate child, he was forced to participate in the political arena since childhood, and he had worked as a general of the Guardians for nearly a decade. So he was very good at this kind of work. It's nice to have Camel here. If Landius and Lena were the only ones here, Jude himself would have to take care of this and that. Good, everything is going well. They had safely obtained Ascalon, defeated Madher, one of the 3 knights early, and even got 2 black dragon corpses. Furthermore, there were the elimination of the traitorous Matteo Laculia and the gathering of Landius and the others, so their gains overnight were staggering. But there was only one thing that he didn't like. I miss Cordelia. He was used to Cordelia being by his side every day, but she was not here at his side now, because she was in the next room with Lena, Scarlet, and Kadsa. It was a kind of side effect, caused by the number of people increasing. Well, it can't be helped. Let's just go to sleep. It would be morning once he woke up, and he would be able to see Cordelia again by then. Today's battle had used up most of his strength anyway, but it was the moment when Jude was about to close his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. He heard a knocking on the door. Chapter 259, Surprise Attack 3. It was late at night when everyone was asleep. Who was knocking on the door then? Jude enumerated the possible situations as his happiness circuit began to work hard, but he already knew the answer. Please come in. Okay. As he expected, the one who opened the door and appeared was Landius. What's with that disappointed look? No, it's just I was just dreaming in vain. Jude smiled while looking soulless, and Landius strode closer and put his big hand on Jude's forehead. You don't have a fever. Anyway, Master, what's the matter? I am here to talk to you. I couldn't properly talk to you earlier. Landius said that and sat down on the floor, so Jude also sat down facing him. You and I need very little sleep. Well, that is true. After completely opening the 6th door, his sleeping time that was already short had become even shorter. In fact, sleeping for more than 2 hours a day was close to a habit, so if he willed himself to not sleep at all, he could stay awake for several days while still being healthy. And it was the same for Landius. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors is an art that moves away from being a human the more doors one open. Landius was currently at the 7th door. Even if he hadn't gained the power of ancient giants through ancestral regression, his physical abilities had left the realm of humans a long time ago. Anyway, I am here right now because this is the only time we can talk due to our busy schedule. Jude nodded at Landius' words. because after today's battle, Sicilia would launch a full-fledged offensive. They had a lot of things to do first, such as gathering the power of the South, which includes the 7 southern families. First of all, I want to hear the things that happened to you since then. From the time they parted ways in the Temple of Life. At Landius' request, Jude talked about what had happened so far as concisely as possible. So he began with them, meeting Princess Darian and exploring Archimonde's dungeon. He continued to talk about the various events that occurred after they arrived at the royal capital one after another, and then narrated what happened on their way down to the south. Their encounter with First Sword, their battle with the Lord Protector, their bloody fight against Gamor Khan, and the ultimate series. The events surrounding Jabberwock and the elves they met in the Forest of Eternity. In addition, their battles against the brainwashed Sebastian Legwin, the Kraken, and Madher. After hearing everything that Jude had said, Landius stroked his chin and smiled. Master, no, it's just amazing. Yes, it's amazing. Everything's amazing. What is up with these two? Landius himself had been through a lot since he was born, but it seemed like Jude had it worse. It's like they always get dragged into trouble. No, it's not that. Rather than getting dragged into trouble, it feels like they're deliberately pursuing and getting themselves into troublesome events. But it's been like that since we first met. Their fight against the demon followers who tried to kidnap the children of the 12 northern families. Unlike the present, Jude had overcome that crisis despite having a weak body, and he had been embroiled in all sorts of incidents since then. Their fights against the demon followers in the Wildlands. The things that could have happened if Jude and Cordelia had not gone to the Wildlands. Lena could have been dead. She would have probably lost her life after she closed the Hell Gate. Moreover, that wasn't the only one. Perhaps the entire Wildlands would have fallen into the hands of the demon followers, causing a huge crisis in the northern region of the Slen Kingdom. The same goes for the royal capital. Without Jude and Cordelia, no one would have been able to stop the Lord Protector. The annihilation of the royal family and the collapse of the barrier, and the chaos it would cause to the entire Slen Kingdom. For the Slen Kingdom, that in itself was fatal, and if one added the crisis in the northern region, it was possible that the kingdom would collapse. And this time in the south. The threat of ancient black dragon Malekith. It's like they know what's going to happen in the future and then move to prevent it. He clearly thought that it was impossible, but Jude and Cordelia were always involved in huge events concerning the Slen Kingdom, or even the entire world. Furthermore, Landius closed his eyes for a moment and recalled the first time he met Jude. Jude was much taller now and had muscles in his body, but when they first met, Jude was a completely different person. He was small enough to be similar to Cordelia and was as skinny as corn stalks. Jude's changes in that short amount of time had seriously amazed him, but in retrospect, his changes had occurred in just 1 year. No, it was less than a year. Why is this guy so strong? His growth speed was not normal, or rather, it was already not on the level of abnormal. His growth pace was already beyond one's common sense. It was clearly not that impossible if one listed down all the things Jude had. Jude had Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens, and the number of mysterious incidents he had been through was not a joke. Because he ate those mysterious incidents that other people would only experience once in their lifetime, as if those mysterious incidents were just daily meals. Sixth door. The current progress of Jude. It took him just over half a year to reach the 6th door. Even Landius himself took more than 5 years to reach that door. He's a real monster. Landius himself didn't expect that there would be a day when he would think what others had thought of him. Master, it's nothing. I was just thinking of something for a while. Landius gave an evasive answer before looking at Jude again, and he saw Jude tilting his head with a puzzled face and narrowed brows, as if he had no idea on what Landius was thinking about. Well, it's a good thing anyway. There was nothing wrong if Jude became strong quickly. Landius himself welcomed Jude overtaking him and rising to a higher door of the 9th heaven's 9 doors, a clue to the 8th door. As he had already told Jude several times, 9th heaven's 9 doors was clearly made for those with Chinmujich. Therefore, Landius, who did not have Chinmujich, had to risk his life every time he opened a new door. Just like how an adult crustacean risked its life every time it molted. It had been more than a few years since he opened the 7th door. Landius would have normally tried to open the 8th door by force, but he changed his mind after meeting Jude, who had opened up to the 5th door. My old methods are too risky. Through Jude, he got to know the 9th heaven's 9 doors more properly. And as a result, he realized that what he had been doing until now was recklessness itself. If I had kept going that way, I might have died already. There was a clear difference between taking risks and rushing headlong to one's death. After all, Landius' goal wasn't to become the strongest warrior. It was to drive away the demon followers out of this world so that something like the tragedy of the Paragon Kingdom would never happen again. My disciple. Yes, Master, I wish you all the best in the future. Yes. I wish you the best too. Jude tilted his head as he continued to be a bit puzzled, but soon spoke with a smile, and Landius warmly smiled before returning the topic back to Jude. Moving on your life is truly full of ups and downs. Jude had already fought more than 5 strong people on the level of the 10 great swordmasters. Moreover, Jude was much weaker than he was now when he fought against the Lord Protector, so it was a miracle in itself that he survived all those battles. I was lucky. Jude humbly spoke and looked at Landius in front of him. Even though they were both sitting, Landius was really huge. Furthermore, there was the sight he had seen a few hours ago. The figure of Landius beating a giant black dragon with just his bare fists. He's truly not normal. Indeed, he's humanity's strongest. Frankly, Landius seems to be much stronger than Camille or Lena. His bare fists were already that strong, so what would happen if he opened up to the 7th door and used the solar blade? Or rather, what would happen if Landius had acquired sword origin? After briefly imagining Landius becoming one with that sword, Jude had a bitter smile, because he could hear Valentia's complaints from the depths of his mind. My successor is really mean. You're making me into a 2-timer. He could somehow see the sulking Valentia puffing out her cheeks in his mind. Disciple? Yes, it's nothing. After quickly erasing the image of Valentia that came to his mind, Jude straightened his posture while Landius tilted his head like Jude had done before, and then said, Anyway, my disciple, I have a question for you. When the 6th door opened, the female sage didn't show up, right? Yes, I don't know why, but I haven't seen her. Until now, the female sage would appear when you opened a door. But she didn't appear this time. The female sage also held clues about the 9th heaven's 9 doors. In fact, Jude learned more from the female sage than from Landius about the 9th heaven's 9 doors, including how to use the energy of the black dragon. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see for now. Perhaps you're still lacking in enlightenment. Yes, I shall work hard as ever. It was not something he should worry about for now. Anyway, once their conversation about that was over, Jude took a deep breath and opened his mouth again. This time, he wanted to discuss about something that he needed a definite answer to. Master, I'd like to talk to you about one thing. Well, if you're worried about getting any bigger, don't worry. You won't grow any bigger. Even if you grow taller than now, you won't reach more than 2 meters. Yes, that's a relief. You're relieved, huh? No, he was really relieved. Because just like Cordelia, Jude himself was worried about growing as big as Landius. That's a relief. I am really relieved. Jude sighed in relief and wanted to go to Cordelia under the pretext of quickly relaying to her the good news, but he couldn't. He hadn't been able to talk about what he wanted to say yet. Master. What I want to talk about is something else. What is it? It's regarding the Supreme Sun divine art. Having said that, Jude straightened his posture and slowly calmed his breathing. It was to awaken the Black Sun. What Jude himself had completed through the Supreme Sun divine art. The power of the sun began to show its true value a little after their fight with the Kraken. Is this really the sun? Landius sensed the presence of the Black Sun in Jude's soul, so he straightened his posture too and regulated his breathing. It was to awaken his sun, just like what Jude did. Golden sun. It was completely different from Jude. The truly dazzling light was like the light of dawn itself that ended the dark night and welcomed the glorious morning. Why is there such a difference? Why is Landius' sun golden while mine is black? Because my disciple's heart is black. What? Excuse me, Jude asked without realizing it. He couldn't help it. Cordelia always called him black-hearted Black Cloak, but he didn't expect it to be real. Well, to be more exact, it's because my disciple's soul is black. 7 colors, 7 attributes. Souls had 7 colors and 7 attributes. Humans with black-colored souls are very rare. I've only read about it in records, so this is the first time that I've actually seen it. At Landius' words, Jude furrowed his brows unconsciously. Is it a bad thing? No, it's not. There is no significant relationship between the color of the soul and the character of the person. It was just that very few humans had a black soul. Anyway, you did well. You've opened the 6th door, and you've already created your own sun. Is it all right to develop it like this? Yes, there's no need for me to teach you. Your 9th heaven's 9 doors and Supreme Sun divine art have already become one, so you just have to develop the power of the sun, just like what you've been doing until now. Jude breathed in relief at Landius' words. Because he was deeply worried the power of the black sun he first revealed in his fight against the Kraken was somehow wrong. I am relieved. I was doing it right, as expected of having Chinmujich, but it was at that moment. After his sigh of relief, Jude suddenly looked up and turned to Landius. Because Landius was looking at him and smiling, but the meaning of his smile was somehow different from before. Master, perhaps we won't have time to relax for a while. We can't delay it any longer since you've already created a black sun. He wasn't talking about muscle training. Landius looked straight at Jude and continued his words. Disciple, the reason you had an illness called Gyumjulmeek is because you were born with excessive yin energy. Gyumjulmeek caused his blood vessels and meridians to be blocked and the circulation of his chi energy to be disturbed due to the excessive yin energy that accumulated in his body, thus affecting his body and soul. Jude was born with excessive yin energy. It meant that he was born with an extreme yin body before his heavenly martial body, Chinmujich. Therefore, you had to develop your yang energy. But now, your yang energy had grown so strong that you could use the power of the sun. His yang energy couldn't even be developed in the first place because of his excessive yin energy, but he could use it now due to the sunflower. It also enabled him to use the Supreme Sun divine art and the 9th heaven's 9 doors. Until now, you've been doing your best to suppress the yin energy. But the situation is different now that you've obtained the sun. You can already use the yang and yin energies, so Yao'll be able to handle the power of the 2 energies at the same time. Yin-yang body. A person whose body could handle the 2 opposing energies at the same time, as well as create a harmonious relationship between the 2. Isn't that right, Camille? The moment Landius spoke, the door behind his back opened. Just like Jude, he was a person with an extreme yin body. Ghostblade Camille appeared. Chapter 260 Surprise Attack 4. I changed yin body to extreme yin body because this episode explained why. One more thing, this is common to Chinese philosophy, but I might as well explain the symbolisms because this series heavily uses it. Yin symbolizes cold, the female sex, and the moon, while yang symbolizes heat, the male sex, and the sun. Extreme yin body. One of the various body constitutions that appeared in Legend of Heroes, and as its name suggested, it referred to those who were born with extreme yin energy. Extreme yin energy. An energy that gave off extreme cold. It was comparable to the Supreme Sun divine art because, when the Supreme Sun divine art reached a certain level, a body that was like the sun was created, though the attributes are quite the opposite. If the Supreme Sun divine art was the sun, those with an extreme yin body were like the moon. In any case, those who could properly use their yin and yang energies become really powerful, but unfortunately, most people couldn't use it properly, because their bodies got destroyed even before they developed the power to control both the yin and yang energies. Gyumjulmeek. It blocked the blood vessels of the entire body and prevented the proper circulation of chi energy. As a result, both the body and soul become unable to grow fully as it slowly destroyed the body. Among those born with an extreme yin body, more than 80% had their blood vessels blocked, and most suffered from a lingering illness and passed away at a young age. Those born with an extreme yang body were also similar. They did not suffer from a lingering illness, but on the contrary, they couldn't control their overflowing energy, so they suffered from fevers or body defects, making them unable to live proper lives. But if you can control it properly, the extreme yin body and the extreme yang body would turn into a blessing rather than a curse from that moment onwards. As for those who were born with a sun-like body, which could only be created if they mastered the Supreme Sun divine art at a certain level, one could say that they were people who started at level 50 when others only started at level 1. No, it's not only that. Being ahead of the starting line wasn't the only thing, because there was also a difference in the levels that they could ultimately reach. Ghostblade Camel, an illegitimate child from the Paragon royal family. He was also born with an extreme yin body, but fortunately, his blood vessels were not blocked. It was because Archdruid Nuada, who was living in the Paragon Kingdom at that time, controlled the excessive yin energy. Nuada was also the teacher of Druid Fran, who would later become one of the 5 heroes of Paragon. He had bound Camel's extreme yin body with a special seal, allowing Camel to gradually control his yin energy as he grew up, and not letting him suffer from blocked blood vessels. The event that revealed him fully releasing his yin energy for the first time was freaking awesome, because the powerful yin energy froze everything around him. Therefore, one of Camel's nicknames was Camelsa. Elsa is a reference to Queen Elsa of Disney's Frozen franchise. He was beautiful to begin with. Perhaps it was because of his extreme yin body, but his neutral appearance was more beautiful than other beautiful women. Jude erased the thoughts that came to his mind and looked straight ahead again. Camel, who was born with an extreme yin body, and Landius, who acquired a power similar to those with an extreme yang body, stood side by side. Extreme cold and extreme heat, and what the two people wanted Jude to have: yin-yang body. The word extreme was not added to the words extreme yin and extreme yang for nothing. Those who were born with excessive yin energy couldn't use yang energy because they were biased towards one side, and likewise, those who were born with excessive yang energy couldn't use yin energy. But yin-yang body was different. It was possible for them to simultaneously handle the extreme yin and yang energies. And in this world, Pleiades, there was already a person who used the power of a yin-yang body: Archbishop Manuela. For the 5 heroes of Paragon, including Landius and Camel, he was their mortal enemy. He used the power of his extreme yin and yang energies in his magic rather than in martial arts. And as a result, he created a terrifying magic spell called Ultimate Extinction. This magic that was Manuela's signature spell collided the extreme yin and yang energies, but instead of the two energies simply canceling each other, the spell converted it into a powerful force that erased everything. Yin-yang body, Camel said aloud, and Landius looked at Jude with a grin. Because like Manuela, Jude had a yin-yang body. You are born with extreme yin energy in the first place. Its power is sealed now, but the moment it is unsealed, you will naturally be able to use the power of having excessive yin. And now that you have the sun, which is the symbol of extreme yang energy, the excessive yin energy will not be able to harm you. It was a repetition of Jude's previous explanation. Jude nodded, and Camel said as he slightly narrowed his brows. As Landius have said, we haven't talked about it to you before, but we both have wanted for a long time to awaken your extreme yin energy. They didn't talk about it so as not to burden him because it was not yet the right time. But Jude's growth was beyond their imagination. The two honestly never imagined that he had created a son already. However, Camel slowly shook his head. It was a good thing that he awakened the power of the sun much earlier than expected, but that did not mean he immediately awakened his extreme yin energy. We're about to face a huge battle. Awakening the extreme yin energy itself is easy, but it can destroy the balance in your body. Even if it doesn't, it can get in the way of you using the power of the sun. They didn't know when Malekith's dragonflights would attack again. No matter how skilled Jude was, it took time to control the extreme yin energy, so unfortunately, it was better for them to postpone the opening of his extreme yin energy to another time. Do you understand? Camel persuaded him, and Jude tried to nod his head while regretting it. Because even Jude himself thought that it was not a good thing to create a risk at a time when the battle was just around the corner. However, there was one person here who thought differently. But Camel, can't we just do it now? Landius spoke as he grinned, and Camel frowned but did not furrow his brows. So Landius chuckled at his expression that seemed to be asking what nonsense he was saying. He then patted Jude on the back with his huge hand. My disciple is a bit of a genius. Landius, I know, you're a genius too. I'm also a genius, but my disciple is even more of a genius than me. to the point that I end up cursing without realizing it. When Landius smiled and patted Jude on the back again, Camel looked at him in doubt before nodding his head. All right, Landius, if you insist. It'll be fine if we just awaken his extreme yin energy for a short while. Oh, that's good. As I thought, you listened to me well, Camel, because you're the one who said it. If someone else said it, I would have ignored it. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Landius slapped Camel on the back this time, so Camel almost fell, but he didn't get angry, because his only friend is Landius. Such an exchange only made him happy. Jude looked at him with sad eyes but quickly changed his expression to an innocent look when Camel raised his head again. Then please, all right, I'll guide you, sit over there. Yes. Jude answered right away and sat cross-legged on the floor, while Camel took off the sword from his waist before sitting right behind Jude's back. It's like those in martial arts novels. A master helping their disciple train. No, it was more like a master assisting their disciple in circulating their chi energy. Close your eyes and concentrate. Don't forget to follow my guidance. You don't have to answer. Yes, you don't need to answer. Jude almost answered yes reflexively again, but quickly shut his mouth. Is this an occupational habit? Instantly answering when I am called? It's good that I didn't say out loud my rank and name, though. Example, yes. This is Private John Doe. This has become so common to soldiers that even when they're not working as a soldier, they automatically answer that when their name is called. In short, an occupational habit. In any case, Jude closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Camel placed his hands on Jude's back and then matched his breathing with Jude. He's cold. He could strongly feel it even though only his clothes were touched. Camel's palms were as cold as ice. Restrain the power of the sun. We need to awaken the extreme yin energy, so we need to restrain the yang energy for a while. Jude followed Camel's advice. After restraining the power of the sun, he stopped the constantly circulating energy of the Supreme Sun divine art. Awaken it. Don't miss it. The sleeping extreme yin energy that was suppressed by the power of the sun. Camel awakened Jude's extreme yin energy with his yin energy. He stimulated it to elicit a reaction, and Jude sensed the extreme yin energy begin to flow again from the depths of his body and soul. Follow my guidance, my lead. Circulate the extreme yin energy throughout your body. Activate the extreme yin energy. Jude did that. No, he did not stop there. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. His Ninth Heaven's 9 doors guided the extreme yin energy. Not only did it follow Camel's guidance, but it also transformed the extreme yin energy to make it more suitable for Jude's body that had awakened the extreme yin energy, so that the two extreme energies would harmonize and not repulse each other. His extreme yin energy grew stronger. Its powerful flow no longer followed Camel's guidance. It decided on its own path. Therefore, Camel couldn't help but panic. He wanted to stop right away because it left his guidance, but he was surprised at that moment. As Landius had said, Jude was also a genius. He's not wrong. The extreme yin energy was not in a runaway state now. It was exuding its presence very naturally and strongly. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors know, it's Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts form the heavens, an unparalleled talent that only a few had in the long history of mankind. Camel opened his eyes, and he could see it with his naked eyes. The extreme yin energy and extreme yang energy were flowing at the same time. Both were pitch black, but one was a black moon and the other was a black sun. Yin-yang body. A person whose body could handle the extreme yin and yang energies at the same time. Jude was obviously still inexperienced. He wasn't at Manuela's level of control. In actual combat, he could only use the two energies alternately. But that alone was enough. Or rather, what was happening now was beyond one's common sense. After all, he had woken up the extreme yin energy just a few moments ago. I told you that he's a genius, right? Landius said, and Camel had a bitter smile. With just a single word, he proved that he was Landius' friend. FCK, what an unfair world. Landius chuckled and agreed with him. Along with Camel, he cursed his only disciple. At the same time, while Landius and Camel were sincerely uttering curse words, Lena was like an angel as she let out words of admiration instead of swearing. You're really amazing. Cordelia blushed at Lena's honest compliment, shyly smiling as she stretched out her wings for a bit, because she was both happy and embarrassed from being praised by Lena. I mean it, you're really amazing. You've grown beyond comparison to what you were back then in the wild lands. Cordelia's angelic power. It was natural. In the wild lands, Cordelia was only in the 9th rank, the lowest rank of an angel, but she had raised her rank now, making her a 7th-ranked angel. No, it's not just that. Her power is the highest among the 7th-rank angels. In fact, she seems to be nearing the 6th rank. Is this what they call a genius? She already heard how Cordelia's rank increased so quickly. Cordelia had said that she absorbed the power of the sun god, Solari, from the divine sword, Cleam Sale, in the royal capital. But it was not possible for anyone to just absorb the power of the divine sword and increase their angel rank. It was only possible because she was Cordelia. You're really gifted, a gifted angel. It sounded a bit strange, but it was true. Cordelia was even more embarrassed because of that and became speechless. She then giggled and wiggled her fingers against each other. You're really amazing. It's admirable. You're asking me for advice, but there's nothing for me to say to you. Cordelia flinched at Lena's words and suddenly raised her head before saying, Actually, I want to ask you about something else. Something else? Yeah, something else. There are some things that I've been trying for a while, but it's not yet ready for practical use. Cordelia said with some hesitation, and Lena was interested, so she asked with a twinkle in her eye, What is it? It's this. Cordelia revealed what she had been preparing for back then in the Temple of Life in her desire to beat Jude. It was something that did not appear in Legend of Heroes 2, but could be done now because this was reality. A new change occurred in Cordelia's entire body, and Lena's eyes widened. She opened her mouth blankly at the unimaginable sight. An hour later, 3 of the 5 heroes of Paragon were gathered in one place: Iron Man Landius, Ghostblade Camille, Holy Angel Lena. The 3 of them sat next to each other on a long sofa in Landius' room as they all spoke in succession. FCK, I am honestly amazed. They're amazing. Landius, Camille, and Lena spoke in that order. The 3 each recounted what had happened in Jude and Cordelia's rooms, and once again let out vacant laughs. I thought that we were geniuses too. At Landius' words, Camille narrowed his brows and spoke in a low and subdued voice. But we're still overwhelmingly strong. Camille, you're envious. Well, she's right. Landius agreed with Lena's rebuke, and Camille had a bitter expression on his face before he said in a lower voice, It's not like that. What I want to say is that we ourselves must be at the forefront. Jude and Cordelia were clearly geniuses. True geniuses who astonished even the heroes of Paragon. But it was also true that they were still inexperienced. The 2 were able to reach a high level, but they still needed more time and experience to do well. So the 3 had to protect them. It had to be them who would lead the fight. You're right, I agree with that. Landius nodded his head, and so did Lena. Perhaps Velkian and Fran would have said the same thing as they did if they saw the 2. By the way, Camille, shouldn't we come up with a countermeasure? Gathering the forces of the southern families was one thing, but they also needed to prepare for the upcoming next attack. If all the information they learned through Jude were true, the other side had a powerful dragon force then. An entire army of black dragons, something that was beyond one's common sense. It will be very difficult to defend from air attacks when a large group of them can just fly and attack us easily. We need to do something special about that. You're right, Lena. But if that's the problem, we have some countermeasures. The countermeasures made by a black-hearted and mean guy. Landius chuckled when he realized the words Camille omitted from saying, and Lena's eyes lit up with curiosity. What is it? It's like this. That guy's solution. Camille spoke about Jude's plan. Chapter 261, Surprise Attack, 5 Morning dawned at Argon Port. The view of the sun rising above the horizon was the same as always, but the scenery that Argon Port had now was different from yesterday. We're not allowed to set sail? Yes, the port is under lockdown. Dozens of ships that were of various kinds were anchored in Argon Port. Normally, the dock would have been busy with ships preparing to depart in the morning, but this was not the case for today, because no ship could leave the port. It was a sudden order, but the ship owners decided to observe the situation instead of protesting immediately. They didn't know exactly on what happened last night, but everyone knew that at least hundreds of monsters attacked Argon Port. Under normal circumstances, those who were afraid of attacks would definitely try to leave Argon Port by boat. But the situation was a little different this time. Because the 7 southern families who were always fighting and having power struggles had all agreed to block the port, there's a rumor that Malekith is coming back. Malekith? Yeah. Hans said that he saw the corpses of black dragons lying in the central square. Members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross were preventing the drooling dwarves from approaching it. Ho! The Guardians of the Holy Cross. Hearing that name was unexpected, but it was strangely relieving at the same time. And I've heard that it was none other than Paragon's heroes who stopped this attack. Is that true? I heard that too. And think about it. Who else but Paragon's heroes can deal with all those monsters overnight? Oh, you're right. The story of how the 5 heroes of Paragon defeated a transcendent existence called the Demon Prince was widely known throughout the continent. And there are rumors that the fantasy couple is here too. Who are those? You don't know about the heroes of the royal capital. They were the young heroes who protected the royal family from the Lord Protector, no, that blasted traitor. Ah, aren't they the ones who run away from home every now and then? But be careful with your words. What if someone hears you? I mean, they're quite famous. The fact that the fantasy couple were masters of night escapes was a story that the entire Slen Kingdom knew. The 2 of them had even created a trend of couples running away at night in the royal capital now. They say that one should refrain from talking about it so that couples who are in love will not try to run away at night. Ahem. Anyway, the heroes of Paragon and the fantasy couple, it seems like something really strange is happening. Perhaps that rumor about Malekith is true. It's possible there was no one in Argon Port, no, the entire South, who did not know of Malekith. 300 years was clearly a long time, but it was too short a time to erase the scars he had carved on the land. The legend of the great hero Carlos and his 7 knights. The story of an evil black dragon who tried to destroy the South. While all kinds of rumors were circulating around the port, the heads of the southern families left their mansions. Carlos' dragon sword is back. The words written on the letter, bearing the crest of the Guardians of the Holy Cross and the Knights of the Sea Lion, were enough to move the family heads of the southern families. Because they all knew what having the dragon sword meant. At the knights' meeting room, standing in front of the podium, Camel looked straight ahead. Behind him sat Landius, Lena, and Sir Marcus, commander of the Knights of the Sea Lion, while on the opposite side were the 6 heads of the 7 southern families excluding Matteo Laculia, who were seated at a distance from each other. The facial expressions of the family heads varied: excitement, anger, fear, and concern. As he faced their various emotions, Camel closed his eyes for a short moment before speaking in a low voice. Malekith is back. Everyone had already guessed that at this point, but Camel's declaration was like a final sentence. The family heads reacted differently to the reality that they were finally facing. Some groaned while others struggled to remain calm. There were also those who clenched their teeth in fear, and those who closed their eyes to escape from reality for a while. But no one denied Camel's words, because no one here was so foolish as to not know what happened last night or what the corpses of the black dragons in the central square meant. And as you can see here, Carlo's sword is also back. Camel raised a scallon. Because it was in its sealed state and no one could feel any divine power from it, it looked like a bit of an ornate dress sword, but none of the family heads doubted the authenticity of the sword. The words of Camel, who was one of Paragon's 5 heroes and one of the guardians of the Holy Cross 6 generals, had that much weight and power. Malekith's subordinates stole the family heads' tokens and tried to find the sword's whereabouts. Because they feared the power of Dragon Sword Escalon, Carlo's legacy that defeated Malekith in the past. Count Kaelan, a white-haired old man, clenched his fists as he calmly spoke. He was the oldest among the family heads of the 7 southern families and the most ardent follower of Carlos among those present here. Camel continued to speak. Count Jude August Bayer and Countess Cordelia August Chase defended Escalon from Malekith's subordinates. They also saved Count Kagehama's life. At Camel's words, everyone turned to Count Kagehama. Count Kagehama could only narrow his brows because he could barely remember the events last night due to his head injury. I am well aware of what Carlo's sword means to the South, but I cannot give this sword to any of you, because we're in a real emergency." The gazes of the family heads turned sharp at that moment. In the case of Count Kaelan, he clearly expressed his anger towards Camille, who dared to take away Carlo's legacy, but the reactions of the other family heads were slightly different. This is better. Now that Malekith was about to be resurrected, the fate of the South was hanging by a thread, so they had to gather the forces of the South. Someone had to take Carlo's sword and lead the 7 southern families. However, it was quite awkward for one of the 7 southern families to take Carlo's sword. But now is not the time to fight. This was not the time for the 7 southern families to wage a civil war over who would take Carlo's sword. A person foolish enough to wage a civil war in the face of a common enemy could not be a family head of the 7 southern families. Count Kaelan was unable to hide his anger that preceded his emotions, but he did not stand up or shout, because he understood the current situation just like the other family heads. Then who is it? Who will take Carlo's sword and lead the 7 southern families? They had guessed it to some extent, but they had to keep their eyes peeled this time too until a definite answer was given. And at the reactions of the family heads, Camille inwardly sighed in relief. With a small compliment to the family heads who didn't act foolishly, he continued his words that were interrupted for a while. "I am going to give Carlo's sword to Landius, and when this battle is over, Landius will return Carlo's sword to the south." As if responding to Camille's words, Landius rose from his seat and stepped forward. With the appearance of a giant who was like a moving castle of steel, the family heads did not object this time too. Rather, there were those who breathed a sigh of relief. It's as Jude said. There were actually 6 candidates for Carlo's sword. Camille himself, Landius, Lena, Jude, Cordelia, and Sir Marcus. Among these people, Jude said that no one would worry if Landius was entrusted Carlo's sword. He's the one person they would least object to. Camille was a high-ranking member of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. He belonged to a powerful organization that was influential in the entire continent, so from the perspective of the 7 southern families, they couldn't help but feel burdened. Because the Guardians of the Holy Cross might try to influence the South after taking Carlo's sword, an assumption that was unlikely but not completely impossible. In that sense, neither I nor Cordelia are good. Jude and Cordelia were nobles of the Slen Kingdom. In other words, them taking Carlo's sword meant that there was a huge possibility that the two would settle down in the South. From the standpoint of the 7 southern families, having their leader be an outsider or coming from the 12 northern families was not something they welcomed. As for Sir Marcus, I apologize, but he lacks authority. Moreover, he worked for the royal family, so the 7 southern families couldn't help but reject him. Although the 7 southern families were loyal to the Slen royal family, simply belonging to the Slen Kingdom and being directly governed by the royal family was like the difference between heaven and earth. Then the only ones left are Master and Lainanim, but Master is probably better, right? Both were wandering people who were not affiliated with any organization and also had a reputation for being one of Paragon's 5 heroes, but there were still some clear differences. A fist fighter, no, a swordsman and a wizard. If one had to choose on who would be entrusted with the sword, which of the two would most likely be entrusted? There's also the visual reason. Anyone could tell at one glance that Landius looked crazily strong, but Lena only appeared to be a beautiful and slender woman. So I think we should entrust Escalon to Master. Camille also agreed with him. Regardless of the reasons Jude had said, he had also thought that only Landius could lead everyone in this crisis. Like how he did in Paragon. He who did not give in to despair before the demon prince. A man like the sun who eventually saved everyone with his mind of steel. Camille snapped out of his thoughts. He handed over Escalon to Landius in the presence of the family heads, and Landius respectfully accepted it. Ill hold the sword of the great hero for a while. When Landius spoke in a serious tone, even Count Kaelan, who wanted to protest, ended up nodding his head at that moment. It was because Landius' appearance as a hero was quite overwhelming. As expected, Camille uncharacteristically smiled in satisfaction before he continued speaking again. The situation is urgent, so we'll move on to the countermeasure meeting immediately. However, Camille had no intention of exchanging opinions with the family heads. because he had already decided all the general measures. Malekith is now asleep here, Camel said as he pointed to a place in the huge chart that a squire had set up. It was an island located quite far from Argon Port, where the surrounding currents were unusual and had a lot of reefs, making it difficult to approach. Malekith has yet to wake up. So the best thing that we can do is to invade the island before he wakes up and use a scallon to end his breath while he's still sleeping. Everyone's eyes turned to Landius at Camel's words, and Landius lightly raised a scallon with a solemn expression. In fact, it was Jude who would use a scallon in the battlefield, but there was no need to tell that to the family heads since they wouldn't be going to the battlefield anyway. Of course, we need a fleet to do that. It's also necessary to punish the traitorous Luculia family. The forces of the 7 southern families were scattered throughout the southern region. It was a priority to bring all those forces to the neutral Argon port. They needed troops to take over the island. Count Matteo Luculia, the family head of the Luculias, is currently detained by Marquis Offend. Most of Count Luculia's men in Argon port have been captured, but since we don't know what Count Luculia's forces might do, we need to hold Matteo as a hostage to control them. I'll leave this role to Marquis Offend. At Camel's words, Marquis Offend sharply stared at him before smiling fiercely. If he took on such a role, it was highly likely that the Offends would become more powerful once the Luculia family disbanded in the future, but the other family heads just frowned and did not particularly object to it, because it was something that someone had to eventually do, but was also something very troublesome to do. General Camel, I have one question. Everyone's gaze turned to Count Kaelan when he spoke in a clear voice. He was old and skinny like a withered tree, but his eyes were full of life that it seemed like it was sparkling. According to legend, powerful dragonflights serve Malekith. They're dragonflights made up of real dragons and not wyverns and the like. In the legends surrounding Carlos, dragonflights made up of more than 100 black dragons had appeared, and this was all true and not an exaggeration. We currently don't know if those dragonflights existed, or even if they did exist, we do not know if they're still alive or not, because it will be almost impossible to go by sea if they're still alive. His words were understandable. If dozens of dragons spewed their breaths from the sky, sinking was the only fate that lied ahead for the wooden ships on the sea where there was nowhere to escape. Do we have a countermeasure for this? At Count Kaelan's words, the other family heads also looked at Camel with concern. If the dragonflights were indeed alive, it would be difficult to defend the south, let alone attack the enemy. It will be enough for them to just go anywhere, fire their breaths, and then go back. The southern region was wide, which meant that there were also many places to defend. As the family heads focused their gazes on him, Camel had a faint smile. Instead of saying that they should discuss about that now, he spoke in a confident tone. We already have a countermeasure to that. Jude's plan. A brief explanation came out of Camel's mouth. Dragonflights are real. They aren't as good as they were in their heyday, but the number of dragons still alive number more than 50. This came from their knowledge of Legend of Heroes 2 that they disguised as Gamor Khan's information. The two did not know much about the southern families, but they knew a lot about Malekith and his subordinates. Cecilia, who lost Madher and failed to take a scallon, will naturally turn to Orga for help. It was a natural step, and Jude hypothesized on what would happen next. Orga has 2 options. One is to attack the south, and the other is to defend their position. Cecilia's original goal in attacking the south was to steal a scallon, and as she was on the verge of losing a scallon, she mobilized their troops, but originally, she didn't have a plan to attack the port with a large force. Basically, their plan is to just wait. An ancient black dragon was a being that was different from normal dragons. If Malekith, a being that could even defeat a demon prince from hell, was resurrected, wiping out the south would be not a problem for him, so from their point of view, it was better to quietly wait for Malekith's resurrection rather than move and exhaust their troops. According to Gamor Khan, Orga is a cautious man. Carlo's legends also describe him as like a rock. It was the same in the game. He was a general who specialized in defending. So well provoke him. If we gather forces, form a fleet, and act as if we're going to attack the island where Malekith is sleeping, he's likely to take a step towards blocking the sea route instead of attacking the port. In order to do that, they needed to lay some bait. They needed to wipe out the familiar spirits Cecilia spread out all over the port, so as to darken her eyes and ears while spilling one piece of information, in order to make her anxious. The 7 southern families know the location of the island where Malekith is sleeping. They are gathering their forces in order to attack it. After they wiped out the familiar spirits, it was necessary to keep in check the reconnaissance troops such as wyverns, who would be scouting from the sky. And at the same time, well reveal that our side is gathering a fleet. The 7 southern families were gathering their troops. They know the island's location, but they couldn't get close enough to get a complete picture of the situation. Given these conditions, there was only one action that Orga would do: blockade the sea. Instead of poorly attacking the port, he would defend the sea. If the 7 southern families send a fleet as he expected, he could just bury them in the sea, and if they did not send a fleet, he would just wait. Now that Malekith's resurrection was near, time was on the side of the dragonflights. Camel was skeptical when he heard Jude's words. Jude's words were very plausible, but it was all armchair theory in the end. But Camel eventually agreed to follow Jude's advice. In the first place, it was nearly impossible to assemble a fleet in complete secrecy. Under Camel's command, the 7 southern families gathered their forces, simultaneously leaking information and blocking it as Jude had said, and the dragonflights moved as they expected. Well, defend our position. Cecilia had an unexplainable ominous feeling at Orga's decision, but she did not object to it, because Orga was logically right in his decision. I wanted to take a scallon before Lord Malekith wakes up, but attacking the port was also a risky thing for the dragonflights. After all, monsters called the Heroes of Paragon were present there, and Ascalon was with the 7 southern families. Moreover, there was no need to reveal the existence of the dragonflights for nothing, because she was confident that they would attack the island by traversing the sea. As Orga had said, it was more efficient to bury them in the sea. Time is on our side, Cecilia, and we who dominate the air are invincible at the sea. Yes, General Orga, I will abide by your decision. Cecilia bowed her head in obedience, and Orga, who had polymorphed into a black-haired elf, looked in the direction of the Argon port with a satisfied smile. And half a day later, 3 days had passed since the battle in the central square. Under the dark night sky, where even the moon and stars disappeared due to the numerous clouds, the elite forces of the 7 southern families were preparing for the battle on their own ships. The total number of battleships was 27. Each large battleship had dozens of cannons deployed and hundreds of personnel on board. 6 frigates were added to this, so the number of ships alone reached 33. It would have been possible to mobilize the troops of the Slen royal family if they took more time. But they didn't have the time to leisurely gather troops now that Malekith's resurrection was just around the corner. What in the world are we going to do? Their forces were overwhelming at first glance, but when he thought of it being bombarded by dozens of dragons in the sky, the future in front of them seemed to be very dark. Not only Count Kaelan, but also the other 7 southern families were looking at the fleet with anxious eyes. There must be a way, because he was so confident. Why else would they recklessly sail out to sea? At the words of Viscountess St. Crute, who was wearing a splendid red dress, Viscount Oriole, the youngest of the family heads, nodded his head. Marquis Offend and Count Kagehama will also be participating in the battle. They will not just sail out to sea. But what are they planning to do? Landius also had the same question. Then, my disciple, what's your plan now? The last move in the plan that Jude had prepared. Cordelia grinned at Landius' question, and Jude took a deep breath. As if to show respect to all the eyes looking at him as their strategist, he looked back at Cordelia and said with a slightly exaggerated move, "Cordelia, please." "Yes." Cordelia answered excitedly as she took out the object she was holding in her arms. She put it in her mouth, and Kajsa clapped her hands at that moment. Unlike the others in this place, Kajsa had seen that object before. The divine spirit's whistle. Cordelia blew as hard as she could the token of oath she received from the sirens, and soon, a loud and magnificent sound covered the entire port. It echoed once, twice, and when it finally reached thrice, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, shining beautifully," voices were heard from the sea. In the eastern sky and the western sky, it wasn't only in one place. It was as if the entire sea was singing. "Twinkle, twinkle little star, shining beautifully. Those who stood at the port to see the fleet off were greatly surprised. The sailors on board also went up the deck and looked over the water. The beautiful elves of the sea. Hundreds of sirens stood on the water surface as they stared at the southern fleet. And the woman in their lead, Ileana Kalakanis, the queen of the sirens, raised the staff in her hand. This was not the first time that Jude and Cordelia had used the whistle. The two had already blew it 2 days ago and made an agreement with the sirens to appear today. We shall keep our oath in this place. Ileana lightly swung her staff, and the sirens began to sing a new song. They cast a huge and powerful magic. The ship. The ship is sinking. The crew was greatly shaken, but it was only for a moment, because large bubbles of air covered each ship as if protecting it. The sirens continued to sing. Landius looked around with a stunned expression before he burst into laughter, and Kadsa and Scarlet also blushed in excitement. Lena couldn't help but laugh too. We're going to the bottom of the sea. Under the sea and not through the skies nor the sea, where the dragonflights would never reach. The fleet sank below the water surface. The family heads who were standing by the dock were dumbfounded and speechless, and the crew aboard the battleships cheered at the sight of the sirens swimming over the air bubbles and the scenery under the sea. And in the center of all that fuss, at the forefront of the first ship, Jude sneakily hugged Cordelia from the back, and Cordelia wanted to glare at him, but she soon smiled and rested her head in Jude's embrace. She whispered in a sweet voice, "Jude, Jude. Yes, Cordelia, let's catch them by surprise. Yeah, let's catch them by surprise through a route they would never expect." Jude and Cordelia both had dark smiles as they leaned against each other and looked far ahead. They looked beyond the south, in the direction of Malekith's island. Chapter 262 Flag 1, 300 and several decades ago. Ancient black dragon Malekith led the dragonflights under his command and began a war of conquest. In a continent where the ancient elves and ancient dwarves that built powerful civilizations in the ancient times had disappeared, no one could stop Malekith's dragonflights. The southern region was instantly devastated, and Malekith's forces did not only include dragonflights as a huge army composed of orcs, goblins, fallen lycanthropes, and so on in the tens of thousands also joined the war. In normal wars of conquest, the conquerors tended to refrain from killing, burning, and looting to some extent because their purpose was to rule over the land and not to destroy it. But Malekith's legion did not do that at all, because Malekith's war of conquest differed from a normal war of conquest. To begin with, there are too many humans. Malekith had no desire to occupy a continent full of humans. No, it wasn't just the humans. There were too many inferior races that were like bugs in his eyes. The whole continent seemed to be a nest of bugs. So let's clean it up. Clean the place he lived in. That was the reason why he inducted orcs and goblins too. Let the barbarians fight it out among themselves. Get rid of bugs by using other bugs. If the orcs and goblins fought with humans and killed each other in the battlefield, the continent would be clean enough. Therefore, Malekith's legion was ruthless. They did not hesitate to slaughter the humans in their occupied territories as they ruthlessly destroyed towns and cities. Malekith became a symbol of fear. He and his dragonflights caused immense fear and terror, and ironically, that was how the South united. Their fear of Malekith and the dragonflights was the catalyst for unity. The great hero Carlos and his 7 knights from the south rose against the oppressors. The demigod Lion D. Slen, who was known for his courage in the center of the continent, also joined the war with the knights under his leadership. The guardians of the Holy Cross that had been defending mankind from the demons were also added to the forces, declaring Malekith and his dragonflights to be a horde of demons. Humans, elves, and dwarves. Different races united under the prominent heroes, Carlos and Lion, bringing about disastrous losses to Malekith and his dragonflights who had been boasting of their invincibility. I shall definitely return. Malekith was fatally wounded and fell due to the sacrifice of the great hero Carlos, falling into a deep sleep after leaving behind those words. And the half-destroyed dragonflights fled to the far seas that were out of the humans' reach in order to protect their defenseless ruler. More than 300 years later, Malekith's resurrection was nearing now. Necromancer Cecilia, Malekith's lover and one of the 3 knights, gazed nervously towards the north, because something impossible had happened. the fleet is gone. The southern army that had gathered at Argonne port suddenly disappeared without a trace. It did not scatter to the surrounding ports, nor did it sail out the sea. It literally disappeared. Calm down, Cecilia. Dragon General Orga was also puzzled, but he tried to maintain his composure. No matter where they disappeared to, they will all end up in this place. No, there's no guarantee that they know of the location of this place to begin with. Orga paused for a moment and caught his breath. He continued his words as if he was talking to himself. Time is on our side. All we have to do is hang in there until my father wakes up, so we block the sea. We just need to thoroughly monitor the sea around the island. Wherever they would be coming from, their destination was obvious. If that was the case, it would be better for Orga's side to strengthen their defense rather than getting caught up by their enemy's tactics. Is that so? Having regained her composure to some extent, Cecilia awkwardly smiled before asking, and Orga nodded to her. It is. After all, the only thing they can use is a ship. It's possible for them to fly in the sky, but it will be too much for them to transport a huge army with that. Moreover, we are the rulers of the sky and can easily take them down there. The more that he talked, the more that her anxious mind calmed down, because it was true that they only needed to closely monitor the sea around the island. Include some of the dragonflights into the troops monitoring the surrounding waters. Even if those humans hide their appearance with illusion magic, they will be powerless in front of our dragons who can see through such magic. I understand. Cecilia was finally relieved and brightly smiled, and Orga seemed to understand why his father made this elf his lover. I want her. Orga was someone who strongly inherited Malekith's blood. No one in the dragonflights was greedier than him, but Orga restrained himself. He knew very well that his father was the greediest. His future would only be death by his father's hands if he rashly touched his father's possessions, even if he was the child with the strongest blood or the leader of the dragonflights. General Orga, how much time do we have left? Orga changed the subject by asking a question, and Cecilia smiled again before replying. Not much time is left. Lord Malekith will wake up in 3 or more days at the most. Cecilia had been waiting for Malekith to wake up again for 300 years. What she desired was the complete destruction of the Forest of Eternity and the High Elf royal family. Malekith was the only one who could achieve this. I see not much time is left, only 3 more days or so. Their time of hiding in this small island would soon be over. Not much time was left before Malekith returns and conquers the continent, and a day passed. The second day passed. The human fleet did not appear. The wyverns under the dragonflights led by the dragons took turns in monitoring the entire sea, but they could not find even a single boat. But Orga remained vigilant. As the time of Malekith's resurrection approached, he had the sea monitored more thoroughly. And another day passed. The day before Malekith's resurrection. Orga had mingled all night with his own sisters in order to increase the number of dragonflights, and he stood by the window as he watched the rising morning sun. The buildings on the island which the goblin slaves used were generally low, and the tallest was only 3 stories high. Malekith was sleeping deep in the island's underground, so there was no need for such tall and huge buildings in the first place. One more day now. Orga faced the morning sun and stepped forward. It was to shift back from his human form to his dragon form and fly high into the sky. For him, it was very much pleasurable to look down on the ground from a high place. But at that very moment, the moment when he was about to kick the ground and fly to the air, kabwoo-wum, a loud explosion was heard. The whole island shook as if an earthquake had struck, and explosions resounded one after another. Boom, 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 it wasn't an earthquake. It was evidently a man-made explosion. Cecilia, Orga shouted with magic words as he kicked the ground. After transforming into his dragon form, he flapped his wings and flew away in order to view the entire island. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of that, the explosions continued. Orga looked down the ground. Explosions occurred in the buildings where the slaves lived. Fires were raging in all directions, and the incredibly frightened wyverns and slaves were scrambling to put out the fires. Catch them, they're here. Capture them, voices echoed from everywhere. Women with reddish-pink hair and dressed in black were running around the ground and causing chaos. Their numbers seemed to be in the dozens. No, those are illusions. The eyes of a dragon could see through magic. Those women were all just illusions. Then where was the real person? General Orga, dragonflights. A few elves who were Cecilia's servants shouted from the ground. Because in their eyes that couldn't see through illusions with a single glance like Orga, they thought that they were being attacked by the enemy. No, we're under a surprise attack. The exact number of their enemies was not known, but explosions continued to occur in all directions. It seemed like the humans had sent an elite few. General Orga didn't respond immediately to them. Instead of trampling the elves who dared to urge him, he focused his attention to a certain place. He sensed a gaze staring at him from someone standing on the edge of the island. A human being. No, a giant? A man that was too large for a human was staring at Orga. With crossed arms, the man grinned and raised his right hand. The man lightly moved his finger towards himself back and forth in a beckoning gesture. "Come here, Black Lizard." Orga didn't hear any voice, but he could understand what the man was trying to say. So Orga burst out laughing. How arrogant. He couldn't help but laugh when something so absurd happened. Orga fiercely laughed and did not hide his anger. At the same time, he detected all the humans that were running wild all over the island. At least 10 or so. They weren't that many. But it was clear that each of them was quite a strong human. The slaves could not even properly resist and were being swept away. Dragonflights, assemble! Orga roared and the entire island shook in a different sense than before. The wyverns waiting in the sky flew to the ground, and the dragons that had turned into humans, elves, orcs, and so on reverted back to their dragon forms. Those who were already in their dragon forms in the sky then assembled on the ground, to wipe out with their overwhelming power the humans who infiltrated the island. To trample those humans, crush them. When he ordered one more time, the dragonflights responded with a roar. Everyone raised their heads high and shouted, once again shaking the entire island. And that was why they missed it. Because the dragonflights' roars drew their attention, they did not immediately notice that something had changed. "Oh my God, this is so scary," Katja said as she wandered among the goblins before she suddenly fell flat on the floor. Scarlet also trembled at the roar of the dragons and crouched down in the place she had chosen beforehand. It wasn't because they lost to fear. It wasn't because their legs had weakened so much that they couldn't even dare to run away. Lena cast her shield magic. Camel created an ice barrier while Landius let out a wild laugh. And Jude and Cordelia held each other's hand. The shield magic was activated while they hid behind a large rock. 1, 2, and when they counted 3, Fushwa, the water surface broke. It clearly became noticeable even amidst the dragonflights' roars. Some of the dragonflights ceased their roaring. Several of the orcs and goblins that had been distracted by the explosions everywhere now looked in the direction where they heard the sound at the coast, located on the southern side of the island. Orga's eyes widened. Cecilia was shocked. Above the sea, huge battleships soared from below the water surface, and at the forefront, Marquis Offend laughed out loud in his extreme delight. He shuddered before shouting, "All cannons, fire." The flag was waved at the same time as his command. More than 600 cannons installed on 15 battleships fired all at once. Boo 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 boom. The rain of cannonballs did not aim at the ground. It was slightly higher than that, at a low height, high enough to hit the dragons that had reverted to their true forms and the wyverns that had been descending to the ground. "Fly up! Get down!" 2 opposing shouts were heard. The bodies of the wyverns that were hit by the cannonballs exploded, and the dragons who could not open their shields were struck in the head or torso and fell to the ground. The dragons that were close to 30 meters tall were no different from huge targets that could be hit with any shot. "Fly up, attack them from the air." At the moment Orga ordered. The moment when some of the dragons made their way through the fired cannonballs, when everyone was preoccupied with the battleships on the southern coast. Ha 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 ha, wipe them all away. Battleships soared from the east side of the island as well. In accordance with Count Kagehama's orders, all the remaining battleships fired their cannons. Boo 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 boom. It was a little higher than before. The dragons and wyverns exposed to the cannonballs in the air were swept away, and Marquis Offend did not miss this gap. Instead of reloading, they fired their second shot with the cannons on the opposite side that had been loaded and moved in advance. This was possible because it was a random bombardment without a specific aim in the first place. But in any case, the effect itself was outstanding. Boo 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 boom, a crossfire. The dragons and wyverns exposed to the crossfire suffered immense damage. Since it was an unexpected and unimaginable surprise attack, a lot of them were fatally injured, and even the adult dragons who were good at magic were killed. Dragons with torn wings and blown heads fell to the ground, and the blood and flesh of the wyverns covered the sky and earth. Attack! Do not give them the time to reload. Orga himself flew up and shouted. The remaining dragons soared following him, and Cecilia hurriedly controlled the remaining wyverns. Marquis Offend and Count Kagehama saw that. Therefore, as they agreed in advance, they made their second move. All troops, advance, land. The battleships weren't anchored on the shore. In order to disembark on land, they had to use a small boat. But they didn't do that this time. The sirens' songs resounded between the commands of the two family heads who shouted at the top of their lungs. Instead of disembarking from the ships, the elite of the South rushed over the water surface. Yu-woo-woo, advance! Calix Offend and Ricardo Offend took the lead. Except for the minimum number of troops required to fire the cannons again, thousands of troops rushed to occupy the island. W at the FCK, Orga was speechless for a moment before he gave his orders. And at the same time, he turned his gaze towards the place where his father slept. It was obvious that their goal was his father, so the strongest of them should head to Malekith instead of fighting here. His decision was right. Orga's choice was not wrong. It was a very logical decision. And because of that, Jude could predict how Orga would behave. Jude was startled by the bombardment and the landing, but did not miss the fact that Orga was heading to the place where Malekith was. Found it. Over there, I am sure he's there. Cordelia could tell the direction and approximate location by just looking. She focused her consciousness on a specific point and felt Malekith's energy at a distance. Then all that was left was to dash there. It was Jude and Cordelia's mission to stab the sword into the chest of Malekith, who was still sleeping, and give him an eternal sleep. It obviously wasn't easy. Orga and the enemy's most elite forces would be guarding Malekith, because that's reasonable, because it was a logical move. So Jude had also prepared something to intercept Orga. High in the sky, there was someone rushing towards Orga, a person who shattered the shield magic with a punch and kicked Orga's head. May the muscles always be with you. Jude recited like a prayer and brightly smiled. After firmly carrying Cordelia, who had jumped in her excitement, he used hyper-fast thunderbolt and became a bolt of lightning. They headed to where Malekith was. A blue light rose from the tip of Dragon Sword Escalon. Chapter 263 Flag 2. Cecilia was short of breath as she ran. She was truly baffled with the present situation, but she knew that they had been attacked. The dragonflights and wyverns suffered heavy casualties from the attack of the battleships, and 1,000 humans had landed on the island, making their way through the orcs and goblins. So instead of fighting the humans with Orga, Cecilia ran straight towards the center of the island, or to be exact, towards Malekith's resting place located underground. Lord Malekith. There was only a day left until Malekith was fully resurrected. The dragon sleep that Malekith fell into in the first place was a magic ritual, so the number of days required was quite significant, but that did not mean it was impossible to completely wake him up. She had to wake up Malekith. She had to resurrect the ancient black dragon, a godlike existence, to overcome their current crisis. The situation was urgent. It was hard to think about anything else because she was in a hurry. Nevertheless, Cecilia looked back. She screamed just before she passed through the door leading to Malekith's resting place. General Orga, the strongest of Malekith's children, Dragon General Orga, was the one who led the dragonflights. He was only a regular adult dragon and not an ancient black dragon, but he was an unrivaled figure among them. His body length was close to 40 meters, and his physical abilities such as strength and agility were twice as that of an ordinary adult dragon. In addition to the powerful magic weapons bestowed to him by Malekith and his excellent sense of combat, his fighting power was unparalleled even among all the dragons under Malekith. But such an Orga, the dragon general who led the dragonflights, was Boom. Orga's massive body fell and struck the ground. The shock he received from the aftermath was enough to blow away his consciousness in an instant. Orga groaned and raised his head. He opened his eyes to find the man he had seen just before he crashed, but there was nothing in sight, and it was very natural for that to be so. At a close distance from him, on the ground and not in the sky, there was a small human, but far too large by human standards, who was running towards him. He fiercely smiled and leapt as he clenched his fist. A human rushing barehanded towards a giant dragon. It defied common sense so much that Orga blankly stared at him without realizing it. He could not directly connect with the present reality, the fact that the human in front of him was the one who brought him down, or to be exact, brought him down with just a kick. It wasn't Orga's fault. Orga was a rational dragon. Unlike his hasty and ferocious brothers and sisters, he was an intelligent being who could make cold and calm judgments and knew what common sense was at the same time. That was why he couldn't help but be even more perplexed by the sight in front of him. Because it was a human. Because it was a very weak existence that could be squashed and killed if he trampled it. Bang! The fist of the man, Landius, destroyed Orga's magic barrier. The barrier was something that could block any kind of physical force, but it was shattered so naturally like that. Because it was Fist of Landius and not just anyone else. FFC King crazy, but because of that, Orga came to his senses and cursed before he spread the barrier again. The barrier was much stronger than the previous magic barrier he had unconsciously deployed, but it was useless. The barrier was destroyed with a loud roar like before. It was by Landius' fist again. Yoo-woo, having broken magic barriers in succession, Landius soared from the ground, towards Orga's head. Orga quickly moved his head and spread his wings at the same time. He was planning to somehow dodge this attack and then fly up to widen their distance. And his plan became reality to some extent, because he was able to dodge by a hair's breadth the charge of Landius, who had soared like a flash of light. But it wasn't perfect. The moment Orga thought that he had avoided the attack by moving his head sideways, Landius turned his body around. He suddenly turned in the air and kicked Orga in the face instead of punching him. Gah! Orga's jaw turned. No, it was beyond that as his huge body collapsed in the direction of the kick. The kick was so strong that Landius, who did the attack, was almost sent flying away due to the repulsive force. Goo, it wasn't just a headache. Orga couldn't breathe properly. He didn't even know if his facial bones were broken. Kayak, Orga spit out the blood that had pooled in his mouth and reflexively flapped his wings. His actions were close to a survival instinct and not a fighting instinct. Boom! Landius, who had been thrown back, kicked the ground again. Orga also jumped and flapped his wings, but he didn't have enough time and distance to completely escape. So Orga opened his mouth in a hurry to let out a hastily made dragon breath. Phew! A black beam of light. A powerful force that destroyed everything in its way, but it was the wrong choice. It would have been better if he had breathed fire. Wham! Landius punched the dragon breath. He struck the black beam of light with his fist wrapped in a golden aura, breaking it instead of changing its direction. He narrowed his distance between Orga by spurring on the ground as he made his way through the fragments of the dragon breath. Orga felt fear. He couldn't help it. There was a human who could break his shield and destroy his dragon breath with just their bare fists. No, was that person even a human in the first place? He found the man interesting, but didn't have the time to ponder more. Orga's desperate flapping of his wings somehow raised his altitude. He had thought that if he headed high in the sky, he could somehow distance himself from Landius, who ran and leapt with a human's legs. But the moment he had thought that, at the time when Landius was directly under his feet due to him desperately flapping his wings. Seraphim's wings, Landius whispered low. He activated the magic device he was wearing on his back. Shiang. Beautiful silver wings spread out behind Landius' back, an ancient treasure that gave its user the ability to fly. Sea crazy. An item? That monstrous beastard even uses items? This was in fact normal. Humans were beings that used tools, so Orga had never seen anyone attack a dragon without any weapons or items. But the present situation was different. It was so absurd that his body trembled. Damn it. He cursed and cast an attack magic as soon as he could, but it was too late. His distance from Landius, who had spread his silver wings, had already been reduced. Ah! At the time Orga screamed, Landius' palm touched Orga's chest. a golden flash of light that resembled the sun dug into Orga's chest. Boom! With a roar, Orga fell headfirst towards the ground. It was a truly magnificent sight, but Camel didn't even look at it. Because in Camel's mind, it was a very natural fact for Landius to be victorious. Therefore, Camel focused on eliminating the wyverns in front of him. More than half of the wyverns were gone due to the fleet's barrage, but their number was still quite high. "Sir Camel, the fleet!" Katja, who was nearby, shouted at that moment as she pointed to the shore. Dragons and wyverns could be seen flying above the elite southern troops that had landed and began fighting. They were clearly targeting the fleet that was reloading their cannons, but Camel didn't look at them this time either, because it was something very obvious. Anyone could naturally predict that the defenseless fleet would be targeted the moment they reloaded their cannons. That was why they also prepared a countermeasure to that. It was a very simple yet foul measure. Break them, destroy them. The dragons of the dragonflights held their breaths after giving order to the wyverns. It was to destroy the fleet with their dragon breaths, but right after they shouted that, the dragons were forced to open their eyes widely. Dive quickly, reload under the sea. Unrealistic commands became a reality. After the bombardment, the battleships dived to avoid the attack and reloaded under the sea for real. Crazy humans! Some of the dragons fired their dragon breaths, but it was useless, because it was almost impossible to properly fire at the battleships that hid under the sea. Furthermore, it was a problem that they didn't have any other ways to attack the fleet once they had dived like that. Wicked beastards. Gallant, a veteran of the dragonflights, let out curses, because the actions of the humans were truly wicked. But the real problem was that their wickedness was different. When Gallant cursed at the battleships that dived under the sea, 3 of the 27 battleships mobilized for this battle rose from the sea at a distance. The battleships fired at Gallant and his siblings who were flying above the battleships that had sunk under the sea. Gallant, dodge, what? By the time Gallant turned his gaze, the cannonballs had already been fired. Gallant barely escaped death by hurriedly spreading his shield magic, but not for the wyverns around him. Dive right now, hit and run. The battleships were grouped into 2s and 3s as they repeatedly fired their cannons and dived afterwards. The battleships took turns in attacking the dragons, so it was hard for the dragons to properly attack them, whether it was because the battleships were far away or because the battleships had a predetermined order in attacking. Gah! Wicked beastards! Such a situation didn't happen at the time before Malekith fell asleep. At the present, a single battleship could fire more than 40 cannons at once. In addition, the firepower of the cannons now was incomparable to the cannons 300 years ago. Humans? Target the humans who have landed. Gallant commanded his few remaining siblings and wyverns to change their attack targets. He intended to crush and trample the humans who were fighting on the ground against the orcs and goblins. Things are different on the ground. From the standpoint of humans, they couldn't recklessly fire their cannons to the ground because their allies were mixed in with the enemies. Therefore, after landing on the ground, Gallant swung his tail and spewed fire to wipe out the humans. But just before he could put that into practice, Gallant faced that, the wickedness of a human that knew no end. Count Kage-hama was a man with common sense. He did not issue a command to fire at the dragons and wyverns that were mixed in with their allied troops. And it was the same with Marquis Offhand. Even in their dreams, it was unimaginable for these two to fire the cannons over the heads of their allies, saying that it was all for their victory. So the human wickedness Gallant witnessed did not originate from these two. A black-hearted person. Jude was sprinting like lightning, but suddenly stopped his steps instead of infiltrating the building Cecilia had gone in, because Cordelia had hurriedly grabbed his neck. Cordelia? Now, just now. What are you suddenly talking about? He couldn't look at her in the eyes because she was on his back, so she could have solved it by just talking, but Cordelia was too excited to do that. I mean that? Whatever, just wait for a while. She shouted before putting her hands in her pocket while still being carried by Jude on his back, and then pulled out an object. A trinket with a gem that was glowing gold. It was clearly something that did not shine yesterday, so they had given up on it. But at this very moment, it had begun to shine. Jude's eyes widened. Cordelia had a big smile and raised the trinket high, because she had to use things the moment they could be used. Cordelia remembered the expired strawberry cake she was trying to save but had forgotten about, so she shouted without any hesitation. Velkian, help, Necromancer Velkian. He had said that they could summon him anytime and anywhere once the gem began to glow. The gem absorbed Cordelia's mana. The ancient magic tool then created a huge spatial door in the air. What's the matter? A calm voice that did not match the battlefield. Velkian, who was dressed in his usual outfit that was like a plague doctor with a beak mask, crossed the spatial door and asked, but instead of giving a long explanation, Cordelia pointed to the sky. Landius, Velkian blinked his eyes that were hidden by the mask, and he soon found Camille and Lena too. He was surprised at the battlefield, where not only humans, orcs, and goblins were present as there were dragons and wyverns too. But he did not reveal his feelings, because he understood why he was summoned from the current situation alone. 300 years ago, the evil dragon Malekith and his dragonflights caused many massacres and tragedies in the south. He did not know what happened before and after, but there was no reason for him to not lend his hand in the fight against these monsters. Please. When Cordelia shouted again, Velkian nodded his head and immediately cast his death magic. By reciting complex incantations, he cast a powerful ancient magic to this world. It was not the summoning technique he used in the royal capital. Instead of summoning a death knight and raising numerous skeletal soldiers, he used another magic. Arise, my servants, undead creation. Raising dead bodies was, in a way, the basic skill of necromancers. But the caster was none other than Velkian. Moreover, there were plenty of high-quality materials lying around now. Kugagagugagugu. They raised themselves up one by one with an astounding sound. They spread their torn and broken wings as they roared. Kua, dragons and wyverns that were defeated by the cannon fire. They were reborn. Because of Velkian's magic, they were granted a new life, or rather, a false life. Zombie dragons raised their bodies and let out horrifying screams. Undead wyverns that only had half their bodies flew up. Velkian looked at them with a cold and subdued expression as he ordered them with the tiara of life on his head. Attack. Attack your brothers and sisters whom you share the same blood, those who were their allies until just now. The undead obeyed Velkian's ruthless command. They exposed their teeth and claws towards the surviving dragonflights. Wow. Cordelia was in awe while Jude was also in a daze for a moment, because the sight of dozens of dragons and zombie dragons colliding in the sky and on the ground was like a myth in itself. Even the humans and goblins who were fighting each other forgot the enemies in front of them for a while and watched the dragons fight. Go, Velkian suddenly said, because with his abundant combat experience, he understood that Jude and Cordelia had another mission. Well, be going then. Cordelia's eyes lit up as she hugged Jude's neck, while Jude quietly replied before kicking the ground again. To the islands underground, they rushed towards Malekith's resting place. Chapter 264, Flag 3, Dragon Sleep, Healing Sleep. It had several names, but the essence was simple. Heal one's wounds through sleeping. In fact, if it was only this, there was no need to name it Healing Sleep. Leaving it to one's natural healing abilities was something that even small creatures did. But the dragon sleep had a slightly more special meaning. To be reborn. To throw away the broken body and be reborn into a new one. More than 300 years ago, Malekith was defeated by the great hero Carlos and the founder king, Lion D. Slen. His life was in danger, and the fatal wounds inflicted by a Scallan, called the Dragon's Bane, could not be healed with ordinary healing magic. So Malekith chose the dragon sleep. He had to sleep for at least 300 years, but he had no other option. Protect me until the day of my vengeance. After leaving behind those words, Malekith began the dragon's sleep on a remote island. 300 years was not a long time for an ancient dragon who could live for eternity, but not for his subordinates. Even for elves and dwarves who lived several times longer than humans, 300 years was a very long time. And it was the same for the common dragons belonging to his dragonflights. Therefore, Dragon General Orga made a suggestion to Cecilia and Madher. We shall also sleep with our father, but one of us three should stay awake and protect the island, father, and everyone else who are asleep. He clearly wasn't talking about a normal sleep. It was hibernation using the magic of freezing time. Cecilia and Madher considered that it was for the better and followed his suggestion, promising to protect Malekith in turns every 100 years. And now, 300 years had finally passed. Lord Malekith, Lord Malekith. Cecilia muttered Malekith's name several times and hurried her steps. Because the war situation was unusual even though all the troops under Malekith, including Dragon General Orga, had woken up. It's okay, it's not a problem. If Lord Malekith wakes up, it will be resolved. There was still a day left before the dragon sleep was fully completed, but she had no other choice. She had to wake up Malekith as soon as possible. Instead of walking down the spiral staircase, Cecilia jumped to the center in order to shorten the distance as she thought of her revenge. Revenge against the Forest of Eternity. The blood price she had to pay. The reason why she, a member of the High Elf royalty, became Malekith's lover. Her fear, anxiety, and panic were gone. Cecilia once again strengthened her resolve and calmed her breathing as she looked over the cavity in front of her. Her eyes caught a glimpse of the huge cavity and the curled-up Malekith sleeping inside. Ancient black dragon. A huge godlike being with a body reaching 150 meters long. Most of it was still hidden in her sight, but she unconsciously smiled. Malekith's massive body alone was enough for her to be relieved. Lord Malekith. Cecilia muttered once more and hurried her steps, climbing onto the magic circle in front of the cavity and chanting a spell while making hand seals at the same time. Boom, it wasn't magic. An explosion was heard in the distance along with a great shaking of the ground. She had closed the gates while on her way here, but it was clear from the sounds that the gates were being destroyed. Kaboom, bang, boom. The explosions were getting closer and closer. A considerable number of undead were set up to block the path, but it was clear that they were falling down like the fallen leaves of autumn. A little more, a little more. Her mouth was dry. Her hands that were making the hand seals were almost trembling. Her anxiety and fear grew again. How is the fight outside faring? Who is that monster that overwhelmed Orga? Human. Those humans. Why is such a monster born among those short-lived bugs? No matter how huge their population is, isn't that still too absurd? Boom, a roar was heard again. And it was close this time. Cecilia made some hand seals as she hastily turned her head and saw an immense light shining in front of her. The moment the white light filled her entire vision, a series of loud noises occurred. Naum. Cecilia shouted the chant after she finished the hand seal, and a magic barrier unfolded. At the same time, she activated the magic on the walls to fire a red lightning towards the epicenter of the roars. Bang! The lightning struck and destroyed the surrounding area, but Cecilia clenched her teeth, because she who had excellent magic senses could vividly sense the person standing beyond the dust. Angel, the one who destroyed all those red lightning with her white wings of light. Lena's eyes glowed as her golden hair fluttered. She let out her holy power once again, and all the evil energy that filled the underground was purified at once. And Chenta, when Cecilia cried out in desperation, a purple barrier blocked Lena's holy power. But it was just to buy time. As Lena took a step forward and spread her light, the barrier couldn't hold on for a second and fell apart at that moment. Cantante, as Cecilia shouted in nervousness again, dozens of evil spears were formed in the air. Each spear was a powerful cursed weapon that harbored the souls of the dead. Lena watched the spears fly towards her and recited the same spell. She summoned divine spears to intercept the cursed spears. Baba-baba-baba-bang, dozens of explosions followed in an instant, and Cecilia was satisfied with that. All of her current attacks were just to buy time, because what she needed was to stall for time. Cordo, several stone walls soared up between Cecilia and Lena. The walls emerged from the ceiling, floor, and walls, and only lasted for a few seconds in front of the holy light Lena fired, but that was enough for Cecilia. It's too late, Cecilia said with a smile on her face. The time had come. The magic circle activated, and although it was a day earlier, she had succeeded in waking up Malekith from the dragon sleep. Coo-woo-woo. A loud echo was heard from the cavity behind her back. Malekith was slowly raising his giant body. Now, the giant Malekith who had been reborn would cast off his old skin and emerge anew. It's too late, too late. Cecilia couldn't control herself in the same way she couldn't suppress her anxiety and fear. She madly shouted, and Lena didn't attack Cecilia anymore. She simply agreed and stretched her arms. Yes, it's too late. That's right. You're too late it was then. Cecilia had a strange feeling, because there was a smile on Lena's face. Why? Has the angel gone crazy? Why is she smiling like that when it's too late? The reason for Lena's smile. Why she said that it was too late. No way. It was like a thunderbolt struck Cecilia's mind. Even though Cecilia had Lena in front of her, she turned away and then saw it. The majestic figure of Malekith as he raised his body and a single bolt of lightning rushing towards Malekith's chest. A man and woman flew from the ground to the sky. Lightning? She understood then. She realized it. The light earlier. The immense light Lena created when she first appeared. It was excessive at that time. Instead of attacking Cecilia herself, that woman dug into that gap, aiming for the moment when Malekith raised his upper body. No. Cecilia screamed and hurriedly tried to fly. But Lena did not let Cecilia leave as she spread her light. And Jude and Cordelia reached Malekith's chest. They could clearly see the scar on the chest that was engraved by the great hero Carlos a long time ago. Ooh, Jude and Cordelia shouted at the same time. They embedded into the chest scar the dragon's bane, the ultimate sword containing the body and soul of ancient blue dragon Ascalon. No. Kuaa. Cecilia's cry was buried by the tremendous howl. She sank to her knees and Lena's eyes widened. Lena had seen a huge crack spreading throughout Malekith's entire body. Jude, Cordelia. Lena reflexively shouted, because she knew at a glance on what the crack in front of them meant. She was a much calmer woman who recognized the current situation than Cecilia, who lost her composure. Malekith roared. At the same time, the cracks that spread through his body grew bigger. Malekith's outer skin cracked, and Cecilia finally understood the situation. A bright smile appeared on her face as she cried. "Lord Malekith," he responded. Malekith, who loudly roared in response to her call, flew up as red light radiated from the cracks in his body. Bang! He broke through the ceiling and flew up. He reached high in the sky and spread his wings. Kraa! The dragon's roar shook the world. At the same time, his body shattered along with the cracks that appeared in his entire body. No, what shattered was only Malekith's outer skin. Dragon sleep. A body that was completely reborn. Father. Orga loudly cried as he lied on the ground while covered in blood. All the dragonflights who were struggling hard in the sky and everyone on the island, such as the humans and goblins, trembled before the overwhelming presence. Kraa! Malekith roared again and spread out his wings. He made his presence clear by shaking off all his outer skin, and at that moment, Jude and Cordelia were falling down, because they could not hold on and were sent flying away when Malekith soared high in the sky and unfolded his wings. Cordelia tightly hugged Jude in her hands and flapped her wings with all her might. She flew while enduring the heavy load on her body, or rather, she somehow slowed down their falling speed. Woo-wash, but there was not enough time for her to completely stop them from falling. Jude and Cordelia, who were hugging each other, flew like cannonballs and crashed into the sea. Splash! The two broke the water surface and sank into the depths of the sea. Jude somehow prevented Cordelia from directly crashing by turning their bodies before the crash, but because of that, he felt like his back was about to snap. The shock was so great that he almost lost his consciousness for a moment. But Jude and Cordelia did not continue to sink. Having avoided directly crashing into the sea because of Jude, Cordelia pulled Jude with her arm, prompting Jude to come to his senses as he quickly swam up to the water surface. FYI, as soon as their heads came out of the water, Jude and Cordelia roughly breathed. They gasped as they tightly embraced each other and looked up the sky without caring about their wet hair. At a distance, a godlike being was roaring as it spread out its wings in the sky above the island's center. He was huge. He was strong. He was a more powerful and fearful existence than anyone else they had ever encountered. However, Jude and Cordelia caught their breaths instead of shaking in fear. Jude looked up Malekith's body that was so huge that it felt strange and said, "Success." To begin with, they had never thought that they could kill that huge monster in one shot. What they were aiming for was his weakness. Phase 2 no, 3? Phase 3. Cordelia gasped as she spoke, and Jude responded by relying on his memory. He could clearly see what other people missed because of its massive presence and terrifying roars. He's not okay. It was only a day, but Malekith's body was far from perfect. Moreover, Escalon had done its job really well. Malekith had invested a long time of 300 years in healing, but was unable to heal the wound in his chest due to the attack of Jude and Cordelia just before he woke up. Furthermore, Escalon was embedded in his chest. The dragon who hated all dragons was destroying his body and soul. An imperfect body despite his rebirth. Cracks remained all over his body. His body and soul were slowly being destroyed due to the dragon's bane. It's the biggest boss fight ever. It was their toughest battle out of all the battles they had ever experienced since they remembered their past life memories. It's totally a raid. A proper boss raid too. A common thing in RPGs where many heroes gather to defeat a huge boss. 4 of Paragon's 5 heroes were here. There were also the 1,000 elite forces of the South and the more than 1,000 cannons of the Southern Fleet. Kadsa and Scarlet were also here, so it was like a gathering of all-stars. But victory was not unconditionally guaranteed. Because the ancient black dragon was truly like a god. Because he was a monster who could even defeat a demon prince by himself. They had to risk their lives in order to defeat him. Cordelia swallowed hard again, and so did Jude. He had been through many dangerous events ever since he regained his past life memories, but this moment felt more special. Why was that? Was it because Cordelia was with him? But it was the same in the royal capital, in the wild lands, and in the north. He had always been with Cordelia ever since he recalled his past life memories. They had always been together. In times of joy and happiness, as well as in times of hardship and suffering. Their hearts were pounding. Because of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, the sound of Jude and Cordelia's heartbeats could be heard by his hearing that had surpassed that of a normal human. He could feel Cordelia's heartbeat on his chest. He involuntarily turned his face to Cordelia. Blue eyes, Cordelia did the same. She turned to Jude as if drawn by his gaze, so the two faced each other. Cordelia blinked her eyes. She stared at him as though she wanted to ask why. Their gazes were the same as always, but something was different. Whether it was because they were facing the greatest enemy ever or because he had so many impulses that he had suppressed, Jude couldn't hold back any longer. No, he decided to not hold back anymore. He hugged Cordelia's waist a little tightly, making her presence clearer in his arms. "Jude, I like you," he said it out loud. Feeling a strange sense of liberation, Jude went on to say, "I like you. No, I love you, Cordelia." His words came out of the blue, and that was why his words were not made up. Plain words that didn't even have any flowery expressions. An incomparably unsophisticated confession. Cordelia blinked her eyes. It soon widened afterwards and she stopped breathing. Her face was dyed red. She had to say something. But her mind went blank and she couldn't think of what to say. So Cordelia acted instinctively as always. Me too." Jude smiled at the words that spilled out of her lips. Cordelia's expression became a mess, and she couldn't say anything else. In the sea. They were wet and floating in the sea while in the sky, a godlike evil dragon was roaring and dragons and zombie dragons were having chaotic clashes, and on the island, humans and goblins were fighting. But those did not matter to them. Jude gazed at Cordelia, and Cordelia gazed at Jude. The distance between the two naturally narrowed at some point. Cordelia gently closed her eyes, and so did Jude. Although both of them had their eyes closed, they kissed each other in the lips so naturally. "Kraa!" Malekith roared from afar. Once again, the world shook, and the dragons and zombie dragons quivered in fear, and those in the sea and ground trembled at his formidable presence. But Jude and Cordelia did not care. No, they weren't even aware of what was happening around them. A short kiss. The moment their lips met, she didn't feel anything fantastic like she had imagined. It wasn't much different from when she just kissed him on the cheek. But when their lips parted, and when their hot breaths flowed out between the small gap in their lips, when they gently opened their eyes and gazed at each other, Jude and Cordelia realized at the same time that something had changed, that a lot of things had changed despite having only kissed once. Malekith unleashed his dragon fear ability. The dragons and zombie dragons in the sky couldn't bear it and landed on the ground, while the humans and goblins did not even dare to continue their fight. The whole island held its breath before the being called Malekith. But Jude and Cordelia still only saw each other. The two focused on each other more after the words Cordelia spoke without realizing. Oh, one more time. Cordelia hugged Jude's neck and spoke in a stupor as if she was drunk, and Jude did not dissuade her. He grasped Cordelia's waist and kissed her on the lips once more. It was sweet. It was soft. It was everything that was good in this world. Jude, whose eyes were closed, felt all those things. But Cordelia, whose eyes were wide open, had a slightly different thought, because it differed a little from what her sister or Dahlia had said. It was pleasant, but she felt that something was a bit lacking. Cordelia's instinct was telling her. Not yet, that only this was not enough. She needed something a bit more intense. Then what? What should I do? Her lips instinctively parted. The tip of Cordelia's tongue touched Jude's lips. But just before she pushed her tongue in, Jude's lips moved away. Cordelia unconsciously followed Jude's lips and pushed her face to him, but his lips were already too far away from her reach. Hey, why? Cordelia stared at Jude with some resentment, thirst, and sorrow as if she was begging for it, and Jude bit his lips once before caressing Cordelia's cheek as he said, "Let's continue the next part after the fight." Next. The next part? What's the next part? What's the next part? What exactly is the next part? Cordelia unknowingly continued her thoughts, but regained her reason at one point. She realized what her instincts, or her beastly self that Jude always called her, was trying to do. Kaya! Cordelia mentally screamed and wanted to cover her face with her hands. No, she wanted to completely run away, but that was impossible. Because he was in front of her. So the next part, yes, the next part, after this fight is over. After this fight ends, wait a second, this is a flag, that's definitely a death flag. Idiot, you idiot. How could you plant a death flag right before a boss fight? Her criticism was groundless, but as always, Jude fully understood what Cordelia meant, so he kissed her forehead. Chew. But Cordelia's dissatisfaction wouldn't go away with just that. No, the dissatisfaction on her face wasn't about the flag in the first place. Why are you still doing it on my forehead? Neither of them said anything, but it was clearly revealed in her eyes, so Jude acted on it. He locked his lips with Cordelia again, and her face reddened once more, because she was strangely embarrassed. Because the present kiss was strangely more embarrassing than the previous two. Idiot. Cordelia grinned with a red face when she saw Jude's flushed face and hugged his neck again. She took a deep breath and forcefully calmed her breathing before she saw reality again. A gigantic evil dragon roaring in the sky and heroes gathering to fight it. Let's go. Yes, let's go. We have to win to do the next part. Next part? Yes, the next part. What's the next part? Why do I recall Adelia Nye and brother-in-law Gael? I want to know now. Cordelia murmured in her mind before correcting her expression. After she suppressed her inner beast that wanted to draw her face closer to his, she spread out her wings. Jude also prepared for battle. He recited the mnemonic chant of the ninth heaven's 9 doors and activated the power of the Black Sun. What a relief! I was wondering if I should intervene or not. My successor, I would have intervened if it had been a little longer. The voices echoed in Cordelia and Jude's minds. The two brightly smiled instead of saying anything else, and they headed out of the water. The battle against the giant evil dragon who covered the sky finally began. Chapter 265 266 Ancient Black Dragon Malekith. As the only ancient dragon that appeared in Legend of Heroes 2, he was almost like the final ordeal for the playable characters from the Slen Kingdom. Kraa. His roar covered the sky and the earth. A crushing silence dominated the surrounding area. Seeing a gigantic creature with a body length of 150 meters as it roared high in the sky was like a myth in itself. Most of those on the island were in awe and fear. To them, the current Malekith was almost like a god, and it was the same in the game. This godlike being from the south was much bigger in the game than he was now, but that didn't mean his status was lower. The southern region's greatest ordeal. Malekith's appearance itself was in the first half of the game. It was he who caused the destruction of the south, which became a decisive factor in the Slen Kingdom's fall, following the great invasion of the northern barbarians and the annihilation of the royal family. One could possibly fight Malekith right in the first half if one wanted to, since Legend of Heroes was a series with a considerable degree of freedom. But even if one played as Maximilian, the main protagonist of the game, confronting Malekith in the first half even confronting him alone in the middle to second half of the game was just a suicidal act. It's possible to fight him in the second half. It was only possible after almost all the playable characters joined forces to form a raid party. Facing Malekith alone was impossible for any playable character. One who is like a god. No, he was truly a god. A being who slaughtered all the southern humans and burned the Forest of Eternity was then reborn as a wicked god as a result of devouring many deep-seated grudges and vindictive spirits. Obviously, all of these happened in the game. The present Malekith had yet to become a god. Far from devastating the southern region of the country, even his dragon sleep had not been properly completed. But even so, he was an ancient dragon. As what was emphasized over and over, he was like a god. Malekith let out a long breath and looked down at the ground. The huge and gigantic being towered over the creatures on the ground. Cecilia. His voice reverberated through the sky and the earth. At the same time, his vicious and ruthless will was conveyed to the minds of everyone on the island. There were those who shook in fear just from hearing Malekith's angry voice. It was the result of the powerful dragon fear destroying their wills. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Spare me. Please spare me. The weak-minded fell to the ground and begged. Some bowed their heads and some burst into tears. It wasn't just the humans. The same happened to the goblins and orcs. Rational thinking became impossible for them as their fears crushed them. Malekith spoke again. At his call, Cecilia stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Here I am, here is thy humble woman who serves the great thee. Cecilia shouted as she bowed her head to the floor. The distance between Malekith and Cecilia was over hundreds of meters, and she was too small and slender compared to Malekith's huge body that was reminiscent of a giant. But Malekith did not miss Cecilia's voice. He clearly identified her among the thousands present here. What happened? His question contained anger and rebuke instead of affection and friendliness. Having received the wrath of a godlike being, Cecilia trembled in fear as she removed all the barriers protecting her mind. She opened it and welcomed his will before it got broken and crushed by Malekith. Memory transmission. Cecilia conveyed everything that she had seen, heard, and felt. It didn't take much time for Malekith. Shortly after Cecilia opened the door to her mind, he understood all the recent events at once. Therefore, the anger he expressed was even greater. Stupid and weak bugs. Malekith's wrath was not focused on Cecilia alone. But Cecilia, who had fully opened her mind to him, felt like she was being crushed by just a part of his anger. She was so lost in indescribable fear and terror that she was unable to notice the facts. Her series of mistakes. The disappearance of Gamor Khan and the death of Madher. The loss of one of the 10 great swordmasters whom she had worked so hard to recruit, and their defeat at Argonne Port. She also failed to steal a scallon in the end. It wasn't just her. Cecilia and Orga even failed to protect the island. The dragon sleep was not complete, and Malekith's own wounds were not fully healed. He even had a scallon embedded in his chest. I will personally punish you. At Malekith's declaration, Cecilia felt like her soul was being crushed. Because she knew how ruthless Malekith could be, the suffering would be so terrible that one would rather long for death. I've made a mistake. I've done wrong. Please forgive me. Cecilia wept and begged, but Malekith's attention had already left her. He saw Orga. He burst into laughter at the sight of that man's fallen and wretched appearance, even though that man was of his own blood. The dragonflights, they had been almost destroyed. His army, which he thought he would see after 300 years, was broken and destroyed, and even their bodies were unrecognizable. So Malekith laughed. It rocked the entire island. You insignificant bugs. His anger did not subside. His anger towards Carlos and Lion rose again. The very existence of these bugs swarming his island infuriated him. Erase everything. Destroy everything on this island. Kraya. The dragon's anger spread to the skies. The will of the godlike being caused a supernatural occurrence. Ruwumble, the climate changed. Dark clouds gathered in an instant and covered the sky, and a strong wind blew under the darkened sky. The waves around the island became rough and stormy. Kryak, lightning struck from the sky. Dozens of lightning bolts hit the ground. Kryak. Milkith roared amidst the white flashes of light. He released dragon fear again, and the weak fell as they grabbed their heads. Rain poured down from the darkened sky. Crack, boom, bang, lightning struck in succession. The ground cracked and the whole island shook. Most of the humans on the island couldn't even stand on their 2 feet due to the devastating earthquake. Kajsa couldn't even properly speak. Even letting out her usual swears was impossible. All she could do was gasp in fear. And it was the same for Scarlet, who was beside her. Scarlet couldn't breathe properly. She choked and burst into tears as if she had forgotten how to breathe. Panting was all she could do as she crouched on the floor. Kraya-ackle. Sebastian Legwin looked up the sky but couldn't think of anything. Count Kagehama didn't even dare to look up the sky as he fell on the floor and covered his head with his hands, while Marquis Offend gritted his teeth and looked up the sky, but that was all he could do. Even though he had inherited the blood of a divine creature, he still couldn't do anything. Lightning flashed. Earthquakes and storms ravaged the island. Most of the battleships that were submerged rose to the surface, and the sirens could no longer sing. Siren Queen Ileana Kalakanis wept like a child as she embraced the staff she inherited from her ancestors. Pure dragon fear. Milkith had a view of the ground again, in order to personally exhale fire to purify the ground. However, when Milkith looked down the ground, a strange sight was reflected in his eyes that had the transcendental cognitive abilities of an ancient dragon. There was a man with his head up. Despite the dragon fear dominating the place, there were people who were standing and facing him instead of crying and trembling in fear. Ancient Black Dragon. Velkian narrowed his eyes that were covered by his beak mask. Instead of shivering in fear, he made a hand seal and summoned a mighty and powerful phantom steed. The black ghost horse engulfed in green flames had a piercing glow in its eyes. He's weakened. Lena did not lose her reasoning even as a lightning storm swept through the island. She passed by Cecilia, who was crying and trembling with her head bowed. She spread her white wings and flew straight up the sky. It's not a god. It's just a giant monster. Kama lowered his sword. He had already fought against a transcendental being called the Demon Prince. He did not lose himself even in the face of an ancient dragon's formidable presence. He stepped forward unaffectedly. Like Velkian and Lena, he headed towards one person, a mind of steel, an indomitable will, and an invincible body. A man muttered and raised his head. The man stood tall on his 2 feet and confronted the horror in the sky. He was like the sun. A person who never lost his light amidst any despair and fear. One who dispelled the darkness. One who delivered light to those who wandered in the dark. So Velkian was able to go straight anywhere and anytime. He was sure that he was on the right track just by following that man's back. Lena was the same. She always found hope in him, because as long as he was with them, an eternal and absolute darkness could not exist. 2 people stood next to him, and one more person joined them. Ghostblade Camel. He rarely smiled. Even in front of a godlike being, he smiled instead of shaking in fear. He looked at their own son, who had already cleared the darkness called the Demon Prince once. He stood next to that man and gazed up the sky. The 7th door of the 9th, heaven's 9 doors. The man said. He unlocked its true power. By itself, it erased from the surrounding area Milkith's binding curse, their fear of that ancient dragon. Supreme Sun, Divine Art. The Golden Sun. Landius clenched his fists. He met the gaze of Malekith, who was staring right at him, and shot forward to the sky by condensing his energy to his feet. F-woo-whoosh. A golden beam of light soared up. The golden light from the ground struck the sky, leading to a miracle. The dark clouds that covered the sky parted, and sunlight shone down. That single ray of light. It stood out even more in the dark. Those who trembled in fear saw the light. The single ray of light shone down from the sky, and the golden beam of light that was soaring up from the ground. And in between those, Landius opened his clenched fist. He summoned it as the sunlight shone down on him. Solar Blade. The sword of the sun god Solari shined gold. Malekith unconsciously shuddered at that moment. Instead of attacking or showing his anger, he just watched. He couldn't help it. The golden sun, a man like the sun. Landius held the sword in his hand. He grasped the solar blade. 300 years had passed. Malekith clearly felt the flow of time after waking up from his dragon sleep. Carlos no longer existed. the demigod lion D. Slen must have eventually died too, so it was over. There should have been no more human beings who could stop Malekith himself. Carlos and Lion were beings that truly caused miracles. But at this moment, Malekith had an indescribable ominous feeling. He saw Carlos and Lion in the man who bravely stood alone in front of him instead of kneeling down. How did this happen? Did a miracle occur again? He recalled Cecilia's memories. The information she found out, the 5 heroes of Paragon, a huge event that occurred while Malekith himself was asleep. Demon princes also had differences in power. A demon prince who was just below an overlord of hell and a demon who managed to rise to the position of demon prince were not of the same level. Their difference in power was enormous. But even so, it was a demon prince. It was clear that it was a transcendental existence that a human strength could not even dare to surpass. But humans defeated such a demon prince. It wasn't just a normal fight either, as these human monsters achieved victory in an unfavorable battle at a place that had already become the domain of the demon prince. Malekith decided to not let his guard down. He assumed that the humans in front of him were comparable to Carlos and Lion. Therefore, he did everything he could without hesitation. Kaya, at the center of the golden beam of light, Malekith blew his dragon breath towards Landius, who was holding the sword of the sun god. The sight of a black beam of light that was around 40 meters in diameter as it fell down the sky was truly astounding. But Landius did not blankly stare at it. The moment Malekith fired his dragon breath, he unfolded the seraphim's wings. Kaboom! The pitch-black beam of light swept across the ground. It left a deep scar on the earth as it advanced forward and split the sea after it reached the shore. Its power was truly incredible. Those within the attack range of the dragon breath were completely annihilated without leaving a single trace. Even those who were outside the range were mesmerized by the terrifying sight created by the transcendent attack. It was so shocking that their mind went blank. But the heroes of Paragon were not like that. When the dragon breath touched the ground, Landius soared into the air. The phantom steed carrying Velkian hurriedly flew to the side, and Camel jumped on the phantom steed's back too. Lena flew in a different direction from Landius. The attack missed. However, it was impossible to immediately cut off the dragon breath that had been fired. So Malekith perceived Landius by turning his eyes as his breath split the sea. As he did to Carlos in the past, he sent a threatening aura towards the man rushing towards him. Dragon fear. Malekith's will was added to that. For Malekith, an ancient dragon, using magic was the same as breathing. There was no need for hand seals or incantations. He could automatically cast magic the moment he expressed his will to do so. Thus, as many as 7 magic spells attacked Landius at the same time. Starting with Paralyze, 6 curse-type magic spells attacked Landius' mind and body. Hundreds of magic missiles floated around Malekith's head and sped towards Landius. And Landius acted as always. HAA. He shook off the curses in one move. For Landius, who had a mind of steel and an indomitable will, mental curses didn't work on him. He was truly like the sun with his invincible body. Boom! His golden aura swept around as he swung the solar blade. Hundreds of magic missiles shot towards him, but none of it ever harmed Landius. Malekith was not flustered. He had already assumed that Landius was equal to Carlos, so he quickly moved on to the next step. Sheeing, Malekith's body suddenly disappeared. It was blink magic. Malekith, who had moved from high above the sky to down the ground, caused disaster with just one movement. His lower body not only trampled the humans, but also the dragons and wyverns, and instead of focusing his magic on Landius, he unleashed a powerful ranged magic. Lightning, and the storm that followed. Dozens of lightning bolts flashed through the sky and struck the ground. It blew up the humans, orcs, and goblins as it swept the surrounding area. It was a trick he learned 300 years ago. When he destroyed the surroundings like this, Carlos and Lion couldn't concentrate on him. They had used excessive measures or even reduced their own power in order to protect the people around them. Dozens of lightning strikes hit the ground again. A lightning storm centered on Malekith struck within a 500-meter radius. Run! Run away! Katja, who was outside the lightning storm, shouted desperately, but her voice was buried by the thunder. Moreover, it was already impossible for those in the lightning storm to escape. Katja moved her hand. She grabbed the person close to her and blindly ran. The commanders, including Calyx Offend, also ordered everyone to run away. To the shore, to the sea, boo-woo-woom, the lightning storm gradually expanded its range. Malekith turned his eyes, and at some point he sensed a powerful magic energy. It wasn't Landius. The magic he felt was on the ground. One person. A person who did not stop even if he was distressed by the horrors in front of him. A person who could do cold-hearted judgments. Malekith smelled an intense scent of death in that person. It was a kind of power that an average human being should not have been able to use. "Arise," Velkian declared. The corpses responded to the command of he who was born with a human body, but was more skilled than the high elf Cecilia. The zombie dragons that were already under his control flew towards each other. Bang, boom, boom, bang, boom, bang, flesh and bones intertwined. They were originally different entities, but they all intertwined and became one. It wasn't just the zombie dragons. Orcs and goblins were added too in order to fill the gaps. Flesh Golem, a terrifying monster, but it was huge and strong. The monster, which was up to 100 meters tall, rose from outside the lightning storm. And towards that, Lena ordered. As a powerful master of golems, she brought to life the golem created by Velkian. Go, Q-woo-woo-woo. The flesh golem roared and charged towards Malekith. It let out an overwhelming presence amidst the pouring rain and lightning. Thud, 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 the ground rang. Having narrowed its distance with Malekith in just a few steps, the flesh golem clenched its fist. Bang, the ground was broken. At the same time, the flesh golem's right fist was also shattered. Malekith was not there. He had used Blink and headed to the back of the flesh golem, grabbing its neck as he rotated his body and swung his tail. Kaboom! His tail split the golem's waist. Malekith was good at fighting, and he knew how to use his body. The flesh golem collapsed after having its waist split, and Malekith turned his eyes towards the necromancer, who emitted the magic of death, and the angel who controlled the golem. Just as Camel wished, slaying Moon, Camel swung his sword. He fired a slash, generating a sharp and huge sword aura. Slash! It targeted Malekith's wings, but Malekith didn't give him a chance even though he was looking away. Due to the sharp senses unique to a dragon, he sensed the danger the moment Camel swung his sword. He blocked the slash by activating 12 magic shields in one breath. Baba-baba-baba-bang. Camel's sword aura lost its power at the 10th shield. And at that moment, Marquis Offend, who had barely overcome his fear, then ordered. Shoot. Cannons fire. Shoot. The commands and repetition training were for times like this. The moment Marquis Offend shouted, the sailors aboard the battleships acted reflexively. Although they were a bit slower than usual, they performed the mechanical actions in the midst of their fear and trembling. Boom, bang, baba-baba-babbing. After the first 1 and 2 shots, hundreds of cannons fired one after another. Their numbers nearly reached 800, even considering the time difference. Since Malekith was huge, it was unnecessary for them to aim it properly. Cannonballs pierced through the rain, and Malekith perceived this again. He lowered his body, raised his head, and then roared. Kraa! The sailors aboard the battleship screamed and collapsed at the roar that shook the world. The pouring raindrops bounced sideways or upwards, and powerful waves swept the entire island. But Malekith did not intend to stop the cannonballs with his current roar. He was merely expressing his strong will in order to unleash a more powerful magic. Malekith's large-scale magic. It empowered a very natural law of this world. Baba-baba-baba-baba-baba-baba-bang. The barrage of cannonballs all fell to the ground at once. Some of the cannonballs drew a parabola, but most of the cannonballs that were already weakened by Malekith's roar plummeted to the ground. Gravity pole. A massive gravity magic. Malekith clenched his teeth. He stamped on the ground once more and expanded the range of the gravity pole. The flesh golem, which was trying to stand up with its broken upper body, fell again. Kraa! Malekith immediately expanded the range of the gravity pole. It consumed a lot of mana, but he did not care. Fall, be broken, sink. Bend down and crawl on the ground like a worm. Malekith's commands were already magic. The powerful dragon's magic captured even those who were outside the range of gravity pole. Some of those who managed to reach the shoreline plunged their heads into the sea, and the sirens also sank down below the water surface. Kajsa awakened the divine creature's blood, but it was useless. Her body shook in fear. The legends about Carlos did not lie. Malekith was truly like a god, an absolute being whom one could never resist. Despair, fear, terror. Kajsa sat down. She gasped like a person who had forgotten how to breathe, and Scarlet was no different. Everyone on the island fell into a deep and profound despair regardless of identity, but Malekith was not satisfied. Rather, it angered him, because there were those who never gave in. Because just like 300 years ago, there were those who resisted the orders of a godlike being. Lightning of divine punishment, Lena spread her wings. Her knees never gave in despite staggering from the immense gravity, and she eventually raised high the heavenly judgment. She turned towards Malekith and invoked Day of Judgment. Bang, 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 bang. Instead of 100 spears, 10 gigantic spears of light rained down on Malekith. You bugs! Most spears were blocked and destroyed. But Malekith roared in anger, and Camel fired his sword aura again at that very moment. His sword aura flew up towards Malekith. Ag! Malekith's body was nearly 150 meters long, and the natural thickness of a single scale transcended common sense. However, Camel's sword aura split the scales. It inflicted a wound on the scales and thick leather, blowing cold air to the wound with its extreme yin energy. The wound was small. In human terms, it was just a scratch. But Malekith was someone who was unable to wake up in a fully healed state in the first place. Moreover, Camel's attack reminded him of Lion. Malekith lost his composure and began to let out more of his power at random. Having resisted to the end, Lena knelt on the ground. Camel's sword aura could no longer reach Malekith, and the flesh golem was completely crushed as its form was already unrecognizable. Orga, who was within the range of the gravity pole, let out a weak moan. He called out to Malekith, but Malekith ignored him. Cecilia, who was in the underground, also gasped and suffered, but Malekith ignored her too. Kill, annihilate, erase everything in this world. Kraa. Only Malekith should survive alone. Anger, rage, and a sense of liberation filled Malekith's mind. Lena screamed, while Camel also fell to the ground as his body trembled. But Velkian smiled under his mask. He forced out a laugh, because they were successful. Because they had succeeded in grabbing Malekith's attention, it was the glory of the morning. No matter how deep and dark the night might be, the golden sun always drove it away. Landius! Camel shouted to the sky. He cried out. And the sun, the invincible hero who could destroy even despair, answered them. A dazzling light shone high in the sky. Chapter 267, The Golden Sun, 3, Yu-Wu-Wu, High in the Sky. The sun rose from a place that had been turned dark by the pouring rain, lightning, and dark clouds. The sky was split by the sword of the sun that was raised high. Shi-yang. The darkness was divided. The dark and heavy clouds split, and the sunlight shone on the ground again. Malekith looked up the sky. He felt an instinctive fear at the intense power of the sun that was created by using the energy of the seventh door at once. He quickly soared up and opened his mouth wide. Caw a full-powered dragon breath. It shot to the sky. It headed to destroy the sun. And Landius gripped Solaris' divine sword, the solar blade, with both hands, the immense sword that was born through the power of the sun. Shi-yang, a beam of light soared up. A gigantic blade of light over 100 meters long was swung from Landius' hands. It was the true sun, the trailblazer sword that could cut through even any darkness. Yu-Wu-Wu, Landius' entire body shone with golden light. The trailblazer sword clashed head-on with the dragon breath, causing a miracle. The dragon breath shattered in front of the trailblazer sword. KSSSSHHHHHH, it was a truly magnificent sight. The dragon breath was split by the trailblazer sword from the front, and the dragon breath's fragments scattered in all directions. The trailblazer sword did not lose its light after the black light shattered. H! Landius roared. The trailblazer sword that cut through the dragon breath finally reached Malekith's neck. It headed down and slashed Malekith's chest. H! Malekith screamed. His chest was ripped open and bright red blood spurted out, and the godlike being turned into a beast as it rolled over the floor. Malekith continued to struggle. The wound was so hot as if it had been burned. Melkith was weak to pain as he had always been the one to inflict pain, so he had a hard time withstanding the current situation. But Melkith did not collapse. His fierce anger overcame his fear. Although Melkith was reduced to a beast, he was still an ancient dragon. He suppressed the bleeding with the will of a dragon. The healing of the wound was slow due to the power of the sun, but he forcibly closed it and spread his wings. He flew up and tried to harm Landius somehow. It would be fine even if it was his last attack. Landius saw him. It was hard for him to even lift up the solar blade again because he had just poured all his energy into the attack, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He looked straight into the eyes of Melkith, who was letting out a murderous look. They stared straight at each other. Melkith was even angrier. He opened his mouth to somehow kill Landius. As he had done with Carlos, he wanted to take Landius' life. And at that moment, Landius opened his mouth. He said in a very low voice, "Go, my disciple. Will you be also the sun that will lead the morning?" A smile spread across Landius' face. At the time Melkith was puzzled, white wings of light left a beautiful trail in the dark sky. Kadsa saw it. Scarlet laughed. Camille, Lena, Velkian, and everyone witnessed the two people splitting the sky together. LETSGOOO. "Let's get the last hit," Cordelia cheerfully exclaimed, and Jude tightly hugged such a Cordelia. They flew past Landius and rushed towards Melkith's chest, or to be exact, towards a scallon that was still stuck in the middle of the chest. "You beastards," Melkith angrily shouted. However, he had already lost a lot of his strength due to the Trailblazer sword. Jude overcame Melkith's dragon fear with the power of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Cordelia overcame the fear in a slightly different way. Last hit. Last hit. It was the last hit to the ancient dragon. Furthermore, if they defeated the ancient dragon, they could get the ancient dragon's dragon heart. Her gamer brain was on overdrive. She added the power of an angel to overcome the dragon fear. Jude and Cordelia grabbed a scallon's handle. At that moment, Cordelia used gravity magic to land on Melkith's chest as if they were standing on the ground. UOOOH. Melkith tried to hit them in his chest. A shadow loomed over their heads as a giant fist approached, but Jude and Cordelia did not care. Attack before defending. The best defense is a good offense. One hit for now. They released their power through a scallon. Having been weakened to a certain extent, Melkith screamed in pain in response to their attack, and as a result, his fist did not properly hit the two. It just hit the place right next to it. "Don't stop, one more hit." Jude spoke and Cordelia looked at Jude. The two instantly understood what the other wanted and did what they had to do. One hit using a scallon, it was simple. They only needed to give a scallon a huge amount of power. But ordinary power was not enough. No matter how weakened it might be, it was still an ancient dragon, so they needed to do their best to defeat it. UOOOH. Jude raised both his yang and yin energies at the same time. An enormous amount of yang energy was emitted from the black sun, and his natural extreme yin energy was concentrated on his left hand. But it was not balanced. The extreme yin energy that had been suppressed since birth could not be equal to the yang energy of the black sun, but Jude did not care. Cordelia was next to him now. Alma's. Cordelia summoned the intensely cold sword in her right hand. After it generated an immense amount of cold air, she activated her magic again. Life Drain Reverse. She pushed the life and extreme cold energies to Jude. She balanced the yin and yang energies by replenishing the lack of cold, and the great protection of the 4 seasons was added. The winter protection strengthened the yin energy, and the summer protection reinforced the yang energy. Yin and yang. Cordelia's senses and Jude's calculations were precisely united to create a perfect balance, and at that instant, Jude created a tremendous power by colliding the two opposing forces. ASCALOON, I've pushed it in. I've infused it, so wake up now, Escalon roared, the dragon-hating dragon who brought death to dragons. Kabooom, the white light from Escalon as it revealed its true form pierced Melkith's chest. It did not stop there as it destroyed the chest itself. His chest burst as if an explosion had occurred inside. AAAH? Melkith screamed at the excruciating pain. He couldn't even think because the pain felt like it was burning his brain. He fell to the ground instead of flapping his wings. But it wasn't over yet. There was no white ring around them yet. Jude and Cordelia, who had torn Malekith's chest, were thrown into the air along with the scales, but the two looked ahead. Jude was in a bad state mentally and physically due to the aftermath of the explosion of his yin and yang energies that he was still not familiar with. Cordelia was the same, as not only her left hand that she used to hold Jude was covered in blood, but also the entire left side of her body. She was unable to even use a bit of her magic, but she still had something to do. On Cordelia's neck was a gift given to her by Jude a few days ago, the dragon heart of an adult dragon. Cordelia spread her wings. Jude held Cordelia's waist, and she absorbed the dragon heart's mana. She pulled back her right fist and focused her gaze on Malekith's heart beyond the torn chest, shouting, "Spirit King punch!" She punched. At that moment, the Spirit King's fist broke through the air and appeared, punching Malekith's huge red heart. K. Malekith cried again, and this time he couldn't hold on any longer. Because the Spirit King's fist did not stop at hitting Malekith's heart, but tore it out altogether. Kua, that was his last breath. It was the end of Malekith, who woke up not completely healed. No. Cecilia's screams were drowned by the loud sound. Malekith's massive body crashed to the ground, creating a storm of dust. Thuwood, thud, the ground shook, and the last lightning struck. The phenomenon caused by Malekith lost its driving force when Malekith died, and it began to return to normal. The dark clouds dispersed. The rain stopped. The storm subsided, and the water regained its calm. Jude and Cordelia landed on the ground. They collapsed at the same moment because their legs had weakened, but their faces were full of smiles. Ha, having fallen first by raising Cordelia up, Jude roughly breathed, and it was the same for Cordelia, who was lying on Jude's chest. The two coughed blood on each other almost at the same time. Kayak Cock Jude's body and mind were in a bad state. Cordelia was completely exhausted after forcibly squeezing out her mana and suffering from the backlash. However, the two did not lose their smiles. They laughed like fools as rings of white light appeared in succession, and blood was coughed out again. It was Jude this time, and Cordelia said as she panted over Jude's chest, "We won." They had defeated Malekith. Even though they had only dealt the last hit, they had saved the South from being destroyed. They had defended the Slen Kingdom. Actually, it wasn't just the last hit. Jude and Cordelia were the ones who created the present situation. They rescued Lena, changed Landius' mind, and united Paragon's heroes. Ascalon was added here too. Everyone, including Scarlet and Kajsa, were brought together by Jude and Cordelia. They had reached the island before Malekith woke up, and were able to put Ascalon in Malekith's chest because of the two. If they hadn't done these, if only one of these listed facts was lacking, it would not have produced the same result as it was now. Jude panted and nodded. He lifted his bloody hand and caressed Cordelia's cheek. Light shone down from the sky. Belated shouts echoed from afar. "We've gained a lot of levels." They didn't know how many rings of light had appeared. They would have to go to the temple later to check it out, but anyway, it was clear that they had become stronger. Jude stroked Cordelia's hair. Cordelia wanted to crouch and put her chin on Jude's chest, but she turned her gaze away. She lightly bit her lips, saying shyly, "Next part. The next part you mentioned earlier. I want to do it now." Jude was startled for a moment before he bit his lips in the same way and nodded. He naturally hugged Cordelia's head, and Cordelia stretched her neck that was lying face down on Jude's chest. Their lips overlapped. And then the next part. The tip of Cordelia's tongue protruded in between the gap in her lips. It gently intertwined with Jude's tongue and became one. It was such a strange experience. So Cordelia flinched for a moment, but it was only for a moment. She felt her heart pounding as she did things she would never have normally imagined, such as kissing in the lips, shuffling with their tongues, and mixing their saliva. They didn't even know how long it went on. Their lips parted, and Cordelia's breath touched Jude's lips. Even before the thin line of saliva was cut off, the warm breath entered Jude's mouth again. The bitter taste of blood. But it tasted sweet at the same time. "Jude." "Yes, Cordelia." They called each other playfully. Cordelia had a big smile and whispered into Jude's ear, "I like you. I really, really like you. I am still embarrassed to say I love you, but I can say I like you." Jude held his breath. He opened his mouth to give an answer. But instead of listening to his answer, Cordelia pressed her lips on Jude's ear and poked her tongue out. Therefore, the startled Jude made a sound he would normally never make. Idiot. Cordelia giggled and cunningly smiled before she kissed his lips again, and Jude accepted her. He embraced her small and slender body tightly. And a dozen meters away, Lena stood at a certain distance as though a line had been drawn, and she looked back at Camel and asked, "What should we do? For now let's take care of Landius. The remaining troops of the enemy cannot be ignored too, so let's resolve that." Okay. As I thought, that's for the better, right? Camel and Lena stepped back, while Scarlet and Kajsa, who had been running towards the two, coldly stared at them before turning around. In their minds, they wanted to reprimand the two to consider the time and place, but they decided to overlook it for now. After all, these two were the heroes who saved the South, no, the entire kingdom, from the wild lands, the royal capital, and now at the South. Under the golden sun, Jude and Cordelia tightly hugged each other. They enjoyed another victory that would lead to a perfect happy ending. Chapter 268 Victory 1. At the place where the ancient dragon, a being said to have a godlike power, collapsed. Landius leant against the rubble of a collapsed building and stared at the corpse of the huge monster before slowly turning his head. Because he saw people running towards him. Landius. Camel shouted first, and Lena, who came flying after him, inspected Landius' body. "Are you okay? Are you awake? Are you hurt anywhere?" Lena promptly asked as she scanned Landius' entire steel-like body. He might have looked fine on the outside, but it could be completely different on the inside. "If you're feeling any pain, don't lie and just tell me, okay?" At Lena's warning, or not, Landius warmly smiled. "I am fine. I am just exhausted. I only used the Trailblazer sword this time, unlike in the past. My energy reserves are empty, and I feel like I will faint soon, but everything else is fine. I don't even have a scratch." Landius slightly raised his arms to show it off, and Lena suspiciously looked all over Landius' body before sighing in relief. As Landius had said, he really didn't have any external wounds. "Then are you feeling unwell?" "Because I used that sword, with all my strength. In fact, it was quite reckless in a way." The Trailblazer sword indeed had an earth-shattering power, as it not only destroyed Malekith's dragon breath head-on, but also tore his chest. However, it did not immediately kill Malekith. If only Malekith and Landius were present here, the exhausted Landius would be known in history to have died in Malekith's hands. Landius clearly did not pour all his energy into the Trailblazer sword without thinking. He had heard about Malekith from Jude and Cordelia beforehand, and his reliable colleagues named Camel, Lena, and Velkian were here in the first place. Anyway. Lena sighed again before she leaned against Landius and kissed him on the cheek. Landius grinned again and asked Camel and Lena, "How's my disciple and the girl?" Unlike a certain person here, doing their best exhausted them and made them cough blood, and they fainted while having a passionate kiss. "Oh, shall we do it too?" Lena asked in a soft voice, and Landius had a slightly shy expression that didn't suit his large size. The two were drawn to each other, but it wasn't just the two of them who were present here. Ahem. When Camel cleared his throat, Landius had an embarrassed smile while Lena snorted and said, "Don't worry, we won't do it in public." Lena knew that certain things had a proper time and place, unlike other people. "Moving on, it's been a while since I've seen you use the Trailblazer sword." Camel spoke to change the subject, and Landius quickly nodded his head and said too, "Is this the first time since we fought Bakehazel?" "It is." It was the first time they had faced an opponent that required the use of the Trailblazer sword since their victory against Bakehazel. No, there was one more opponent that required the use of the Trailblazer sword more, but they didn't have the chance to use it. Archbishop Manuela, their enemy who caused the destruction of the Paragon Kingdom. Someone presumed to be the strongest among the demon followers. Camel slightly furrowed his brows when Landius' expression turned intimidating as he gritted his teeth just from thinking of that person. Although it was not as much as Jude and Cordelia, they were able to understand the others' inner thoughts just by facing each other. They had chased after Archbishop Manuela here in the south. But instead of talking about Manuela, Camel continued their talk about the Trailblazer sword. "Its power has really grown, because 10 years have passed. I trained hard in my own way. 10 years ago, the Trailblazer sword was also the one that killed Demon Prince Bakehazel, who caused the tragedy of the Paragon Kingdom. Its power was great even back then, but if one simply looked at the size of the Trailblazer sword made by the Solar Blade, it was incomparable to that of 10 years ago. At that time, the blade of the Trailblazer sword was only around 20 meters long. It's already strange to say that it's only 20 meters, but it couldn't be helped for him to say that, because the blade of the Trailblazer sword that Landius showed in the battle just earlier was well over 100 meters at the very least. As Camel and Lena admired him, Landius scratched the back of his head in his embarrassment before saying, "It uses a lot of energy the stronger it gets, so I really don't have the energy to stand up now." Him exaggerating his hardship was something that Camel and Lena could see through, but I'm glad that the results are good. Doing our best from the very beginning was worth it. After all, the sooner the fight ended, the better. Especially when their opponent was a monster like Malekith who could destroy the surrounding area by his existence alone. Camel nodded in agreement to Lena's words and then turned around, because he felt the presence of a fourth person who unaffectedly intruded in their conversation. Master Velkian. Lena called his name, Camel gave a light bow, and Landius had a big smile before nodding. "You look like you're dying, but you also look fine. That's a relief." As Velkian sat on the phantom steed and looked down at everyone, Landius and Lena smiled a bit. Because those words were very much like Velkian. "You saved our lives. It really helped us a lot." Landius' tone was lower and softer than usual, as though his late 30s self had gone back to his early 20s. "We've been greatly helped." It was a huge help. Camel and Lena also greeted him afterwards. Camel was a bit stiff while Lena was very friendly. Velkian was not just an elder to them. For the three of them, he was like their teacher. Although Velkian did not directly work for the Paragon Kingdom, he was a close friend of Bardo Ainsberg, a royal wizard of Paragon, and often taught Bardo's disciple, Lena. He also taught various knowledge, such as strategy and herbal medicine, to Camel and Landius, who were members of the Royal Knights then. Therefore, just as the three of them treated Velkian as a teacher, Velkian also treated the three as students. "Anyway, I am glad that you three are fine. This battle has somehow come to an end too. In fact, it was a very effective fight considering that they won against an enemy called Malekith, but Velkian didn't say anything about how this fight did little damage or that their gains were great. Because the number of people who lost their lives in this fight would at least be 100. 100 out of 1,000. A number that was probably less than 10 in proportion. However, Velkian was a necromancer who dealt with life, so he was more sensitive to the lives of people. Treating people's lives as mere numbers was one of the things he hated the most. And it was the same with the three who were educated by Velkian. "By the way, Master Velkian." "Say it, Lena." When Velkian pointed to Lena and allowed her to speak, she frowned and pouted her lips. "It's not class time right now. You haven't changed a bit. That's an ugly expression, so fix it." At his teacher-like tone, Lena groaned before bringing up the subject. "Anyway, Master Velkian, how come you are here?" His appearance, though of great help, was a literal surprise. Camel nodded in curiosity as well, and Velkian stroked his chin before saying, "It's because of an agreement I made with Jude August Bayer and Cordelia August Chase. I gave them a trinket that could summon me. I never thought that as soon as I could be summoned, though, that I would be summoned to a place like this." Velkian had a bitter smile under his beak mask and briefly explained what happened in the royal capital. "Wow, that was really great timing." Lena clapped her hands in admiration and nodded her head again and again. If Velkian had not appeared, there would have been more casualties in the fight against the dragonflights, and the battle against Malekith would not have been as easy as it was now. You could say that we were lucky. As a wizard, Velkian did not deny the existence of luck. One could say that they were indeed lucky in this battle, but it's not just luck. If the events had originally proceeded as it is, even if we had luck, the result we have now would have been different. Velkian was unaware of the flow of events because he suddenly appeared in between, but there were things he could understand just by looking at the current situation. Even at a glance, he could see that he heroes of Paragon were gathered in one place with the 7 southern families that seemed to have formed an alliance. There was even the dragon-killing sword Escalon. Moreover, Malekith's dragon sleep was not finished properly, so it seemed like someone had made a situation where only victory was the result. It was similar in the Wild Lands. I thought that it was a desperate fight, but they had a way to win. They blew up all the dragon veins to wake up the Golden Dragon King. If it hadn't been for Jude and Cordelia's plan that turned around the situation, Lena and the warriors of the Wild Lands would have passed away that day. The battle in the royal capital must have been similar. Even Velkian, who directly participated in the battle at the royal capital, was not aware of the Lord Protector's rebellion itself. But at Camel's words that it must have been similar back then, he nodded his head. Jude and Cordelia, children who had already won 3 miraculous victories, it's as if their eyes could see the future. I don't think that's the case. Absolutely prophesizing the future was not possible, but it was possible to see the future to some extent. Their words were clearly not serious, though, because if the two really had the power of foresight, Lena and Velkian himself would not have failed in recognizing it. By the way, I am going to ask since we're talking like this. What happened to Archbishop Manuela? He had asked that question despite actually knowing half the answer. So instead of giving a long explanation, Landius answered with a somber expression. We missed him again this time. Don't be so discouraged by that beastard who would suddenly appear and disappear. The mere fact that you're tracking him will prevent him from doing anything as evil as the one he did in the Paragon Kingdom. That's good then. Landius tried to reply with a smile, but he still felt frustrated. After all, they had been tracking him for 10 years, but they always missed him every time they tried to meet him. Maybe they were all dancing in the palms of Archbishop Manuela's hands. Perhaps it was not that Landius was chasing after Manuela and obstructing his plans, but it was Manuela who was exposing his location from time to time in order to drag Landius himself here and there. That situation was possible, and if that was the case, that was really agonizing. Lena bit her lips when Landius noticeably became gloomy, so she changed the topic with a slightly cheerful voice. By the way, Master Velkian, do you have any news about Fran? Druid Fran, the 5th and youngest person among the 5 heroes of Paragon. He was in his mid-teens when they fought Demon Prince Bakehazel, but he must have grown up to be a young man in his prime now. Where in the world is he? Unlike Velkian, who at least sent letters, they had not heard from Fran for 7 years. I am sorry, but I don't know anything too. He has not contacted me either. Is that so? Lena had brought it up to change the mood of Landius, who had become gloomy, but this time, she herself became gloomy. Velkian clicked his tongue when he saw Lena like that, and he pulled the reins of the phantom steed before saying, "I'll be going back now. I came here through the concept of summoning, so my summoning has a time limit. Already? The time I've been here wasn't that long, but I've used a lot of power. Even my summoner is exhausted too. It can't be helped then. It's all right. I plan to stay in the royal capital for a while, so you can contact me there." Having said that, Velkian made a large circular portal with a gesture of his fingers and drove the phantom steed inside it. His exit was quiet and abrupt, just like his entrance. He's gone. He left. He went away. Lena, Camille, and Landius spoke in turn. The 3 of them smiled quietly as they looked at each other before their shoulders slumped, because they were exhausted after a long conversation. So Landius leaned a little more against the rubble and opened his mouth. Camille, Lena, I am sorry, but I'll be taking a rest first. It's fine. Leave the cleanup to me and just rest. Sleep well, Landy. I'll wake you up later. When Lena kissed his cheek, Landius closed his eyes in happiness. And a few seconds later, as Landius fell into a deep sleep, Camille crossed his arms and laughed. Phew. It somehow felt like the laugh of someone who won. Therefore, Lena narrowed her eyes and said, "Hey, Camille, don't tell me you're happy because Landy called your name first?" Foo-foo. Camille laughed again instead of denying it, and Lena puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction before embracing Landius' arm. And at a place around 100 meters away from those two, Kadsa and Scarlet burst into laughter as they watched Jude and Cordelia being carried on a stretcher. You know what? Aren't they amazing? Kadsa spoke first, and Scarlet nodded her head in agreement. They're not amazing. They caused a commotion because they coughed up so much blood. Come to think of it, they're really amazing. They seriously threw up a bowl of blood and not just a little. Wouldn't it be disgusting if you kiss like that? As Scarlet began to contemplate about their bloody kiss, Kadsa continued with a frown. No, I mean they are amazing in a sense. To begin with, they're younger than us, right? Those two. She wasn't criticizing them of openly showing affection in front of everyone who was younger than them. She was talking about the strength of the two. The two were only 17, no, they were almost 18 now, but in any case, the strength of those two was phenomenal. Even if they had used Dragon Bane Ascalon, it was none other than two who had killed the mighty ancient dragon Malekith. If Kajsa was given Dragon Sword Ascalon and was made to do the same thing, would she have been able to do it? Impossible. She answered her question without even thinking about it. Therefore, Kajsa became a little sad, and Scarlet, who had felt the same way since the royal capital incident, clicked her tongue and said, "Our age differences aren't that far apart to them, so why don't we treat them like we're of the same age?" At Scarlet's suggestion, Kajsa blinked her eyes and nodded quickly. "Yeah, same age. It makes you feel a bit comfortable when you think that way, right? Hey, we think alike. Let's be friends. How old are you?" Me, I am 19. Kajsa answered innocently as she blinked her eyes, and Scarlet snorted afterwards. "I am 20. So call me Unnai from now on, okay? You said that we're of the same age. That is that and this is this. Whatever you like then." I am your Unnai, right? Hey, you just don't want to be friends with me, huh? Even if we're friends, you should be polite. So from now on, please politely call me Unnai. Kajsa pouted at Scarlet's words, wanting to answer back. But she eventually shut her mouth because she couldn't think of anything to say, so Scarlet smiled at her victory and turned her head. She once again looked at Malekith's gigantic corpse, and at the same time, in the mainland across the sea, on a hill overlooking Argonport, through Maximilian's eyes, a being looked at the world, the south, and the sea beyond Argonport. The voice from a higher place, that being knew. Malekith was dead. The ancient black dragon, the evil dragon who had tried to resolve his grudge of 300 years ago by destroying the southern region. It's a relief. The voice from a higher place did not immediately agree with Maximilian. Instead of answering, the being thought of other things. The failed kidnapping incident targeting the children of the 12 northern families. The battle that occurred in the wildlands, and the battle in the royal capital that endangered the lives of the royal family. And now, the death of Malekith in the south. There were two people involved in every case. These two were the ones who caused all these outcomes. Voice from a higher place. When Maximilian looked up the sky and asked, the voice from a higher place gave an answer. First, the being ordered him to return to the Empire. "I will follow your will." Maximilian politely bowed and no longer had any lingering feelings for the south. He headed north where the Empire was located, but not for the voice from a higher place. The being kept thinking of the two, Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. The being remembered the actions of the two who changed the fate of the Slen Kingdom. Chapter 269. Victory battles, whether big or small, always required cleaning up. Like chasing after fleeing enemies, securing prisoners of war, or helping survivors from their side. I didn't see Cecilia. Camel frowned at the report of Carmen, a member of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Malekith had used so much large-scale magic that not only the battlefield, but also the corpses were in a mess. If so, was Cecilia's body also destroyed? Was it possible that Cecilia was among those unidentifiable corpses? No matter how difficult it was to confirm a corpse's identity, it was not to the extent that the race was indistinguishable. If conditions such as a woman, an elf, a body with powerful mana, silver hair, and a pale purple skin characteristic of corrupted dark elves were given, Cecilia's body could be identified whether her face was damaged or her limbs were missing. But they couldn't. Cecilia's body was not found. Did she run away? Given the circumstances, it was highly probable. Therefore, Camel furrowed his brows and clicked his tongue. It can't be helped. Although the great threat called Ancient Dragon Malekith was gone, Cecilia was also a powerful necromancer. If she had escaped the island alive, it was highly likely that she would harm the continent in some way. Have the Guardians post wanted posters of her everywhere? Yes, sir. If it was Cecilia who was good at magic, there was no way she would be captured even if she was declared to be wanted, but it was still better than not doing anything. If it interfered with her progress, whether big or small, the continent would be much safer then. Still, is it fortunate that Malekith and Orga were killed? Malekith died and only Cecilia, one of his 3 knights, survived. The dragonflights were almost annihilated, and only a few escaped from the island. so the threat to the south that lasted for 300 years was pretty much gone. What happened to the orcs and goblins? Most of them surrendered without much resistance. In the first place, the majority of them were captured by the dragonflights and because of their fear from what they saw before them. What they had seen. A 150-meter-long evil dragon raged. A giant flesh golem attacked the evil dragon, and lightning constantly struck from the sky. A human hero slashed the dark sky, and the evil dragon at once with a sword of light over 100 meters amidst the earthquakes and storm. There was even a streak of light that killed the evil dragon, so it was like they had witnessed a legend with their eyes. Any race would have no choice but to give up on even fighting back. That's a relief. Did you hear on how they would be handled? The South still has slavery, but the numbers are so high that not all would be taken as slaves. The South will either give them to the nearby orc tribe for a ransom or contact the Goblin Kingdom. It won't be easy either way. Yes, but that doesn't mean we can kill anyone who surrendered. The number of captive orcs and goblins reached thousands, so it was impossible for anyone to turn a blind eye if they were killed. Aside from ethical issues, the orc tribes and goblin kingdoms located around the southern region would not tolerate this. Well, they'll figure it out. The subsequent work was up to the 7 southern families. It was not for the guardians of the Holy Cross to intervene. So Camel said the more important things. What about Malekith's body? As you have said, the 7 southern families are greedy. Us guardians are currently guarding it, but they are stubbornly persistent. As always, the spoils of war belonged to the victors, and the best loot in this battle was undeniably Malekith's corpse itself. Even the corpse of an adult dragon was bound to have tremendous value, so what more for the corpse of an ancient dragon? It was also 150 meters long. Frankly, I can't even imagine it. Camel could quickly estimate things, but he could not immediately estimate the monetary value of Malekith's corpse, because the number would definitely be astronomical. They will actively focus on seeking their own interests. They had united their power and fought together in front of the threat called Malekith, but that threat was now over. Then what remained was a struggle amongst each other to secure their own family's interests. And Camel's prediction was not wrong. As soon as the battlefield was cleared up to some extent, members of the 7 southern families, led by Marquis Offend and Count Kagehama, family heads who directly participated in the battle, stormed into Camel's barracks. We are not coercing you, we're just claiming our right. When Count Kagehama raised his voice, representatives from the other 7 southern families were united as they nodded their heads. It seemed like they were maintaining their alliance until they have taken Malekith's corpse from the guardians of the Holy Cross. We, the 7 southern families, have spent a lot of money in this battle. We've also made great sacrifices. The number of people killed or injured in this battle alone exceed 1,000. When Marquis Offend spoke quite politely, Count Kagehama clenched his fist as he strongly agreed and said, Malekith has been us Southerners' longtime enemy. Now we must receive the reward that our ancestors paid with their blood 300 years ago. Count Kagehama thought that this battle alone was a weak argument, so he even brought out his ancestors. And that was why Camel smiled coldly, because all their words were within his expectations. I know, your contributions in this battle are not small either. It was the 7 southern families who led the fleet. Count Kagehama widely smiled at Camel's words, and the other family representative also had big smiles. But not for Marquis Offend, because the divine creature's blood that flowed in his veins sensed something ominous. And that foreboding of his was right as always. Shouldn't the 7 southern families have all the rights to the corpses of the dragonflights, including Dragon General Orga, or in short, all the corpses of the adult dragons? Ahem. That's obvious. Wait, what did you just say? Count Kagehama was nodding with a satisfied face, but suddenly widened his eyes and asked again. So Camel said it again with a very beautiful and bright smile. I said that the corpses of the dragonflights would belong to the 7 southern families, the adult dragons of the dragonflights, including Dragon General Orga. Count Kagehama raised his voice upon not hearing about Malekith. Ha, what are you talking about now? In this battle, us 7 southern families, you were active. You fought well against the dragonflights, orcs, and goblins. So the 7 southern families should have all the rights to the orcs and goblins too. No, what are you talking about? Us 7 southern families it was then. Count Kage-hama, whose face was flushed with emotion, couldn't speak anymore, because Camel was staring at him with a very cold look. Ghostblade Camel, the strongest swordsman of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and said to be on par with the sword god of the Empire. A hero of Paragon who defeated the demon prince together with Iron Man Landius. His smile was chilling. He spoke as he looked straight at Count Kage-hama. Tell me, what did the 7 southern families do? What role did you play in the fight against Malekith? That Count Kage-hama was speechless. Camel's cold gaze was frightening, but he really had nothing to say about their role in the fight against Malekith. We defeated him, so we will have Malekith's body. The rest is yours. The 5 heroes of Paragon. Most of them wandered around and didn't belong to any organization, but not for Camel. He was the highest among the 6 generals of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and in terms of power alone, he was the strongest in the organization. His words could never be taken lightly. Is this how it's going to be? The battle against Malekith was truly legendary, so the 7 southern families who were ordinary humans couldn't help much in that battle. As Camel had said, they pretty much did not help in the battle against Malekith, so they shouldn't be claiming to have rights to Malekith's corpse. Then, do you mean that the Guardians of the Holy Cross will be taking everything? When Count Kaelan's representative plucked up his courage to ask, Camel lightly shook his head. I will share with those who made contributions in this battle. The Guardians of the Holy Cross will only take my share. Then it will be divided by exactly 6. 4 out of the 5 heroes of Paragon Camel, Landius, Lena, and Velkian would get their shares, and Jude and Cordelia would both have their shares. Don't worry. The Guardians of the Holy Cross will be responsible for transportation to the mainland. I see. Since Camel was their opponent, the representative couldn't no longer push it further. Furthermore, it was hard to criticize ethically the Guardians of the Holy Cross for pocketing a share since they also participated in this battle. If that's the case, we'll have no choice but to collect an intermediary fee. After all, they would have to go through merchants to dispose of Malekith's body. The heroes of Paragon were most likely to go through the Guardians of the Holy Cross that had Camel, but it might be possible to somehow coax Jude and Cordelia, who were nobles of the kingdom. Then, don't we have the most advantage? Marquis Offend recalled the face of his youngest daughter who participated in the battle. Jude and Cordelia were close friends with Kajsa, so they had the most advantage among the 7 southern families. And Camel saw the 7 southern families being split with joy and sorrow, so he smiled a little. Because it was clear to him what they were thinking inside. But it won't be easy, because the black-hearted Jude was their opponent. Anyway, I am relieved. It was easy to convince them, because the ones here were probably the warriors of their families. No one was so reckless as to insist even in the face of the obvious truth. Landius and Lena will like it. And Master Velkian as well. Just because the 3 wandered around did not mean that they did not have any material wants. In the first place, it took a lot of money to wander around the continent. Moreover, in Velkian's case, he would be more than happy to receive it because he was used to spending astronomical amounts of money for experiments. Or he could just use it as material for his experiments. In any case, he had done his part in securing Malekith's corpse. Then let's discuss the rest. Camel completely changed the topic, and the 7 southern families took a deep breath and discussed about their withdrawal and the transportation of the prisoners of war. 2 days later in the afternoon. At a bedroom in a luxury inn in Argon Port, or to be exact, above the bed. Next to Jude, who was lying on bed in patient clothing, was Cordelia, who was also wearing a patient's clothes. How are you feeling? I am fine. It's still a bit hard to use my energy, but all my external wounds are okay. As a result of using both yin and yang energies, Jude's body was in a bad state. Because unlike Cordelia, who simply exhausted her mana, his body and mind were affected. So you're better now? Of course. I have the sphere of life inside me, right? I will need some time to recuperate, but it'll definitely get better. Hee, that's good. Cordelia gently smiled in her relief, and Jude also smiled with her. More than that, what about you, Cordelia? I am fine. My mana has been restored. My body is just feeling a little weak, but it'll get better with some rest. Cordelia raised her biceps as if to show it, and Jude smiled. All he saw was her trying to flex the non-existent muscles of her smooth arm, but anyway, her being healthy and fine was good. Moving on, we defeated Malekith. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words. Ancient black dragon Malekith. In the game, he was the incarnation of destruction that not only devastated Argon Port, but also the entire southern region of the Slen Kingdom. Was it possible only in the latter half of the game? Yeah, maybe it's the biggest change in the game's storyline that we've made. Defeating Malekith was only possible at the very end of the game's storyline. Moreover, his power was comparable to a demon prince, which the Lord Protector, or the Great Demon Creamler, a being who was supposed to appear in the north, were no match against. The Slen Kingdom will not fall now, because they had removed all the factors that could cause its ruin. The northern regions survived, and the wild lands that was originally supposed to be the invaders were now their strong allies. Although the royal capital suffered a great disturbance, the royal family itself remained strong. And due to the Lord Protector, the current King Henry II was reborn as a wiser and more powerful king, unlike the original storyline. Malekith and the Dragonflights, who had the power to topple not only the south, but also the entire Slen Kingdom, were defeated and disappeared before they could even properly revolt. They who were said to be invincible were destroyed. At Jude's words, Cordelia smiled in happiness again before she leaned her upper body against the side of the bed and said, "We've already prevented 2 of the 7 major calamities. Now, there are only 5 left." In the game, the Empire collapsed in front of the 7 major calamities, but it would be different this time. The number of calamities had been decreased, and a kingdom that could fight it together was still present. Yeah, so perhaps from now on, things that we really don't know about will happen. A great upheaval was needed to bring about the great summons, the fall of the Slen Kingdom and the Empire, the chaos caused by the 7 major calamities, the despair brought about by Malekith in the south. The great summons occurred in the game's storyline once all these conditions were met. The one who would cause the great summons in the game, it was slightly different depending on the route, but either way, they won't stand still. They would try to create a new upheaval that we have no knowledge of. And that upheaval was more likely to occur in the Empire than in the Kingdom, because you need an ember to start a fire. There were no more embers left in the Slen Kingdom, and perhaps the demon followers would now begin to feel burdened by Jude and Cordelia's existence. The two had been involved in all the failed things they had planned for nearly a year. Then Jude, are we going to the Empire when you're all better? Maybe, because they had to meet the playable characters from the Empire side, including the protagonist, Maximilian. But we're going to move a little differently than before. Until now, we only knew that a big danger was going to happen, and we're a bit passive in our preparations for that, right? Yes, we did. Yeah, but this time, it's our turn to attack. We are now different from before. Cordelia tilted her head at Jude's words, but soon understood what he meant. Because we have strength and power? Bingo. We also have wealth and connections. If Jude and Cordelia from nearly a year ago had talked about the demon followers, no one would have listened to them. In fact, even in the kidnapping case of the children from the 12 northern families, they had to use all their means to mobilize the knights. But it was different now. Jude himself was Count August Bayer, and Cordelia was Countess August Chase. They also had a fief and a fortune that was not there yet, but would soon be theirs. Was that all? The two were also closely related to the royalty who led the kingdom. There's also the 5 heroes of Paragon. The two weren't who they were almost a year ago. It was now possible for them to directly attack the headquarters of the demon followers within the Slen Kingdom. Heh, I like it. I like attacking first. When Cordelia had a dark smile, Jude also had a dark smile and nodded his head. Once we clean up the kingdom, we'll invade the Empire next. Based on our past experience, it may be possible to block some of the 7 major calamities earlier. They needed to get rid of it before it becomes a calamity. Should we take those items in the meantime? Of course. They had to secure Ultimate 4 Magic Blaster, the last one in the Ultimate series that had no owner yet. In addition, they had to get the Archimen series and collect the slates pointing to Gallus' tomb. They had to get the protection of the fairies too. We're going to be busy, but we'll be free for a while. In the game, there was quite a peaceful period of time after the Slen Kingdom was destroyed. Yes, that's right. Let's get some rest for now. Being healthy comes first. Let's postpone training for now, okay? Yes, I will. Cordelia smiled again when Jude answered obediently and suddenly wiggled her fingers as she glanced around. Jude and Cordelia were the only people in the large bedroom. And so, Cordelia bit her lips a few times before her hand reached out to grab Jude's sleeve. Cordelia? Instead of answering Jude's question, Cordelia just pulled his sleeve more, and Jude coughed as he saw Cordelia's face that had suddenly turned red. The reason Cordelia was wiggling her fingers, the cause of her blushing face and sleeve pulling as if she was begging. Jude coughed and suppressed his embarrassment, but he eventually laughed, because Cordelia's actions were very cute. So Jude asked in a slightly playful and low voice, "Do you want to do it?" Cordelia's face grew even redder. But instead of getting angry or swearing as usual, she lightly nodded her head and then pulled his sleeve as she gazed at him with affection. Ahem, ahem. Jude, who was sitting down with legs crossed, looked around unconsciously before grabbing Cordelia by her hand, and Cordelia climbed on the bed and drew closer to Jude. The two then shared a kiss on the lips. Light and soft, but it soon became serious and passionate. And Jude was forced to admit, Cordelia was also a genius. In just 2 days, she was perfectly attacking Jude herself. As Jude gently stroked Cordelia's back, Cordelia hugged Jude's neck and attacked him more aggressively. The two had not progressed further from kissing yet and just stopped there, but they had significantly improved in many ways compared to 2 days ago. And 1 minute, 2 minutes the moment when they longed for and attacked each other. Jude and Cordelia were both startled and stopped moving at the same time, because while the two had been preoccupied with each other, they had felt a small presence beyond the door. But who came? Even after waiting, the door did not open. Rather, it seemed like the small presence had left. Was it just a passerby, or a small animal? However, Jude did not entertain his thoughts any longer, because Cordelia became active in her offensive again after the presence disappeared. At this rate, he would be completely defeated. I don't know the criteria for winning or losing, though. Anyway, I can't lose. Jude tightened his hug around Cordelia's waist and held the back of Cordelia's neck as he changed their positions. From being the one in the dominated position to being the one in the dominating position, Jude launched his offensive. And as the battle of the two continued, ahem, ahem, ehem, ehem, the two people outside the door. The two counts looked at each other after having hastily hid their presence with silent magic. Unlike Scarlet, the two were mindful of the situation, so they conveyed their intentions with their eyes, hand gestures, and message magic instead of suddenly opening the door. Let's have some tea. Let's come back in an hour or so. Count Bayer and Count Chase. The two counts who had arrived late carefully left the hallway, and half an hour later, when the two counts were sitting face to face in a cafe on the first floor of the luxury inn and continuing their heated discussion about children names, someone knocked on the door of Jude and Cordelia. Chapter 270 Victory 3 Terms used in this episode. Executor Sword. This is a reference to a myth-rank equipment called Jin Myung Hwang's Conduct Sword in the MMORPG, Lineage 2. This sword is known to be expensive because of its long and complicated crafting process, to the point that it became a term in other games, in Korea, for any sword or equipment that is extremely hard to craft. Even a well-behaved cat would first head to the fireplace, a proverb similar to a fair face may hide a foul heart. It means that even if a person looks and acts good, they may still do or think of something bad. There were no specific regulations prohibiting members from dating or marriage in the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Therefore, there were many married people who had children like Carmen, and there were many members who were interested in dating like Manuel. Fufu. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Carmen and Manuel silently laughed as they faced Jude lying on the bed with disheveled clothes yet had a rather shameless look, and Cordelia, who was sitting on a chair by the bed but had even more disheveled clothes as she slightly avoided their gaze. Their clothes are a mess. Lady Cordelia has some marks on her neck and clavicle. Manuel and Carmen only spoke to themselves as they studied the other side's gaze and facial expressions. Cordelia wiggled her fingers as she turned away her blushing face, while the brazen Jude stretched out his hand and grasped Cordelia's hand. Lady Cordelia is flustered, but her facial expression says that she likes it. A shy but somehow joyful no, a proud expression. She looked very cute with her head down as she slightly turned her gaze to look at Jude, and then turned her eyes again at their clasped hands before giggling. We have to hurry and get out of here. We have to finish this quickly. Carmen and Manuel thought the same despite not exchanging glances, so the two proceeded with their topic. This is the statement that General Camille told us to deliver. Manuel handed over some documents to Jude, who was sitting on the bed. The documents contained information on the distribution of Malekith's corpse, which was the biggest loot from the battle, and also included the transportation and storage costs. As expected, this statement is very much like Camille. Camille had an upright personality, so the loot was distributed accurately according to one's contribution. He also attached the calculation formula and the basis for how he calculated one's contributions. We have the biggest share. Individually, Landius had the largest share, but the two had the biggest share when combined. Moreover, Jude and Cordelia's shares were not significantly smaller than that of Landius in the first place. If Landius had 10, Jude and Cordelia had 9 each. As expected of Camille, he included in one's contributions not only the battle with Malekith himself, but also the process that led to this battle. As a result, the shares of Jude and Cordelia naturally grew. We dealt the last hit. Jude passed the documents to Cordelia, who was looking at him with curious eyes and a happy smile, and sent her a message magic. We also have the largest stake in the dragon heart. Really? Yes, really. It's written on the last page. At Jude's words, Cordelia quickly turned to the last page, and her smile grew bigger as if a flower had bloomed. It's real. The dragon heart of an ancient dragon. It was not in perfect condition. The dragon heart had been exposed to the destructive power that came from Ascalon, so it broke and shattered into pieces. But still, it was the dragon heart of an ancient dragon. Each piece was like a powerful magic weapon that had tremendous power. Haha. What will I do with this? What shall I make with these pieces? Cordelia couldn't stop smiling as she imagined it, because this was reality now. Hooray for reality. Reality is the best. If this was a game, if this was Legend of Heroes 2, the loot one could get from defeating Malekith was quite few. Something like that. But that was not the case in reality. All of Malekith's corpse could be taken. Even after getting a full set, it seems like we can form an army wearing dragon equipment from the remaining loot. Cordelia smiled and spoke via message magic, and Jude nodded right away. That's right. In the game, one had to work with guilds in order to get at least 2 myth-rank dragon equipment. Yes, that's why I like it. Cordelia couldn't control her excitement as she even trembled. Myth-rank dragon equipment. Those could only be made from the parts of an ancient dragon, so they were the most expensive items among the crafted items. It was the so-called Executor sword in Legend of Heroes. Malekith was the only ancient dragon to have appeared directly in Legend of Heroes 2. Therefore, it was impossible to craft a myth-rank dragon equipment in single-player mode, because it's not something you only collect once. However, it was not easy to craft it even if one played in multiplayer mode. Malekith received various adjustments in multiplayer mode, and he was a raid boss that was difficult to defeat even with a guild full of rotten waters who were fully prepared. The drop rate for materials was also ruthless no matter how many times one defeated Malekith, just like in single-player mode. It's something that a huge guild can only decide to craft, as it also takes a year to make. Therefore, even Outboxer 9 and Yellowstorm, who were the most rotten among the rotten waters, had only known of its existence, but never actually owned any myth-rank dragon equipment. But this is reality now. We defeated Malekith only once and got its full body. How many times would we have to defeat Malekith in order to get this amount from the game? 100 times? 200 times. Haha, phew. Jude and Cordelia exchanged dark smiles as they rejoiced once more. Even if it was not myth-rank equipment, it seemed like they could do a lot with the amount they would receive. We're going to have a lot of money. The parts of an ancient dragon was pretty much the final boss in terms of scarcity. Even one small scale was expensive. Are we going to be really rich? We won't be just rich as well be as rich as conglomerates know, maybe we'll even be as rich as oil magnates. I am so happy. It makes me very, very happy. Money can't buy happiness? Not true. Those who lack money can be happy. Cordelia was so happy that she trembled, and Jude turned to Carmen and Manuel before saying, "Thank you very much. Please relay our gratitude to Camel too." "We will." And as stated in the statement, it will take a considerable amount of time to transport Malekith and the Dragonflight's corpses from the island to the mainland. We estimate it to be at least 7 days. Yes, we understand that it will take time. In fact, it would only take 3 days if all the 7 southern families stepped forward, but Camel did not trust the 7 southern families. The reason why they were able to lead the 7 southern families was because of the common enemy named Malekith and of Carlo's legacy, Dragon's Sword Escalon. Now that Malekith was defeated, it was impossible to completely trust the 7 southern families. It may take time, but the most reliable method is to call the knights from the Guardians to deal with it from start to finish. Jude nodded again before he impulsively pinched the cheek of Cordelia, who was still imagining happy thoughts, and then he turned to Carmen and Manuel, who were quick-witted enough to not drag it any longer. "Then we'll be on our way. I hope you two have a great time." "A great time." Carmen snickered as she quickly left with Manuel, and Jude applauded in his mind the two for their quick-wittedness. "Jude." "Yes, Cordelia." Cordelia giggled and crawled back onto the bed instead of continuing to talk. She lied next to Jude and closed her eyes, snuggling into his arms. Their heartbeats and body temperature. Their smell that tickled the tip of their noses. Jude kissed Cordelia's head before he stretched out his hand and hugged Cordelia by the shoulder. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling Cordelia's warmth and softness. "It feels really nice, just lying like this. It's okay if we rest like this for a few days. Because we'll be really busy in the future." They had to build facilities and hire craftsmen needed to mass-produce dragon equipment, find the legendary craftsmen who could make myth-rank dragon equipment, and other things they had to do with the money they would get in the future. He decided to forget all of it for a while. Jude cleared his thoughts and only focused on Cordelia, who stroked Jude's chest and smiled again. "Good night." "Yeah, good night." It was still daytime, and there was still some time before nighttime. But Jude and Cordelia whispered that to each other and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later in the morning, Count Bayer and Count Chase faced each other with satisfaction. Because after 3 days of heated discussion, they succeeded in condensing the list of candidates for grandchildren names into 10. 5 names for boys and 5 names for girls. Well, shall we call it a day? Fine, we have a lot of other important things to do. The two of them got up from their seats and moved to the downtown area of Argonne Port. It was to look at baby items that was as important as baby names. And at the same time, unlike Jude, who was still lying in bed, Cordelia looked healthy as she chased after Kadsa and Scarlet while wearing a disguise. She was tightly hugging a paper bag to her chest. She looks like a squirrel with a lot of food in its mouth, and was in a hurry for fear that someone might steal it. As Scarlet smiled happily like a mother, Kadsa snickered and said, "Let me know if you need more later. I'll show you where there's even better stuff." Thank you." When Cordelia shyly thanked her, Kadsa said with a furtive no, a sly smile, "It will be a good study material." A study material. A very good study material. In fact, Scarlet didn't quite agree with that, because Kadsa's taste was very bad for studying. "Focus on the things I recommend rather than what Kadsa recommended, okay." "What the hey, what you recommended is too plain, okay." "What do you mean by plain?" "And you, I told you to call me Unnai, right?" Scarlet and Kadsa began to argue, but Cordelia did not intervene. Because she had seen this scene every day for the past few days, and she just wanted to go back to the inn as soon as possible. "I know the way from here on out. Thank you very much for today. I'll see you two tomorrow." Cordelia bade farewell to her friends, or to be exact, her Unniz, and she skipped towards the inn while Scarlet and Kadsa, who were arguing, then laughed out loud. Even a well-behaved cat would first head to the fireplace. You're right. Argonne Port, as well as the South No, the entire Slen Kingdom, was buzzing with the news of the ancient dragon's defeat. And one of the people who actually defeated Malekith was thinking of something completely different. "Well, they'll have a great time, right?" "Yeah, a great time. You speak as if you've had a great time yourself." "Hey, what do you mean by that? What are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about." Kadsa growled when Scarlet laughed, and Cordelia ignored the commotion behind her no. She was not paying attention to them in the first place, so she hastened her steps. and around 10 minutes later. Upon arriving at the inn, Cordelia quickly entered the room and took out the contents of the paper bag. Audiovisual materials recommended by Kajsa and books recommended by Scarlett. Cordelia first opened the book that Scarlett recommended, titled 70 Shades of Abyss in yellow letters on a red cover, because she was very interested about the part she had seen at the bookstore earlier. Gulp. After glancing around, she opened the cover and focused on reading. You. As she read each and every sentence, Cordelia let out a strange sound as her legs lightly shook. Her cheeks were red and her breathing was getting rough, but she couldn't take her eyes off the letters, because vivid images were being drawn in her mind. Really? For real? They seriously did this. Things that she never imagined. And that was why it was so exciting. Cordelia swallowed hard again before briefly imagining it in her mind. The male lead as Jude, and the female lead as Cordelia herself. If I reproduce the scene that I just read, Cordelia inwardly screamed. No, she had no choice but to actually let out a sound with her voice, because she heard someone knocking from the door. Cordelia, may I come in? Ah, yes. Cordelia closed the book loudly and jumped up from her seat as she almost fell down, but she wasn't called a beast for nothing. She managed to somehow balance herself while hiding the book behind her back, and pretended to be as calm as possible. No, she faced Jude with a red face as she sweated profusely. What's the matter? Cordelia pretended to be fine, but it was only for a short while, because the scenes she had just read began to fill her mind the moment she faced Jude. And Jude, who knew what Cordelia was thinking just by looking at her eyes, coughed and looked away. And that was why he found Kajsa's recommendations sticking out of the paper bag on the table. Ahem. He pretended to not have seen it. He also pretended to not know what Cordelia was desperately hiding behind her back, because privacy was important. Jude? Yes, Thada, we got a message while you were out. A message. Yes, some, but not all of them, will be arriving at the port soon. Wow, really? When Cordelia brightly asked, Jude nodded his head and continued. Yes, so let's meet them soon. The dwarven craftsmen living in Argon Port. They were the ones who had been struggling to meet Jude and Cordelia for the past 3 days. Please, just one scale. No, only 2 scales. If possible, some teeth, please. Because it was none other than an ancient dragon. For the dwarves who were artisans since birth, these were all the material of their dreams. Then, we'll have an advantage. It won't be just an advantage. Jude would simply sell it at a higher price. He did not have such a one-dimensional thought. He was going to get much more than that. You look absolutely evil. Isn't it a trustworthy smile? Yes, a really good one. The dwarven craftsmen who lived in Argon Port. Before they meet the legendary craftsman who was able to craft myth-rank dragon equipment, they needed to cleverly talk to know, they needed to coax some friends. Then, I'll be waiting outside. Yes, I'll be out soon. Jude left the room, and Cordelia breathed out in relief before she quickly hid the red book under the bed. And around an hour later, Jude's plot, his deal that would have a huge impact not only for the dwarven artisans of Argon Port, but also for the 7 southern families, finally began. Chapter 271 Master Craftsman. 1. Adendorf was a dwarven craftsman. He was one of the 100 dwarven craftsmen living in Argon Port, but he was a very special dwarf. Having a white and fluffy beard and thick arm muscles, he was much taller than other dwarves by a whopping 1 handspan. A man who was said to be one of the most handsome dwarves. But there was one more thing that made him special. Guild Master, if we don't do anything this time. At the next election for the Guild Master's position, Adendorf frowned at the words of the restless dwarven craftsman in front of him, his nephew, Mariendorf, who was more like a merchant than a craftsman. I know, you punk. I know that very well. Dwarf Guild Master. The leader of the Dwarf Craftsman Guild, representing the rights and interests of all dwarven craftsmen living in Argon Port. The Guild Master was not a position anyone could have. They had to possess skills that all meticulous and proud dwarven craftsmen would acknowledge, and must be wise and intelligent enough to deal with the timid and clever humans. In addition, they had to maintain a dignity befitting a guild master, so they had to have more than a certain level of assets, and the dwarf guild master must look different from other dwarves, so they had to have a good-looking face too. And most importantly, they must be popular. After all, A guild master's popularity among the dwarven craftsmen was very important because it was an elected position. In any case, since the position of guild master could only be climbed after completing these difficult conditions, there were many things that needed to be taken care of when one became a guild master, from small ones to big ones. 9 years. Adendorf had been the guild master for at least 9 years, but he was worried about the next election. As it had many benefits, there were also many competitors aiming for the guild master position. But his worries was because of the guy called Tandal from a wizard family who had recently become extremely popular. Even if he was wrong, Tandal was someone who was eagerly looking for a chance to strike him, so if he made a mistake here, it was clear that Tandal would immediately clamor that he be impeached or something. Ah, SHT. This is driving me nuts. The dwarven craftsmen at Argon Port had already gone crazy over the corpse of a common adult dragon. But what about an ancient dragon? The corpse of an ancient dragon that was even called a godlike being. I want it. I really, really want to have it. Adendorf was a craftsman before he was a guild master. He wanted to make a weapon or something from the ancient dragon's claws, scales, and teeth, something that he wanted to touch at least once in his life, something that was normally untouchable for dwarves. Perhaps it will become my life's masterwork. The so-called masterpiece, proof that he was born and raised as a craftsman who lived life without any regrets. However, the problem was that the deal was not going as wanted, so Mariendorf was stomping his feet repeatedly. Mariendorf, are you sure that there are no other methods? When he asked in frustration, Mariendorf took a deep breath and answered, Yes, Guild Master. The only way we have now are Count August Bayer and Countess August Chase. There were 6 people who had the rights to the ancient dragon's corpse: Ghostblade Camel, Iron Man Landius, Holy Angel Lena, Necromancer Velkian, Count Jude August Bayer, the Swordless Swordsman, and Countess Cordelia August Chase, the Explosion Angel. This is seriously driving me nuts. Ghostblade Camel was a general of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and that organization had its own craftsman group. Therefore, Camel had no intention of selling even a small piece of the ancient dragon's scales. All of it would be processed within the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Velkian is said to be in the royal capital. The physical distance was so great that even meeting up for a deal was impossible. The Iron Man and Holy Angel have said that they would entrust it to the Ghostblade. 4 out of 6 were gone, so only 2 were left. However, these 2 were known throughout the kingdom as the couple of the century, so there was actually only one person in the negotiating table. What am I supposed to do here? Since there was only one supplier, it was impossible to adjust prices or meet the conditions based on different suppliers. Moreover, what the 2 had was the corpse of an ancient dragon, the ultimate in scarcity. One could not establish a market price in the first place, as even the smallest scales were worth a fortune. How am I supposed to make a deal with all these? The craftsmen, instigated by Tandal, were pestering him to obtain it no matter what because they all wanted it, but the couple of the century had refused all of their requests for a deal. Are they trying to raise the price? Surely, Count August Bayer and his wife are not going to hand it over to the Guardians of the Holy Cross, right? Guild Master, the 2 are still engaged and not married. Aren't they like a married couple, though? No, you punk. Does that matter now? Still, it's hard to even call him by his last name, August Bayer. Ahem. Anyway, this deal must be successful. Otherwise, the next Guild Master election will surely, I know, you punk. Now that I see it, this guy's not trying to come up with a plan, he's just playing hard to get. He's not doing this for no reason, he just wants to increase the numbers. Isn't it? When Adendorf became angry, Mariendorf sweated profusely, so he wiped his shiny forehead with a handkerchief and said, Anyway, uncle. No, Guild Master. Unlike before, Countess Cordelia August Chase will also appear at today's meeting, so it will be little different, right? Rumor has it that Count Jude August Bayer will listen to anything that Countess Cordelia August Chase has to say. So rather than Count Jude August Bayer, Countess Cordelia August F. Seeking SHT? No more, I don't want to call them by their full names. We're the only ones here after all. Whoa, calm down. Who anyway, are you saying that well target the girl? Like bribe her with a necklace or something? That's not a bad idea. There's a story about dwarves offering a necklace to a goddess and experiencing heaven, right? It was a story of 1,000 years ago, when gods actually walked on Earth. Okay, that's good. We have to come up with a plan somehow, so let's take everything and go. If we take everything that we have, I am sure the Countess will find something that she will like. Having made a decision, Adendorf headed to the luxury inn, the meeting place, with lots of luggage. And an hour later. That's hard. As I've said several times, we have no intention of selling it. Count Jude August Bayer. He was very young by human standards, and by dwarf standards, he was a very young kid who was still wet behind the ears, but he was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Neither Jude nor the Bayer family could be taken lightly. His father is a sword saint, his older brother is one of the 10 great swordmasters, and he is the hero who saved the royal family. What's with this ridiculous family? Moreover, he was no longer the hero who saved the royal family. He was also the great hero of the South who killed an ancient dragon slayer, the benefactor of the royal family, a rising star in the Guardians of the Holy Cross, the only disciple of Iron Man Landius, said to be the strongest man in the world. Crazy even people like him don't appear in hero stories. It wasn't just him and his family that were outstanding. His fiancée and her family were prominent people too. The youngest commander in the history of the Royal Guard Magic Corps, the Magic Tower Master of the Red Dawn Tower, and a famous wizard scholar who had published several papers at the Royal Society. It was the background of Countess Chase, the fiancée of Jude August Bayer. There were rumors that his fiancée, Cordelia Chase, was not even a human but an angel, a real angel. Ugh, she's beautiful, really beautiful. Adendorf glanced back at Cordelia, who was sitting next to Jude with a smile, and he took a deep breath to calm his heart that had begun to pound. Perhaps because she was a real angel, Adendorf's aesthetic sense kept going crazy. In his mind, Adendorf wanted to make at least one statue with Cordelia as a model right now, but he had to be patient for now. What really mattered was the corpse of the ancient dragon. Count August Bayer, please reconsider. I apologize. Again, I have no intention of making a deal. Adendorf took another deep breath when Jude waved his hand as if he found it difficult too, because he could roughly guess Jude's innermost thoughts. You be-starred, it's not that you don't really want to make a deal. He could tell by the expression, gaze, and attitude that his opponent was a sly fox. Adendorf was a guild master of 9 years after all. He was able to see through the other at once. FCK it, why must every guy I face to make a deal always be this heartless? Count Jude August Bayer is willing to make a deal. He's just doing this in order to get a more favorable deal for him. I really want to beat him up. But I can't. Because it's an ancient dragon. Because it's an ancient dragon. Adendorf held back his irritation and opened his mouth again, in order to say something. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Guild Master Adendorf. Yes. Oh, yes, go ahead. Jude was the first to speak up. As Adendorf quickly clasped his hands and took a listening posture, Jude spoke with a smile that looked very beautiful. But for Adendorf, it was a smile that made him want to punch Jude. As I've said before, it's impossible to sell the parts of the ancient dragon to the Dwarf Craftsman Guild. However, Adendorf felt impatient upon hearing Jude's last word, but he endured it and persevered. It seemed that Jude's true innermost thoughts would soon be revealed. What is it? What the hell is it? Are you trying to ask for a really outrageous price? But it wasn't. Rather than doing something as shallow as raising the price, Jude said something completely different. It may be possible in a different way. Not in the buying and selling things way, but in another form of transaction. What kind of deal are you talking about? Actually, it's not a deal in a way. It's more like a contract. Contract. Normally, one had to write a contract when making a transaction, but what he meant was a little different from that. Adendorf narrowed his brows and waited for the next words, and Jude continued with the dark smile that Cordelia liked so much. My offer is as follows. The next afternoon, a huge commotion arose among the dwarves gathered at the guild hall. What? The guild master is gathering people to relocate? Didn't he originally go there to buy it? Wait, rather than that, are you saying that they're leaving Argonport? Where are they going? Why all of a sudden? It was true. The guild master had originally gone there to buy things, but he came back with a strange public announcement that said, Great migration plan to the north. The Baranto family led by Adendorf will be leaving the south, and moving to the fief of Count August Bayer in the north, which lies exactly at the border between the central and southern regions. Anyone who wants to go with us must submit an application for migration to the Baranto family. Northwards, the Guildmaster's family is leaving. He's abandoning Argonport and the Guildmaster position. It was unbelievable. It took over 200 years for the Baranto family to take root in Argonport. They had built up so many things, yet they were all willing to simply throw that away. But he's really leaving. He's already packing up. It was true. Adendorf and the entire Baranto family was preparing to leave for the central region. What the hell is going on? What is actually happening? And the answer was revealed by Mariendorf, who was sent by the Baranto family. What? A city of ancient dwarves? Swordseeker, the group of dwarves who pursued the ultimate sword, an underground city built by one of them, the Blackhorn Guild. They were attracted. They couldn't help but be attracted. According to the story, many facilities of the Blackhorn Guild still remained. The art of the ancient dwarves, the now lost golden civilization. The hearts of the dwarven craftsmen were pounding. A city built by the ancient dwarves. They would live there, creating new works with the tools of the ancient dwarves. The Guildmaster is said to be the mayor of the ancient city. Well, it's worth moving to then, because it was a higher position than the Guildmaster position. Moreover, it wasn't just a city. It was none other than a city built by the ancient dwarves. But does it really exist? None of us have seen it. No, but what matters is the source. Do you seriously think Count August Bayer would lie? No. He was an ancient dragon slayer and national hero who saved the royal family. There was no way such a person would deceive them with that. Are you really going then? Are you leaving Argonport? Wait, what about the ancient dragon? Who's going to negotiate then? Or rather, are you saying that the Guildmaster is just going to leave and ditch his responsibilities? While the dwarves murmured among themselves, Mariendorf delivered one more information. It was information that made the dwarven craftsmen, and even Tandal from a wizard family, decide to move. A free supply of ancient dragon parts? No, wait, it's not a supply. We've just been hired to do it. They were hired by Count August Bayer to live in an ancient dwarven city and respond to Count August Bayer's requests. If you're employed, what else is there to it? How is it different from now? Yeah, that too. They had been currently making a living by responding to the requests of the 7 southern families. Migration to the center. A city of ancient dwarves. The scales, claws, and teeth of an ancient dragon. Then, let's go. That's right, let's go. Let's go. LETSGO. Almost all of the dwarven craftsmen began packing their bags to migrate. In fact, the dwarf workshop, one of the major industries in the Argonne port area, was entirely leaving. Naturally, this news spread throughout the south within a day, and one of the 7 southern families, Viscountess St. Crute, reacted to it the most. They're leaving for the center. Dressed in a splendid and provocative red dress like always, Viscountess St. Crute blinked her eyes while looking bewildered. She had no choice but to do so. The dwarf workshop was the prey that Viscountess St. Crute was keeping an eye on. To be more specific, the situation was as follows. Originally, Count Luculia made the most money through the dwarf workshop, but the Luculia family fell in this Malekith incident. In short, now is the time to swallow the entire dwarf workshop. But the dwarf workshop is moving out altogether. They're leaving the south? Does that make any sense? What about the contract they had signed with us this time? What will they do with that? They've just signed the contract and nothing has been done, yet they just have to pay the penalty. What? One had to pay a penalty if they broke a contract. The situation was surprising, but also confusing. Are the dwarves leaving us a group? Who in the world is behind this? That Viscountess St. Crute's secretary wiggled his fingers and relayed the rumors he heard from the Dwarf Craftsman Guild, and the Viscountess clenched her teeth. Count August Bayer, how could you do this to us? Strictly speaking, the Dwarf Craftsman Guild did not belong to anyone, but how could he rip them off like this? If I could do as I please. She wanted to push them away with the power of the 7 southern families like usual. She also wanted to physically threaten the dwarves, but it was impossible, because her opponent was an ancient dragon slayer, because he was the disciple of Landius, a benefactor of the royal family, and a strong man said to become one of the 10 great swordmasters in the future. This son of a BTCH has everything, and his fiancé is an angel. Is he someone that came out of a hero storybook? Ah, seriously, even using a beautiful woman to lure him won't work. His fiancé was an angel, so something like that wouldn't work. She couldn't lure him with bribes. The moment the ancient dragon was defeated, the wealth of Count August Bayer surpassed that of Viscountess St. Croute. What about the dwarves? Is there any way to stop them? Well, what is it? Can we give them an ancient dragon thale? Just ignore us if we don't have ancient dragon parts at her secretary's words. Viscountess St. Croute patted her chest in her frustration. No, no. I was about to get my hands on the dwarf workshop. It was a good time to devour it. I am a bit sorry, at a totally different place. Jude turned to the direction of Viscountess St. Croute's mansion and said with a bitter smile. He was well aware of the fact that Viscountess St. Croute was targeting the dwarf workshop. However, we're doing all of this to save the world. The fight ahead was likely to be an all-out war against the demon followers. At the present, Jude and Cordelia needed a huge number of equipment that could arm a huge group. It's all right. Viscountess St. Croute is a bad person anyway. She uses her family's power to bully and pressure small merchants, doing a lot of bad things. The dwarves are much better off going with us. Cordelia's words were simple and honest, so Jude nodded his head. In fact, as Cordelia had said, Viscountess St. Croute was famous for her atrocities. Okay. That's a good enough reason then, for their cause of saving the world and the atrocities of Viscountess St. Croute. Considering the quality of life of the dwarves, this choice was the best. Anyway, it went well. If the dwarves start living in the ancient city, their territory's industry would naturally develop. Commerce would also develop once a lot of goods come and go. Then the young people will live well, right? The number of young people will also increase, because there would be many new jobs in the territory. It was clearly a simplistic idea, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. Anyway, we've solved one thing, so let's move to the other. Yes, that's fine. Cordelia gladly nodded at Jude's words before she suddenly turned her head into one direction. Their next goal? The person they must meet before leaving the South. The legendary master craftsman Cassius, the only person who could make myth-rank dragon equipment with the scales of an ancient dragon. In order to meet that person who was hiding deep in the South, they had to go through a difficult process, but Jude and Cordelia had no intention of doing that. You know where they live, right? Where Cassius lived in hiding. Yes, of course I know. Shall we go on horseback for a change? Okay, that's fine with me. Let's ride a horse. Cordelia willingly nodded her head, and Jude grinned before summoning his phantom steed. Of course, only one phantom steed and not two. Let's go. Yes, Count. Jude sat in the front while Cordelia was on the back. The phantom steed carrying the two of them soared into the air. Chapter 272 Master Craftsman 2 Cassius Dalton. As a craftsman one could meet at the end of Legend of Heroes 2, Cassius was the best person in Pleiades' background setting in terms of weapon crafting skills. Not much was known about Cassius. There was the fact that he was a man, and most likely an elf, and that he was obsessed with making the strongest sword, just like the ancient dwarves of Swordseeker. That's a little wrong. Cassius is not necessarily obsessed with swords. He just wants to make the strongest weapon. In fact, even that seems to have a slightly different meaning. I don't understand what you're talking about. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. So judging from our conversation with Cassius in the game, it's true that Cassius is seeking to create a powerful weapon, but it's not because he really wants to make the ultimate or the strongest, and not because he's seeking enlightenment or something. The dwarves of Swordseeker were craftsmen who sought the ultimate that they could never reach, but still wanted to reach. But Cassius was different. What he wanted was not the ultimate or the strongest, but a weapon with a certain level of power. It's just that his standard of a certain level is too high. Ah, I think I understand. I've read a manga like that. He just wants to be stronger than his father, but because his father is the strongest in the world, he decided to become the strongest in the world too. Is there a manga like that? Oh, there is. There was also a primitive man who slaughtered dinosaurs with his bare fists, and Miyamoto Musashi who was resurrected as a clone through voodoo magic. Okay. Jude had no idea what kind of manga she was talking about. The primitive man is Pickle, and Miyamoto Musashi was indeed a clone in that series. Anyway, the important thing is that Cassius is such a person who sought reality rather than the ideal. But in the eyes of Jude, he was an exhausted person. He had experienced failure several times, so he was exhausted, but he still kept moving forward towards his goal. The reason why he wanted a powerful weapon and what he intended to do with it was not revealed in the game. Because he appeared between the second and third episodes, the so-called Episode 2, 5, which could only be played in multiplayer mode, but did not appear in the third episode. It seems like he died or hid in a secluded place. His workshop, which had been filled with numerous weapons until Episode 2, 5, was empty in the third episode. Didn't he help fight Malekith in the game? He did. He was interested in making a weapon using the parts of an ancient dragon. In fact, there was already a weapon that used an ancient dragon as a material. Dragon's Sword Escalon. A sword made from the body and soul of an ancient dragon who hated dragons and possessed a formidable power. But Escalon's power can only be used against dragons. That's why Cassius stepped forward. Because he wanted a weapon that could unleash a powerful force against other opponents, instead of a weapon like Escalon that only revealed its power against dragons. To begin with, it seems like the person Cassius is trying to defeat with a weapon is not a dragon. Jude briefly pondered about it, but soon gave up thinking, because it was something he couldn't find an answer no matter how much he thought about it. Moving on, Cassius' reaction will be different compared to the game since we have so many materials. Yes, that's why I am very excited. Cordelia smiled and hugged Jude's waist a little tighter. It was a signal to speed up a bit. Unfortunately, Jude and Cordelia could neither speed up nor go to meet Cassius now. Just as they were about to leave Argonport, there was a call from the two counts, or to be exact, from Count Chase. "Where are you going in such a poor condition?" "At the Luxury Inn." Jude and Cordelia sat facing their fathers with a table in between them, and the two exchanged glances. Jude, is this an artifact with communication and tracking magic?" "Maybe. And you should know it better than me since you're a wizard, right?" "Arg, is that what's important now?" Cordelia lightly pouted her lips and fiddled with the thin bracelet she was wearing on her wrist. As soon as they met a few days ago, her father gave them a lot of things good for one's health, but it seemed like the real purpose was this monitoring bracelet. "I hate my dad. How could he do this to his daughter?" "Well, we have a previous record, so it can't be helped, right?" A previous record, because Cordelia had already run away from home several times. "Hey, it's only half." "No, almost all of those was because of you, okay. That's why I am wearing it too." When Jude gently lifted his other hand, Cordelia pouted again. "Cordelia, do you have any complaints?" No, I have no complaints, Dad." Cordelia answered in a barely audible voice, and Count Chase remained stern and solemn-looking. Count Bayer, who was next to him, said with a gentle voice, "There's no reason for you to run away again. I mean, you're still in the middle of your runaway. Isn't that right, Jude?" "That yes, Father." His words sounded gentle, but there was some sarcasm in it. When Jude replied and bowed his head as if he was ashamed, Count Bayer smiled and continued. "Anyway, Jude, where were you going?" "Cordelia and I were just thinking of strolling around the surrounding area. Like a night stroll." Jude, do we really need to lie about this? Now that I think of it, there's no reason to do so. He hid it without realizing, but now that he thought of it, there was no need to hide it. Perhaps if Scarlet and Kadsa had been present here, they would have accused him as a scammer. "I see. Anyway, Jude and Cordelia, the reason we called you here was because of the rumors circulating the port." "Rumors?" "Yes, you're trying to relocate all the dwarven craftsmen, right?" Count Bayer had a gentle look, and Count Chase had a pressuring look like always. However, Jude answered without hesitation because he already had something in mind. "Yes, Cordelia and I stopped by our fief for a while during our trip, and we found the ruins on an ancient dwarf city there." "What? A city ruin? Of ancient dwarves?" Count Chase's reaction was great since he was a wizard. Jude smiled and continued. "Yes, to be precise, it's the city of the Black Horn Guild, one of the 7 guilds of Swordseeker. We plan to relocate the dwarves there to revive the functions of the ancient city, the facilities of ancient dwarves and the craftsmanship of the present dwarves. And various rare materials from the ancient dragon and adult dragons were added to that. It seems like that business is going to be the foundation of your territory. Jude nodded at Count Bayer's words. It was clearly unlikely to be done as quickly as possible. There were bound to be various minor issues as always in reality. It's not very easy to bring a huge number of immigrants into the territory. It's not something that can only be solved by manpower. Moreover, you must keep in mind that you have not properly inspected your territory yet. To the extent that the actual state of your fief may be different from what it appears, do you understand what I am saying? Yes, father. I'll keep that in mind. As Jude replied politely, Count Bayer smiled and turned to Count Chase. If you have something to say it now. Ahem, I have a lot to say. Count Chase cleared his throat before straightforwardly asking, what exactly are you planning to do with the corpses of the ancient dragon and the adult dragons? It's not exactly a good situation, since you've got some great spoils. Those spoils are something that even the royal family will want. Count Chase's words were right. And that was why Jude had already finished thinking about those worrisome things. We will rely on the guardians of the Holy Cross for the transportation itself. And rather than selling the materials, I am planning to have the dwarven craftsmen work with it in our territory. A lot of people must have pressured you to sell it, right? This may sound a bit arrogant, but it's times like these that we use our connections. Like we're sending this and that to the royal family, so we don't want to sell it lest they get disappointed. Jude's current position was not low. He was a count with a fief, and the power of his father and future father-in-law was not small too. Jude himself would become one of the 10 great swordmasters in the future. So if he strengthened their relationship with the royal family, they wouldn't have a big problem. Even a duke would not be able to easily pressure Jude. I see, you have a plan like always, because you always have one too, father. Haha. Count Bayer and Jude exchanged some warm words, and Count Chase spoke again. Are you going to leave again in the next few days? Yes, we intend to do that. Master, Camelnim, and Lananim will also go with us to our territory. The heroes of Paragon? They could understand if it was Landius and Lena. The two of them didn't belong to any organization and would aimlessly wander around. But it was quite surprising to hear that Ghostblade Camel, a general of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, would also be joining them. Well, it's been decided that I'll be learning a bit from Camel too. In order to use both yin and yang energies properly, it was necessary for him to grow his extreme yin energy, so they needed Camel's martial arts for that. The Supreme Sun, divine art in contrast to the 12 snowflake sword art. According to the current plan, they would return to their territory and focus on recuperation and training for at least 3 months. The heroes of Paragon, Iron Man Landius and Ghostblade Camel. They did not belong to the 10 great swordmasters, but that was because they were not from the Slen Kingdom. They were humanity's strongest and incomparable existences. Sword monsters whom only the sword god and the Empire could compare to. Good, really good. Count Bayer had a bitter smile. The fact that Jude was being taught directly by the heroes of Paragon delighted him, but as a swordsman, he was disappointed. The sword of wind that was Count Bayer's swordsmanship. That was already too late for Jude. Because Jude had already flown with his own wings, it's regrettable. But it can't be helped. Moreover, Gal had already inherited the sword of wind. His successor was one of the 10 great swordmasters known as the Sword of Gale, so he couldn't exactly curse the heavens. Okay, then to summarize everything, you will return to your fief within the next few days and will receive training from the heroes of Paragon. In addition, the dwarves will migrate to the ancient city, and the ancient dragon's corpse will be transported by the guardians of the Holy Cross. You will also give a certain amount of it to the royal family. It is as you said. As Jude smiled, Count Chase grinned and continued. Then, let me and Count Bayer help you too. Jude, you are good at this sort of thing, but don't forget that you're still inexperienced. In other words, the two counts were willing to help with the management of their territory. I will keep that in mind, father-in-law. All right, because it was a good situation from Jude's perspective. Moving on, we have something to tell you this time. At Count Chase's words, Cordelia blinked her eyes and raised her head, because she thought that her fathers had something to say regarding the trouble they had caused here and there. Adelia and Gal have decided to get married. It's been originally planned, but they've now decided on a date. Wow, really? When is it? Count Chase responded with a smile to Cordelia's question. 4 months later. Wait a minute, wow, it'll be at springtime then? Yes. Adelia, a spring bride. Jude and Cordelia briefly imagined it and then brightly smiled. And then you're A next. We're A, because y'all be 18 soon after your birthday in a little while. Moreover, you're A both nobles with a count rank. At Count Chase's words, Cordelia blinked her eyes with a dazed face. So, according to what my father just said, of course, it's not right now. Adelia and Gal will get married first, and after that, we'll have to wait for a few months. But it's not so far into the future. At least 1 year in the future. The situation was sudden, but it was also something very natural. Cordelia blinked several times again. She took a slow and deep breath and grabbed Jude's sleeve out of habit. And at this sight, Count Bayer grinned while Count Chase snorted and smiled. Anyway, that's all for today. We'll be going now. Already? What else are we going to do sitting here? Count Bayer said as he prodded Count Chase to stand up and sent the two a wink. Jude tried to keep his composure as much as possible, but he was stiff for some reason, while Cordelia was blushing as she grasped Jude's sleeve. We'll be going, HMPH. Count Chase looked like he had more to say, but Count Bayer was adamant. After saying goodbye to Jude and Cordelia, they hurriedly left the room. And 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Hey, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. Cordelia turned to Jude, and so did Jude. They had seen each other's faces every day, but it was a little different now. The two had turned to each other at the same time. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Both of them coughed for no reason, but there was still something that did not change. Like Cordelia's hand gripping Jude's sleeve. Jude. Yes, Cordelia. We're next. So WL be getting married next, right? Cordelia faced Jude again, and so did Jude. Marriage? What came after the engagement? It was a natural sequence. But the feeling was different when she said it out of her mouth. When the two counts said it like that, their words came to the two differently. Cordelia's heart pounded. So did Jude's heart. Their eyes gazing at each other began to moisten in several ways, and a few seconds later, the moment when their lips were about to touch each other so naturally. Sorry, why do I always have bad timing? It's like someone's doing it to me on purpose. At the familiar voice, Jude quickly frowned while Cordelia looked at the window in surprise. Scarlet, yes, it's me, Pink Bomb. When Scarlet smiled and greeted her, Cordelia hurriedly got up and headed to her. What's the matter? I came to say goodbye. What? Goodbye? The shocked Cordelia reflexively grabbed Scarlet's hand, as if she didn't want to be separated from her. Calm down, Pink Bomb. It's not like we're saying goodbye forever. What? Yes, it will be just for a while. Around several months, I guess. Scarlet giggled and Jude spoke in a calm tone as though he had expected it to some extent. You're going back to the Empire? Yes, I've been thinking about it. There's nothing much I can do if I stay here. Scarlet shrugged and Cordelia quickly pulled her hand, saying, What about our match? You decided to fight me. Their match for the rogue master position, but Scarlet shook her head this time. Not now. Yes, I'll lose even if I tried, right? She had already known since her stay in the royal capital that she was simply behind in terms of power. But this time in the fight against Malekith, she realized it painfully. The world we live in is completely different. It was impossible for her to even stand shoulder to shoulder with them as she was now. So I have to become strong. I have to be strong enough to stand by their side. Scarlet could have collapsed and be frustrated by the huge gap, but she didn't. She continued as she pinched the cheek of Cordelia, who was looking at her in hesitation. I will go to the Empire and collect the remaining treasures of the Rogue Master. I'll also improve my skills. So the next time we meet, it'll be a real fight, okay? Yes, okay. I'll look forward to it. Yeah, be prepared as I'll surprise you. Scarlet said with a big smile at the end before she pulled Cordelia's other cheek and then kissed Cordelia's forehead. See you later, Pink Bomb. Yes, Scarlet Unnai. You call me Unnai only at times like this. Scarlet giggled and tightly hugged Cordelia. And Jude, who was watching them, erased the numbers in his mind that he had been counting unconsciously. I really have to go now. See you next time? Yes, Unnai. See you next time, by all means. Okay. Scarlet pressed her lips on Cordelia's forehead again before pinching Cordelia's cheek and then looking at Jude. Take care too, Black Cloak. Yes, you too, Scarlet. Her farewell to Jude was short and straightforward. Cordelia wiggled her fingers as if she wanted to hold on to Scarlett's sleeve, but Scarlett patted her cheek before going out through the window. She's gone. She left. Cordelia suddenly became sad as she had become attached to Scarlett. So Jude stood up and walked over to Cordelia. Don't be sad since we'll see her again in the Empire. And isn't it rather good? We'll be going to the Empire in a few months too. Yes, that's right. We're going to the Empire too. They would see Scarlett again in a few months. When Cordelia had a big smile, Jude slightly pinched her cheek on purpose. She was so cute that his hand had moved unconsciously. Besides, she's not even protesting these days. Have you gotten used to everyone pinching your cheeks that I originally started? Or is it because I am the one pinching it? Jude didn't think too much about it. He moved his hand that was pinching Cordelia's cheek and gently caressed it before his head naturally lowered towards her. Cordelia? Cordelia did not reply to his call. She simply stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Jude's neck as she stood on tiptoe. Early morning the next day. Jude secured Cordelia's position on his back before he kicked the ground. Due to their schedule, they had to meet Cassius today. Dawn merged Judelia, the sleepy Cordelia murmured, and Jude fixed her position again. Breathing in the cold dawn air, he flew like a gale towards the northwest where the master craftsman, Cassius, was hiding. Chapter 273, Master Craftsman Princess Daphne gazed out the window. The garden covered by snow last night was very white and beautiful. Perhaps it was the last snow of this winter. Although it was not as cold as the south that was adjacent to the sea, it was time for the central region and the royal capital to gradually become warm. Ya'll catch a cold, but winter was still winter. Prince Dion said as soon as he entered the room, prompting Princess Daphne to close the wide-open window and smile. Did you forget that I haven't had one since I was 5? The fact that you got sick at the age of 5 means that you can catch a cold too. Shouldn't you be careful? When Prince Dion spoke with a rather stern expression, Princess Daphne eventually chose to give up like always. Yes, you're right. You're right as always. That's a given. Princess Daphne smiled as she tidied up her clothes, thinking that it was fine if she lost. And it's all for me, right? Like most people, Prince Dion thought and acted according to his own priorities. Just as those who valued money strive to make money, and those who dreamt of the ideal strive to achieve it, Prince Dion worked hard for Princess Daphne. She was the center of his world, his most precious person in the world. As an older sister, it worries me at times. Even if he liked his older sister, he liked her too much. But Princess Daphne decided to not think deeply about it. For Prince Dion, Princess Daphne was not just an older sister, but the heir to the Slen Kingdom and the monarch whom Prince Dion would pledge his allegiance to. There's no reason for me to not like it, right? He was a nice and obedient little brother. So my little brother, let's work hard together no matter what the future has in store for us. Prince Dion furrowed his brows when Princess Daphne brightly smiled and kept to herself her thoughts. What is it? Is there something strange? No, none at all. And when she smiled and laughed foo-foo-foo, Prince Dion frowned more. But it was only for a short time. Prince Dion soon regained his composure, clearing his throat before saying, "Rather than that, older sister, have you heard of the news? If it's news, I hear about dozens of those and other things every day. But what you're talking about now are those 2 people, right?" Yes, I am talking about the news from the south. For the past few days, the royal capital had been buzzing with what had happened in the south. The resurrection of ancient black dragon Malekith. Malekith had never directly attacked the central region or the royal capital 300 years ago or now. But his notoriety that weighed down the entire south with fear also spread across the continent, because it's rare to find an evil dragon that has the same power as a god. Power and majesty. A godlike being that posed a direct threat to humans. When the news spread that his resurrection was imminent, anxiety and fear spread like wildfire throughout the royal capital. It would not have been this bad if it had been the usual, but the entire royal capital had been struck by a catastrophe just 2 months ago. Many people were afraid, from commoners to nobles alike. We must support the South. The battle against him must end in the South. We must not let him enter the royal capital. The one who raised his voice the most was Duke Balloa, the leader of the aristocrats. When the leader of the royalist faction, the Lord Protector Duke Antarius, who was now known as the Lord Traitor, disappeared along with his subordinates. The situation in the royal capital naturally tilted towards the aristocrat faction. And in the meantime, Duke Spencer, who belonged to the Dove faction, had no other choice but to step back from politics, because it was revealed that First Sword, Rune Froud, whom he had treated like an adopted son, was a traitor who joined hands with the demon followers. As things progressed like this, it was inevitable that the faction that held supremacy in the royal capital was the Hawks led by Duke Balloa. We were really on the verge of sending troops. An army led by the Royal Guard Magic Corps was prepared. It was almost close to a preparation for war, but fortunately, the day just before the army departed, good news came to the royal capital. Malekith had been defeated. Malekith is dead. It was a delightful news, but everyone in the royal capital did not believe the news for a while, because the news was so sudden and rather confusing. Even the Founder King couldn't do it. Founder King Lion D. Slen and the great hero of the South, Carlos. These two heroes could not even completely kill Malekith, so everyone was surprised to hear that Malekith died as soon as he was resurrected. It obviously doesn't make any sense, but what's surprising is surprising. Of the 5 heroes of Paragon, 4 of them participated in the battle that day, so they were not lacking in power. Landius, humanity's strongest warrior that even the heavenly voice recognized, and Camille, a swordsman comparable to the sword god. With the addition of Holy Angel Lena and Necromancer Velkian, it was no exaggeration to say that they were actually mankind's strongest party. Frankly, it makes my heart pound. A huge and mighty ancient dragon resurrected after 300 years, and humanity's strongest party fought against it. Moreover, the battle was truly legendary. A godlike giant monster that made everyone fear him by just his existence. A flesh golem that was over 100 meters tall. Dozens of lightning bolts struck from the sky, earthquakes shook the earth, and a violent storm that made it impossible for even the sirens to swim. There were dozens of reports about the battle that day, and although the nature of the stories slightly differed, they all had one thing in common. A sword of light that reached over 100 meters had destroyed Malekith's dragon breath from the front. A sword like the sun came down as it parted the dark sky. When she read the report, she found it hard to tell if this was part of a legend or a progress report of a real event, but everyone was saying the same things. It was not an illusion or dream. All of these happened in real life. Iron Man Landius. The heavenly voice only spoke the truth like always. The strongest man among humans. The strongest of all human beings living in this era. And those two, the young heroes who brought the true end to Malekith, was recorded at the end of the report. I was really surprised at first, because the names of those two came out of nowhere. She knew that they had left the royal capital, but never thought that they were fighting Malekith in the south. Furthermore, according to the reports that arrived one after another, they did not only dealt the last hit to Malekith. It's almost like they created the stage. Jude and Cordelia. The two brought together the heroes of Paragon. They found Ascalon and united the 7 southern families and made the situation advantageous by searching and defeating Malekith's subordinates who were secretly moving. How in the world did they get the sirens involved? The method was unknown, but it was clear that the Siren Queen had come to help the two. It's the same as the royal capital. No, in a sense, it was more outstanding than their actions in the royal capital. It's already the 3rd time. The 3rd time that the 2 people of destiny had saved the Slen Kingdom. First was the Wild Lands, second was the royal capital, and third was the South this time. Even the heavenly voice who always spoke to her was bewildered. No, it was obviously surprised at the actions of the two. It was the first time they expressed their emotions in their voice. The heavenly voice she had heard since she was a child. Sometimes there was only one voice, sometimes there were several voices, but it all had one thing in common. The fact that it was always a motherly and warm voice. But that was why she couldn't feel their emotions. However, it was different this time, because the heavenly voice was clearly surprised, an emotion other than warmth. Proof that the heavenly voice also had emotions. What exactly is going on? The 2 people of destiny made even the heavenly voice surprised. Can they see the future? Is that why they are as active as they are now? And if that is the truth, if those 2 can see the future, dangerous. That was not Princess Daphne's thoughts, but Prince Dion's. Prince Dion always felt anxious about everything he could not control. It will be fine, though. It was an unfounded thought, but Princess Daphne did not feel threatened by the two people of destiny. Rather, they were like blessings that the heavens gave to the Slen kingdom. I wish Dion could trust someone other than me. Moreover, those two are our benefactors who saved our lives, right? Heavenly Voice, please take good care of Dion. Princess Daphne prayed to the Heavenly Voice and then smiled when she saw Dion looking her way as he frowned. He seemed to be confused when she suddenly prayed instead of talking. Anyway, what else happened in the south? That is, the balance between the 7 southern families was destroyed by the changes in the south due to the migration of the dwarf workshop and the battle against Malekith. Is it those two again this time? Because those two tried to relocate the dwarves, and they handed Ascalon over to Marquis Offhand. Princess Daphne had an awkward smile at Dion's shining eyes, telling her to not be careless of the two, and she looked up the ceiling. But everything's fine, right? The southern region was likely to be a little noisy in the future, but it was not something that would shake up the entire kingdom. Moreover, events that could threaten the kingdom's existence had already occurred 3 times in a row. She wondered if another event would occur again. So you need to know where those two are going and what they are going to do. Do you understand what I mean? Princess Daphne lightly nodded her head Prince Dion's words and took the report lying on her desk. It was the report that recorded the most recent activities of the two. Princess Daphne was not wrong. The heavenly voices had emotions, and they were also surprised by what had happened one after another. Because while a being like Malekith existed, the power of Paragon's heroes who stopped such a Malekith exceeded the expectations of the heavenly voices. The heavenly voices were not equal. There was also a rank among those who spoke to Princess Daphne, and they had differences in power and ability. The highest among them, a woman who felt a great sense of discomfort, much more than the other heavenly voices. She looked down at the ground once more. In order to find the cause of her discomfort that kept bothering her, she traced the path of those two. On his return to the Empire, Maximilian changed his course and headed for the Forest of Eternity. Because the voice from a higher place desired it. The voice from a higher place that he had heard since his childhood. The voice always showed him the way. Where to go, what to do, who to meet, and who to attack. The voice from a higher place said to him to go to the Slen Kingdom. So Maximilian did. Following the voice from a higher place, he went to various parts of the kingdom to find ancient relics and cultivate his own strength. Ultimate 2 Divine Sword Balisarda. One of the most valuable and most powerful ancient artifact he ever obtained on his journey in the kingdom. But that was why Maximilian didn't know. The fact that there was more to the plan of the voice from a higher place. That not only Balisarda, but also Dragon Sword Ascalon was supposed to be given to Maximilian. The voice from a higher place looked at the Forest of Eternity through Maximilian's eyes. Something had changed here too. As the one who led the heavenly voices, the voice from a higher place felt a strong sense of discomfort. What happened? What is this sense of discomfort? And why is it related to the activities of the two people of destiny? I will follow your will. The voice from a higher place told Maximilian to enter the forest, and Maximilian obeyed her command like always. Maximilian de Avies, a being born with the greatest talent and the brightest potential among the humans. But why? What is this doubt? Why do I keep feeling uncomfortable? The voice from a higher place stopped thinking for a moment. Through Maximilian's eyes, she looked at the forest where the traces of the two remained. Cordelia had a dream. A small child sat down and a large screen spread out in front of her, and there were two people kissing on the screen. The man was Jude and the woman was Cordelia. But she wasn't looking back on what had happened the past few days. Jude's sword stabbed Cordelia's chest. Fresh blood flowed down along Cordelia's chin while tears ran down Jude's cheeks. The two shared their last kiss. What's going on? I don't think there's a scene like this in the game. When Cordelia became a demonic human, she no longer had any connection with Jude. Of course, they could have met and fought, but I don't think they ever had such a close relationship. It rained. Cordelia returned to a human from a demonic human rite before she died from the power of divine sword Balisarda, and she touched Jude's cheek once again. With a heavy breath, she left her last words. I am sorry. Cordelia smiled as she cried. She silently died in Jude's arms. It rained. The sound of rain swallowed up Jude's cries. The young Cordelia, who was looking at the screen, burst into tears as she felt really sad. A strange scene. A scene she didn't want to see, so Cordelia thought of Jude, the Jude of the present. The shameless, sly, and black-hearted guy who never fought Cordelia herself, the Jude whom she really liked and always went in the same direction as her. Did you have a nightmare? When she opened her eyes to the warm voice, she saw Jude's face. He was stroking Cordelia's own cheek just like the Jude she saw in the dream. But it was different. It was not raining, and Jude wasn't crying either. He was smiling and pinching Cordelia's cheek like always. I had a scary dream. Her memory blurred when she opened her eyes and saw Jude. She couldn't remember what she saw in her dream or why she cried in her sleep. But she clearly recalled that it was a very scary dream, a dream she did not like. What is it? What's with that scene that did not appear in the game? Surely, it's not a prophetic dream, right? Something that will happen in the future and not something that has happened in the past. So it was a scene that I have not seen in the game. She was terrified at that moment. She was so scared that she burst into tears again. Cordelia, hug me. Hug me tight. Cordelia hugged Jude's neck and spoke as if she was choking, and Jude didn't understand what was going on, but still hugged Cordelia to his chest. He patted her back and comforted her. Was it a really scary dream? Instead of answering, Cordelia tightly shut her eyes while in Jude's embrace. And she thought, it was not a prophetic dream. Cordelia had already become an angel, so she could no longer become a demonic human. Dreams you have during the day are usually dreams that do not have any particular meaning. As Jude spoke awkwardly, Cordelia forced herself to smile, because she somehow liked the Jude who tried to comfort her. As Jude had said, dreams were just dreams. Have you calmed down? Yes, I am fine now. Cordelia smiled and wiped her face with the wet towel Jude gave her before she looked straight ahead. She could see Bakel Forest, Cassius' hiding place. It's a little late, but shall we have breakfast? Yes, let's eat. I'm hungry. Cordelia forced herself to answer energetically, sniffing with her nose before sitting down near the bonfire that Jude had lit and looking at Jude again. Jude was holding a frying pan instead of Ultimate 2 Divine Sword Balisarda, my black-hearted scammer. But as she continued to stare, she remembered the Jude in her dream. What happened to the Jude who cried after killing Cordelia himself? What kind of future lied ahead for that Jude? That Jude. Yes, I really like you. Ahum, me too. Jude awkwardly smiled at her unexpected confession, and Cordelia pouted her lips. It was just a dream of a Jude that did not exist. Still, she looked at the bonfire, hoping that the Jude in her dream would be happy. Chapter 274 Master Craftsman 4 Let's leave now. I'll lead the way. Okay. After extinguishing the bonfire, Jude glanced at Cordelia. She was putting the magically washed dishes in a space expansion bag, and she seemed like normal from the outside. However, he remembered the crying Cordelia even now when he closed his eyes. Nightmare. A scary dream. But she cried like that from just a dream? She's weakened. It wasn't about her body. It was the mind of Cordelia, the so-called mental side. From Jude's point of view, Cordelia had a very strong mentality. But having a strong mentality meant two things. The first meant that the defense was strong, so it was not scratched by the slightest attack, and the other meant that although the defense was low, the person's physical strength was so high that it was not shaken by the slightest mental attack. There was a fairly significant difference between the two, which was if they could persist or not. The former lasts a long time. The former could be compared to a warrior wearing full body armor. No matter how much they got hit, the only thing that was damaged was the armor, so the warrior inside was completely fine. But the latter was a different story. A naked warrior with a very strong body. They seemed to hold up well at first, but their body wounds increase every time they were attacked because they were naked. They gradually bled and eventually collapsed due to their accumulated wounds. And from Jude's perspective, Cordelia was closer to the latter than the former. She must be exhausted. The number of times Cordelia had been in a life-or-death situation so far was more than a dozen. Moreover, it was all horrendous when one looked back at her condition then. Broken bones and bruises. She used up her mana and stamina up to the point of exhaustion, and her small and thin body became a mess that she coughed up blood several times. There was also the time when she temporarily became blind. All of her injuries were immediately treated because of healing magic, but at this stage, it wouldn't be strange for her to show signs of trauma. Perhaps it's a symptom of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It clearly didn't seem to be serious yet. Even what Jude considered to be a symptom was just his own arbitrary interpretation. However, he couldn't help but worry. Because Cordelia is an ordinary person. Not now, but in the past, in their previous lives. Jude himself was not an ordinary person. He had been exposed to excessive violence from an early age and became accustomed to it. But what about Cordelia? They had never openly talked about their past lives, but he could figure out what kind of life she had been living through their exchanges. An ordinary girl born and raised in an ordinary family. It was already a great thing that she had come all this way without crying once. I will force her to take a break when all of this is over. Because people needed a break. Let's go to beautiful places together, eat delicious food, and take a rest for at least a month. Jude made up his mind and nodded once before he spoke. Cordelia? Yes. Having finished organizing her bag, Cordelia raised her head as she answered. She looked very lovely when she tied up her hair. I'll do my best. Huh? Cordelia suddenly blinked and tilted her head, wondering what he was talking about, but she soon brightly smiled. Okay, I'll look forward to it. Yeah, please look forward to it. Would you like a piggyback ride? When Jude showed his back, Cordelia smiled again and nodded. Okay, this Cordelia will rely on you. Having said that, she carried the bag on her back and leapt on Jude's back. Her movement was so steady that it was like the demonstration of a skilled instructor. Okay, let's work hard today and go. Jude spoke in a lively manner, and Cordelia hugged Jude's neck as she whispered in a low voice. But Jude. Yes, Cordelia, you're already doing well. I am satisfied enough. She shyly spoke before kissing Jude's ear, and Jude flinched for a moment and cleared his throat afterwards. And one existence. Melissa said in a cold voice as she watched everything. That's enough, that's enough. You two really don't know how to do it in moderation. But unfortunately, Melissa's voice clearly did not reach the two, and Jude and Cordelia continued to make kissing noises as they headed inside the forest. Cassius Dalton frowned. It wasn't because she wasn't hammering well or she didn't like the work that she was making today. What the hell are they doing? Cassius was an excellent blacksmith and a powerful wizard at the same time, because magic was essential in producing weapons above a certain level in the first place. In any case, Cassius was a wizard, and the Bakel Forest was her magical territory. And a wizard naturally knew everything that was going on in their territory. A young couple. It was uncommon and occasional sight here. There were quite a few monsters in the Bakel Forest, so there were people who visited the forest to kill those monsters. But the two behaved differently from the regular visitors, the hunters. Chew, 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 chew. The couple were so busy kissing each other nonstop. But the strange thing was the fact that they were walking well while kissing. Ah, FC King SHT. Is this your bedroom? Did you come to someone else's forest just to do that? Of course, there were lots of couples who looked for places with no signs of people in order to do the so-called lewd things, but this was Bakel Forest that was far from the village. Again, it was a forest with monsters. Y'all experience serious pain if you continue to behave that way. No, y'all definitely suffer. Cassius then cursed and turned her gaze back to the anvil to divert her attention. She wanted to tell them to go out and get lost, but if she did, she would break the hiding magic she had done her best to create, so she endured it for now. Let's just continue hammering. Hammer today, hammer tomorrow. Hammer several times a day. Cassius muttered strange words as she hammered, but only did it a few times. She ended up raising her head again. What the heck is that? She wasn't talking about the two constantly kissing each other. It was the monsters. Monsters from everywhere rushed at the couple, but none of them could even approach the two. Because dozens of magic orbs floating around the woman prevented the attacks of the monsters as if it was a self-defense mechanism. But that was not the only thing that surprised her. They're coming this way, the deepest part of her hideout. The couple were heading straight towards Cassius' workshop, as if they were looking for Cassius herself. How? She looked carefully again just in case, but these was the first time she had seen those faces. What's going on? The moment she tilted her head without realizing it. The kissing man, who was only looking at the back and not the front, had now entered the first barrier. It was a barrier that made those who came wandering in to ultimately return to the way they came. However, they did not wander around. The black-haired man was Princess carrying a pink-haired girl whose clavicle was being sucked. She flinched and squealed at that action, but moved her hand in the meantime. And at that gesture of hers, the barrier was neutralized. To be exact, she neutralized the maze magic with a pathfinding magic spell. It was a surprising sight. Is it possible for a girl who's only in her late teens to have that level of skill? No, aside from skill, what's with that incredibly large magic power? That's impossible for humans. A, the two had crossed the maze. They had reached the next barrier. E, they passed by it again, a barrier that cast fear into the minds of those who entered, making them run away. But the two were calm as they continued kissing. Eeeeh, what the why aren't my barriers working? Are they human? And come to think of it, aren't they here now? Isn't that the entrance to my hideout? Talk, talk, talk. At that moment, Cassius was startled by the sound behind her and quickly turned around. Because there was a loud voice following the knock from beyond the steel door. Is anyone there? A human male's voice. Cassius hesitated for a moment, but strengthened her grip on the hammer and shouted out. Who are you? What do you want? We came to see Master Cassius, as I thought. They came here knowing the way as I had thought. But who the hell are they? How did you know about this place, and how did you know me? Ah, damn it, I don't care anymore. Let's just do it. If they had managed to come all the way here, they could easily open that steel door and come in. Cassius made up her mind, grabbing her sword instead of a hammer, and then shouted, I've lifted the seal. Open it and come in. The steel door weighed several 100 kilograms and was difficult for ordinary people to even push. But the door opened normally, revealing a man and woman. Melissa was pleased when the steel door opened, partly because a feast for her eyes might soon unfold in front of her, and partly because she had high expectations that she might be able to meet the survivors of Magellan, the Magic Kingdom. Considering the circumstances, Cassius is most likely a survivor of Magellan. Many of the tools Cassius used were from Magellan, and above all, Cassius was old. Although he did not say it out loud, it was clear that he had lived at least 1,000 years or more. Obviously, not all of Magellan's survivors had a connection with Melissa. They might have not met Melissa, and it was also highly possible that they had no connection to the people who managed Melissa. But for Melissa, who had been locked up in the facility for hundreds of years and waited for the researchers who never returned, the fact that Cassius was a survivor of Magellan meant a lot to her. Badump, she was so excited that she even said that herself. Did she break? That's impossible. I guess it's because she's looking forward to it. And the door opened. What appeared was a very large but well-organized workshop and a barely dressed elf woman standing with her arms crossed. Stop there. I'll attack if you cross that line. At Cassius' warning, Jude and Cordelia looked at their feet and stopped in front of the line drawn on the floor. Cassius Dalton, an elf woman with white hair and red eyes. She had an exhausted look, whether it was because of the dark circles under her eyes or it was something innate in her. And her red tank top and body was covered in sweat as she was in the middle of work. Basically, the game players thought that Cassius was a man, but in reality, Cassius was actually a woman. How did you know this place? Do you know me? At her sharp-tempered question, Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances. So far, it had gone as they expected, because we skipped all the events. The various events needed to meet Cassius, but it was unavoidable. Because the South situation had changed so much, it was impossible to proceed the same as the game. I am Jude August Bayer. This is my fiancée, Cordelia August Chase. We greet Master Cassius. When Jude and Cordelia respectfully greeted her, Cassius' eyes that were glaring at them softened a bit. She seemed to like their politeness. You know, basic manners, huh? However, how in the world did you know about this place? Who told you about me? It was an important matter from here on. So Jude cleared his throat and started talking with the face that Cordelia liked, which was his scammer face. The Witch of the West Forest told us. Cassius was more of a sorcerer rather than a regular wizard. Therefore, it was better to use the Witch of the West Forest, who was a legend among witches and sorcerers, rather than giving an unheard of name, because we also have enough evidence. There was the spell book Cordelia got from the witch, and Cordelia herself was also taught some spells by her. So they came up with the story that they heard of a powerful sorcerer from the Witch of the West Forest, and that based on the things they had experienced on the way, they had guessed that the sorcerer was Cassius. If they presented that kind of story, they would then be able to get out of this current situation like always, because there's no way to check. How will you check it? That was Jude's common retort, and it worked really well this time. Cassius was absorbed with Jude's fluent speech and almost lost her initial hostility before she knew it. As expected of my scammer. Cordelia happily smiled and grabbed Jude's sleeve, and when he finished talking, Jude brightly smiled. Now, if I just tell her that we have the skin and scales of an ancient dragon, bones and teeth, and even a fragment of a dragon heart, it would be the end of the situation. Just like in the game, Cassius would cling to them. But it was then, are they telling the truth? Unexpected words came out of Cassius' mouth. Moreover, she was looking and talking to a place other than Jude and Cordelia, at a corner of the workshop. A woman in a black dress with long black hair and white skin was sitting on a huge chair. She had a wide smile. Her existence herself was the answer to Jude's "How will you check it" line. So how would Cassius check it? She only needed to ask. The Witch of the West Forest. Unlike in the game, the spirit of the Great Witch was released from the seal instead of ascending. Instead of answering Cassius' question, she looked at the two, especially at Cordelia, who gripped Jude's sleeve tighter and laughed softly. Hello, you two. Didn't I say that we'll meet again? The words that she left when she parted with them. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and swallowed hard. They awkwardly smiled and faced the Witch of the West Forest. Chapter 275 Master Craftsman. 5. The Witch of the West Forest was a great person. Born and raised as a slave who did not know much, she became a prey to the demons, but her death was not in vain. With only the power of her strong soul, she formed a contract with a demon, and reversed her relationship with the demon by becoming so strong with her talent that transcended common sense. It was a real surprise. The fact that a girl who was only a sacrifice was reborn as a great witch who commanded numerous demons was an unprecedented event even in the long history of hell. Moreover, the Witch of the West Forest was not just strong. She was a real powerhouse. Having mastered numerous spells, her soul did not stop growing as it began to see through the secrets of the world, and in the end, she gained enough strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with demon princes, the high-ranking nobility of hell. At this point, even the overlords of hell couldn't stand still. The Witch of the West Forest had become an overly dangerous existence. It was Belial, the overlord of corruption, who defeated her. He went to the battlefield himself to devour the witch's soul and make it his own. The Black Bug Army, which boasted the largest number of troops among the armies of hell, moved at once, and the entire place was covered with bugs and disasters. The wise Witch of the West Forest knew very well that there were only two paths left for her the moment the Black Bug Army moved. One was to surrender. To live as a slave with a collar and shackles under Belial's command. The Witch of the West Forest did not do that. She didn't want to do that. That was why the Witch of the Forest raised an army. Despite knowing that defeat awaited her, she chose the path to confront Overlord Belial head-on. And the results were disastrous. The West Forest that used to be her realm was all burned down, and most of the numerous demons she contracted with were killed before Belial's wrath. The witch's soul was set on fire. Her body was repeatedly regenerated and destroyed by Belial hundreds to thousands of times, and her soul weakened every day in that endless pain of death. If Asmodeus, the overlord of lust, had not stepped in and stole her soul, her existence would have completely disappeared from this world. The Witch of the West Forest, an existence out of a success story, a legendary protagonist who directly moved two overlords of hell despite being defeated. Yeah, I know she's great, but why is the witch here? Yes, why is she here? Jude's bewilderment was justified. In the game, after teaching Cordelia how to become a witch, she ascended to heaven. No, ascending to heaven didn't make sense, as witches were fated to completely disappear. In fact, the Witch of the West Forest neither appeared in the latter half of Legend of Heroes 2 nor the multiplayer episode 2. 5, and was completely gone in the third episode. But why? Jude actually knew the reason. Because he and Cordelia changed history. In the game, The witch disappeared because she strengthened Cordelia's body and used up all her power in order to fight a Asmodeus demonic monster. But it was different this time. She did not directly fight a Asmodeus demonic monster and thus avoided her fate of extinction. Jude, what should we do? Cordelia sweated profusely as she tugged Jude's sleeve, but instead of answering her, Jude put on a smile that was as natural as possible, though it was somewhat awkward. Stay calm, Jude. Just the fact that he called himself by his name revealed that he was not calm at all, but Jude took a deep breath for now. He had experienced something like this several times in his previous life, when he got caught while undercover. In Cordelia's words, when his scam was figured out. What should we do? Most of the time, he just knocked down the person next or in front of him before he ran away. However, he couldn't do that this time. If they ran away from here, they would never meet Cassius again. The Witch of the West Forest smiled as she gazed at them. She had only recovered a bit of her strength since they had seen her, but she was showing a clear presence as though she was a living person despite being only a soul. What should I do? How are we supposed to get out of this situation? Helena, do you really know them? At that moment, Cassius asked with some suspicion, because Cordelia's nervous appearance was very suspicious. Gulp, Cordelia swallowed hard. She had become blackened and shameless due to spending time with Jude, but she had gone back to her past self at this very moment. In other words, her face was full of embarrassment and fear, just like the time when she acted in monotone. I am scared. We got busted. Cordelia tightened her grip on Jude's sleeve, but Jude was also in a dilemma. Calm down, Cordelia. He had to see the reaction from the other side first. The Witch of the West's reaction would decide everything. What would she say? How would she answer Cassius' question? Jude paid attention to the witch's lips. Her beautiful and attractive lips that were inferior to Cordelia's then slowly opened. Yes, that's right, I told them. Really? Yes, really. The witch softly spoke and smiled at the two, and Cordelia flinched once again. Jude had an awkward smile. I thought that it would be like this someday. The witch's green eyes stared at Jude, who had green eyes too. Green eyes that lit up like a flame from a dark abyss, a color that was incomparably mysterious. Hey, you can't just do that. Don't just give my information, okay? As Cassius grumbled, the witch smiled again while exchanging glances with Jude. I apologize, but I knew the moment I met them. About what? How kind and honest these two children are. The witch smiled once more after she finished speaking, and Cordelia felt her conscience tormenting her, because she knew that it was wrong. But unlike Cordelia, the black-hearted and shameless Jude somehow endured it. She'll turn a blind eye to it for now. That seemed to be the situation. In that case, it would be better for him to step forward than to keep silent. But how are you two? Cassius frowned when Jude opened his mouth, but not for the witch. She smiled and put one hand on her chin as she said, because Cassius is a demon. Excuse me? Hey, Jude was puzzled while Cassius was angry. Why did you say that? Was it a big secret? It's not like you're hiding it anyway. I've never said it openly, though. At Cassius' reaction, Jude was once again confused. What, Cassius was a real demon, not a sorcerer or witch? Yes, that's right. Cassius is a demon and not a witch. But don't worry. By demon standards, she's a heretic, a good demon. The witch spoke as though she had read Jude's thoughts. And in that time, Jude understood a lot of things. It makes sense. No, rather, a lot of things can be understood if she was a demon. The enemy that Cassius was targeting. Maybe it's someone from hell, a demon too. Add if that demon is an overlord of hell. If it's Belial, the overlord of corruption who defeated the Witch of the West Forest. The reason why Cassius suddenly disappeared. The weapon she was preparing to face that transcendent being. Hey, you wanna die? What do you mean by a good demon? Why? Did I say something wrong? You're a kind. When the witch teased her, Cassius' face turned red, though her reaction was closer to embarrassment than anger. So the witch spoke again in a relaxed manner. It's fine. They're a really good and nice kids. They're a children who don't lie and cheat. Cordelia was at a loss again at the words she had heard, but Jude straightened his expression. Whatever the reason, the Witch of the West Forest was on their side now. Accepting her goodwill would be fine then. Master Cassius, it's just as the Witch of the West Forest has said. We are here to visit Master Cassius. HMPH, you want me to make you a weapon? Why should I do that? Cassius, who had been embarrassed until just now, suddenly crossed her arms and haughtily answered. But based on her appearance, it seemed like she would listen to what he would say. Then, Jude took another deep breath. The witch asked with her eyes on how he would change Cassius' mind, and Jude answered with his eyes as well to the amused witch before speaking to Cassius again. Because I have what Master Cassius wants. What? Ancient dragon body parts. Jude's words suppressed Cassius' anger. Cassius was about to tell him to immediately get out, but instantly stopped, so Jude continued without stopping. We have the corpse of an ancient dragon. There are claws, leather, scales, and even a dragon heart. Why, you're lying. No, it's all true. As the witch said, we're very honest. Right, Witchnim? When Jude turned to the witch and asked, Cordelia pulled Jude's sleeve once more in her guilty conscience, but he wasn't her scammer for nothing. He faced the witch with a face like that of a sly fox. Help! It was a shameless request, but the witch did not get angry. Rather, she grinned and nodded as if she having a lot of fun. He's right, it's just as the kid said. They're a very kind and honest children. Uog Cordelia eventually let out a noise after her conscience suffered from the witch's attack. However, Jude tightly held Cordelia's hand and looked straight at Cassius. It's all true. Moreover, the quantity is not small. We have about this much. Having said that, Jude handed out the documents he had prepared in advance to the bewildered Cassius. I'll review it then. Please do so. Cassius nodded and began to read the documents. Her eyes widened in surprise at some point. What? Is this real? You have everything here. Yes, it's all real. Nonsense. Did you defeat an ancient dragon? Yes, we defeated him. Yeah, you couldn't have defeated him. What? You defeated him. Yes, we defeated ancient black dragon Malekith. It wasn't a scam as it was the truth. But that did not mean that Jude's voice was more confident than before. The difference between the two was that one was true confidence and the other was false confidence. Anyway, it was the truth. Helena, is it true? Are they telling the truth? It's true. They really defeated Malekith. Even I am a bit surprised, okay? The witch, who had been smiling mischievously, said with widened eyes as if she was indeed surprised. After all, the ancient dragon was truly like a god. Why, you two know? How in the hell did you two? As Cassius began to mumble in extreme confusion, Jude continued with a smile. It's a long story. Anyway, everything in the document is true, and we came here to commission Master Cassius to make myth-rank dragon equipment. Of course, we will remunerate with you with various ancient dragon body parts too. Cassius gulped at his words that flowed out quickly, because it seemed like she could finally make the weapon she had dreamed of so much with this materials. It's done, Jude smirked, and Cordelia forced herself to smile despite her guilty conscience. However, both Jude and Cordelia had the same reactions to what followed afterwards. Myth-rank is a no. Cordelia unconsciously asked and turned to Jude, who also looked at her, because it was a completely different story from the game. What? What happened? We have enough materials. Or rather, the amount is even more than in the game. Cordelia was not wrong. In the game, it was possible to make myth-rank dragon equipment with much less material than this. But why? What's up with Cassius' reaction? Again, myth-rank is a no. I mean we can't just stop at that. We can have up to awakening myth-rank dragon equipment. Awakening what? Awakening myth-rank dragon equipment? What is that? Jude, do you know? I don't know. It's the first time I have heard of that weapon rank, but awakening myth-rank. Anyway, it's awakening myth-rank. One more word was added, so it's definitely better. At Jude's message magic, Cordelia nodded her head. If there was a higher rank than myth-rank, it would probably be awakening myth-rank. Wait. So she's saying that she can make something better than myth-rank? She really said that. Superior equipment. A more superior equipment that did not appear in the game, so it was like the true end boss of equipment. Cordelia's eyes began to sparkle in delight, and so did Jude. Their sleeping gamer brains began to resume its activities. Thank you very much. We are truly thankful. Thank you so much. Master Cassius can definitely do it. When the two of them got excited, Cassius got excited as well. And when the three of them were excited, even Melissa became delighted. But there was only one person who, on the contrary, was anxious about the situation. My successor, you're not going to make a sword, right? You can't be two-timing, okay? Ultimate one. But at the moment Sword Origin Valencia said that, a sword spirit, is that Valencia? The Witch of the West Forest said with a surprised face and immediately snapped her fingers. The figure of a beautiful female elf, Valencia, then appeared next to Jude. Eeeh. As she came out of Jude's body, the flustered Valencia, whose figure was projected outside, couldn't help but blink her eyes and raise her voice. Then, the voice that was usually only heard by Jude was now heard by the Witch of the West Forest and Cordelia too. It's really Valencia. The Witch of the West Forest said in awe as if it was a miracle, and Cordelia, who saw Valencia, was shocked in a different way. There's a woman like that inside Jude? Such a pretty and cool older woman. Cordelia's eyes turned sharp. But before Jude could respond to her change in expression, Cassius shouted out, "Ooh, it's Valencia, Sword Origin. You're the user of Ultimate One," Cassius loudly said as she staggered towards Jude and stood before him. She suddenly began to touch all over Jude's body regardless of Valencia and Cordelia's looks. Hey, Master Cassius. Aside from Valencia, even Cordelia's eyes were getting scarier. But Cassius didn't seem to care. No, she was completely absorbed in touching Jude's body and just exclaiming in admiration. "Wow, this is amazing. It's really amazing when I touch it myself. It's almost like no, it's a perfect body. And you even have Sword Origin in here?" Cordelia's nose fumed when Cassius continuously groped Jude's firm chest and waist, while Valencia frowned. And at the time when Jude was thinking if he should escape from here by using hyper-fast Thunderbolt. Okay, this is really nice. Well, proceed differently. It's better to add the power of an awakening myth rank equipment to Sword Origin than to make a new one. Add power? Yes, it'll make Sword Origin much stronger than it is now. Cassius grinned as her craftsman's self was challenged. Valencia was also happy then. I see. My successor will no longer be two-timing. No, I never two-timed in the first place in any case. Cassius was delighted, Valencia was pleased, and Jude was also in a good mood. And one more person. One good thing happened to Cordelia, who had strangely been excluded from the current situation. You don't have to worry as Sword Origin, and your sweetheart don't have that kind of relationship. You see, that kid only thinks of you whether he's sitting or standing. Cordelia was startled by the witch's voice that was right next to her, and her eyes widened in surprise again, because she had just been standing next to Jude, but she was now sitting on the witch's lap. How cute! The witch tightly hugged Cordelia from behind and continued to speak to the startled Cordelia. Since Cassius is very excited, she'll probably focus on strengthening Sword Origin for a while. But since Jude is Sword Origin's user, both of them will eventually be busy. So play with me, baby bunny. Be baby bunny. Aren't you a bunny? No, well, you're right, but the rabbit ears and tail were almost synonymous to Cordelia herself now. Then, baby bunny, isn't there something that you want to learn from me? Actually, Cordelia had a lot of things she wanted to ask, like what in the world had happened? Or did she know back then when she said that they would meet again? Or was she able to see the future? However, Cordelia focused on the witch's question for now, because as the witch had said, there was something that she had wanted to learn from the witch. It's not a spell or incantation. You can learn those things from the spell book I left behind. The witch was right. What Cordelia wanted to learn was more fundamental. Something she couldn't learn from Lena, an angel. Something she could only learn from the Witch of the West Forest who commanded numerous demons. And what she wanted to achieve through it. Your idea is interesting. I think I can help. A trump card she had been practicing since the Temple of Life, but had yet to be completed. Cordelia no longer hid it. She nodded her head and broadly smiled at the witch who had already seen through everything. Please help me. Okay, I will help you. Awakening Mythrank Dragon Equipment and the Witch's Teachings. The unexpected power-up of the two began. Chapter 276 Interlude 1 to strengthen the already completed Sword Origin. The Sword Origin that had become one with Jude. At the question of how she would do it, Cassius brightly answered. It's like an enchantment. First, it'll add the power of the ancient black dragon to Sword Origin while also changing its composition. And if I add the horns, claws, and scales, your body when Sword Origin is activated will be sharper and stronger than it is now. Then how will you do that? Because Sword Origin was one with Jude himself. It was absurd to completely smelt Jude's own body. Huh? Nope. I will indeed be completely smelting your body, Cassius cheerfully said, as if she had read Jude's thoughts from his expression. But instead of melting you into molten iron and hammering you, I will magically smelt you. Though, to be honest, the smelting part requires the skills of a wizard rather than a blacksmith. I see. He still didn't have a good feeling about it, but what mattered was that he could be strengthened. My successor is quite simple-minded. I am intentionally thinking simple because I don't like infusing Malekith's body parts on my body. Just thinking about it already stresses me out, so it's better to keep it simple. How long will it take? How long? Around 3 months? Really? As I've said before, it requires magical smelting. It's like transforming your body into an ancient dragon, so it's going to take a long time. Okay. Then during those 3 months, will it be difficult for me to move and do activities? Oh, of course not. If it makes you feel better, just think that you'll be living in a half-vegetative state for the next 3 months. Cassius cheerfully smiled again as she patted Jude on the back and continued. Oh, and I forgot, you'll need a dragon factor to properly handle it, just like all weapons that uses a dragon's body and soul. But it shouldn't be a problem since you already have it, I guess. Although the condition of having dragon factor was added to sword origin like that of a Scallon, Jude took it in stride. Jude himself didn't know if it would become impossible to use in the future since he had already met the conditions for use, but it was an excessive luxury to trouble about if it could be passed on to another person. Well, that's not my problem in the first place. Or rather, it's fine because I am the only one who can use it. It was the moment Jude had this slightly selfish thought. My successor, are you going to make me usable by only you? Can I no longer be used by anyone other than you? Do you perhaps not like it? No, it's fine as long as you take responsibility. Don't be a two-timer. Yes, I understand. Though he was planning to use 2 or 3 swords in case of a real emergency. This doesn't sound right, though, because it seemed like her choice of words made more room for misunderstandings. But Jude quickly cleared his thoughts. As he had said over and over again, what mattered now was the reinforcement of sword origin itself. Then I will be in your care. Yes, I will smelt you properly. Cassius' response seemed much livelier than in the game, perhaps because she was offered a lot of ancient dragon materials, or because the witch was with her. Moving on, Cassius is a demon. So who is the enemy Cassius is trying to defeat? Generally speaking, it should be an angel, but the witch said that Cassius is good. It's strange to use the word good for a demon, but if there really is a demon like that, is her enemy an overlord of hell? That thought made a lot of sense. It also explained the fact why the demon Cassius was in the human world and not in hell. Because hell is the realm of the overlords. So she's building up her strength by hiding in a place that is far from the overlord's reach. Everything makes sense if that's the case. Then, would it be possible to build a stronger relationship with her in the future since the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Jude continued to think at that time. On the other hand, by the way, Witchnim. Tell me, baby bunny. Cordelia was startled when the witch breathed in her ear and spoke. She suppressed her desire to escape and asked carefully, after you parted with us in the forest, what happened then? Now that I think of it, that was almost a year ago. At Cordelia's question, the witch gently laughed and whispered again, I was hiding and recovering my strength. Thanks to you, I can now even touch this baby bunny. Cordelia flinched again when the witch stroked her belly, but she continued what she wanted to say. Witchnim, then from now on I need to get my power back. I also need to make a new body. I still have a long way to go. The witch was stroking Cordelia, who was sitting on her lap, but she still did not have a body. Her soul was very powerful, so it could maintain a shape, but it was essential for her to have a body if she wanted to continue maintaining her intelligence and exert greater power. Anyway, it should be fine, right? She couldn't ask the witch for help at this moment, but the witch in the game was originally hostile to the overlords of hell. So one could say that they now had a powerful ally. Maybe we can get her help to prevent the great summons. Or rather, the witch would definitely help because of her personality. Helena, it was then. Cassius, who had been talking to Jude for a long time, looked their way and loudly shouted, Pack your luggage, we'll be out for a while. We're going to this little kid's house and eat and live there for several months until my work is done. Having said that, Cassius chuckled like Landius and patted Jude on the back. And upon seeing that, the witch had an elegant smile. She's really a good person. Don't you think so? Yes, I think so too, but Witchnim. About Master Cassius, she's one of the demons I've made a contract with. She's the only demon I have left. It seemed like a long story, judging by the look of her eyes, but the witch was not the kind of person who talked about their own life story. She just closed her lips as Cordelia felt sad for her and slowly stood up from her seat afterwards. Now then, let's go too, baby bunny. That idiot Cassius often forgets things like me not having any luggage. In any case, it was clear that she and Cassius were best friends, so Cordelia didn't think about it anymore. In the first place, thinking was Jude's job. That's right, that's right. Jude does the thinking and I do the action. The right person for the right job, right? Cordelia shrugged and looked around Cassius' workshop again before smiling. Anyway, it's a power-up. It's good that we'll be getting new equipment. It was good that Jude's sword origin would be strengthened and that Cassius would get a lot of materials to work with it. And it was also good that Cordelia would be getting new equipment and be taught by the witch. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you're going to forget about me more that won't happen, right? When Melissa questioned them in a low voice, as Moonlight could possibly be replaced soon, Jude and Cordelia left Cassius' workshop. 3 days had passed since Jude and Cordelia returned. Large ships were busily coming and going from Argonne Port, carrying a huge amount of valuables inside. This will aid in repairing the damage for the 7 southern families, the 6 southern families. There were dozens of adult dragon corpses. Then what about us? How many castles would you like to build? Cordelia giggled at Jude's playful reply. Because Jude and Cordelia had really become super rich. There was no teenager richer than the two throughout the entire Slen Kingdom. Still, most of it will be used to make equipment. They could certainly fund magic towers from all over the world with their money, but equipment was more important than money. There were a lot of equipment that even money couldn't buy. I'll only give funds to my future father-in-law, because there were so many stuff he was given to eat these days, just like in the past, like eels, oysters, and wild ginseng. Though for some reason, it seemed like the efficacy of the stuff he was given recently was biased towards a certain direction. What is it? No, it's nothing. Don't mind me. Jude shrugged and kissed the happy Cordelia's forehead a few times before looking at the pier again. The crew were unloading their cargo under the supervision of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and most of it were the body parts of ancient dragon Malekith. Are we going back now? Yes, let's go home, to the mansion of their fief that they had never been to before, Jude and Cordelia's own house. Well, it's not just the two of us going there. Not only Cassius and the witch, Aslandius, Lena, and Camille would also be going with them. There are also the dwarves. Their fathers also said that they would be there for a while to help them with territorial management, so it seemed like it would be noisy for at least 2 months. By the way, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. About Unnai and brother-in-law. It would be 4 months from now, right? The marriage of the two. And the next one that their fathers implied. Cordelia leaned on Jude's chest instead of saying more, and Jude tightly hugged her. And the next morning, near the north gate of Argonne Port. Bye-bye. Let me know if you need any help. I'll run even if it's at the ends of the world. I'll train hard too, okay? So that they could stand shoulder to shoulder next time. So that she could help them and not just receive help. When Kadsa saw them off and shouted as she waved her hand, Cordelia, who was riding in a huge carriage, also shouted as she stuck her head out the window. Bye, Kadsa, see you later. Okay, that's a must. Let's have fun with that young girl Scarlet again. Yes, okay. Their conversation was too childish for late teenager girls, and it sounded like a boy's conversation, but Kadsa and Cordelia couldn't help it. Cordelia, don't forget it. Just do what you see in the book. Just what you see, okay? Yes. Thank you, Kadsa. For a moment, Jude recalled the book in the paper bag and tried hard to have known nothing, but Cordelia was unaware of that fact as she continued to wave her hand. And in the other carriages, Helena, the witch of the West Forest, sat opposite Cassius, who was already sleeping. She lit a small pipe and took a puff of it. Her soul that acted like a living person then looked out the window. Around a year. Unlike what she told Cordelia, she didn't just hide and recover her power. Because she had a sense of discomfort. A small doubt. She felt that something was strange. And finally, the witch was able to understand some of the discomfort she felt over the past months. Landius and Lena, the witch herself, Sebastian Legwin and many others in the south. A faint smile spread across the witch's face. After exhaling the pipe's smoke, she looked at the sky and the earth alternately before smiling again. As I thought. It's different, it has changed. When I first met Jude and Cordelia almost a year ago, I couldn't understand it at that time. How Cordelia knew about the seal and me, but didn't know about my power. Likewise, Jude, whose knowledge was imbalanced. But I know now, I can guess why. But should I check a bit more? Is my own hypothesis correct? And if the answer is yes, how could such a thing happen? The witch puffed out a long white smoke again and turned her gaze. With her mysterious green eyes, she looked at the St. Crute monastery far away, at the land where the young goddess Atalia slept. Time went by quickly. Winter passed and spring thawed the cold, and the earth also changed its clothes along with the changing seasons. The Slen Kingdom also faced many changes. In the south, a new order was established with Marquis Offand at the center, and in the north, trade began between the inhabitants of the wild lands and the northerners. Henry II worked energetically. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had changed since the rebellion of the Lord Traitor, and the central region became much stronger than before under his leadership, leaving no room for the empire to penetrate. And a month passed again. When 3 months had passed since the decisive battle against Malekith, a letter arrived to the 18-year-old Jude and Cordelia. It was a wedding invitation for Gal and Adelia's marriage. Chapter 277, Interlude 2. It was a night with a half-moon. Stars that seemed to fall down at any moment when you looked up filled the sky, and the night sea reflecting the twinkling stars was blue and beautiful instead of dark and terrifying. Cordelia sat still and looked up the sky. She turned her gaze to the side, and her eyes sparkled more than the stars she saw in the night sky. Jude was looking up the sky. He frankly looked so handsome that her heart felt like it was about to burst. It's a fowl, a fowl. She wondered when he grew taller again. He seemed to be in the 185-190 cm range. When they stood side by side, she could only see his shoulders and not his head if she looked straight. So Cordelia had to raise her head. Slightly biting her lips, she looked at Jude's side profile with bated breath. For some reason, their hair was wet. His disheveled bluish-black hair was dripping wet, so his white skin stood out even more. A sharp nose, soft lips, and a sculpturally perfect chin. But there was something else that Cordelia liked the most. His eyes that were gazing at the sky. It looked really beautiful, and not because of the filter in her eyes. That green light diffusing into the darkness, as if it was melting, was like a mysterious magic. Cordelia lightly pressed down her pounding chest and stretched out her other hand to grab Jude's sleeve. She could have held his hand, but somehow she wanted to pull his sleeve. One brief pull, and another. She timidly pulled it, so he couldn't help but react. Jude, who was staring at the night sky, turned his head and looked at Cordelia. Green eyes. Cordelia bit her lips again for no reason and averted her gaze. She thought that she would turn strange if she kept looking at him, but it was already too late. Her heart was pounding. It was the normal heartbeat sounds at first, but she couldn't hear any other sounds around her except for her pounding heart now. What if Jude hears it too? It was at that moment. Jude moved his hand. He held her hand that was holding his sleeve, and Cordelia was unsure of what to do with Jude's big hand. A little wiggling was all that she could do. Cordelia. At his call in a low voice, Cordelia lightly trembled again. Strangely, she felt her body tremble just from hearing his voice. The beating of her heart grew louder and faster. Even without looking in the mirror, she could tell that her face had turned red. Because her face had become so warm that it was clear that it was red. Her neck, cheeks, and ears. No, her entire body. Cordelia. Jude called her again. Cordelia plucked up her courage and raised her head at the sweet voice that tickled her ears. She looked at Jude again, and a wind from somewhere coolly brushed the nape of her neck. It feels amazing. It was the moment she thought unconsciously. Jude's big hand drew near and touched her dripping wet hair as it went along her ear. It didn't stop there as it rested on her hot cheeks. Jude's hands were cold. It was because he was born with extreme yin energy, but Cordelia liked Jude's hand regardless. As she silently rested her cheek on his palm, her body seemed to melt. So without realizing it, she raised her hand and placed it over Jude's hand that was holding her cheek. Jude laughed. He smiled and kissed her forehead, passed over the bridge of her nose and placed his lips on the tip of her nose. She was embarrassed. It was endlessly embarrassing, but her body oddly didn't move. It just wanted to stay still like this. Cordelia, his third call. Cordelia gently closed her eyes, and Jude kissed her lips. He passed through her jawline and over her neck, lightly licking her protruding clavicle with the tip of his tongue. She felt like she was being burned. It was hot, fierce, and agonizing. Cordelia slightly opened her eyes again. Led by Jude's hand, she laid down on her back. Unknowingly, she sent him a nervous look. Jude. Jude responded to her call. He also gazed at her nervously. The exhilarating thrill, their pounding hearts, and strangely enough, their pouring sweat. Huh. With a dazed sound, Cordelia opened her eyes. Her cheeks felt hot and moist. Ah. She let out another dazed sound, and the seconds passed. Having opened her eyes, Cordelia quickly raised her upper body and wiped the saliva all over her face. Ah, no. The drool from her lips covered the book pages. There were also obscene illustrations drawn next to the words that seemed to be so embarrassing that Maja would faint if she had seen it, but it was now drenched with her drool. You. Once Cordelia wiped off her drool, she created a slightly warm heat on her palms. She could naturally let it dry, but it would be a problem if others saw the book, so she quickly did that with magic. A dream. A dream that always ended in the same place. A dream that strangely didn't go beyond a certain line. Why? Why does it always end up getting cut off there? What kind of dream will unfold if the scene continues? Ahum. Cordelia quickly covered her face with both hands after briefly imagining it. Her cheeks and neck were so red that it was hard to breathe. Elu demon, no, get out. She quietly muttered to herself before she shook her head a few times and quickly put the book in a box hidden under the bed. I have to be careful next time. Thank goodness that I woke up alone. I would have died from embarrassment if Maja had woken me up. You. In fact, this had been a rare no, a frequent occurrence these days. It's all because of Kajsa and Scarlet. It's because of the books they gave me, so it's not my fault. I read it over and over again, but after all, it's their fault and not mine. Ahum, that's right. The really bad one is Jude, because they had always been together every day and then he disappeared. It had been 3 months since they arrived at their fief. Cassius, who built a workshop from one of the ruins of the Black Horn Guild, had detained Jude there for 3 months. Jude was actually staying there for smelting rather than confinement, but it was true that they hadn't met too. According to a letter that came every 3 days, it seemed like his sword origin was being smelted into awakening myth-rank dragon equipment while he was receiving training from Camel at the same time. He couldn't move his body properly, but he could still do chi energy training to some extent. What Camel was teaching him was the 12 snowflake sword art. The extreme yin martial art that was in contrast to the extreme yang martial art, supreme sun divine art, was a familiar name for Cordelia, who had played as Camel from the 1st to the 3rd episodes of Legend of Heroes. I miss Jude. Cordelia unconsciously spoke out loud, pouting her lips several times before she stood up. Usually, she would be depressed and in low spirits, but it was different today. Haha, because they would meet soon. After 3 months, she would be able to meet and kiss No, she would be able to face Jude. Oh my gosh, ahum, oh my gosh. Cordelia was so excited that her shoulders moved up and down, and she reopened the letter on the desk. On the white and pretty stationery were short and simple but very impactful sentences written in elegant letters. The marriage of her older sister, Adelia, and her future brother-in-law, Gal. The big event was less than a month away. The couple's wedding was to be held in the north, that is, their hometown of Balon, which was also Jude and Cordelia's hometown. Hee, haha. Cordelia giggled as she recalled her older sister's face and suddenly blushed again, because she remembered the next that their fathers had said. Ahum. Cordelia folded the wedding invitation and left the room after fixing her clothes, but ended up facing Maja. Maja. When Cordelia was startled as if she had been caught stealing, Maja narrowed her brows a bit before she took a step forward and had a small sigh. Lady Cordelia, your cheeks are a mess. Oh, yes, sorry. Cordelia turned red in embarrassment as Maja pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped the letters that stuck at Cordelia's cheeks. Her face had clearly gone red because of what she read, but Maja pretended to not have seen the letters on her cheeks like a skilled maid. Maja would only make the both of them embarrassed if she said anything. Still do it in moderation, okay? It's better to do it in moderation. Huh, what do you mean? Cordelia panicked and stuttered, but Maja spoke no more. She had already conveyed what needed to be said. Maja Tantalot. She was Jude's exclusive maid, but left the Bayer territory and moved to the August Bayer and August Chase territory for residency and work. Up until now, she had been Jude's exclusive maid, but her status here was different, because she had become the housekeeper of a powerful Count household. What about Dahlia? She's on patrol. She said that she'll be back before lunch, so she'll be back soon. Dahlia was Cordelia's escort knight, and she also moved to August Bayer to Countess August Chase's territory. Her position was knight commander who led the territory's knights. It's technically nepotism. Dahlia was qualified and skilled anyway. In fact, it was a newly established order of knights, so they couldn't help but hire those whom they personally knew. By the way, Maja, it's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow. Yes, that is correct. It's tomorrow. At Maja's reply, Cordelia was very happy, because she would finally be able to meet Jude tomorrow after 3 months. Oh my gosh, ahum, oh my gosh. As Cordelia unconsciously moved her shoulders up and down in happiness again, Maja had a complex and strange expression, but eventually smiled a bit. Besides Cordelia looking cute, Maja herself was very excited about tomorrow. They would have to leave for Balon to attend the wedding. Cordelia would definitely not be going alone, so Jude would be with her. I should also show the results of my training, because I seriously read a lot of books. And no, not that. Cordelia criticized herself and cleared away the thoughts that begun to fill her head. She then recalled the witch's face. The witch of the West Forest stayed with her for around a month before leaving. Because of what she learned from the witch, Cordelia had become much stronger than 3 months ago. From now on, it's offense time. Cordelia had gotten stronger, and Jude must have also gotten stronger. Up until now, they had been wandering around to prevent the events that would occur in the Slen Kingdom, so their battles were mostly defensive in a way. But it would be different from now on. In order to prevent the great summons from taking place, as well as stopping the 7 major calamities, they would need to move more aggressively, like robbing the branches of the demonic followers or launching a preemptive attack in advance. The best defense is a good offense. Cordelia clenched her fist and nodded her head. Afterwards, she began to review the various tasks of their territory. Thanks to Count Bayer and Count Chase's skillful assistance, the fief was running smoothly on its own, but confirmation was still necessary. After completing the paperwork with the help of Dahlia and Maja, Cordelia trained alone. She then ate dinner with Dahlia and Maja and did this and that before going to bed. For a moment, the box under her bed came to her mind, but Cordelia shook her head, because she had to sleep early today. Because the real Jude will arrive tomorrow. Not the Jude in my dreams, but the real Jude. You. Her face immediately blushed when she recalled Jude's face. There's a saying, out of sight, out of mind, but it seems like that's all a lie. I haven't seen him for 3 months, but it only made me miss him more and more. Okay. I've decided. I just have to meet him. And when I meet him, Cordelia's lips squirmed and she covered herself with the blanket all the way to the top of her head. Some sounds similar to kisses were heard before she tried to sleep. And the next morning, Cordelia had stayed up all night instead of sleeping. After having breakfast, she got on the carriage. In her mind, she wanted to run and fly by herself, but she had to go with Maja and Dahlia. Are you that happy? When Dahlia asked as she closed the carriage door, Maja silently grinned while Cordelia nodded. She spoke frankly because she was in front of the two and not anyone else. Yes, I am happy. Really happy. I miss him so much. Dahlia and Maja smiled again. And after a while, the wheels of the carriage began to roll in response to the pounding of Cordelia's heart. Chapter 278 Interlude 3 Sweet-inducing episode, but there's some depressing stuff to counter it in the end. Terms used in this episode. The bow that bears most bends, most a Japanese saying, which means that the greater you are as a person, the more modest you become. It's a bit similar to the English idiom, don't blow your own trumpet. Example is a self-made, very rich person wearing simple and cheap clothes despite being able to afford expensive ones. The right hand knows what the left hand is doing, and so does the feet. This is based on a Bible verse from Matthew 6:3, and it originally says that the left hand should not know what the right hand is doing. It means that, when you do charitable acts, you must not brag about it or let others know of what you've done. But Jude changed its wording and interpretation in this episode, so it now means that as a lord, he should know everything that's happening in his territory. 3 months was by no means a short time. Jude and Cordelia's fief had undergone a lot of changes in the past 3 months, and the biggest change was in the vicinity of Mount Damos. The fact that the land was virtually abandoned because of the monsters was now just a thing of the past. In truth, it had now become the heart of the territory. Clang, 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 clanging noises were heard near Mount Damos. The sounds came from Black Town, the Black Horn Guild's residential area that was revived after hundreds of years. The sounds were quick and light, but sometimes heavy. And it was the same with the wagons going up and down the main roads. Day after day, dozens of wagons went to and from Mount Damos. The wagons transported the quality equipment made by the dwarves, as well as the underground resources that lied in Mount Damos. People would gather when a new industry is established, and when people gathered, commerce becomes active, prompting more people to gather again. Only 3 months had obviously passed, so the changes were only to the extent that a small village became a large village, but even that was a great transformation for those who spent their entire lives near Mount Damos. Moreover, it would still take some time for that virtuous cycle to reach its limit. Aren't the new lords amazing? They aren't just amazing. Who else made Mount Damos to change like this? Sooner or later, the entire territory will probably undergo a huge development. It was still early in the day, but the market was crowded. 2 men were having a conversation in front of Simple Bar. One looked like a resident while the other appeared to be a peddler. Are they very different from other lords? When the young man sitting next to the peddler and eating chicken skewers suddenly asked, the peddler nodded his head as if he had been waiting for that question and began to speak. They're different. I mean, it's been a long time since I've heard of a good lord. Normally, when rapid development like this takes place, taxes go up a lot, right? They also charge you unusual taxes that you've only heard for the first time in your life. In the place where I came, if the weather was sunny, they charge you sunny day tax, and when it rains, they charge you rainy day tax, and it was truly outrageous. What, there's a place like that? Of course. There's lots of money-obsessed people, seriously crazy people everywhere. Even the tolls are ridiculous. They only allow you to pass when you cross the bridge, but after that, you have to pay a toll every time you pass through a gate, and there's not just 1 or 2 gates. I've seen cases where they built useless gates just for the purpose of collecting tolls. Ha ha ha. The residents of Mount Damos blinked their eyes in surprise, and the peddler continued even more in excitement. On the other hand, what about this place? They do collect tolls, but it's very cheap, and the town, it's a city now. Anyway, you only pay once you enter and leave the city. This is why people gather here. If you pay high tolls from the very beginning, you will not much have left, so why will you want to go there? It's thanks to the skill of the new lords that this place has developed to this extent in just 3 months, so praise them to your heart's content. At the words of the peddler, those around him only smiled and laughed without anyone protesting. There was no one who openly praised the new lords like this peddler, but everyone was satisfied with their new lords. I've heard that all the monsters in Mount Damos are gone because of the new lords. Is that true? When the young man asked again, the residents of Mount Damos nodded this time. It's true. Thanks to them, we're really living well. I couldn't even get close to Mount Damos before, but I can go inside now and pick up firewood. Since all the mountain resources belong to the Lord, even getting firewood needed permission, but the new lords temporarily let anyone enter Mount Damos. Perhaps it was to show off that the monsters were really gone. There's also a lot of new jobs, so it's a good place to live. When the village grew, the nonsense of those young people who said that they would leave for a new place are now gone. As he said this and that, the young man nodded again and said, "By the way, I've heard that the new lord is really handsome." "Oh, he definitely is. He's really handsome. It's difficult to find a handsome man like the lord even in the royal capital, no, even in the entire Slen kingdom. I've heard that the lady is also incredibly beautiful. That's right. There aren't just one or two youngsters in the village who have suffered from lovesickness. The mood got better than when they talked about taxes, and this was natural. After all, this was about their lord and lady. Their lord and lady being handsome and beautiful was something they could brag about when going to other areas, as it made them feel better. Oh yeah, I've heard that new lord is very strong. I've also heard that the lady is an angel like Holy Angel Lena. Yurei heard the best of the rumors then. It's all true. There's also a rumor in the royal capital that the lord will soon become one of the 10 great swordmasters. 10 great swordmasters? Isn't our lord still a teenager? He is, and that is why he's amazing. He definitely is a genius. And he has an angel too. I am envious. Ha ha ha, look at this guy talk. Be careful, the lord may hear you. Ahem. I still can't help but be envious. I agree. Yes, I agree too. The residents reached a consensus and burst into laughter again, and the young man spoke a few more words amidst the friendly atmosphere before standing up. I really enjoyed hearing good stories. Let me treat you all to a drink. Whoa, this youngster is really nice. What a great treat. The young man responded appropriately to the random compliments and left the bar after paying for everyone's drinks. And a few steps later, a cold voice echoed in the young man's head. My successor, how dirty. Spreading rumors that praise yourself out of your own mouth. But Jude shamelessly answered like usual after confirming that the polymorph magic was working properly. I am just adding a little spice to the public sentiment. There ain't not lies anyway, because everything he said was true. Jude himself was handsome, and Cordelia was incredibly beautiful and an angel too. The rumor about the 10 great swordmasters was also true. My successor, don't you know the saying, the bow that bears most bends most? But it's necessary, moreover, since we came from an unfamiliar place, we have to control public opinion. Becoming friends with the locals also makes our work easier. It's something that even the peddlers can't solve. Valencia blinked her eyes inside Jude's mind upon hearing his words, because she thought that she had just heard something strange. Wait a second, my successor. Something the peddlers can't solve? Yes, I hired a few people to spread the word. Through the proper routes, of course. The peddler who came to do business didn't just sit in the bar and praised the Lord for no reason. The right hand knows what the left hand is doing, and so does the feet. Valencia blinked again when Jude randomly talked nonsense. She thought that she had adjusted well in the last 3 months, but Jude was a formidable person. My successor, Yurei, really as sly as a fox. So you don't like it? What the heck are you saying? Valencia laughed as she found it ridiculous, and Jude laughed along with her, but only for a moment. Because he remembered something. I love it. If Cordelia had been here, she would have definitely responded that way. My successor, hang in there. Aren't you supposed to meet her today? Yes, that's why I am doing my best to be patient. In fact, he wanted to meet her outside the city, at the mansion where Cordelia was staying, but he couldn't. Even on Cordelia's birthday that had already passed, he couldn't go. She must have been very sad. Unlike now when he could roam around the city, he was struggling and cooped up in a small room at Cordelia's birthday 2 months ago, so he couldn't go out. It was also strange for him that he only remembered Cordelia's birthday after it had passed. Still, I've become much stronger thanks to you. Sword Origin has also grown beyond what I expected. The dwarves of the Black Horn Guild will be surprised to see the current Sword Origin. Thank you for saying that. Although it still needed a period of adjustment, the dragon sword had now been upgraded into an awakening myth rank. It was more correct to say that Sword Origin had evolved. Your proficiency of 12 snowflake sword art has risen. It's a new but really interesting swordsmanship style, if I may say so. What Jude had learned was to adapt the 12 snowflake art to fit Sword Origin's style. The process of changing a sword art into taijutsu was very much fun for Valencia, that she always talked about the 12 snowflake sword art whenever she had the time recently. My successor, well meet Camille again, right? Yes, well meet again. Actually, it wasn't just Camille. Landius and Lena had also left the territory. In Camille's case, he had worked as a member of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and as for Landius and Lena, they resumed what they had been doing so far, pursuing Archbishop Manuela. Let's go, my successor, we have to hurry back. It's time for Cassius to check us. We need to get checked if you want to see Cordelia quickly. Yes, yes, I understand. In martial arts, one's master was like a parent, so Valencia had been nagging at him at some point in time. My successor, were you thinking of something rude just now? No, not at all. Jude snickered before he hurried towards the mansion built on the mountainside of Mount Damos. And an hour later, as a carriage passed the main road, Jude stood at the front door of the mansion and swallowed hard. For no reason, he fixed his clothes, shook his shoes, checked the things in his pockets, and fixed his clothes again. Valencia would have normally said something, but she was silent this time, because she knew well why he was doing that. Looks like she's almost here. At Valencia's words, Jude took a deep breath and looked straight ahead. Indeed, a carriage was running at a fast speed. A carriage bearing the emblem of Countess August Chase. Jude waited as he struggled to suppress his legs that wanted to kick the ground right away, and the door of the carriage that finally arrived suddenly opened. And one girl came out running. A girl with striking pinkish red hair. She raised her head and looked at Jude. Jude also looked at her, and they stared at each other after a long time. Ahem. The girl tried to stay calm and maintain her posture as she gracefully stepped forward. She originally should have waited for Maja and Dahlia to get off the carriage, but it was too much for her at that point. So did Jude. He had to stand still and wait, but that was difficult to do since he was itching to go. And at some point, it was Cordelia who moved first in the end. In her impatience, she clenched her fists and instantly ran as she widely spread her wings. She shouted as she tried to get closer to him, even for a second faster. Jude. It really took less than a second. Cordelia had reached Jude even before she finished calling him. She jumped right into Jude's arms, and Jude tightly embraced Cordelia. He held her waist and lifted her up high, and even turned themselves round and round. My beast! Rower. Their exchange was embarrassing for all those who watched, but not for the two. They weren't in a situation where they could see their surroundings in the first place. After having spun around Cordelia several times, Jude tightly hugged her again, and Cordelia sniffed him as she embraced him too. She wanted to enjoy the smell of Jude after a long time. It's real. It's not a dream or a fake. It's the real Jude. The moment she thought of that, Cordelia unconsciously burst into tears because of her strangely intense emotions. See Cordelia? But Cordelia didn't respond to his call as she buried her face in Jude's chest. She sniffled and expressed into short words the feelings she had suppressed for 3 months. I like you. She felt like her heart would burst because of her intense feelings. Jude tightly hugged Cordelia. It was hard to keep his composure because his heart was pounding too fast, but he tried his best. A year and a few months ago. What would their past selves, who had just remembered their previous lives, say when they see themselves now? Or rather, what would the past Cordelia say if he told her about themselves a year later? What is this crazy beastard talking about? Jude imagined Cordelia saying that with an uninterested expression, and he suddenly laughed. The crying Cordelia raised her head from his chest and blinked her eyes, wondering what was going on as she looked at Jude. Instead of answering, Jude kissed Cordelia's slightly parted lips. So instead of asking further, Cordelia slowly closed her eyes and received Jude after 3 months. And everyone except for the two looked at each other as they coughed or had a bitter smile. They look nice, right? They do. Nothing more needed to be said. Maja and Dahlia shrugged and waited for the two to break up, and finally gave up waiting after 30 minutes or so. They forcibly broke apart the two who were still stuck with each other and entered the mansion. Jude held Cordelia in his arms. He cuddled her still warm body but said nothing. But Jude was aware of his surroundings like always. It was the effect of ninth heaven's 9 doors that had reached its highest point. After opening the 7th door, Jude became aware of his surroundings even if he didn't want it. Jude slowly lifted his head. Rather than speaking out with his dry and cracked voice, he just stared at the door of the church some distance away. The footsteps sounded familiar. As he mentally counted the numbers like a habit, the door of the church opened, revealing a familiar face. Jude, it was Lucas who opened the church door and appeared. The heir to the Sage King's cross sword, he became a one-armed man due to his fierce battle against Red Wind, but he had become stronger than in the past. Instead of answering, Jude lowered his head again to look at Cordelia, and Lucas gritted his teeth. because he knew the relationship of the two better than anyone else. Jude. Lucas called Jude again. Is Cordelia dead? Is it finally over? Did she return to a human at the last moment? He didn't ask those things. Those were things that should not be asked. Jude, Kajsa is seriously injured. Scarlet broke through the Western Front. The Crimson Witch. One of the new 7 major calamities. Only Jude from the Guardians of the Holy Cross could be assured of victory if he fought her. That was why Lucas was standing here now. As a rival and friend, he wanted to give Jude time to mourn, but they had to stop Scarlet. Jude didn't close his eyes. He wanted to look at Cordelia for a longer time, even for a moment. He said in a low voice as he recalled her smiling face, "Adelaide, is she stopping Leon? But that is not enough too. Leon Gadriel, a sword monster who reached the level of Maximilian in the field of swordsmanship. Now that Maximilian died, he was the strongest swordsman in the continent. Even Jude could not be sure of victory if he fought Leon." Jude was silent for a moment. In fact, he already knew what Adelaide was doing. He also knew well that the situation was hopeless, and that their actions were just meaningless struggles. Mankind would eventually perish. The fate of the world had already been decided when they failed to stop the Great Summons. Jude Lucas. Jude spoke quietly. He forced himself to smile, but eventually continued to talk with strange expression. "Please wait for a while. Let us be alone for a minute. The Guardians of the Holy Cross General. Humanity's strongest swordsman. The world's last hope. He wasn't that. He wasn't that great person." What stood in front of Lucas now was a small and fragile person who was about to burst into tears at any moment, on the verge of breaking down after losing his other half. So Lucas shut his mouth. He turned around and left the church instead of continuing to speak. The door was closed. Eventually, Jude burst out crying as he held Cordelia and wailed. He shed his last tears as he touched her engagement ring, which she still had in her finger even after she became a demonic human, something that made Jude unwilling to give up on her until the very end. Cordelia. He breathed divine power into her body stained with evil. He shared his last kiss with her as she turned to ashes little by little and scattered. The world would perish. In the battle between the demons of hell and the angels of heaven, nothing would be left on earth. Their struggles would only end as struggles. Her ashes scattered. Cordelia no longer existed, and Jude clenched his teeth at that moment. He suffered from fear and emptiness as he embraced the empty space. He despaired that he would never see Cordelia's face that had scattered into ashes. He hated himself for killing Cordelia and burning her body. How did it become like this? Why did it have to be like this? Jude picked up Cordelia's ring. He prayed to a goddess who had already disappeared. He did not stop despite knowing that his prayer would go unanswered. "I wish to see you again someday. I wish that we can be together again. Cordelia." Jude grasped the ring and stood up. He took a weary step as he now faced the truly gray world. Chapter 279, Wedding 1. The overlords of hell numbered 7. 2 of them were gone, so only 5 remained now. The demon followers who worshipped them were also divided into 5 groups. The devil's hand served Asmodeus, the overlord of lust. The devil's eye served Belial, the overlord of corruption. The devil's mouth served Lilith, the overlord of love and hatred. The devil's ear served Belphegor, the overlord of cruelty. The devil's horn served Behemoth, the overlord of violence. Archbishop Manuela sat on the throne of the destroyed Paragon Kingdom and propped his chin as he looked down at a metal plate. The genealogy of the demons were inscribed on it, and 7 names representing an overlord were written with the names of mighty demons under the overlords. But it was a record of the past and not the present. Having acquired ancient secret arts and great power in exchange for dedicating the Paragon Kingdom to the demons, Manuela formed a contract with 5 overlords and not just one. Therefore, the demon followers called him Ever-Chosen, the chosen proxy of all 5 overlords, and his power was incomparable to that of ordinary demons. Even the great demons living in hell could hardly boast of their strength and status in his presence. "I don't like it." Dressed in splendid and beautiful priest robes in red and white colors, Manuela spoke in a low voice. He gained immortality when he became a demonic human, so his appearance was very different from the past. He didn't look like an old man, as he had the appearance of a boy, with a face as beautiful as a girl and long white hair that reached his thighs. His golden eyes stared at the metal plate he lightly tapped with his long white fingers. The genealogy inscribed on the metal plate then turned into something completely different. There were 5 groups of demon followers. However, the devil's ear was pretty much wiped out. The devil's horn was annihilated except for the demonic human Jabberwock, so what remained was the devil's hand, the devil's eye, and the devil's mouth. There were only 3 groups now. Our plans had gone wrong. The devil's eye lost control of the wild lands. The devil's hand did not cause tragedy to the royal capital. Their powerful ally, Malekith, died before he could even properly wake up, and the only group that achieved its purpose was the devil's mouth in the distant east. That was why they could not bring about the great summons. The flames of turmoil that covered the world was too small and weak. In order to bring about the great summons, they needed greater confusion and fear. The biggest problem is the 5 heroes of Paragon. Manuela's plan for them had also gone wrong. Lena, who had been imprisoned in hell, had escaped and was now with Landius, while Velkian, whom he tried to trap and get rid of, had shut himself in the royal capital, so Manuela couldn't do anything to him. Manuela's biggest problem was Landius. He was originally fated to self-destruct because of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors. However, he was still alive and well, and could even use the 9th Heaven's 9 doors better than before. At this rate, far from self-destruction, he would open the 8th door and become closer to a transcendental being. 9th door is not possible for him now, but the 8th door alone is a threat. 9th Heaven's 9 doors was a power that came from 9 worlds that did not belong to heaven or hell. So even Manuela, who had the power to read the world records, could not read everything about the 9th Heaven's 9 doors. But one thing was clear to him. The one who will open the 9th door will reach true transcendence. Someone who crossed the line. Someone who transcended their limits, just like that transcendent being who killed the overlords of hell. Before that day comes, we must create enough turmoil. At the present moment, they still had a chance. The Devil's Eye failed to take control of the wild lands, but instead strengthened its influence within the empire. The Devil's Mouth also began to encroach the eastern part of the empire, starting with the border of the empire and the distant east, so more than half of the empire was a den of demon followers. And one more thing, 2 people I cannot ignore. He had been ignoring them so far, but he couldn't just do that now. Perhaps it was because of these 2 that all their plans so far had been messed up now. Those 2 people. Manuela moved his fingers, and the faces of those 2 appeared in the air. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. Seeds of destruction that intervened in everything that was done in the Slen Kingdom, ruining all their plans as a result. Eliminate. So that those 2 could no longer interfere with any of their plans. Manuela lightly tapped the metal plate again and gave a similar command to the demon followers. The assassination of Jude and Cordelia. He had the Devil's Hand prioritize it, but unfortunately for Manuela, his command was already too late. Let's take the initiative. Jude and Cordelia were looking at the same place. To be exact, Cordelia was snuggling in the arms of Jude, who was sitting on the bed, and their eyes crossed the map placed on the bed. Our goal is to stop the Great Summons one way or another, and the only way to bring about the Great Summons is to cause great turmoil. The Great Summons was not just about opening a portal to another world. It was a world summoning technique that let those from another world descend directly into this world. The worlds of heaven and hell would overlap and connect into one. The cost was obviously enormous in order to use this level of magic, so a great turmoil is necessary. Everyone on the continent needed to have negative emotions, such as fear, anxiety, and terror. In fact, the game's Archbishop Manuela succeeded in bringing about great turmoil in this world. He destroyed the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire, and plunged humans into chaos with the 7 major calamities. However, the current situation was quite different from the game. The Slen Kingdom is strong and standing. In addition, more heroes were alive than in the game. Both Cordelia and Lucas were safe, and the 5 heroes led by Landius were also active. On the other hand, the power of the demon followers had greatly diminished. They had lost a lot of demons and low-ranking demonic humans, and also lost their cards called the Lord Protector and First Sword. Malekith's forces that should have tyrannically reigned the South were completely destroyed. Of course, there are still people who are alive like First Sword still, One could say that their current situation was much more advantageous than in the game. So we'll change our strategy from now on, from a defensive approach to a preemptive attack. The power of their opponents had been too strong until now, so Jude and Cordelia could only move a few people with their power then. So even if they knew when, where, and what would happen, they could only hurriedly stop it. Just like how we couldn't defeat the Lord Protector in advance and could only wait for the incident to happen before we could stop him. But it was different now. Jude did not ignore the changed situation. We'll begin by rooting out the demon followers in the Slen Kingdom. Even if the groups were different from each other, they were all demon followers in the end. These groups would become Archbishop Manuela's forces, so they had to destroy the groups when they could. The last 3 months, Jude and Cordelia devoted themselves into training in that time, but they didn't just train. Jude had been preparing to attack the Devil's Hand in those 3 months, because we now have their trust. The two knew the location of each branch as well as the headquarters of the Devil's Hand, but they hadn't been able to do anything with this information so far. To put it bluntly, it was unlikely for anyone to believe them at that time, and even if people believed them, sending troops was another problem. However, the situation was different now. When Jude told the location of the demon followers' headquarters, saying that it was information he found out himself, the Guardians of the Holy Cross trusted him. Not only that, as it became possible to even move the kingdom's army. We're ready. The generals of the Guardians of the Holy Cross who were spread across the continent had secretly gathered. The kingdom's army also secretly moved their elite troops in order to annihilate the demon followers all over the kingdom. When news of Malekith's upcoming resurrection in the south was heard, the kingdom's army was able to quickly prepare because they had already made some preparations to fight against the demon followers. Eliminate the Devil's Hand. The Guardians of the Holy Cross was a group who devoted themselves to fighting demons in the first place. For them, this opportunity was truly like a blessing. Every general was highly motivated. Even Henry II acted tough. He still missed the Lord Protector. He continued to do so, despite knowing that the Lord Protector was a traitor and harmed many royal family members. But he did not avoid it either. And that was why Henry II pointed all his arrows to the demon followers. The demon followers were the ones who corrupted the Lord Protector. He wanted to tear apart those who turned the kingdom's hero into a traitor. The 10 great swordmasters were summoned from all over the country. About half of those whom the two encountered were traitors or enemies, so the probability of them being on their side was like a miracle. But the two could relax now. All the members of the 10 great swordmasters that had been summoned this time were definitely on their side. Count Alex Bayer, the Sword of Wind; Gal Bayer, the Sword of Gale; Saryu, the Seven-Killing Sword; and Sebastian Legwin, the Sword of Swiftness; Count Frederick H. Harsfelger, the Sword of Holiness; and Ian MacLean, the Golden Sword. There was also the Guardian of the Silates Plains who led the Knights of the Golden Lion, and even Jude himself, who was called the Swordless Swordmaster. 8 members had already been identified, except for Viscountess Angela Weiss, the immovable sword, who guarded the kingdom's borders with the Empire, and the wandering swordsman, Musu, called the Sword of Stars. The Golden Sword is definitely not a traitor. He was not a gentleman whose deeds were as ambiguous as First Sword. The 6 generals of the Guardians of the Holy Cross will also be dispatched here, so we have no shortage of manpower. 8 members of the 10 great swordmasters and 6 generals of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. These 14 people were estimated to be stronger than high-ranking demonic humans, and the Devil's Hand only had 6 to 7 high-ranking demonic humans, so the former already overpowered the latter. Attack before you get attacked. Instead of waiting for the 7 major calamities to happen, they had to get rid of those who would cause the great summons. Jude slowly began to have a dark smile, and Cordelia's lips suddenly squirmed a bit. She said as she held Jude's hand, "But Jude." "Yes, Cordelia. Since we have all these powerful people, can brother-in-law Gal not join the fight? The wedding is just around the corner. The wedding is still nearly a month away." "Yes, but for him, isn't that like setting up a flag? It's a flag, right? They're in that situation, right? Let's get married after this fight is over. Let's live together after this fight is over." At Cordelia's remark, Jude had a small smile and said as he hugged the serious Cordelia, "What about us then? Haven't we set up flags too? After this fight is over. After Gal and Adelia's wedding. We're the next ones. Is that so? Cordelia blushed at Jude's point, and Jude smiled again. He kissed Cordelia's soft cheeks and said, "Don't worry about it. My brother and I have become stronger." Valentia had been reborn as an awakening myth-rank dragon equipment, and he had also learned the 12 snowflake sword art. And his 6th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors had become more natural over the past 3 months of his recovery. Given that his level had risen after defeating Malekith, he was incomparably stronger than he was 3 months ago. I've become stronger too, because she was able to achieve what she wanted to do, though it was incomplete. Moreover, the equipment that Cassius made was really useful. The magic wand made from a fragment of Malekith's dragon heart not only amplified her mana, as it also allowed her to draw huge amounts of mana from the dragon heart at least once a day. Yes, so it will be fine. After we root out the demon followers from the Slen Kingdom, let's do the next part. Jude said next part. Cordelia didn't know what he meant by that, but her already blushing face and neck turned redder, and she nodded her head. Why yes, the next part. I don't know what that is, no, I know what it is now, but anyway, it's the next part. The next part is definitely something related to the dream that always gets cut off every day. But it was at that moment. Cordelia suddenly began to snicker. She pretended to be indifferent, but doing that was hard because she saw that Jude's face was very red. Cute, Cordelia said as she leaned her head back, while Jude understood what her action meant. So he kissed Cordelia again. And at the time when they were being affectionate with each other again, hey, I got stronger too, okay. I also had a power-up, right? Now, I can now create a hologram image and even use magic on my own, okay? You hear me? Moonlight was reborn as an awakening myth-rank dragon equipment. And as Melissa that was in Malekith's dragon heart murmured, the night deepened. And 2 days later, around 20 days before Gal and Adelia's wedding, a large-scale raid targeting the Devil's Hand began all over the kingdom. The present 10 great sword masters and their sword titles, former ones,